In his past life, Chen Mo married a burden-bearer for her brother, leading to his parents' untimely demise due to the weight of familial obligations, thus squandering his existence. Fortune has granted him a chance for rebirth, allowing him to return 2 decades into the past. After decisively severing ties with the burden-bearer, Chen Mo established 3 resolute objectives for himself. First, to ensure his parents enjoy a prosperous life. Second, to ascend to the pinnacle of wealth as the world's richest individual. Third, to indulge in the finest spirits and marry the most exquisite partner. Chapter 1. Rebirth. On April 1st, 2000, a notification echoed. Your savings card ending in 1314 has received a transfer of 8 million yuan with a balance of 8,010, 20.10 yuan. Agricultural Bank. A comical figure dressed as Donald Duck emerged from the Jiangbei Lottery Bureau's prize center. Once he changed his attire, Chen Mo exhaled deeply, his face illuminated by an uncontrollable excitement. Just 7 days prior, he had been reborn from the year 2021 to the present. In his previous life, he had toiled in the financial sector for 2 decades, yet remained in abject poverty. After his rebirth, Chen Mo, with his remarkable photographic memory, astutely opted for the swiftest and least risky method to wealth, playing the lottery, thus acquiring his first fortune. The lottery winnings amounted to 10 million yuan. After deducting a 20 tax, he received exactly 8 million. In a mere 7 days, Chen Mo transformed from a destitute individual with a mere 1,000 yuan in savings to a millionaire. It is noteworthy that during the year 2000, lamb skewers in Jiangbei cost merely 30 cents each. Real estate prices were just over 800 yuan per square meter. At this time, 10 million yuan could already be considered substantial wealth. As long as I seize those opportunities for rapid wealth accumulation, this 10 million can swiftly burgeon into 100 million, 1 billion, or even 10 trillion. Chen Mo's eyes glowed crimson with fervor, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. This is the year 2000, a veritable age of gold. In the capital, school district housing was priced at merely 2,500 yuan per square meter. The most expensive liquor shares were a mere 15 yuan. In 4 years, the stock of a company named Penguin would be listed at only 3.7 Hong Kong dollars. In subsequent years, a certain cryptocurrency could be acquired for just 10 yuan for 10,000 units at its initial release. Even without his remarkable memory, unable to recall the fluctuations of stocks and futures, he could easily ascend to the ranks of the elite wealthy. Chen Mo silently established 3 goals for his rebirth. First, to honor his parents and rectify the regrets of his past life. Second, to become the world's wealthiest individual, no longer ensnared in poverty as in his previous existence. Thirdly, to savor the strongest spirits and court the most beautiful women. Yet, Chen Mo had not yet succumbed to arrogance upon acquiring 8 million. He possessed a profound understanding of the darker facets of human nature. Until he attained true strength, he must remain prudent and avoid recklessness. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello, Chen Mo, you need to come to Longxia restaurant right away. The caller hung up abruptly. It was his current girlfriend and future wife, Tang Mingming. It was because of this woman that Chen Mo endured not only his own hardships, but also subjected his parents to indignities. Very well, it is best to sever ties now to prevent a tragic repetition. Chen Mo resolutely hailed a taxi to Longxia restaurant. Upon entering, he spotted Tang Mingming and her brother engaged in jovial conversation at the cash register. Why did you take so long? Never mind, just hurry and settle the bill, Tang Mingming said impatiently. Good day, sir. Your total expenditure is 3,200 yuan. Will you be paying in cash or by card? The moment the waiter presented the bill to Chen Mo, he was taken aback despite having anticipated it. In 2002, 3,200 yuan represented 2 to 3 months' wages for an ordinary working-class family. I refuse to pay. Let them cover it themselves, Chen Mo replied indifferently. Refuse to pay? Only then did Tang Mingming look up, astonished at Chen Mo's response. Since their acquaintance, Chen Mo had behaved like a devoted servant, fulfilling her every whim. As long as she was happy and smiling, he felt content. However, today, upon seeing Chen Mo, she felt as if he had transformed entirely, his tone now markedly different. Chen Mo, I command you to pay the bill immediately, Tang Mingming retorted coldly, crossing her arms, adopting a condescending demeanor. Chen Mo smirked coldly. After 20 years of marital life in his previous existence, he had thoroughly discerned Tang Mingming's nature. Why should I pay for the meal you consumed? Furthermore, do you not think that 3,200 yuan for a single meal is rather excessive? Chen Mo replied, his expression impassive. My brother is simply going on a date. What's wrong with treating him to a nice meal? Tang Mingming's expression soured. Chen Mo, we are on the brink of marriage. Tang Lei will soon be your brother too. As a family, must you really quibble over this trivial meal expense? He is your brother, not mine. For years, I have covered his tuition, living expenses, and pocket money. I even assisted him in finding a job. Now, he seeks to court someone and marry, and expects me to foot the bill? Do you think I'm merely a wallet for your brother? Chen Mo shouted angrily. Tang Mingming was taken aback, about to retort, when Tang Lei grasped her hand. Tang Lei smiled at Chen Mo, saying, "Sister, brother-in-law, let us not let a mere meal cause discord. No worries, I shall cover this meal." He then exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Mingming. Tang Mingming instantly understood and turned to Chen Mo, saying, "Look how considerate our brother is." Tang Lei indeed settled the bill. Only then did Tang Mingming continue. "By the way, Chen Mo, regarding our wedding, are you implying that the bride price must be increased by 200,000 yuan for you to consider marrying me?" Chen Mo replied with a cold smile. Tang Mingming's expression shifted, astonished. "How did you know? I possess knowledge beyond your imagination. I am also aware that your brother, that foolish idiot, recently engaged in pyramid schemes, defrauding your relatives and friends of 200,000 yuan, and is now facing imprisonment, requiring this amount to cover his debts, correct?" Chen Mo stated with a cold smirk. Tang Mingming's expression darkened. "He is my brother, and we are to be married. What is wrong with helping him with some money? What is wrong? Let me ask you, my monthly salary barely exceeds 1,000 yuan, and my parents are farmers, together earning only a few hundred each month. After a lifetime of toil, they have saved a few thousand to assist me in marriage. From where do you expect me to procure 200,000 yuan to fill your brother's bottomless pit?" Chen Mo's face flushed with rage. "Did your father not recently receive a compensation payment? There should be 200,000 yuan available, right?" Tang Mingming asserted boldly. "Have you lost your mind?" Although Chen Mo had anticipated this statement from Tang Mingming, he was still incensed upon hearing it. "My father suffered a grave accident at the construction site, losing a leg to secure this 200,000 yuan. He will rely on this money for his old age and medical expenses. If I were to give that money to your brother, how would he survive in the future?" Tang Mingming scoffed. "I can support him." "You can support him?" Chen Mo was incredulous, laughing in disbelief. "You say such lofty things. On New Year's Eve 2 years ago, my father came to visit, and you found him filthy, accepting his red envelope only to drive him away. It was the eve of the Lunar New Year, with heavy snowflakes cascading from the heavens. He bore the burden of 40 pounds, traversing 30 li of rugged mountain path to arrive here. You did not even allow him a sip of water before sending him away. Now you claim you will care for him? I find that utterly incredulous." As Chen Mo spoke, his fury intensified, loathing Tang Mingming even more, and despising his past self who had willingly played the sycophant. "Enough, Chen Mo." Seeing the surrounding crowd beginning to whisper and point, Tang Mingming's complexion darkened to an extreme, and she bellowed, "I will ask you but one question. Will you provide the money or not? 200,000, even if I were to squander it on feeding a dog, I would not give it to your brother." Chen Mo retorted sharply. Very well, very well." Tang Mingming repeated the words thrice, evidently infuriated to her limits. "I have clearly misjudged you. Today, I shall lay down the law. The bride price is 50,000, plus the 200,000 for my brother, totaling 250,000. If you can produce it, I shall marry you. If not, we shall part ways this very moment." Chen Mo chuckled, a bitter laugh born of rage. In his previous life, after marrying, Tang Mingming's entire family had incessantly drained his resources. Her father was a hopeless gambler, perpetually seeking funds from him each month. Her mother possessed no discernible skills, yet relished in portraying herself as a wealthy matron, indulging in luxury purchases, all financed by Chen Mo. Most egregious of all was her brother. After resolving this fraudulent incident, he showed no remorse, continuing to swindle money from friends, colleagues, and relatives. Tang Mingming even pressured him into borrowing from loan sharks to repay Tang Lei. This was precisely why, despite being a finance professional in his previous life, he remained perpetually impoverished. As for Tang Mingming, she harbored no feelings for Chen Mo whatsoever, viewing him merely as a tool for her own gain. At the wedding, Tang Mingming disdained his parents for being farmers, outright barring them from entering, failing to consider that Chen Mo's parents had sold their home to host the wedding in a prestigious city hotel. Later, when her father fell gravely ill, he was compelled to stay in their home for a few days. Ultimately, due to Tang Mingming's unwillingness to call an ambulance for her father, the critical window for medical intervention was squandered, leading to his demise. Shortly thereafter, her mother succumbed to deep sorrow. And what of Tang Mingming? She even refused to attend her own parents' funeral. She claimed that her father's death in her home was an ill omen. Reflecting on the events of his past life, Chen Mo's fists clenched tightly, his blood pressure surging uncontrollably, his face resembling a red-hot kettle. Since fate had granted him the chance for rebirth, he would not only rectify his financial grievances, but also address the myriad regrets of his life. Tang Mingming, there is no need for consideration. I can provide you with an answer right now. My response is but a single word, so listen closely. Get lost. Chapter 2. An eccentric family, how dare you? Tang Mingming was on the verge of exploding, only to realize that the people around her were pointing fingers at her. Chen Mo, just wait. If I can't deal with you, someone else will. With that, Tang Mingming stormed off, dragging her brother Tang Lei along in a fit of rage. On the way home, Chen Mo received a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. Chen Mu's voice trembled slightly, and in the background, a cacophony of noise suggested she was using a public phone at a convenience store. Mo, how is the wedding preparation coming along? Your mother-in-law hasn't been giving you a hard time, has she? Chen Mo had met the Tang family and knew they were notoriously difficult to handle. However, for the sake of her son, she and her husband had endured all the grievances. Hearing his mother's voice, Chen Mo smiled. Mom, I have two good pieces of news for you, one monumental and one less so. Which would you like to hear first? Let us start with the smaller one. Chen Mo replied with a chuckle. Mom, I won the lottery. The person who won the 10 million prize in the news, wearing a Donald Duck shirt, is me. We're rich now. I'll send you 1 million right away for Dad-esque treatment. You don't need to work as a maid anymore. You can take care of Dad at home. If you need money in the future, just ask me. Chen Mo was silent for a moment before responding. Son, you're not joking with me, are you? Mom, well, have I ever joked with you, especially about money? Chen Mo felt a surge of relief. Good. My son, you finally made it. I'm so happy for you. Her voice choked with emotion. After so many years, her son had finally succeeded, and she felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Chen Mo comforted her. Mom, this is just the beginning. When I start my business and make a fortune, you and Dad can enjoy a blissful life. After chatting for a while, Chen Mo remembered, by the way, Mo, what is the other good news? Chen Mo didn't hold back. Mom, Tang Mingming's family is quite insatiable. They're actually eyeing the 200,000 that Dad earned through hard work and want to use it to cover Tang Lei's debts. I didn't give it to them, and we've already broken up. Chen Mo was taken aback. This, breaking up right after getting engaged, isn't very honorable. She felt a mix of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Mom, this is a good thing. That wretched Tang Mingming has always treated you and Dad poorly. I've long wanted to kick her to the curb. Rest assured, the first criterion for my future wife will be that she must be filial to you and Dad. I'm sorry for worrying you all these years. At this point, Chen Mo's voice also grew choked with emotion. He truly felt remorseful towards his mother. Chen Mo sighed. Mo, as long as you've thought it through, whatever you choose, I will support you. I believe you will find someone better. Mom, please keep my lottery win under wraps for now. After giving his mother a few reminders, he hung up the phone. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of his rented apartment. When he opened it, he found Tang Mingming, Tang Lei, and their parents, Lu Cuifang and Tang Aigua, standing neatly in front of his door. As soon as the door opened, Lu Cuifang pointed a finger at Chen Mo and began to berate him like a fishwife in a market, her spittle flying. Chen Mo, are you even human? The wedding was already set. I've notified all my relatives and friends. And now you just want to break up? On what grounds? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? In his previous life, Chen Mo had feared this mother-in-law the most. She was far too fierce and could create a scene effortlessly. Every time he stood before Lu Cuifang, he felt diminished, his voice barely above a whisper. But today, Chen Mo surprisingly raised his voice. Lu Cuifang, let's get one thing straight. It was your daughter who said she would break up if I couldn't come up with 250,000. I didn't initiate the breakup. You think I don't know? Your mom gave you 58,000 as a betrothal gift, and your dad just earned 200,000. If you take out 250,000, you'll still have 8,000 left. Lu Cuifang sneered. Earned? That 200,000 was for my dad getting injured on the construction site and nearly losing his life. If I take that, what will he do for the rest of his life? Chen Mo was incredulous. What kind of logic could suggest there would still be 8,000 left after taking that amount? Tang Lei scoffed nonchalantly. What about your mom? She can work. Just let her take care of your dad. Exactly. Your mom is a farmer by nature. She was born to work and serve people. If she has no work, she might even feel uncomfortable. Lu Cuifang chimed in. Faced with the family's aggressive stance, Chen Mo sneered. One word. Get lost. Chen Mo, is this how heartless you are? I've given you my youth for these past few years, and you can't even spare 250,000? Why are you so selfish? Can't you consider me for once? Tang Lei is my brother. How can I not help him? Tang Mingming shouted at Chen Mo, her voice dripping with feigned grievance as tears streamed down her face. In the past, Chen Mo would have certainly felt pity for this tearful woman. But unfortunately, he had been reborn and had seen through Tang Mingming's true colors. Even now, she still mentioned Tang Lei every 3 sentences, believing she hadn't done anything wrong and even considering her support of her brother as noble. Chen Mo smiled indifferently. Selfish? Have you ever thought about my feelings? You only care about your brother, who is far more important to you than I am. If that is the case, why don't you just marry your brother? It would be a perfect match, and you'd save a fortune. Chen Mo, what did you just say? Tang Lei was furious and charged at Chen Mo, ready to attack him. Ha! You worthless piece of trash think you can take a swing at me? Chen Mo burst into laughter. All right, I'll teach you a lesson today. Standing at 1.8 meters tall and having trained in some free combat during university, Chen Mo was no match for the lazy, pleasure-seeking Tang Lei. With a slap and a kick, Tang Lei was sent flying, landing hard on the ground, howling in pain. Lu Zuifang rushed to support Tang Lei, angrily shouting, "How dare you hit my son? Pay up! Without the 250,000, we'll call the police and have you arrested." Tang Mingming added, "Chen Mo, if you don't take out the 250,000 today, this matter is far from over. Fine, you all barged into my home and are extorting me. If you call the police, it seems you'll be the ones getting arrested." Chen Mo scoffed. "Chen Mo, you truly are a heartless, ungrateful wretch." Lu Zuifang's face turned green with rage. At that moment, Tang Aigua, who had been quiet all along, gently pulled Chen Mo aside. His demeanor calm as he earnestly advised, "Young Chen, please don't be angry or anxious. We don't genuinely want her 250,000. We just want her attitude. Here's the deal. You give us 200,000 in betrothal gifts, and we'll contribute 50,000 as a dowry. All the money will be for you two to live on. You'll not only gain a 50,000 dowry for free, but you'll also get a wife. Doesn't that sound reasonable?" Tang Aigua's tone was incredibly gentle, his smile disarming, appearing harmless. If Chen Mo hadn't known from his previous life that he was a gambling addict, he might have been deceived. "Offer 200,000 as a betrothal gift? Sure. Get to you first? Yes. Then you'll take it to gamble? Yes. Huh. Hearing this, Tang Aigua's smile stiffened. "Chen Mo, what do you mean? Am I that kind of person? Enough. Your entire family is using both soft and hard tactics, coaxing and deceiving me, just to get my dad's 200,000 to cover Tang Lei's debts. Aren't you?" Chen Mo took a deep breath and declared, "I will warn you one last time. This is my home. So leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall call the police." With that, he forcefully ejected the family of 4 from his residence, slamming the door behind them with a resounding thud. Stunned by the rebuff, the Tang family trembled with rage, their faces a deep shade of anger. "Dad, Mom, how is it that Chen Mo isn't even afraid of you anymore? What are we going to do?" Tang Mingming lamented helplessly. Tang Lei, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, what now? If that bastard refuses to part with his father's compensation, I might end up in jail." Lu Zuifang glared at Chen Mo's door with clenched teeth, venomously stating, "Your sister is so beautiful. It's not just 200,000 in betrothal gifts that would be offered. There would be suitors willing to pay 1 million or even 10 million. Let's go. Once Ming marries into wealth, we will return to settle the score with that ungrateful scoundrel." Chapter 3. The Treasure Bowl. Chen Mo, overhearing this conversation in his room, could hardly contain his laughter. Did they think all wealthy people were fools? With such a peculiar family, which affluent household would dare to marry Tang Mingming? In the subsequent days, the Tang family seemed to have grasped the situation, refraining from further harassment towards Chen Mo, allowing him a rare few days of peace. However, he was not idle. He utilized his memories to buy lottery tickets several times. Although the winnings were modest, his accumulated savings had surpassed 10 million. The returns from future lottery purchases would likely be negligible, and if he continued down this path, it was probable that the authorities would launch an investigation into his activities. Though Chen Mo was not afraid of scrutiny, he disliked the sensation of being watched. Upon deep reflection, he recalled a significant event about to unfold in Jiangbei. In his previous life, he distinctly remembered the proprietor of the antique shop, Zhu Baozhai, purchasing a clay-sealed bowl from the Ming dynasty at an exorbitant price. Everyone mocked the owner for his poor judgment, only for him to later discover that the bowl was, in fact, the fabled treasure bowl of Shen Wansan, the legendary tycoon of the Ming dynasty. Experts appraised its market value at a staggering 80 million. The owner of Zhu Baozhai celebrated for 7 consecutive days, hosting lavish banquets and setting off over $1 million worth of fireworks. Today marked the day the owner acquired Shen Wansan's treasure bowl. Such an opportunity was not one Chen Mo would relinquish to another. Early the next morning, foregoing breakfast, he withdrew 300,000 yuan in cash from a bank, stuffed it into his backpack, and took a taxi straight to East Street, heading directly for Zhu Baozhai. Upon entering, he unexpectedly spotted several familiar figures. "Auntie, this jade pendant is extraordinary. I traded for it in the southern wilderness, and it's worth at least 10,000 in market value." Oh, Xiao Zhang. I merely brought Meng Meng here for a look. Why are you giving me gifts? Lu Cuifeng beamed, admiring the jade pendant and unable to part with it. Moreover, the more she looked at Zhang Lang, the more pleasing he appeared. A man in his 30s running such a large antique store and being so generous was 1,000 times better than that impoverished Chen Mo. Meng Meng, come here. Everyone get to share. This jade Buddha is a gift for you. With that, Zhang Lang personally adorned Tang Meng Meng with a jade Buddha, his eyes flashing with greed and pride. The jade items he gifted were merely crafted from scrap materials, costing him only a few dozen yuan. Thank you, Brother Lang. Tang Meng Meng replied, her face alight with joy. Haha, it's a small matter. As long as you and Annie are happy, Zhang Lang jovially replied. Ah, if only our Meng Meng had met you earlier, she wouldn't have suffered so much. Lu Cuifeng sighed. Just then, Chen Mo walked into the shop. Upon seeing him, Tang Meng Meng's expression soured. What are you doing here, you poor wretch? Chen Mo, I'll tell you, even if you offer me 200,000 in betrothal gifts now, it's impossible for us. With that, she proudly linked her arm with Zhang Lang's, declaring, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, the owner of Zhu Bao Zhai. Lu Cuifeng scoffed, pointing at the jade Buddha adorning Tang Meng Meng's chest. Did you see that? Mr. Zhang has only been dating Meng Meng for 2 days, and he gives her a jade pendant worth 10,000. And you? After all these years with Meng Meng, you haven't even given her a gift worth 1,000, have you? Tang Lei chimed in with ridicule. Why is there such a vast disparity in character among people? Zhang Lang reveled in the flattery, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Mo. He was aware that Tang Meng Meng had an ex-boyfriend, and it seemed this was him. Nonchalantly, Zhang Lang remarked, making money is simply for indulging my woman. If my woman doesn't spend, it would be a waste of my talent for earning. Tang Meng Meng gazed at Zhang Lang adoringly, saying, Brother Lang, you're so impressive. Unlike some people who are both broke and stingy, it's no wonder they remain single for life. Faced with the family's taunts, Chen Mo remained unperturbed, stating calmly, I'm not here to seek you out. Oh please, do I not know you? Tang Meng Meng retorted dismissively. If you're not here to find me, are you here to buy something? Everything here costs thousands. Can you afford it? Just then, a middle-aged man dressed as a laborer entered the shop. Boss, do you buy antiques? He inquired. Yes. Do you have anything to sell? Zhang Lang promptly approached with a warm smile, ignoring Chen Mo. The middle-aged man cautiously retrieved a wrapped item from his coat, placing it on the counter and carefully unfolding it. A small bowl, palm-sized and sealed with mud, was revealed to everyone's gaze. Here it is, Shen Wansan's treasure bowl. Chen Mo's heart raced, yet his expression remained unchanged. What could this broken bowl possibly be worth? Tang Meng Meng scoffed. Zhang Lang picked up the bowl, examining it closely, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, before asking, how much do you want for it? My father said, this is a family heirloom. I won't sell it for less than 300,000, the middle-aged man replied. Are you out of your mind? 300,000? I wouldn't even pay 3 yuan for this broken bowl. Tang Lei exclaimed. The middle-aged man's face darkened slightly as he attempted to leave with the bowl. Zhang Lang quickly stopped him, smiling, Sir, please don't rush. I can see this is indeed an old item. It should date back to the Ming dynasty. The middle-aged man's expression softened. Let's be honest. This bowl is just a common dining bowl from a regular household in the Ming dynasty. Its market value is at most 30,000. I'll give you 20,000. I just want to make a bit of profit. What do you say? If you think that is too little, feel free to check around elsewhere for a better offer. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before finally gritting his teeth and nodding in agreement. Just then, a voice piped up from behind, Sir. I'll take that bowl for 300,000. Chapter 4. A familiar, elegant figure. Upon hearing this, Tang Lei couldn't help but laugh. Chen Mo, can you even come up with 300,000? Zhang Lang sneered derisively. He believed Chen Mo was merely attempting to save face with such an unrealistic claim. Zhang Lang impatiently retorted, why don't you go somewhere cooler? I'm in business here and have no time for your nonsense. Lu Cuifeng expressed her disdain, saying, look at your immature demeanor, trying to attract our Meng Meng's attention with such pathetic schemes. Tang Meng Meng rolled her eyes in exasperation, declaring, Chen Mo, please, stop embarrassing yourself here. We've broken up. Can't you understand human language? The middle-aged man regarded Chen Mo with a peculiar expression, growing increasingly impatient. Dear brother, I am in a desperate hurry to sell this and return home to pay for my mother's medical treatment. Can you please refrain from wasting my time? Chen Mo said earnestly. What price do you intend to offer? Zhang Lang inquired. Did you not mention 300,000? I'm not negotiating, he added, his brow furrowing slightly. Could this fellow truly possess 300,000? Time is of the essence, to avoid any unforeseen complications. Zhang Lang called out loudly, "Brother, he is certainly just here to cause trouble. In light of your filial intentions, I shall add an additional 5,000 yuan. Cash payment." "What do you say?" Tang Mingming asked quietly. "Lang Ge, is that broken bowl really worth so much?" Zhang Lang whispered back, "Yes, it should fetch at least 150,000, and with a stroke of luck, possibly even 200,000. The middle-aged man hesitated. Tang Mingming immediately smiled and said, "Uncle, this man is my ex-boyfriend. He is here to disrupt my relationship with my current boyfriend out of spite for being dumped. He is nothing but a pauper. We broke up because he couldn't provide the betrothal gifts." "Very well, I shall sell it." The middle-aged man sighed, preparing to hand the bowl to Zhang Lang. "Who said I am broke?" With a thud, Chen Mo tossed his backpack onto the counter. "Uncle, here S300,000 for you." Everyone was taken aback. "Ha ha ha." Tang Lei laughed derisively, pointing at Chen Mo. "Are you playing a joke? You think you can just toss a bag of bricks and claim it as 300,000 in cash? If you truly have that much, I'll kneel and call you grandfather." Zhang Lang shrugged, chuckling, "Little brother, playing tricks is quite entertaining. Isn't it?" Tang Mingming added with disdain, "If you had 300,000, would you be unable to even produce the betrothal gifts? Hurry up and leave. Don't delay the business." At that moment, Chen Mo remained silent, unzipping his backpack. In front of everyone, he elegantly turned the backpack upside down and gave it a shake. With a cascade of crisp red banknotes, the entire antique shop seemed to be bathed in crimson. All eyes present were fixated on a single hue, the color of money. 300,000 in cash. Even in the year 2000, let alone in 2021, such a sight was undeniably captivating. Could he truly possess 300,000? Tang Mingming's eyes widened in shock, murmuring. The middle-aged man's heart raced. It was the first time in his life he had witnessed such a vast sum of cash. This can't possibly be fake, can it? He hesitated. "There's a bank nearby. I can deposit the money directly into your account, and you can hand over the bowl." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded eagerly and said with a smile, "All right, I'll sell it to you." Hey, wait a moment." Zhang Lang interjected urgently. "I'll offer you 100,000. Cash transaction. Sell it to me." Zhang Lang jumped up in a frenzy. A cooked duck could indeed fly away. "Do I look like a fool? Why would I turn down 300,000 for your 100,000? The middle-aged man scoffed. The two went to the bank, and the transaction was swiftly completed. When Chen Mo emerged, he discovered that Tang Mingming and her family were waiting outside for him. With a cold expression, Chen Mo remarked, "Tang Lei, you can kneel and call me grandfather, but I would not dare accept such an unfilial grandson." At Chen Mo's words, Tang Lei's fury reached a boiling point. His jaw clenched tightly. "Tell me, where did you acquire that money? Just days ago, you claimed to be broke. Yet now you have 300,000 to buy a broken bowl? What gives you the right to question me? Who are you? Even if you're my grandson, there's no need for me to divulge anything to you." Tang Lei seethed. "It must be that your father gave you all his money. You actually spent your father's medical funds on that broken bowl? You've truly lost your mind." Tang Mingming shook her head in disbelief. "Chen Mo, how childish can you be? You used the betrothal money that was rightfully mine to buy that broken bowl just to spite me." To them, it appeared as though Chen Mo was deliberately trying to provoke them. Chen Mo rolled his eyes, too weary to explain, and turned to leave. "Wait." Tang Mingming suddenly blocked Chen Mo's path. "Chen Mo, that bowl is mine. Consider it compensation for the years I spent with you." Tang Lei's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. "Yes, my sister has been with you for so long. If you wish to break up, you must pay her a severance fee." Lu Cuifeng, seizing the moment when Chen Mo was unguarded, lunged forward to snatch the bowl from his hands. Chen Montauk sidestepped deftly. "Ouch!" Lu Cuifeng fell hard on her backside. "Chen Montauk, what are you doing?" Tang Mingming hurried to help Lu Cuifeng up and angrily rebuked Chen Mo. "Look at what you've done to my mother. You must compensate. If you don't have 300,000, you can't leave today." Lu Cuifeng cursed angrily. Chen Mo took out his phone and directly dialed 110. "Hello, there's a robbery occurring at Dongjit Jibiozai. Please send someone to handle it." "You don't want me to leave, right? Then fine, none of you shall leave." Tang Mingming's face turned pale with rage, her anger palpable. "Chen Montauk, how could you be so heartless? Give me that bowl, and our grudges will be resolved. You can't even agree to that? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" "My conscience devoured by dogs?" Chen Mo laughed. "Even without it, I am not as disgusting as your blood-sucking family." With that, Chen Mo turned on his heel and strode away. Tang Mingming and her family dared not stop him again, fearing he might actually report them to the authorities. which could lead to serious consequences. Once Chen Mo departed, Tang Mingming's family felt an immense weight in their hearts, their expressions darkening. "Mom, we can't let this slide," Tang Gulai exclaimed frantically. In his eyes, Chen Mo should be a mere ATM, one that they were entitled to exploit. Yet now, Chen Mo had chosen to spend 300,000 on a broken bowl instead of giving them the money they believed was rightfully theirs. Those funds were supposed to be used for my debts. How dare he squander them like that? Tang Lei gritted his teeth in frustration. "Calm down, Lei Lei." Lu Tsuifang soothed, despite her aching back. "Wait a while. Once your sister marries Zhang Lang, we can have him deal with Chen Mo." Tang Mingming stared at Chen Mo's retreating figure, her gaze filled with resentment. "Indeed, Zhang Lang is the true aristocrat. Once I marry him, I will ensure that Chen Mo pays back every cent with interest." Meanwhile, on his way home, Chen Mo suddenly spotted a familiar, enchanting figure. His heart raced. It was her. Chapter 5, The Former Goddess. The young woman approaching was named Gong Ziyuan. At that moment, she was dressed in a professional attire. Her long legs encased in black stockings, her stature tall and graceful, strutting down the street like a supermodel on a runway. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, akin to a masterpiece. Every man who passed her, regardless of age, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. She seemed to recall something joyous, a smile gracing her lips. That smile made Chen Mo feel as though he were basking in a spring breeze, nearly intoxicated. Her smile was truly enchanting, akin to the blossoms of spring. Chen Mo murmured to himself. Gong Ziyuan was Chen Mo's high school classmate, renowned as the most popular girl among the boys in their school. Back then, Chen Mo came from a destitute family, was introverted, and often bullied. Yet, Gong Ziyuan was the only one who would stand up for him each time he was picked on. In those moments, Chen Mo revered Gong Ziyuan as his goddess, dreaming every night about the beautiful life they could share if he were to marry her. Regrettably, the disparity between them was too vast. Ultimately, Gong Ziyuan was sent abroad by her family for further studies, while Chen Mo enrolled in an ordinary undergraduate university, and they subsequently lost all contact. However, after Chen Mo wed Tang Mingming, he was left profoundly wounded. In a moment of longing, a frenzied thought surged within him, to divorce and seek out Gong Ziyuan. From that point onward, Chen Mo became obsessed with gathering every piece of information regarding Gong Ziyuan. Gong Ziyuan's father, Gong Ming, was a renowned real estate magnate in Jiangbei, ranking among the wealthiest in the region. Tragically, Gong Ziyuan's mother passed away due to an unfortunate incident, plunging Gong Ziyuan into a state of depression. In that same year, Gong Ming's business collapsed, leaving him in substantial debt. In a bid for a resurgence, Gong Ming opted for a commercial marriage, marrying off his daughter to the son of a wealthy tycoon. Yet, on the very night of her wedding, Gong Ziyuan took her own life by hanging. Upon receiving this devastating news, Chen Mo was left in shock for an extended period, shedding tears for what felt like an eternity. He vowed that if fate were to grant him another chance to encounter Gong Ziyuan, he would do everything in his power to safeguard his cherished moonlight. Lost in thought, Chen Mo regained his composure and approached Gong Ziyuan, greeting her with a warm hello. However, Gong Ziyuan cast a peculiar glance in his direction, forced a smile, and hastily departed. "Do you not recognize me?" Chen Mo awkwardly touched his nose. Yet, he refused to give up. He was aware that Gong Ziyuan was now a securities analyst at Jiangbei Securities. Coincidentally, there was about to be a significant surge in international nickel futures, and as an ordinary individual, it would be inconvenient to open an overseas trading account. One would need to go through professional institutions. With this in mind, Chen Mo entered Jiangbei Securities. Upon stepping through the door, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Upon closer inspection, he saw Gong Ziyuan being chastised by a rather attractive middle-aged woman. Her face was flushed, bearing a distinct handprint, and her right cheek was marked with 2 bloody scratches, clearly indicating she had been struck. "You little vixen, the moment my husband walked in, you were flirting with him. Do you have no shame?" "Mrs. Wong, I didn't What do you mean you didn't Are my eyes deceiving me?" "Kneel down and apologize this instant." She was domineering, arrogant, and utterly unreasonable. Yet, no one dared to assist Gong Ziyuan, for this woman, Li Xiuxia, was the wife of Wang Tai, the head of Jiangbei Bank. Li Xiuxia was notorious for her jealousy and pettiness. Whenever she encountered fashionable and attractive women on the street, she would hurl insults, calling them vixens. Today, accompanying her husband on a business trip to Jiangbei Securities, Gong Ziyuan had been the one to attend to them. The moment Gong Ziyuan offered Wang Tai a polite smile, Li Xiuxia's demeanor soured instantly. Seizing the opportunity while Wang Tai was in a meeting, Li Xiuxia decisively sought out Gong Ziyuan to pick a fight. Gong Ziyuan, feeling utterly wronged and terrified, was just a fresh graduate who had returned to the country not long ago. She was ill-prepared for such a harpy. "Hey, are you deaf? I told you to kneel and apologize." With that, Li Xiuxia raised her hand to strike Gong Ziyuan once more. However, a powerful hand seized Li Xiuxia's wrist, rendering her immobile. "Have you had too much hyaluronic acid injected? Has it gone to your head? Leave at once and do not disturb her work," Chen Mo stated coldly. He knew all too well about Li Xiuxia. In his previous life, she had been imprisoned for her crimes, and Zhongbei Television even dedicated a 2-hour special interview to her. The content was so sensational that it broke viewership records at the time, and Chen Mo had watched the entire episode. "What did you say?" Li Xiuxia shrieked, sounding like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Did I say something wrong? Is it not true?" Chen Mo replied with a faint smile. "Perhaps it was when you had your nose done that you damaged a nerve? Surely, having your eyelids altered didn't compromise your brain? You, shut your mouth. I've never had surgery. This is my natural face," Li Xiuxia exclaimed, a mix of shame and anger flooding her features. Deep down, she was utterly astonished because even her husband was unaware of her cosmetic procedures. She had undergone them at an upscale clinic abroad and was very pleased with her current appearance, vehemently opposed to anyone suggesting otherwise. Chen Mo was privy to all of Li Xiuxia's secrets. Accusing her of undergoing surgery was merely a warning. Her greatest secret, the one that would bring her the most disgrace, had yet to be revealed. Should he disclose it, not only would Li Xiuxia be publicly humiliated, but it could also shatter her marriage and land her behind bars. Chen Mo was not the type to idle away his time exposing the misdeeds of others. However, since Li Xiuxia dared to bully Gong Ziyuan, he could not remain passive. "Hey, why you look so familiar?" Chen Mo suddenly seemed to recall something, fixing his gaze on Li Xiuxia. "I remember now. Did you used to work at the salon on E Street? You were the one who worked at the salon. Your whole family worked there. If you say another word, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart." Li Xiuxia retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Indeed, she had worked at that salon years ago, but that was a distant memory. Moreover, she had changed so much since then that even former clients would fail to recognize her. This was Li Xiuxia's most embarrassing secret, and though not the most damaging, it was enough to infuriate her. "Do not be so agitated. This was all a matter from over a decade ago. Back then, I was still young and merely passing by, unable to support your business. I only wish to extend my apologies," Chen Mo said, bowing slightly. Gong Ziyuan could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "You dare to slander me? I'll tear your mouth apart," Li Xiuxia shouted, raising her bag to strike Chen Mo logically. After being Mrs. Wang for so many years, she should have known better than to act so undignified over such trivial matters. Yet, the truth of Chen Mo's words struck a nerve. "Mrs. Wang, please calm down." Staff members quickly rushed to hold Li Xiuxia back. "Vixen, do you think that just because you called in a thug, you can protect yourself? If I do not tear your face apart today, I shall not bear the surname Li." Li Xiuxia refrained from provoking Chen Mo further, redirecting her wrath toward Gong Ziyuan instead. With a resounding slap, Li Xiuxia struck Gong Ziyuan's face. This blow not only stunned Li Xiuxia, but also left everyone present in shock. Chapter 6, Li Xiuxia's Secret. This was the wife of Wang Tai, the head of Zhongbei Bank. Even Gong Ming, Gong Ziyuan's father, would have to show her some respect. What was happening here? Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face and a slightly plump build, dressed in a sharp suit, emerged from the elevator. Wang Tai, 45 years old, was the current head of Zhongbei Bank and a core figure in Zhongbei's financial sector. Today, Wang Tai had traveled to Zhongbei Securities for a meeting, leaving Li Xiuxia to wander about on her own. Little did he expect that before the meeting concluded, he would be urgently summoned by staff. Informed that an incident had occurred, as he stepped out of the elevator, Wang Tai was met with the shocking sight of his wife being publicly slapped by a young man. Given Wang Tai's understanding of Li Xiuxia, he could easily surmise that she had provoked the confrontation. However, this was his wife, regardless of the circumstances. Striking his wife in public was a direct affront to his dignity. Upon seeing Wang Tai, Li Xiuxia, who had initially been ready to throw a tantrum, composed herself, tears streaming down her face as she covered her cheek, adopting a demeanor of profound victimhood. "Darling, why did you arrive so late? He hit me and insulted me. He claimed that I had undergone cosmetic surgery and even accused me of having worked in a salon. Today, you must stand up for me. Otherwise, I shall be left with no face to live on," sobbing uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai's expression darkened, emanating an aura of unspoken authority. As the head of Zhongbei Bank, a titan in the financial sector, he was a man of considerable repute in Zhongbei. Yet his wife had been publicly humiliated, insulted as a mere salon worker. It was not just Wang Tai. Even an ordinary man would have been seething with rage in such a situation. Moreover, Wang Tai was a man who placed immense importance on his reputation. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation today. With that declaration, Wang Tai approached Chen Mo, his tone icy. Young man, I require an account. There were no threats in his words, yet spoken from Wang Tai. They carried more weight than any overt threat could convey. Chen Mo smiled and took a step closer, extending his hand with a grin. Hello, President Wang. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Mo. However, Wang Tai disregarded Chen Mo's outstretched hand, his demeanor cold. I'm not interested in who you are. Unfazed, Chen Mo moved closer to Wang Tai and whispered something. Initially, Wang Tai found the proximity distasteful. Yet upon hearing Chen Mo's words, he was momentarily taken aback before pulling him into a corner, gesturing for him to continue. As Chen Mo spoke softly, Wang Tai's expression shifted repeatedly. The two engaged in hushed conversation for a full 5 minutes, during which Wang Tai furrowed his brow, posing several questions to Chen Mo. Everyone present felt bewildered. The anticipated scenario of Chen Mo being beaten had not materialized. What could this young man possibly have said to Wang Tai? In truth, Chen Mo held a favorable impression of Wang Tai, known for his loyalty, filial piety, and straightforward nature, unencumbered by trivialities. However, his fate was tragically grim. 3 years hence, he would be rendered a vegetable by an accident, one of the instigators being his own wife. After graduating from university, Wang Tai entered the banking sector. Due to the demands of socializing and excessive drinking, he unfortunately fell victim to infertility. Despite consulting numerous renowned physicians and even seeking IVF treatments abroad, he had not met with success. This was also the reason for his divorce from his first wife. Before his father's passing, the latter had often lamented his desire for a grandchild. Moreover, having ascended to the pinnacle of Jiangbei Bank, it became increasingly unlikely for Wang Tai to climb any higher. The desire for children had morphed into an obsession for him. Consequently, he endeavored to date numerous women, consuming various medications and making all manner of efforts. Yet to no avail, until he encountered Li Xiuxia. After a year of acquaintance, Li Xiuxia became pregnant, delivering a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Wang Tai conducted a paternity test, confirming the children were indeed his. Thus, Wang Tai promptly married Li Xiuxia and lavished her with affection. Yet, based on an interview Chen Mo had seen in his previous life, he knew that these twins were not Wang Tai's biological offspring. The twins were the progeny of Li Xiuxia and her lover, Wu Kuanxing. Wu Kuan, aware of Wang Tai's infertility, orchestrated a scheme, finding Li Xiuxia in a salon to facilitate her approach to Wang Tai. Once Li Xiuxia successfully became pregnant, Wu Kuan invested money to manipulate the situation, bribing the doctors to falsify the paternity test results. The car accident 3 years later was also orchestrated by Wu Kuan himself. During these 3 years, leveraging his connection to Li Xiuxia, Wu Kuan thrived, ascending to the position of vice president at Jiangbei Bank. Following Wang Tai's misfortune, Wu Kuan naturally became the bank's president, marrying Li Xiuxia and claiming all of Wang Tai's assets. Your children are Wu Kuan's. The paternity test was fabricated by Wu Kuan with money. This woman has been deceiving you from the very beginning. She intends to conspire with Wu Kuan to rob you of your wealth and your life. This was what Chen Mo whispered to Wang Tai in the corner. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai felt a significant portion of his disbelief erode. As the twins bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Kuan, the children appeared to be innately bonded with Wu Kuan. Every time he accompanied Li Xiuxia and Wu Kuan with the twins, he felt like an outsider, as if they were the true family. Why should I believe you? Wang Tai murmured. You need not believe me. You only need to trust in science. Chen Mo replied with a calm smile. After returning, conduct another paternity test in secret, and the truth shall be revealed. Moreover, I trust you have sensed something amiss already? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Tai nodded. If what you say is true, then I owe you a debt of gratitude. Everyone watched in astonishment as Wang Tai and Chen Mo conversed in hushed tones, a sense of confusion enveloping the crowd. Gong Ziyuan felt particularly bewildered. Who was this individual? Why had he suddenly intervened on her behalf? And now, what could he be discussing with the esteemed head of Jiangbei Bank? Finally, Chen Mo concluded his discourse. He patted Wang Tai's shoulder, earnestly advising, I have divulged a secret. I hope, Mr. Wang, you will not disclose our conversation to any third party. Otherwise, great misfortune may befall us both. This was pure theatrics on Chen Mo's part. A deliberate act of mystique, for Wang Tai was known to be superstitious. After hearing this, Wang Tai solemnly nodded. Rest assured, sir, I shall remain discreet. With that, Wang Tai slowly turned, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at his wife, Li Xiuxia. They had cohabited long enough for Li Xiuxia to understand Wang Tai well. Whenever he reached the peak of his fury, He bore a visage akin to the one he wore now, emotionless. "What is wrong, dear?" Li Xiuxia asked, fear evident in her voice. The enigma that was Chen Mo left her unsettled. It felt as though she harbored no secrets before him. "Home," Wang Tai commanded tersely. "Home." Li Xiuxia was taken aback. Then, raising her voice in protest, she pointed at Chen Mo. "Husband, he struck me. You witnessed it with your own eyes. Are we to let this slide? No, you must return home. Today, he must kneel and apologize to me." Slap. A crisp and resounding slap echoed as it landed on Li Xiuxia's face, shocking many into blinking in disbelief. She touched her mouth, finding it bleeding, her right cheek swelling. She stood frozen in place, as did the others, their confusion palpable. Wang Tai, renowned for his indulgence toward his wife, had just struck her publicly. Moreover, reflecting on Wang Tai's respectful demeanor while conversing with Chen Mo, it seemed he held this young man in high regard. Could it be that this Chen Mo possessed significant influence? "Let us go." Wang Tai tugged Li Xiuxia away, heading home. Those present believed that Chen Mo's connections had played a pivotal role, entirely overlooking the possibility of Li Xiuxia's infidelity. It was inconceivable that Wang Tai's strike was a result of discovering the children were not his biological heirs. This was precisely why Chen Mo had chosen to speak quietly with Wang Tai. Had he laid bare the truth in front of everyone, exposing Li Xiuxia's conspiracy, it might have resolved the issue, but it would have irrevocably offended Wang Tai, given Wang Tai's stature as the head of Jiangbei Bank. Such a scandal would undoubtedly make national headlines. In that scenario, Wang Tai would attribute all his grievances to Chen Mo conversing discreetly, however, altered the dynamics. Wang Tai would feel gratitude towards Chen Mo, even viewing him as a benefactor. With the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Chen Mo naturally opted for the most prudent and beneficial approach. "Ziyuan, are you all right?" Chen Mo inquired, concern lacing his voice as he approached Gong Ziyuan. A hint of anticipation in his tone. Even after so many years, even after living 2 lives, upon encountering the ethereal figure of his dreams once more, Chen Mo could not contain his excitement. "You know me?" Gong Ziyuan exclaimed in astonishment. "No way, we were classmates for 3 years in high school." Chen Mo replied, somewhat speechless. "You are Chen Mo? It really is you?" Gong Ziyuan exclaimed, slapping her forehead, her wide, glistening eyes filled with disbelief. She had thought that Chen Mo shared the same name as her former classmate. "Haha, long time no see," Chen Mo said with a smile. "What a surprise to meet you here. I thought I was being approached by a little rogue." Gong Ziyuan stuck out her tongue, laughing bashfully. That smile was so endearing that it made Chen Mo's heart race. "You've changed so much," Gong Ziyuan remarked, scrutinizing Chen Mo with admiration. "Really? Have I?" he replied. "Of course. Back in high school, you were like a closed book, silent and solely focused on your studies. When bullied, you didn't even know how to fight back. But now, you exude confidence and maturity, almost as if you've weathered many storms, somewhat like my father." With that, Gong Ziyuan chuckled and extended her hand. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. Hello, Mr. Chen Mo. I am Gong Ziyuan, a securities analyst at Jiangbei Securities." Chen Mo grasped her soft hand, feeling a surge of emotion. "Hello, Ziyuan. You can call me Mo Gu from now on." For some inexplicable reason, holding Chen Mo's hand gave Gong Ziyuan an overwhelming sense of security. Her cheeks gradually flushed with a charming rosy hue. Although Chen Mo had a delicate appearance, which was not her usual type, why did she feel a flicker of attraction? After a long separation, the two engaged in delightful conversation. "Thank you for today, Mo Gu," Gong Ziyuan said. "You could have called your father. It would have been just as easy. I merely lent a helping hand." Chen Mo chuckled. "I do not wish for others to know that my father is Gong Ming. I want to earn my keep through my own abilities. By the way, Ziyuan, there's something I need your assistance with." Chen Mo explained his desire to open an international futures account. Gong Ziyuan smiled and replied, "That's a trivial matter. You can count on me." After a pause, she inquired, "Mo Gu, what exactly did you say to Wang Tai? Why did he regard you with such respect in the end? What if I told you I possess the art of divination and can foresee the future? Would you believe me?" Chen Mo replied with a mysterious smile. "You're not saying you read Wang Tai's fortune and revealed his destiny, thus earning his respect, are you?" Gong Ziyuan scoffed. "More or less," Chen Mo chuckled. "Oomph. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I'm not particularly eager to know." Shortly thereafter, Gong Ziyuan successfully arranged the account for Chen Mo. "The account I opened for you is the best international futures account our company can offer. A standard account can only leverage up to 20 times. But this one can go up to 100 times. What do you think? Quite generous, isn't it?" Gong Ziyuan said with a hint of pride. "Quite generous indeed. Thank you." Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Without Gong Ziyuan's connection, Merely acquiring this account would have been a daunting task for him. Is a mere verbal thank you all you can offer? Don't you have anything else to show your gratitude? Gong Ziyuan pouted. All right, as a token of appreciation, I will read your fortune for free today. Chen Mo pretended to close his eyes, counting on his fingers while muttering incantations. I have foreseen the appearance of your future husband. What does he look like? Gong Ziyuan asked curiously. He is approximately 176 centimeters tall, weighs around 130 jin, has a fair complexion, is somewhat handsome, and has a small mole beneath his eye. You might as well just give me your ID number. Gong Ziyuan rolled her eyes at Chen Mo, giggling uncontrollably. Ahem, that was just a joke. But listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Ziyuan, I am not jesting. I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious. Important matters deserve repetition. Chen Mo's expression turned grave as he placed his hands on Gong Ziyuan's shoulders, gazing intently into her beautiful eyes and taking a deep breath. You must prevent your mother from boarding the flight back home tonight. Gong Ziyuan froze. Why? Because I foresee that if she takes that flight, a calamity will befall her. Chapter 8. He truly is a reclusive expert. A calamity? Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Mo, her expression rife with skepticism, attempting to ascertain whether he was joking. Yet, Chen Mo's demeanor was anything but playful. Yes, he nodded solemnly. This incident would lead Gong Ziyuan into a profound depression, living in torment until ultimately succumbing to despair. All right, Gong Ziyuan replied dismissively, clearly still unconvinced. Meanwhile, Wang Tai returned home and immediately confined Li Xiuxia and Wu Kuan. He also contacted his elder brother, Wang Liang, to investigate Li Xiuxia and arrange for a reliable hospital to conduct a second paternity test. The expedited paternity test could yield results in as little as 3 hours. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Wang Liang called. Second brother, the results are in. The child is indeed Wu Kuan's. Li Xiuxia also previously worked at a salon on E Street. Boom. Despite being mentally prepared, upon learning the truth, Wang Tai's face turned ashen, his lips dry, and his heart felt as though a heavy stone had lodged within, causing him immense discomfort. When Wang Liang returned, Wang Tai managed to regain a semblance of composure. Second brother, how do you plan to handle this? Wang Liang inquired. Wu Kuan was driving under the influence and caused an accident that resulted in my wife, Li Xiuxia, dying after futile attempts to save her. Wang Tai replied expressionlessly. Wang Liang immediately understood and made arrangements. Wu Kuan and Li Xiuxia would never have imagined that in a past life, they had orchestrated an accident for Wang Tai that led to his family's ruin. In this life, due to Chen Mo's intervention, they too were destined for a similar fate. This is the law of karma. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. What about the child? The child is innocent. Let's send him to the countryside to those who cannot have children. Wang Tai felt he had already been more than generous. He had no obligation to raise Wu Kuan's child. Once everything was arranged, Wang Liang returned and continued to inquire. Second brother, how did you discover this? According to Wang Liang's investigation, Li Xiuxia and Wu Kuan had conducted their affairs with extreme secrecy. Had he not pressured Li Xiuxia with the paternity report, these matters would have remained entirely concealed. Even their parents were unaware. It was Wang Tai was just about to mention Chen Mo when suddenly he recalled Chen Mo's last words. I have revealed a secret. I hope, Mr. Wang will not disclose our conversation to any third parties. Otherwise, great misfortune shall befall us both. He quickly gestured to Wang Liang. Elder brother, do not inquire further. This matter must remain between us. No one else should know. Wang Liang nodded and departed. Wang Tai lay on the sofa for a long time, feeling a lingering unease. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his encounter with Chen Mo today resembled the tales of celestial beings in strange stories from a Chinese studio. This was indeed a true recluse. He had surely waited at the securities company to relay this information to me. Such extraordinary talent is someone I must endeavor to befriend. This is undoubtedly a rare opportunity in my life. Should I miss it, I would regret it forever. Meanwhile, Gong Ziyuan returned home from work and turned on the television. Initially, she had dismissed Chen Mo's words, but for some reason, she felt an unsettling sense of anxiety today. Shall I give your mother a call? After much contemplation, Gong Ziyuan decided it was wiser to believe in the possibility of danger than to dismiss it entirely. At worst, she would incur the loss of several thousand yuan in airfare. Thus, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Mom, where are you? I'm currently at security, waiting to board. What's the matter? Mom, don't take the flight tonight. Please change to another one. Why? Don't ask so many questions. Just consider my request. Okay, what on earth has gotten into you? Boarding is imminent. International tickets are non-refundable. Even if we have money, we can't squander it like that. Mom, please. Enough. Stop talking. International long-distance calls are expensive. I'm hanging up now. Beep, beep. Gong Ziyuan let out a helpless sigh, fervently hoping that Chen Mo's earlier words were merely a jest. Meanwhile, her mother, Jing Xiaoying, muttered in dissatisfaction. Today's youth truly have no idea of the value of hard-earned money. With that, she picked up her checked luggage and proceeded. Upon boarding, she was greeted by the sight of a foreign youth smiling at her. The young man wore a t-shirt emblazoned with a phrase in Chinese, 18 levels of hell. Jing Xiaoying couldn't help but chuckle. These foreigners seem to think that any shirt with Chinese characters is inherently cool, oblivious to the meanings behind the words. As she ventured further, she overheard a couple from the great Xian nation scolding their wailing child. If you keep crying, you'll fall into the abyss. I'll turn you into a lifeless little brat. Do you believe me? Jing Xiaoying felt a twinge of discomfort at their harshness. Even if meant as a scare tactic, such words were inappropriate here. Upon reaching her assigned seat, she discovered that the chair was broken. She promptly requested a seat change from the flight attendant, who readily obliged. However, upon glancing at her new seat number, for 44, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Why was she encountering the notion of death at every turn today? Just then, a fierce gust of wind whipped by, sending a newspaper fluttering against her window. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Jing Xiaoying caught sight of those ominous words before the wind whisked the newspaper away. The series of bizarre occurrences, coupled with her daughter's earlier phone call, finally unsettled her enough to rise and grab her luggage, intending to disembark. Ma'am, we're about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelt, a flight attendant reminded her. I don't want to sit anymore. Ma'am, the doors are now closed. Please take your seat. No matter how Jing Xiaoying pleaded, the stewardess remained unmoved. Buzz. The plane began to move, slowly taxiing toward the runway. As the aircraft prepared for takeoff, an idea sparked in Jing Xiaoying's mind. She collapsed onto the floor, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, pretending to have a seizure. Alarmed, the crew quickly halted the flight and summoned medical personnel to carry her off. An hour later, an anxious Gong Ziyuan was switching through television channels incessantly when a news report caught her attention. Breaking news: a flight from a foreign nation encountered severe turbulence shortly after takeoff and tragically crashed. Reports indicate there were passengers from the great Xian nation. Boom! In that moment, Gong Ziyuan felt her hair stand on end, her mind buzzing, and her vision clouding into darkness. The flight number was her mother's. Chapter 9. The fragrance has faded. What Chen Mo said was true. Her mother was indeed in grave danger. At that moment, Gong Ziyuan was filled with regret. If only she had heeded Chen Mo's advice and dissuaded her mother from flying. Mom, please. Just then, her phone rang. It was her mother calling. Gong Ziyuan quickly answered, her voice trembling with excitement. Hello? Is that you, Mom? Sweetheart, it's me. I was terrified. I almost didn't make it. Jing Xiaoying recounted the series of uncanny events that transpired after boarding the plane, leaving Gong Ziyuan even more convinced that Chen Mo was indeed extraordinary. She immediately relayed this revelation to her mother. Jing Xiaoying expressed her astonishment, further advising, Ziyuan, your friend is remarkable. He must be a descendant of some celestial master or ancient Taoist. Regardless, be sure to express my heartfelt gratitude. He is your mother's savior. Absolutely, Mom. I will definitely do that. By the way, when do you plan to return? Return by plane? Not a chance. I will never fly again. That was terrifying. I'm planning to take a ship back. What if the ship capsizes? Child, can you not speak so morbidly? Close your ominous mouth. After hanging up, Gong Ziyuan finally exhaled in relief. Chen Mo truly could foresee the future. Could it be that his prediction of him being her husband was also accurate? With that thought, a blush crept across Gong Ziyuan's delicate features. In truth, her method of selecting boyfriends was rather unique. Whenever a young man pursued her, she would envision what it would be like to share a bed with him. For all the suitors she had encountered, even the thought of such a scenario had repulsed her, making her want to vomit. Thus, she had never been in a relationship. Yet with Chen Mo, her fantasies did not evoke disgust. Instead, they stirred a sense of anticipation. Shaking her head to dispel such unrealistic thoughts, Gong Ziyuan dialed Chen Mo's number. Hello, Mo-gu. Ziyuan, is your mother all right? Hearing the excitement and relief in Gong Ziyuan's voice, Chen Mo knew immediately that Jing Xiaoying was safe. Indeed, Mo-gu. You foresaw everything, didn't you? With a non-committal smile, Chen Mo simply regarded her. In Gong Ziyuan's eyes, his stature grew even more formidable. My mother asked me to express her gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Is a simple thank you all that's needed? All right, how about this? Tomorrow at noon, please treat me to a meal at Jingshan Pavilion. Oh my, the little rich girl is going to splurge. Very well, I will definitely indulge myself. After hanging up, Chen Mo leaped for joy. He had indeed made the right move. Gong Ziyuan's admiration for him must have soared. The next morning, Chen Mo donned a clean outfit and took a taxi to Jingshan Pavilion. He had researched online and discovered that this establishment was a Michelin 3-star Chinese restaurant, the only one of its kind in Jianhai province, renowned for its high standards and exorbitant prices. In a time when the average monthly salary was less than 1,000 yuan, dining here would cost around 2,000 yuan per person. Furthermore, reservations were often required weeks, if not months, in advance. He was astonished that Gong Ziyuan had secured a table so effortlessly. Located on the top floor of the Liufu Hotel, Chen Mo arrived and took the elevator to Jingshan Pavilion. As he surveyed the opulent surroundings, he was struck by the restaurant's luxurious decor. The ambience was reminiscent of a royal palace, and the staff were all stunningly attractive. The tables and chairs were crafted from fine mahogany. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, the rolling waters of the upper river could be seen, making for an exquisite dining experience coupled with breathtaking views. "Good afternoon, sir. Do you have a reservation?" A lovely lady in a high-slit qipao inquired softly. "Rose table." "Very well, this way, please." The server escorted Chen Mo to the rose table. With half an hour remaining until noon, Gong Ziyuan should be arriving shortly. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen? This is Wang Tai." "Oh, President Wang, what can I do for you?" "I have thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Li Xiuxia, and I wish to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude." "No need for that. It was merely a trivial matter. To someone of your stature, it may indeed seem trivial, but to me, it is of monumental significance. Where are you at the moment? I must express my gratitude to you in person." Chen Mo did not decline and promptly provided his address to Wang Tai. He had intended to forge a connection with Wang Tai through this opportunity. After hanging up, it wasn't long before the beautiful waitress returned, accompanied by a man and a woman. Upon seeing the duo, Chen Mo's expression shifted slightly. "Sir, madam, your reserved table for two is over there." The waitress indicated towards the table beside Chen Mo. As they were about to take their seats, they recognized Chen Mo sitting nearby, and astonishment registered on their faces. "How unfortunate!" Chen Mo sighed inwardly, turning his head to feign interest in the surroundings. The man and woman were none other than Tang Mengmeng and Zhang Lang. Who would have thought they would dine here as well, coincidentally at the adjacent table? Well, if it isn't the fool who spent 300,000 on a broken bowl. "What brings you here? Have you gone bankrupt and come here to beg?" Zhang Lang mocked. Chen Mo remained unperturbed, choosing to ignore him. "Chen Mo, can you please stop being so childish? I've told you we're broken up, yet you still follow me around every day. How disgusting!" Tang Mengmeng shouted angrily. Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly, and he replied, "Stop being so narcissistic. I'm here to eat. Just give a rest. You, a pauper, can't even afford a casual eatery where the average meal is 30 yuan. This is a Michelin 3-star restaurant with an average expenditure of over 2,000 yuan. If you can afford it, I'll gladly let you kick my head around like a ball." Tang Mengmeng scoffed, believing Chen Mo had deliberately tracked her movements to annoy her. The last time he squandered that 300,000 dowry on a broken bowl was also to irritate her. "Mengmeng, come here and sit in my lap. If he wants to follow, let him. We shall enjoy our meal," Zhang Lang boasted, his tone dripping with superiority. "I've dined here countless times. Choose whatever you desire. 5A grade beef, blue lobster, large yellow croaker, king crab, and golden caviar. Just order away." "Brother Lang, you are so good to me," Tang Mengmeng cooed, planting a kiss on Zhang Lang's cheek. Then disdainfully eyeing Chen Mo. "I bet he can't even afford a lobster tail. How pathetic to come here without money, pretending to be affluent." At that moment, a stunning figure approached. With exquisite features and a sizzling physique, she could only be described as the most perfect woman in the world. Zhang Lang stared in awe. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? In an instant, he found Tang Mengmeng, who was in his lap, suddenly less appealing. Chapter 10. I dare anyone to touch him. Zhang Lang wasted no time, standing up and smiling. "Hello, beautiful. Are you here alone?" Gong Ziyuan frowned, but maintained her composure. "I don't believe I know you. Hey, we can get acquainted. Come join me. I'll treat you to a meal. Feel free to order anything," Zhang Lang declared boldly. "Brother Lang." Tang Mengmeng could no longer sit still. She rushed over, wrapping her arms around Zhang Lang's, as if to stake her claim, and sweetly urged, "I'm hungry. Let us order quickly." Unfortunately, Zhang Lang remained indifferent, his gaze fixated on Gong Ziyuan. "Apologies, but I have someone meeting me," Gong Ziyuan replied, curtly, turning gracefully to sit directly across from Chen Mo, smiling warmly. "Sorry, Mo, for keeping you waiting." "Not at all. I just arrived," Chen Mo replied with a smile. Zhang Lang's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tang Mengmeng wore a shocked expression. Chen Mo chuckled softly. Do you know? Just now you inadvertently helped me accomplish something. What was that? Gong Ziyuan asked with curiosity. There's a saying. The most lethal kind of pretentiousness is the one that goes unnoticed, and your recent actions have perfectly embodied that, Chen Mo explained. Gong Ziyuan glanced at the flustered Tang, Ming, and Zhang Lang, immediately understanding, and burst into laughter. Witnessing their intimate interaction only left Zhang Lang and Tang Ming more bewildered. Gong Ziyuan exuded the air of a refined lady, affluent and elegant. It was astonishing that she showed interest in Chen Mo, whom they perceived as a penniless individual unable to afford even a dowry. What has become of this world? At that moment, Zhang Lang felt an unusual tightness in his chest, while Tang Ming was even more astounded. Among the four present, she was the one who knew Chen Mo the best. Aside from Chen Mo himself, Chen Mo was an utterly ordinary man, lacking in skills, wealth, and hailing from a rural background. He couldn't compare to even a single strand of Zhang Lang's wealth. Who would have imagined that this frog would find himself alongside such an exquisite and radiant swan? It was utterly absurd. At this juncture, Zhang Lang whispered to Tang Ming, "Help me win over this woman, and I'll give you 200,000. Upon hearing the figure, Tang Ming's eyes sparkled as she immediately approached Gong Ziyuan, saying, "Miss, I believe you have been deceived by Chen Mo. He can't afford to treat you to a meal. He is merely a pauper earning 1,000 yuan a month." Just then, Zhang Lang approached with a suave smile. "Hello, miss. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Lang, the owner of the antique shop, East Street Jubaozhai. I recently secured an investment and am preparing to establish a publicly listed company." In truth, that so-called investment was a loan Zhang Lang had procured from Jiangbei Bank, and he had to plead extensively to obtain it. "I'm not interested in getting to know you. This meal is on me for Mogu. So please don't disturb us, okay?" Gong Ziyuan replied tersely. "What?" Upon hearing that Gong Ziyuan was the one treating them, both Tang Ming and Zhang Lang were once again taken aback. In the next moment, Tang Ming remarked sarcastically, "I must say, your taste is quite poor. You're actually pursuing this pauper? You must be starving. What did you say?" Gong Ziyuan seethed, her body trembling with indignation as she slammed her hand down to emphasize her anger. This behavior was misconstrued by the two as a prelude to violence. Zhang Lang immediately raised his hand, ready to push Gong Ziyuan, exclaiming, "What's the matter? Want to fight?" However, before he could lay a hand on her, Chen Mo seized his wrist with one hand, while using the other to pull Gong Ziyuan behind him, glaring coldly at Zhang Lang. "Dare to touch her, and I won't hesitate to beat you in public." Chen Mo's hobby was martial arts, and he had previously secured second place in an amateur competition. Against someone like Zhang Lang, he could easily handle 6 or 7 of him. At that moment, Zhang Lang felt as if his wrist was caught in a vice, excruciatingly painful and immobile. Tang Ming immediately shouted, "Where the staff? Someone is fighting. Hurry!" Meanwhile, as Gong Ziyuan was shielded by Chen Mo, she felt an unprecedented sense of security wash over her. It was as if, with this man beside her, she had nothing to fear. "Let go of me. Do you know I trained before? If you don't release me, I'll claw you." Zhang Lang's face reddened. Chen Mo merely smirked derisively, giving Zhang Lang a gentle push, causing him to stagger back several steps and fall clumsily to the ground. At that moment, the restaurant manager, having heard the commotion, rushed over. Seeing this, Zhang Lang immediately began to curse. "What is going on? Can't you see someone is being assaulted? I'm a platinum member of your restaurant. If you don't throw him out today, I will not let this go." It was evident that the restaurant manager recognized Zhang Lang. He hastily apologized, saying, "Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize. Please calm down." After speaking, he turned to Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan, inquiring, "Did you two really engage in a physical altercation? Are you foolish?" The waiter witnessed everything. Why question them? Tang Ming pointed at Zhang Lang's wrist and exclaimed, "Just look at what he has endured." The restaurant manager's expression darkened instantly. Jingxian Pavilion is an upscale establishment, and any incident of violence would tarnish its reputation. Moreover, the victim happens to be a platinum member of Jingxian Pavilion. Manager Zhou Wei immediately forced a smile and addressed Zhang Lang. "Mr. Zhang, how would you like to handle this situation?" Zhang Lang grinned maliciously, declaring, "I want both of them to kneel and apologize." "Very well," Zhou Wei barked. "Did you two hear that? Kneel and apologize to Mr. Zhang immediately. Otherwise, I will call the police. If this reaches the authorities, you will have a criminal record." "What if I refuse to kneel?" Chen Mo retorted coldly. "Do you believe I would allow that?" Zhou Wei waved his hand, and a dozen security guards encircled them. At that moment, Gong Ziyuan was filled with anxiety. Clutching her phone, ready to call her father at the first sign of trouble, several intimidating security guards began to close in, and their sinister thoughts were aroused by Gong Ziyuan's striking beauty. Chen Mo pulled Gong Ziyuan behind him, whispering, "Stay back and do not move." Gong Ziyuan, trembling with apprehension, insisted, "No, I should call my dad." "Attack!" Zhou Wei suddenly bellowed. A dozen security guards charged towards Chen Mo. "Stop. I dare anyone to lay a hand on him." At that moment, a voice filled with unrestrained fury erupted from nearby. Everyone was taken aback, turning their gaze towards the source. A middle-aged man, clutching a briefcase, strode over with an imposing presence. The newcomer was none other than Wang Tai. Upon entering, Wang Tai immediately spotted the scene of security guards confronting Chen Mo. One of his shoes had even come off in his haste, illustrating his urgency. Zhou Wei, upon realizing Wang Tai's arrival, was momentarily taken aback. Although the restaurant was ostensibly operated by Wang Tai's older brother, Wang Liang, everyone knew that Wang Tai was the true owner. The fire of rage within Wang Tai was reaching its peak as he rushed forward and kicked a security guard aside. "Get out of my way!" Zhou Wei, witnessing this, began to sweat profusely and hurriedly greeted, "Mr. Wang, what brings you here?" "What brings me here? If I hadn't come, you would have surely made a catastrophe of this place." Wang Tai glared at Zhou Wei, then turned his attention to Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan, his face laden with sincere apology. "Mr. Chen, Miss Gong, are you both unharmed?" The room fell silent upon hearing Wang Tai address Chen Mo. Zhou Wei was dumbfounded. The security guards were equally stunned. Zhang Lang and Tang Mingming were left in shock. The guards internally cursed, realizing from Wang Tai's tone and demeanor that these two individuals evidently held significant influence. After Chen Mo shook his head to indicate he was fine, Wang Tai swiftly turned and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to Zhou Wei's face. "Have you gone blind? Mr. Chen is a distinguished guest of mine. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on him?" The exclamation from Wang Tai nearly scared Zhou Wei's soul out of him. He promptly recounted the events to Wang Tai, shifting the blame onto Zhang Lang. Wang Tai turned his gaze toward Zhang Lang, who felt as though death was imminent. He could never have imagined that Chen Mo was acquainted with Wang Tai. With no recourse, Zhang Lang forced a smile and stepped forward, stammering, "Mr. Wang, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, my foot." Wang Tai glared at Zhang Lang, immediately pulling out his phone and making a call. "Revoke the loan given to Zhang Lang immediately." Zhang Lang's face turned ashen, and he pleaded desperately, "Mr. Wang, please show mercy. It's all because of this woman." Tang Mingming quickly interjected, "Mr. Wang, you must be deceived by Chen Mo. He is nothing but a poor wretch, with rural parents and no capabilities. He can't even afford a wedding dowry. Guards, beat these two and throw them out." With a single command from Wang Tai, several security guards lunged at Zhang Lang and Tang Mingming, administering a severe beating before unceremoniously ejecting them from the restaurant. Wang Tai then turned to Chen Mo once more, asking, "Mr. Chen, how would you like to handle these individuals?" Zhou Wei and the security guards gazed at Chen Mo with a mixture of pity and trepidation. Filled with regret, it was merely a misunderstanding. They hoped he would show leniency. Chen Mo, maintaining his composure, replied, "Very well. You lot, why are you still here? Get out." Wang Tai's command was like a reprieve, prompting Zhou Wei and the others to flee as if granted a pardon. Wang Tai then summoned the head waiter and issued a few instructions. Shortly thereafter, all patrons were ushered out of the restaurant, leaving only Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan as the remaining guests. Wang Tai then produced a golden card, placing it before Chen Mo with a smile. "Mr. Chen, I am grateful for your previous assistance. This is Jingxian Pavilion's highest tier diamond VIP card, of which there are only 10 in the entirety of Jiangbei. From now on, you or your family may dine here free of charge with this card." Chen Mo nodded in acceptance, saying, "I appreciate the card. We are now even." His words were deliberately chosen to convey a sense of independence, suggesting to Wang Tai that he was a person of stature who did not rely on such connections. Indeed, Wang Tai felt a chill run through him. While others might wish to cultivate a relationship with a figure like Wang Tai, Chen Mo seemed to fear any association with him. What did this signify? It implied that Chen Mo was genuinely extraordinary and possessed substantial abilities. The more this was evident, the more respect and value Wang Tai attributed to Chen Mo. Gritting his teeth, Wang Tai, with a fawning smile, asked, "Mr. Chen, though I know this may put you in a difficult position, could you possibly enlighten me about my future? If you had not crossed paths with me, you would have faced treachery in a car accident, leading to a state of being a vegetable 3 years from now. This is your destined tribulation," Chen Mo replied. Leisurely sipping his tea, Wang Tai's forehead broke out in cold sweat, his complexion paling. "However, you are destined to have a benefactor assist you in overcoming this tribulation. After this trial, Your fate can be summarized in 8 words. Chen Mo smiled, subtly indicating that he was the benefactor destined to assist Wang Tai, prompting him to regard Chen Mo with even greater esteem. What 8 words? Wang Tai eagerly bowed and inquired. A smooth official career, with every step blossoming like a lotus. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai trembled, and an uncontrollable ecstasy spread across his face. After expressing his gratitude profusely, Wang Tai took his leave. Gong Ziyuan, intrigued, asked, "What exactly did you do for Wang Tai that earned you such respect?" Chen Mo did not withhold the details, recounting the melodramatic events surrounding Wang Tai's family. Gong Ziyuan listened with wide-eyed astonishment. "Did you deduce all of this using the principles of the I Ching?" Chen Mo nodded, smiling enigmatically. "So, is it true that he will have a prosperous official career and a flourishing future?" "Indeed. In my previous life before the incident, Wang Tai had already ascended to a position of significant authority within the provincial bank. It is said that the Central Domain Bank and the Finance Ministry were eager to transfer him. I believe that with my covert assistance in this life, Wang Tai will undoubtedly reach even greater heights." Gong Ziyuan paused, seemingly contemplating something, her cheeks flushing as she asked, "Then, could you possibly read my marriage fortune as well?" "Certainly." Chen Mo grinned mischievously. "Your future marriage will be incredibly blissful. You will bear 3 children for your husband." "Who said anything about bearing 3 children for you?" Gong Ziyuan blurted out, and upon finishing her words, she caught sight of Chen Mo's handsome face adorned with a devilishly charming smile. Instantly feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, lowering her head to avoid his gaze. "Sir, miss, may I inquire what you would like to drink?" "A bottle of Dom Perignon, 2000 vintage, please," Chen Mo replied casually. Gong Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, for the champagne he mentioned was her absolute favorite. However, she had grown accustomed to Chen Mo's extraordinary insights. After all, he had even predicted her mother's unfortunate encounter with a plane crash. So discerning her taste in wine seemed trivial by comparison. When the drinks arrived, the beautiful head waitress personally poured for the 2 of them. Simultaneously, a stunning woman draped in an elegant black gown, reminiscent of a graceful black swan, glided to the piano at the center of the restaurant. Her beauty was breathtaking, and even Gong Ziyuan found herself captivated, exclaiming, "That pianist is so beautiful." "Sir, miss, you are indeed fortunate. This is our restaurant's esteemed pianist, a recipient of national awards. Initially, she was only scheduled to perform once a month, but our boss has specially summoned her today to entertain you both," the head waitress smiled. As her words faded, the melodious notes began to resonate, soothing and graceful. Even Gong Ziyuan, who had never studied piano, was entranced. After a few minutes, the performance concluded, and Gong Ziyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "That was exquisite." "Right, emoji?" Chen Mo nodded. Indeed, it was quite impressive, though there were a few passages where the tempo quickened slightly. Otherwise, it was flawless. Upon hearing this, the pianist, situated quite close, shot Chen Mo a disdainful glare. Gong Ziyuan quickly tugged at Chen Mo beneath the table, whispering, "Emoji, don't speak carelessly. Ah, it seems this gentleman possesses considerable skill at the piano. How about he plays a piece as well?" The young artist, accustomed to adulation, held a rather lofty demeanor. Even Wang Tai had to be exceedingly polite to request her presence. She believed her recent performance to be impeccable. To have someone like Chen Mo, who was clearly there to flirt, criticize her playing was intolerable. Clearly, he was pretending to know something to showcase his abilities before her. Fine. Since he wished to feign expertise, she would grant him that opportunity. Chapter 12. Nocturne. The head waitress discerned the pianist's intent and understood that this young lady was someone who wouldn't hesitate to show her displeasure, even to Wang Tai. Given that Chen Mo was a valued guest of Wang Tai, if these two were to clash, it would be beyond her capacity to handle. "Miss Xiao, please don't take Mr. Chen's words to heart. He speaks rather casually," she said, then leaned closer to Chen Mo. "Mr. Chen, Miss Xiao is quite sensitive about her piano skills. Please exercise some restraint." The head waitress demonstrated her tact. Chen Mo smiled, indicating he bore no ill will. However, Xiao Mei remained unyielding, retorting with a scoff, "If one can speak, one can certainly perform. I believe Mr. Chen's earlier remarks were not without merit. Perhaps he wishes to impart some wisdom on my playing." The head waitress's expression turned awkward, eager to intervene, but Chen Mo stood up, adjusting his tie with a smile. Respectfully, "I shall oblige. I am elated to be on my first date with Ziyuan today, so I shall borrow the piano." With that, Chen Mo indeed approached the piano. Gong Ziyuan whispered, "Emoji, do you think you can?" For a man, the most unspeakable words are those of self-doubt. Chen Mo chuckled, patting her shoulder. "Just wait for Emoji's performance." Subsequently, he positioned himself beside Xiao Mei. Miss, may I borrow your piano for a moment? With a look of derision. Xiao Mei stepped aside. As Chen Mo settled at the piano, Gong Ziyuan felt a pang of anxiety. Such pianists often began their training in childhood. And as far as she knew, Chen Mo had never touched a piano during his high school or university years. Even if he had learned a bit after starting work, it couldn't have been for long. What did he possibly play? Xiao Mei crossed her arms, watching with a cold gaze. At her current level, even her teacher would hesitate to instruct her on piano. This fellow, attempting to impress her with critiques of her artistry, was simply intolerable. Just wait until he finished playing. She would have her retort ready. As Xiao Mei plotted her response, Chen Mo sat before the piano, lifted the lid, and began to glide his fingers over the keys before launching into his performance. A lively yet subtly melancholic melody emerged, weaving through the interlaced black and white keys. The poignant notes flowing like a gentle rain, cascading down a deserted ancient street. The sound gradually intensified, the delicate sorrow radiating like a tide, filling every crevice of the world with its essence. Chen Mo's fingers caressed the keys with fluidity, his body swaying imperceptibly with the rhythm. His eyes half closed as if enveloped in the haunting beauty of the composition. This piece, his favorite, was titled Nocturne, composed in 2006. When he had learned of Gong Ziyuan's tragic fate, he had descended into despair for half a year. Knowing her fondness for piano, he had practiced this very piece, visiting her grave annually to perform it. This melody resembled water, poetry, dreams, and miracles. In this moment, it revealed to him that in some corner of the world, someone was counting the passing years and the fleeting moments, longing for what once was, recalling the timeless beauty of this very song. As the music reached its emotional crescendo, Chen Mo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He lifted his gaze to Gong Ziyuan, softly whispering, "This time, I shall not lose you again, for reasons unknown." Gong Ziyuan felt a profound sorrow pierce her heart. In that instant, her bright, beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Chen Mo, longing to embrace him and soothe his sorrow. Standing nearby, Xiao Mei initially frowned, then was struck with astonishment, soon replaced by a deep admiration. The more one understood the piano, the more one could appreciate the quality of this piece. The music was infused with melancholy, akin to a stream, a sea breeze, or a sorrowful whisper through the stillness. Throughout her piano journey, not even her mentor, a champion of a world-class piano competition, could match the depth of emotion with which Chen Mo played. It wasn't merely about technique. No one could replicate the decades of yearning that Chen Mo had poured into this performance. The final key was struck, and a profound silence enveloped the room. After a minute, an eruption of applause burst forth as several waitstaff led the way, clapping fervently. Soon, all the staff, faces flushed with excitement, joined in, the applause swelling like a tidal wave, as if it might lift the ceiling itself. Chen Mo approached Gong Ziyuan, taking her hand with sincerity. The moonlight is cool and enchanting, casting shadows through the sparse bamboo. The quiet pond reflects a pale hue, and a few heartfelt words spill forth. In that moment, Gong Ziyuan could no longer contain herself and embraced Chen Mo tightly. After what felt like an eternity, she finally released him. Xiao Mei, filled with eagerness and excitement, approached Chen Mo, asking, "Sir, what was the name of that piece you just played?" "Nocturne. It was composed especially for Ziyuan," he replied. "Regardless, this piece of music will not emerge until 2006. Yet Chen Mo shamelessly claims it as his own." Upon hearing this, Gong Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Chen Mo, evidently captivated. This man is truly enchanting. However, unbeknownst to her, Chen Mo is only proficient in this singular piece. Xiao Mei felt a flush of embarrassment rise to her cheeks. "Sir, please forgive my ignorance. I am truly ashamed." Chen Mo waved his hand and chuckled. "Youth is synonymous with exuberance. How can one be called young, if not spirited?" "You speak the truth, sir," Xiao Mei humbly replied. In truth, Chen Mo might not even be older than Xiao Mei. However, mastery commands respect. Chen Mo is not merely a performer. He is also the creator of Nocturne. Moreover, his every gesture exudes the gravitas of a sage, prompting Xiao Mei to subconsciously regard herself as his inferior. "Might I inquire about your esteemed name, sir?" Xiao Mei asked. "Xiao Mei." Chen Mo looked at the young woman before him, and several keywords flashed through his mind. A young piano virtuoso from the great Xia kingdom. A cas accident, amputation. He suddenly turned to Xiao Mei, recalling a news article he had read. Just today, while driving home, Xiao Mei's car experienced a malfunction, leading to a collision with another vehicle that resulted in the loss of both her arms to save her life. After reading the news, Chen Mo had felt a twinge of sympathy for her. After all, a pianist without arms would lead a life worse than death. Now that he recognized this young woman as Xiao Mei, he unhesitatingly addressed her. Miss Xiao, do you believe in destiny? Chapter 13. The Art of Dough Figurines. Xiao Mei was taken aback by the question. Do I believe in fate? Mr. Chen, are you perhaps a fortune teller? She responded with a bemused smile. Well, I possess a modicum of knowledge in the ancient arts of divination, Chen Mo replied. Just now, I observed a darkening on your forehead and discreetly cast a hexagram for you. The result portends dire misfortune. If you trust my words, it will be prudent not to drive your own car home today, but rather have someone inspect it. Xiao Mei was momentarily speechless, stifling a laugh. She was a staunch atheist, dismissing fortune-telling, astrology, and all such notions. Even if Chen Mo's piano skills were exceptional, she could not bring herself to believe his fanciful claims. Thus, she replied perfunctorily, Thank you for your kind warning, Mr. Chen. You would do well to heed his advice, Miss Xiao. My mother once escaped a calamity by listening to Brother Mo, Gong Ziyuan interjected. Xiao Mei smiled, but remained silent. Chen Mo also gestured for Gong Ziyuan to refrain from further persuasion. He had done all he could. He could hardly beg her not to drive, lest she think him mad. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mei bid farewell to the two and exited Jingxian Pavilion. Upon stepping outside, the beautiful manager Zhang Ting hurried over. Mei Jia, why not take a taxi home today? I can arrange for a designated driver to return your car. Xiao Mei replied with a smile. I haven't been drinking, and the weather is clear today. What need is there for a designated driver? Mei Jia, in matters like these, it's better to be safe than sorry. Let me let you in on a secret. Our boss, Wang Tai, even refers to that gentleman as Sir. The girl he brought along, Gong Ziyuan, is the daughter of real estate magnate Gong Ming. If he lacked talent, how could so many influential figures fawn over him? Zhang Ting said earnestly. Ting Ting, why are you so superstitious at such a young age? Xiao Mei scoffed with a smile. Oh, Mei Jia, please just do this for my sake. I don't want to risk never seeing you again, Zhang Ting pleaded. If it were merely Chen Mo, Xiao Mei would likely ignore it. But since Zhang Ting was a close friend, and this was not a significant matter, there was no need to let it sour their relationship. Very well. You may call for a designated driver, but I shall take the subway home, Xiao Mei conceded. Half an hour later, as Xiao Mei exited the subway, her phone rang. Hello, Mei Jia, something's happened. Zhang Ting's voice trembled. What is it? Xiao Mei asked, astonished. Your car suddenly experienced brake failure half an hour ago and crashed into a large truck while making a turn. It exploded on impact. Zhang Ting explained. What? Xiao Mei's face turned ashen, a chill racing up her spine. The calamity Chen Mo had predicted was indeed real. After regaining her composure, she continued. What about the designated driver? Is he all right? He is currently in the hospital undergoing emergency treatment, Zhang Ting replied. I am heading to the hospital immediately, Xiao Mei declared. Upon arriving at the hospital, she inquired about the situation. He is out of immediate danger, but both arms will need to be amputated. The doctor's words nearly sent Xiao Mei into a panic. Had she not heeded Zhang Ting's advice today, it would have been her own limbs at stake. After addressing the matters concerning the designated driver, Xiao Mei hurried back to Jingxian Pavilion. However, upon her arrival, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan had already vanished. Ting Ting, where is Mr. Chen? Xiao Mei hurriedly inquired. He left with Miss Gong right after finishing dinner, Zhang Ting replied. Do you have his contact information? No. Did he leave any notes or messages for me? None. Xiao Mei lowered her head in shame, feeling a pang of guilt. She had previously thought that Chen Mo might be attempting to woo her through such means. Yet, he had left without even leaving his contact information. A true master departs quietly, concealing both his achievements and his name. Such a remarkable person. I must find a way to befriend him. Xiao Mei gazed longingly at the spot where Chen Mo had sat, murmuring softly to herself. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan strolled leisurely down the street. Observing the graceful and gentle beauty of Gong Ziyuan beside him, Chen Mo felt his heart flutter. He several times contemplated taking her hand, but felt too shy to do so. Chen Mo, you are truly timid. In 2 lifetimes, have you lived to become a coward? He berated himself internally. Yet, he could not summon the courage. Suddenly, a pair of warm, soft hands tightly grasped his right hand. Gong Ziyuan looked at him with a hint of disdain and said, If you wish to hold my hand, then do so boldly. Why hesitate? Where has that playful spirit gone? Under the sunlight, Gong Ziyuan's bright eyes sparkled with a captivating allure that was irresistible, and Chen Mo's heartstrings were struck. The two walked hand in hand along the beach for a while. As they continued, Gong Ziyuan unconsciously leaned against Chen Mo, feeling a profound sense of security and relaxation in his presence. She had thought that finding her true love might take another decade. Yet unexpectedly, love arrived like a whirlwind. At that moment, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. If they could walk like this forever, until old age, how wonderful it would be. He mused inwardly. Together, they strolled hand in hand toward the antique pedestrian street by the sea. In early June, the Zhongbei region was sweltering during the day, making it difficult to venture outside. However, the evening sea breeze was refreshingly cool, which meant that the antique pedestrian street was often deserted during the day, but came alive at night. Beautiful lanterns adorned the quaint street, with an array of unique products lining both sides. One could also witness various fascinating folk arts, such as shadow puppetry, paper cutting, live ink painting, and street performances. Gong Ziyuan had not enjoyed shopping this much in a long time. Typically, her shopping was goal-oriented. She would buy what she needed and leave. Most of her clothing purchases were formal and in cool tones, rarely indulging in leisurely window shopping like other women. With her arm linked with Chen Mo's, she felt as if she had returned to her youthful days. "Brother Mo, does this dress look good?" "Me? Do you think the sun hat looks fashionable on me?" exclaimed Gong Ziyuan, her excitement palpable as she pointed toward the juggler, who was astonishingly breathing fire. In that moment, she, like many young women newly in love, felt as if even the air around her was infused with sweetness. Observing her flushed cheeks, graceful figure, and the exuberance of youth radiating from her, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile, his mood lifted by her infectious joy. "Look, there is someone making dough figurines. How fascinating!" Gong Ziyuan suddenly exclaimed with delight as they approached a small stall. Arrayed before them were an array of charming dough figures, including the likes of the Calabash brothers, Zhu Beiji, and adorable kittens. Behind the stall, an elderly man clad in a long gown deftly manipulated the dough, pinching, rolling, and shaping it with a small bamboo knife, intricately crafting figures with limbs, heads, and delicate garments. In an instant, a vivid representation of Sun Wukong sprang to life from his skilled hands. As Chen Mo witnessed this scene, memories flooded back to him. In his previous life, he had harbored a deep interest in the art of dough figurine making, dedicating his spare time to master it, and even winning several awards. However, Tang Mingming had not hesitated to belittle his passion, chiding him for being childish and suggesting he should spend his time working to earn money instead. Consequently, Chen Mo resorted to secretly crafting dough figures while others slept. Each year, on the anniversary of Gong Ziyuan's passing, he would create a figurine in her likeness and place it at her grave. "Mayor, come over here quickly." Gong Ziyuan's melodious voice broke through his reverie. He looked up to see her waving at him amidst the crowd, flanked by rows of lanterns glowing with brilliance that illuminated her lovely face, making her appear even more enchanting. "Oh, I'm coming." Chen Mo blinked in surprise for a moment before striding over to her. "Look, Mayor, aren't these dough figures beautiful? They're so interesting." Gong Ziyuan exclaimed with admiration. "If I wanted to learn how to make dough figures, would you think I was childish?" Chen Mo suddenly inquired. "How could I? It's an art form. But if you do decide to learn, you must make one for me first," she teased playfully. Chen Mo felt a stirring in his heart as he approached the skilled artisan. "Master, would you allow me to make one for my friend? I will pay for it." The old man looked astonished. "Young man, you can make dough figures too?" Chen Mo replied with a smile. "I've learned a bit." Though the elder's business had always been thriving, the art of dough figurine making was becoming increasingly rare, with even his own children reluctant to learn. Thus, the old man felt a pang of nostalgia. Upon hearing that Chen Mo had some skill, he was instantly warmed and replied, "Sure, go ahead. Even if it doesn't turn out well, I'll gift you one." The crowd gathered around, clearly intrigued, holding their breath as they watched Chen Mo begin his craft. With a confident nod, he sat down and skillfully manipulated the glutinous rice flour in his hands, gradually shaping it into the figure of a woman. The old man appeared visibly surprised. Typically, a beginner would only manage to create simple shapes like a pig or a chick. Yet here was Chen Mo, crafting a complex figure complete with attire and expression. Employing his bamboo knife with finesse, he meticulously cut, carved, and shaped the figure, adorning it with accessories and garments. Adjusting the colors slightly, in a blink, a modern female dough figure materialized before the captivated audience. "Wow!" Gasps of admiration rippled through the crowd. Someone started clapping, and soon, a wave of applause erupted, drawing even more onlookers towards them. With a smile, Chen Mo rose to retrieve his wallet, but the old man waved him off. "Young man, after so many years, today, I've truly seen something remarkable. Your talent far surpasses mine. Keep the money. Just ensure this art is passed on." Feeling the sincerity in the elder's words, Chen Mo nodded gratefully. "Thank you, master." The old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks." At that moment, a young man from the crowd stepped forward. "Hey, buddy, how about selling that dough figure for $100? Beside him stood a girl, her eyes sparkling with desire as she gazed at the figure. As soon as he spoke, other young men snapped out of their daze. This doe figure was undoubtedly a charm for courting. Before long, bids shot up. I'll give you 200. Sell it to me. 300. I want it. 400. No one else can have it. In a flash, the price soared to 1,000 bucks. Considering that in the year 2000, the average salary in Jiangbei was barely 1,000. This was astounding. Chen Mo shook his head, presenting the doe figure to the stunned Gong Zin, softly saying, this is for you. Wow, look. It looks just like her, exclaimed someone in the crowd. This guy's amazing. How romantic. The surrounding girls gasped in admiration, while their boyfriends felt the pang of inadequacy. I want you to make me one, too. Gong Ziyuan, holding the figurine, resembling her likeness, felt a surge of emotions at the envious murmurs around her and the gasps of awe from the men, almost moved to tears. Thank you, Mayor. This is the best gift I've ever received. Gong Ziyuan gazed at Chen Mo, her eyes glistening. Kiss her. Kiss here. Kiss here. Someone shouted, and soon the entire crowd joined in. Gong Ziyuan's face flushed crimson. The thought of giving her first kiss in front of so many people was too embarrassing. Chen Mo quickly took her hand, leading her away from the scene. After walking for a while, they could still hear whispers about how romantic he was and how enviable Gong Ziyuan was. Let us go. I'll take you home. Chen Mo refrained from mentioning the earlier ruckus, leaving Gong Ziyuan with a slight sense of disappointment. As they reached her doorstep, he pondered for a moment before saying, I calculated that if you dine with me tomorrow, you'll encounter a wave of good fortune. Really? That sounds wonderful. Free food and money to be made. Gong Ziyuan replied cheerfully. See you tomorrow then. Chen Mo waved and turned to leave. Mir. Just then, Gong Ziyuan suddenly grasped his hand. Chen Mo turned, puzzled. To his astonishment, she stood on her tiptoes and gently pecked his cheek. She had kissed him. Thank you for the doe figure, she exclaimed, her face aflame, before swiftly turning and running away, covering her face. Chen Mo touched his cheek, still warm from her kiss, unable to suppress a joyful smile. The next day, at the securities exchange, it became clear that Chen Mo's prediction of good fortune was not entirely unfounded. The market for international nickel futures would take some time to develop. But currently, several stocks were experiencing explosive growth. In Chen Mo's memory, from 2000 to 2008, the stock market had consistently risen, as long as luck was not overly adverse. Holding onto a stock long-term would undoubtedly yield profit. During this period, there were a few exceptional stocks that surged at an astonishing rate, dazzling many professional investors. Many who seized the opportunity to purchase these stocks have, for the most part, achieved financial freedom, while those who hesitated and refrained from buying are now filled with regret. The timing was impeccable, as those stocks had reached their lowest prices, poised for explosive growth, and Chen Mo certainly could not let this chance slip away. Do you have any money? He inquired of Gong Ziyuan. Of course I do. I've saved nearly 500,000 for my scholarship over the past few years. Gong Ziyuan replied proudly. In the year 2000, it was truly remarkable for a fresh graduate like Gong Ziyuan to possess such a substantial sum. All right, that should be enough for you to make a profit. Chen Mo smiled. Being part of a securities firm, Gong Ziyuan naturally had her own stock account. However, due to her lack of mental fortitude, she had only invested a few thousand yuan, merely dabbling in the market. Nevertheless, today, since Chen Mo asserted that she could earn, she decisively withdrew all her funds. Brother Mo, which stock should I buy? Gong Ziyuan asked. Just follow my lead. Chen Mo replied after a moment of contemplation, naming two stocks, Jiangbei Real Estate and Jiangnan Pharmaceuticals. Purchase these two. As a finance professional, Chen Mo was well aware that these two stocks had created miraculous returns. Chen Mo, at that moment, a voice of skepticism rang out. Chen Mo turned to see Tang Mingming and Zhang Lang approaching. Hello, Miss Gong. I sincerely apologize for yesterday's incident. Please convey my apologies to President Wang, Zhang Lang said with a look of regret. After reflecting, he realized that the woman beside Chen Mo, with the surname Gong, was indeed the daughter of the real estate magnate Gong Ming. Gong Ming was a financial tycoon, well acquainted with Wang Tai. Thus, Wang Tai's respectful demeanor towards Chen Mo was merely a gesture of deference to the Gong family. Chen Mo is merely a figurehead, relying on connections. Tang Mingming thought disdainfully. Ignoring Zhang Lang, Gong Ziyuan clung to Chen Mo's arm and continued, Brother Mo, how much should I invest? Miss Gong, how could you possibly ask this pauper for stock advice? Tang Mingming exclaimed in astonishment. Mind your own business. Gong Ziyuan shot her a glare. Although he works in a financial company, he has never invested in stocks due to his poverty. Listening to him may lead to significant losses. Tang Mingming stated with an air of concern. If you truly wish to invest, it would be wiser to heed Brother Lang's advice. He has been trading stocks for a long time and has acquired quite a bit of insider information. He can certainly guide you to profit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang puffed out his chest with pride. Indeed, Miss Gong, I am well acquainted with many executives from listed companies and have access to numerous insider tips. Trader, buy me Jiangbei Real Estate and Jiangnan Pharmaceuticals. 500,000. All in. Gong Ziyuan immediately turned to fill out the order, instructing the trader to establish her position and place a buy order. Tang Mengmeng and Zhang Lang were rendered speechless. Going all in? Was this investing or merely a display of defiance? Miss Gong truly has a bold spirit. Tang Mengmeng remarked with a hint of envy. Mengmeng, let us not mind them. We should invest as well, Zhang Lang suggested. In reality, Zhang Lang had indeed received some insider information. He genuinely wanted to help Tang Mengmeng make some money, which is why he brought her to invest in stocks. Brother Lang, what should we buy? Tang Mengmeng in Gui Jiang Daqiai Distillery. You should also invest 400,000. Zhang Lang replied. All right. Upon hearing the name of this stock, Chen Mo's expression twitched. Chapter 15. Limit Up and Limit Down. In the year 2000, a time when most stocks were steadily climbing, there existed a few disastrous stocks that left their investors stripped bare. Among them, Jiang Daqiai Distillery was the most notorious. Chen Mo distinctly recalled that on this very day, it was revealed that industrial alcohol had been mixed into their liquor and executives were implicated in financial fraud. The stock plummeted, was subsequently suspended, and ultimately the company went bankrupt. Do you have any objections? Tang Mengmeng asked, noticing Chen Mo's peculiar expression. I kindly advise against purchasing Jiang Daqiai Distillery, Chen Mo warned. A day of marriage brings 100 days of grace. He did not wish to see Tang Mengmeng lose her entire investment. Trader, buy Jiang Daqiai Distillery, 400,000, all in. Without heeding Chen Mo's warning, Tang Mengmeng placed her order, and after completing the transaction, she shot Chen Mo a triumphant glare. Chen Mo shook his head. This is self-inflicted misfortune. Zhang Lang, however, was inwardly chuckling. One of his relatives was a senior executive at Jiang Daqiai Distillery. That relative had informed him that a significant investment would be announced today. The news would be released in the morning. With such favorable news, Jiang Daqiai Distillery was destined to soar. Once Jiang Daqiai hits its limit up, I will show you who the real expert is. Zhang Lang greedily eyed Gong Ziyuan. Chen Mo himself calmly invested 10 million in Jiangbei Real Estate. However, to his surprise, following his full investment, a significant bearish candle struck. The stock price of Jiangbei Real Estate nearly touched its limit down. This development left everyone, including Gong Ziyuan, momentarily stunned. The market had been particularly stable recently, with very few stocks declining. It was indeed rare to witness such a drop. The stock that Chen Mo had confidently recommended to Gong Ziyuan was now on the verge of a limit down. Ha ha! Tang Mengmeng laughed so hard her mouth twisted. Chen Mo, is this the stock you recommended? Did you think Miss Gong had money to burn? Shan Lao le minsit, Miss Gong. What can I say about your choice in companions? How could you trust someone like him? Jiang Daqiai Distillery is about to hit its limit up. Ha ha! Just then, a nearby investor, who had followed Tang Mengmeng in purchasing Jiang Daqiai Distillery, burst into laughter. Look at Jiang Daqiai Distillery stock price. It's skyrocketing, having surged by 8 in just 3 minutes. Quickly check their official website. An announcement has been made. A 50 million investment, expanding across the national liquor market, planning to go head-to-head with Matai. My goodness, this is fantastic news. Many investors who had missed the opportunity to buy Jiang Daqiai Distillery began to lament their misfortune. With such positive news, it was guaranteed to hit 5 or 6 limit ups. Oh, it's an easy limit up. That's a sure 40,000 profit. Meanwhile, someone else's stock was plummeting. How can the disparity be so vast among those who trade stocks? Tang Mengmeng remarked sarcastically as she watched the stock price decline. Gong Ziyuan could no longer restrain herself. Brother Mo, will Jiangbei Real Estate really rise? Rise? It's about to hit its limit down. Young lady, you've chosen poorly. Now you're trapped, and won't be able to escape. All eyes turned toward Chen Mo, many gazing at him with a mix of glee and mockery. Gong Ziyuan hurriedly reassured him. Brother Mo, it's all right. Everyone has their off days, and losses are part of the game. I can accept the losses. Don't be disheartened. I trust that it will rise. Chen Mo spoke with unwavering conviction, still holding on to that stubbornness. Zhang Lang hadn't finished his sentence when yet another gasp echoed through the crowd. Quickly, look at Jiangbei Real Estate. A massive bullish candle surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, propelling Jiangbei Real Estate's stock price skyward before the astonished eyes of countless investors. It rebounded. The price returned to its original value. It began to rise. My goodness, it has increased by 5, 8 in just a minute. This is heading for a limit up. It's going to limit up. The bullish candle shot up almost like a straight line. From the very bottom, it soared directly to the limit up. It really rose. From the brink of a limit down plunge, it rebounded spectacularly to a tightly sealed limit up, and all this transpired in a mere 3 minutes. In a moment of levity, Chen Mo's account swelled by a staggering 1 million. The bystanders, who had just moments ago been mocking him, now stood in speechless astonishment. Brother Mo, it's really hit the limit up. You're incredible, Gong Ziyuan exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance with glee, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. What a thrill. She had already made a profit of 50,000 today, although for someone of her background, 50,000 might seem trivial. It was important to note that this sum was earned solely from heeding Chen Mo's advice in just 3 short minutes. The speed of this profit was akin to that of a money-printing machine. It was no wonder her father and uncles were so enamored with the financial realm. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Gong Ziyuan finally understood. Her father would undoubtedly hold Chen Mo, such a remarkable talent, in high esteem. She glanced at him, her face a rosy hue, brimming with bashfulness. What is happening? Tang Mingming seethed, her fists clenched in frustration. It's just pure luck, Zhang Lang retorted indignantly. Exactly. It must be a fluke. Even if a stock hits a limit up occasionally, it won't last long. For sustained success, one needs quality stocks like Jiangdahe. Tang Mingming nodded in agreement. Look at Jiangdahe Winery. A gasp echoed through the hall. Had it finally hit the limit up? Zhang Lang exhaled a sigh of relief. Although it was slower than Jiangbei Real Estate's limit up, at least it hadn't disappointed him. Brother Lang Tang Mingming's face turned pale as she pointed tremulously at the market. Zhang Lang quickly focused his gaze. Before them, the K-line chart revealed a massive bearish candle, plummeting like a diver off a cliff. In just 5 minutes, it reached a limit down. Tang Mingming's vision blurred. Her legs weakened as she stared at the chart, then at her fully invested 400,000. This was the entirety of the Tang family's savings, supplemented by mortgaging their house. In a mere 5 minutes, they had lost 10,40,000 vanished just like that. Staring blankly at the market, Tang Mingming felt as though a heavy stone was lodged in her chest. How could this happen? It was utterly unreasonable. How could it hit a limit down? Zhang Lang, equally bewildered, exclaimed, logically, with such positive news for Jiangdahe Winery, it shouldn't plummet even if it doesn't hit a limit up. At that moment, a more dreadful announcement struck Tang Mingming and Zhang Lang like a thunderbolt. A notice popped up. Jiangdahe Winery's products were suspected of being mixed with industrial alcohol, and the executives were implicated in financial fraud. Following this announcement, Jiangdahe Winery's stock was suspended. No one could predict when it would resume trading. Even if Jiangdahe Winery managed to weather this storm and reopen, the adverse impact of such grave news could easily have the stock price, or even see it plummet by 80%. Tang Mingming's face turned a sickly shade of green. Initially, she thought a limit-down loss of just 10% would be bearable, but now all of the Tang family's wealth was trapped. If her family discovered this, she might be in deep trouble. Didn't you claim Jiangdahe Winery was a guaranteed profit? What's happening now? Tang Mingming accused Zhang Lang, her voice rising with agitation. The stock market is fraught with risks. One must tread carefully. I'm no stock oracle. How could I possibly predict a stock's rise or fall? Zhang Lang replied, exasperation evident in his tone. I don't care. You owe me money. This 400,000 is our family's entire fortune, and I even mortgaged the house for it. Tang Mingming shrieked, shaking Zhang Lang by the collar in desperation. I'm not responsible for your losses. I've lost a considerable sum too. You think you're the only one suffering? Let go of me. You're making a fool of yourself. Zhang Lang retorted, riposte. He too had invested over 500,000 and was in no mood to console Tang Mingming, who he deemed a gold digger. No, you must compensate me. It's all your fault I lost so much, Tang Mingming declared, clinging to Zhang Lang's leg. Lying on the floor, the onlookers burst into derisive laughter. Zhang Lang, his pride wounded, kicked Tang Mingming away and fled in embarrassment. My money. Give it back. Tang Mingming wailed on the ground. Brother Mo, thank you. I made a fortune today, Gong Ziyuan declared, deliberately linking her arm with Chen Mo's and speaking loudly near Tang Mingming. The man you discarded like a piece of trash is, to me, a priceless treasure. Tang Mingming's complexion turned even greener. Had she heeded Chen Mo's advice earlier, she wouldn't have lost money. In fact, had she trusted him and invested in Jiangbei Real Estate's stock, she could have made a substantial profit. Her gut twisted with regret. Yet, watching Gong Ziyuan cling to Chen Mo, she wouldn't accept losing her money so easily and stood defiantly in front of them. What are you doing? Chen Mo frowned. You can't leave. I've lost so much money because you didn't stop me. You must compensate me. 400,000. You must repay me in full. Tang Mengmeng insisted, her tendency to shift blame squarely onto Chen Mo. Chen Mo found it absurdly amusing. Was this not sheer nonsense? Get lost, or I'll call security. Chen Mo stated, his voice steady, while Gong Ziyuan firmly chastised. Reluctantly, Tang Mengmeng stepped aside, her teeth gritted as she glared at their retreating figures. Enunciating each word, just wait, Chen Mo, you've caused me to lose so much money. I will make you pay back 100-fold. After exiting, Gong Ziyuan promptly took Chen Mo to a computer store, selecting a top-tier laptop worth over 20,000 for him. This is a gift for you. Don't go to the securities hall anymore to avoid encountering that lunatic, Gong Ziyuan remarked. Thank you. Chen Mo accepted graciously. Let us go. I know a great tea restaurant where I'd like to treat you to a meal, Gong Ziyuan smiled. Am I going to be considered a kept man? Chen Montauk teased it. I'd be delighted if you were. Gong Ziyuan flirtatiously tossed her hair, exuding charm. As they departed, the computer salesman looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy towards Chen Mo. He wished he could enjoy such a life of luxury. Soon, they arrived at a nearby tea restaurant and ordered their meal. Brother Mo, when should I sell the stock I bought? Gong Ziyuan inquired. The two stocks I mentioned should peak around 2015, potentially yielding returns of 2 to 3 times their value by then. However, if you can't wait that long, feel free to sell at any time. These stocks are unlikely to drop before 2015, Chen Mo replied with a smile. What? 2 to 3 times? Gong Ziyuan gasped. Then my 400,000 could turn into over 10 million? That rate of return is astonishingly high. What's astonishing is that truly remarkable stocks can multiply by hundreds over 20 years, Chen Mo remarked. Gong Ziyuan gazed at Chen Mo with admiration, asking again, Brother Mo, did you predict all of this too? Naturally, Chen Mo could not reveal that he was a reborn soul with all the memories intact. He simply nodded and added, the art of I Ching and the 8 trigrams can predict all worldly affairs. Mere stocks are insignificant. Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Mo with adoration, saying, You're truly remarkable, Brother Mo. After a pause, she continued, My 25th birthday is coming up, and I would like to invite you to my birthday party. Sure. I'd be happy to attend. Chen Mo readily agreed. My parents will also be there. Gong Ziyuan shyly lowered her head. Are we meeting the parents so soon? Chen Mo exclaimed, a bead of sweat forming. What are you thinking? My father has recently expressed a desire to dip his toes into financial investment. However, his lack of knowledge has led to considerable losses. I wish to guide him onto a clearer path. Guo Ziyuan remarked, Here he comes. Chen Mo felt a stir in his heart. In his previous life, it was due to Guo Ming's investment failures that the tragic demise of Guo Ziyuan ensued. In this life, even if Guo Ziyuan remained silent, Chen Mo feels compelled to extend a helping hand to Guo Ming. Yet he shook his head. Guo Ziyuan was taken aback, expressing her discomfort. Are you unwilling to help? It's not a matter of reluctance. It's just that, given our relationship, which is neither close nor distant, it feels inappropriate for me to lend assistance. Chen Mo replied, winking at Guo Ziyuan. She immediately understood. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she said, We've been classmates for 3 years. Isn't that enough? I have many classmates. Should I rush to assist anyone who asks? Chen Mo countered. We are not just ordinary classmates, she retorted. Isn't that from class 2? What exactly is our relationship? Pray tell. Chen Mo pressed on. I am your girlfriend. Surely that suffices? Guo Ziyuan declared. If you'd said so earlier, we could have avoided this. With her face now as red as a ripe apple, the stunning Guo Ziyuan made Chen Mo chuckle triumphantly. How annoying. Guo Ziyuan feigned a pout, playfully striking Chen Mo on the chest. How can you make a girl confess first? You're dreadful. As Guo Ziyuan's birthday approached at the end of the month, it did not hinder Chen Mo from engaging in the trending international nickel futures market. That evening, Wang Tai called, inviting Chen Mo to dinner. Chen Mo accepted and arrived at a private room in a 5-star hotel. Upon entering, he spotted Wang Tai seated next to a formidable middle-aged man. Chapter 17, I am the White Dragon King. The private room Chen Mo found himself in was the most opulent suite at Jiangbei, sprawling over 200 square meters, adorned with artificial streams and rockeries. Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Wang Tai exclaimed with warmth as he welcomed Chen Mo. The imposing middle-aged man also rose to greet him. Chen Mo found the man somewhat familiar and, after a moment's realization, recalled the financial magnate, Zheng Qian. By 2021, Zheng Qian had already ascended into the top 10 of the wealth rankings in the Great Xia Kingdom, frequently appearing on television. Chen Mo had seen numerous reports and interviews featuring Zheng Qian. Wang Tai, with a hearty laugh, gestured towards Chen Mo, saying, Mr. Zheng, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Chen Mo, a master of the I Ching and an extraordinary talent. He has been instrumental in resolving many of my troubles. Wang Tai continued. This is Mr. Zheng Qian, who once thrived within the banking system but grew dissatisfied with the meager profits and ventured into business. This hotel, along with the only Mercedes dealership in Jiangbei, belongs to him. Wang Tai then jested. If Mr. Chen wishes to purchase a Mercedes, he can call Mr. Zheng, who will ensure he acquires it at the original price on the same day. In Jiangbei, buying a Mercedes in the year 2000 was a daunting task, requiring both wealth and connections. Extending his hand, Chen Mo greeted, "Hello, Mr. Zheng." Once seated, Wang Tai got straight to the point. I have summoned Mr. Chen for two matters. Firstly, there's an upcoming Jadestone conference in the city. While it's termed a conference, it is essentially a networking event for those of us in the financial circle. After all, maintaining relationships is essential. I've heard that Mr. Chen has recently taken an interest in stocks, so I wanted to invite you to join us. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately grasped the implications. In his previous life, he was merely a worker in the financial industry, lacking the opportunity to engage with the upper echelons. He never anticipated that in this life he would so effortlessly gain access to such circles. Chen Mo suspected that Wang Tai wished to repay a favor by introducing him to Zheng Qian and thus facilitating his entry into the upper financial echelons. After his rebirth, Chen Mo's primary goal was to become the world's wealthiest individual. Gaining entry into the upper financial circles and expanding his network was essential. Therefore, he readily nodded in agreement. Mr. Chen, this is the Jiangbei Bank's prestigious Bougainvillea card. Please accept it. After some conversation, Wang Tai pushed a sleek black credit card, embossed with a beautiful bougainvillea in platinum, towards Chen Mo. Even Zheng Qian seemed taken aback, exclaiming, the bougainvillea card has only been issued 100 times nationwide, with only one in Jiangbei. This card is an absolute symbol of status. Zheng Qian had previously sought to obtain one through Wang Tai, but had been rebuffed. To his astonishment, Wang Tai had now gifted the only bougainvillea card in Jiangbei to Chen Mo. At this moment, Zheng Qian finally lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Chen Mo carefully. However, he perceived nothing extraordinary about this young man aside from his handsome appearance. He lacked the aura of a sage. After a few rounds of drinks, Wang Tai curiously asked, Mr. Chen, may I be so bold as to inquire about your I Ching teachings? If it's not appropriate, feel free to refrain from answering. Chen Mo took a sip of tea, responding calmly, actually, just a month ago I was an ordinary person. One night, I dreamed of a pure white dragon king. He revealed that he was a disciple of the supreme Laozi, who, having violated heavenly regulations, was reincarnated. His reincarnation is me. Ha! Zheng Qian, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, spewing his drink. Wang Tai, however, listened with keen interest. Chen Mo continued to weave his tale. It was that white dragon who taught me the I Ching and opened my heavenly eye. Should we now refer to you as the White Dragon King? Zheng Qian mocked, clearly skeptical of Chen Mo's fantastical claims. Chen Mo, unperturbed, replied, Mr. Zheng, you may choose not to believe me, but do not provoke the White Dragon King. The waters here are under his dominion, and you may risk his wrath. Are you suggesting that this stream could drown me? Zheng Qian scoffed, eyeing the shallow waters with disdain. Chen Mo shook his head, not at all. I merely advise caution. Zheng Qian rolled his eyes at Chen Mo and then turned to Wang Tai, saying, Director Wang, this young man is nothing but a charlatan. How could you, the head of Jiangbei Bank, be swayed by his nonsense? I'm staying right here for dinner. I wish to see what retribution comes from angering the White Dragon King. Zheng Qian stated coldly. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous crash echoed. Zheng Qian barely had time to react as a large segment of the artificial rockery unexpectedly collapsed, striking his shoulder before crashing to the floor. Mr. Zheng, are you all right? Wang Tai rushed forward, his forehead beaded with sweat, to assist Zheng Qian. Fortunately, Zheng Qian sustained only a minor bruise. Meanwhile, Wang Tai became a firm believer in Chen Mo's tale of the reincarnated White Dragon King, convinced that Zheng Qian had indeed provoked the dragoness wrath. Little did they know, this incident was merely inspired by a news article Chen Mo had read in his previous life, which reported that a similar rockery collapse had injured Zheng Qian, leading him to avoid such installations in his hotels henceforth. The day of the incident is today. This is why Chen Mo confidently deceived Zheng Qian with the story of angering the Dragon King and facing retribution. I'm fine, just an accident. Zheng Qian shook his head. What accident, Boss Zheng? You've angered the White Dragon King. Quickly apologize to Mr. Chen. Vantoi interactive. Boss Zheng, do you still not believe it? Chen Mo shrugged nonchalantly and declared, then allow me to present you with another prophecy. Tomorrow, you will fail to recognize your mother 3 times. Enough. Zheng Qian shouted sternly. You young ones, instead of learning something worthwhile, you emulate charlatans? You may fool Brother Wang, but you cannot deceive me, Zhang Qian. My apologies, Brother Wang, but I have matters to attend to. We shall reconvene another day. With that, Zhang Qian rose and departed. Youngsters these days, why resort to such trickery? To think they would dare to swindle me, Zhang Qian, were it not for Wang Tai's reputation. I would have considered reporting Chen Mo to the authorities. Old Zhang, Wang Tai called out, standing up, don't leave. Mr. Chen is genuinely extraordinary. He would not deceive you, old Wang. I truly cannot fathom which part of your mind is amiss to believe in such superstitious nonsense. Zhang Qian retorted in frustration. I ask you, if he claims I will fail to recognize my mother tomorrow, 3 times no less, do you consider that possible? That is my mother. How can I not recognize her? Wang Tai was rendered speechless. You, why indulge in such absurdities? Zhang Qian sighed and shook his head as he exited. Wang Tai hurried after him, ushering Zhang Qian into his vehicle before returning. Mr. Chen, please do not take offense. By the way, Mr. Chen, will Boss Zhang really fail to recognize his own mother tomorrow? Chen Mo smiled enigmatically. Just wait and see. Chapter 18. Can you afford it? Zhang Qian dismissed Chen Mo's words entirely. He believed that the incident with the broken rockery the previous day was merely an accident. Early the next morning, as soon as he awoke, Zhang Qian's mother, Lu Yinfen, tugged at him, urging, hurry, son. Eggs are on sale at the supermarket across the street. We must stock up. Regardless of their family's wealth, Lu Yinfen, like many elderly, could not resist the allure of discounted eggs. Zhang Qian, a devoted son, complied without hesitation. Upon arriving at the supermarket, they encountered a long line of elderly individuals eagerly awaiting the discounted eggs. As they approached the entrance, the attendant glanced at the mother and son duo and remarked, a family is only allowed to purchase 100 eggs. You two are family, right? Lu Yinfen shot Zhang Qian a fierce glare, and without a moment's thought, he replied, no, I don't know her. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, a chill ran down his spine. Tomorrow, you will fail to recognize your mother 3 times. Chen Mo's words flooded Zhang Qian's mind. Just moments ago, he had already failed to recognize his mother for the first time. Could it be that the White Dragon King was indeed real? Zhang Qian vigorously shook his head. Just a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. As long as I remain vigilant, Chen Mo's prophecy will surely fall apart. Upon entering the supermarket and reaching the egg section, the attendant looked up and casually inquired, is that woman behind you your mother? No, Zhang Qian reflexively replied. Having waited too long in line and feeling slightly drowsy, his tightly wound nerves caused him to speak incorrectly. Oh no, just one more chance. Zhang Qian was drenched in cold sweat. Are you certain she is not your mother? The attendant pressed, noticing the striking resemblance between them. Yes. No. Zhang Qian almost conceded, but was abruptly pinched by his mother from behind. Boom. In that moment, Zhang Qian froze in place, engulfed in profound confusion and doubt. His worldview, built over decades, crumbled entirely. The prophecy of the White Dragon King had come to fruition. He had indeed failed to recognize his own mother 3 times. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang Qian, this incident was something Chen Mo had learned from watching Zhang Qian's interview in his previous life. The peculiarity of failing to recognize one's mother while buying eggs had left a lasting impression, so much so that Zhang Qian included it in his autobiography. Days passed, and with the nickel or market still unripe and significant events yet to unfold, Chen Mo devoted most of his energy to stock trading. Armed with a photographic memory and the recollections from his previous life, Chen Mo's stock trading seemed almost supernatural. Every stock he purchased not only surged on that very day, but continued to escalate for several consecutive days. His capital skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. The initial investment of 10 million quickly doubled to 20 million within a matter of days. Meanwhile, Gong Ziyuan's 500,000 had transformed into 1 million. Such an astonishing pace of profit surpassed even the speed of a money-printing machine. The moniker of Little Stock God of Jiangbei spread like wildfire. Many began to discreetly inquire about Chen Mo, eager to extract information from his lips. Simultaneously, the name of the White Dragon King gained notoriety within Jiangbei's metaphysical circles. After all, both Wang Tai and Zhang Qian were prominent figures in Jiangbei's financial sector. Their mutual acclaim of this enigmatic figure elevated his stature considerably. One day, Chen Mo invited Gong Ziyuan to the Jiangbei Mercedes-Benz dealership. Gong Ziyuan assumed Chen Mo wished to purchase a car for himself. However, upon arriving at the entrance, she was met with a teasing smile from him. Last time, you gifted me a computer as a present. Now, it's my turn to return the favor, Chen Mo declared. Throughout their relationship, Chen Mo had yet to bestow a proper gift upon Gong Ziyuan. Coincidentally, Her car had been experiencing frequent malfunctions, prompting Chen Mo to decide on gifting her a vehicle. Without regard for Gong Ziyuan's astonished expression, he stepped inside and asked the attendant, "Do you have a Mercedes-Benz S600 in stock?" The words left his mouth, causing both Gong Ziyuan and the attendant to freeze in disbelief. After all, the Mercedes-Benz S600 in the year 2000 had a price tag of $25 million. At this time, the average housing price in Jiangbei was barely over 800 per square meter. Before the attendant could respond, a couple within the store suddenly turned their attention to the pair. Chen Mo, Tang Lei never expected to encounter this infuriating individual here. What shocked him even more was the beautiful, ethereal woman accompanying Chen Mo. As a man who couldn't even afford a bride price, how could he possibly attract such a stunning woman? Fixating on Gong Ziyuan's exquisite features, which outshone even movie stars, Tang Lei's heart raced. Such a woman was only worthy of someone like him. Tang Lei. Chen Mo slightly furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Tang Lei. However, the past was the past, and he had no intention of stooping to the level of a rogue like Tang Lei. So he merely smiled politely and replied, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. I have something to attend to, so I must be off. Emoga, I don't want a car. My current one can still be repaired, so please don't buy me a new one," Gong Ziyuan interjected. Her words momentarily stunned Tang Lei. Following that, he scoffed derisively. "Him? Buying a car? Let go. Who is this person?" asked Li Shui, Tang Lei's companion. "He's the one I mentioned earlier. The useless guy who couldn't even afford a bride price and was kicked to the curb by my sister," Tang Lei sneered at Chen Mo. "Oh my goodness. Is he the one who, in a fit of pride, spent all his father's medical funds on a mere bowl?" Li Shui exclaimed. "Indeed, that's him. A few days ago, my sister lamented that whether she was dining or visiting the trading hall, that fellow clung to her like a shadow, refusing to leave her side. Alas, my sister has now become a prospective member of the affluent elite. How could she ever deign to consider such a pauper?" Tang Lei remarked. "No matter how destitute I am, it is far more respectable than your involvement in pyramid schemes," Chen Mo retorted, shaking his head with a bemused smile. Tang Lei was instantly incensed. "It's been a while since we last met, and you've certainly become more glib, and your fabrications more grandiose. Did I just hear you claim you were purchasing a Mercedes S600 for your girlfriend? That vehicle is quite extravagant. Can you truly afford it?" Li Shui, aware of the animosity between the Tang family and Chen Mo, immediately interjected to Gong Ziyuan. "Ah, dear woman, it is far better to marry well than to be born beautiful. One must possess discerning taste when selecting a partner. Look at me. I found an exemplary man like Lei Ge. Just the other day, he gifted me this exquisite jade pendant worth over 10,000. And today he's taking me car shopping. What could a pauper like Chen Mo possibly provide? I doubt he can even afford a decent meal." Gong Ziyuan rolled her eyes in disdain, too apathetic to respond to Li Shui. Indeed, she had been the one treating Chen Mo to meals lately and had even purchased a computer for him. Yet, Chen Mo had helped her earn a staggering 500,000. Was there any doubt regarding Chen Mo's capabilities in Gong Ziyuan's mind? Enough. This isn't a place for those of your financial stature. You can't afford anything here. So kindly vacate before you disrupt others who are genuinely interested in purchasing a vehicle," Li Shui barked. Chen Mo chuckled. "Is this establishment owned by your family? You think you can order me to leave?" Feeling that arguing with these two was beneath him, he turned to the sales associate and inquired, "Do you have a Mercedes S600 available?" Tang Lei sneered. "What a charade. You're asking about a car you can't possibly afford?" The sales associate, however, remained professional, responding, "Sir, you are in luck. We have just received a Mercedes S600 in stock. There's only one in all of Jiangbei." He gestured toward the interior. The Mercedes S600 is the pinnacle of luxury sedans. The S-Series epitomizes prestige, comfort, and achievement, making it the vehicle of choice for successful individuals. In the year 2000, when acquiring such a car wasn't as straightforward, simply driving one would undoubtedly make you the envy of Jiangbei. Typically, even the wealthy must leverage connections to procure such a vehicle. Today, however, fortune smiled upon them with this available stock. Even if the car is available, can a pauper like you afford it? Li Shui Skufa, Tang Lei further asserted. "A test drive is free, yet this destitute fellow is merely here to indulge himself. Now that he has encountered us, he is too embarrassed to admit he can't afford it. So he is awkwardly asking if there is a car available." Chapter 19. "This car is not for sale to you. Let us take it for a test drive," Chen Mo said, uninterested in the bickering. Even for the daughter of real estate mogul Gong Ming, a car worth $25 million was an extravagant purchase at this time. With that amount, one could easily buy a luxurious villa in the city center. No, it's too expensive. I can't accept it. She protested. Try it. You deserve the finest this world has to offer. Chen Mo's gentle voice carried an undeniable authority, prompting Gong Ziyuan to instinctively nod in acquiescence to his request. She took the car for a test drive. The opulent interior, comfortable leather seats, and spacious cabin captivated her. She instantly fell in love with the vehicle. How is the car's shock resistance? Chen Mo inquired of the sales associate. Rest assured, sir, this car boasts the best shock resistance on the market. Additionally, the front and rear spaces are significantly larger than those of standard vehicles. If you desire, we can even replace the windows with reflective glass. The associate replied with a smile. That's the one, Chen Mo declared decisively. With a beautiful car and a beautiful woman, it's a perfect match. What do you mean, that's the one? Can you even afford it? Tang Lei mocked. If you can't, you should promptly leave and spare us the embarrassment. Being poor isn't a crime, but pretending to be something you're not is. You're embarrassing yourself, but dragging a girl down with you is even worse. Gong Ziyuan shot Tang Lei a glare and coldly stated, You needn't provoke me. I never intended for Mo Good to buy me a car. Let us go. Montaque. Gong Ziyuan genuinely didn't wish for Chen Mo to purchase such an expensive vehicle. With that money, they could invest in stocks and potentially earn more. Besides, her old car could still be repaired and used. She wasn't a vain girl. Her relationship with Chen Mo was serious, aimed at marriage. So she considered his financial well-being from a wife's perspective. Yet Chen Mo firmly grasped Gong Ziyuan's hand and said, I can't bear to see you driving such a shabby car. Sales associate, let us use the card. He produced a large purple card. Ha! Tang Lei laughed so hard he nearly doubled over. What a farce. Do you really think there's 25 million in that card? Even if your father were to break both legs, could he scrape together that amount? You're hilarious, pretending as if it's true while feeling anxious inside. Ha ha ha. Li Shui chimed in with disdain. How can there be such a vast disparity among men? My Lego buys me anything I desire. Beep. Card transaction successful. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience. At that moment, the POS machine emitted a sound. Subsequently, it began dispensing a receipt. 25 million. Transaction successful. The smiles on Tang Lei and Li Shui's faces vanished abruptly, as if someone had gripped their throats, their expressions transforming from confusion to disbelief. Especially Tang Lei, who could hardly fathom that Chen Mo, who couldn't even afford a 200,000 dowry, was somehow able to purchase a Mercedes worth 25 million. Even the sales associate was taken aback. 25 million. In 2000's Jiangbei, that amount could procure 22 large 3-bedroom apartments. This must be a mistake. There's no way this pauper could have 25 million. Tano Lei shrieked in despair. We have already received a transfer notification from a bank. So the machine is functioning properly, the sales associate replied. How is this possible? Tang Lei staggered back in disbelief. A car worth 25 million may seem extravagant to you, but to me, it pales in comparison to the radiant smile of Ziyuan. With that, Chen Mo affectionately ruffled Gong Ziyuan's hair. Her cheeks flushed. She gazed at him with emotion. With a husband like this, what more could a woman desire? The cold reality of their situation struck Tang Lei as if he had been slapped, leaving his face burning. Li Shui, filled with jealousy, clung to Tang Lei's arm. Shaking it fervently, Lei go, I want an S602. Buy one for me. Tang Lei gritted his teeth and declared to the sales associate, I'll take this car. You? This time, it was Chen Mo's turn to roll his eyes. You haven't even settled your 200,000 debt. Can you really afford it? Who do you think you're underestimating? Let me tell you, my sister has been trading stocks with Boss Zhang and has made a fortune. A mere 25 million is a drop in the bucket for her. Tang Lei boasted grandly. Sir, I'm afraid I must inform you that Mr. Chen has already completed the payment. The sales associate said apologetically. Not a problem. Chen Mo immediately interjected. Here's the deal, Tang Lei. As long as your sister can produce 25 million for the car, consider it a gift for me. That's a promise you made. Tang Lei's eyes lit up, and he felt elated. Wasn't this like receiving free money? Just yesterday, Tang Mengmeng had told him that her stock returns were soaring, and it was only a matter of time before she became a millionaire. Is it not a breeze for her to take out 25 million to purchase a car? Hey sister, where are you? Out shopping with mom? Well, could you swing by the Benz dealership in Jiangbei? I have something to discuss with you. Soon. Tang Mengmeng and Lu Suifang arrived. Brother, is something wrong? Tang Mengmeng asked with concern. Sister, I want to buy a car, Tang Lei said. Oh, buying a car. Tang Mengmeng's expression soured. She had not a single cent to her name. All her funds were tied up in the stock of Jiangda liquor industry. Don't worry, I don't truly need you to fork out any money, Tang Lei said with a mischievous grin. pointing at Chen Mo. That fool Chen Mo said that if he could produce 25 million, he would give me this car. You tell me, how can we pass up such an opportunity? Sister, didn't you make a fortune trading stocks with Boss Zhang? Just lend a bit to Brother Lei, and once we have the car, we can return the money to you, Li Shui suggested. Well, Tang Mingming stammered, unable to lift her gaze. If her family found out that she had tied up all her funds in stocks, she would be in for a beating. Mingming, what on earth is going on? This is your own brother. Besides, the money for the car is coming from that fool. What are you hesitating for? Lu Cuifeng urged impatiently. What was she hesitating about? She had fully invested in Jiangda liquor industry, and her funds were all locked up. Forget 25 million. She probably couldn't even scrape together 1,000. Chen Montauk chuckled. What? Lu Cuifeng, Tang Lei, and Li Shui were all taken aback. Mingming, tell mom, is this true? Lu Cuifeng asked anxiously. Tang Mingming's face flushed red and pale. Ultimately, she could only nod in acknowledgement. You wretched child. That is our entire family's fortune. Lu Cuifeng nearly fainted from anger. This is all Chen Mo's fault. Tang Mingming gritted her teeth. He watched me invest fully in Jiangda without stopping me, causing me to lose all my money. Is this true? Lu Cuifeng roared with fury. Yes. And he knew beforehand that Jiangda liquor industry would incur losses. He deliberately provoked me to buy. Dang Mengmeng et go lim. Chen Montauk. You are utterly despicable. That is all of the Tang family's wealth. How can you be so vile? Lu Cuifeng scolded. Your sister's loss must be borne by you. That car must also be given to my sister as compensation for her mental anguish. Tang Lei greedily eyed the Mercedes S600. Are you all insane? She lost money in stocks. What does that have to do with me? Chen Mo dismissed them and turned to discuss the paperwork with the sales assistant. If I am to suffer, you shall not escape unscathed. Tang Mingming gritted her teeth, dialing a number, and soon a well-dressed, middle-aged man emerged from the dealership office. Zhou, I need your assistance with something. Can you please not sell that car to that guy? Zhou Shilong, the general manager of the Jiangbei Benz dealership, had previously pursued Tang Mingming. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shilong readily agreed, as just moments ago, his boss Zhong Qian had called to instruct him to keep the car, stating it was to be gifted to a prominent figure. Conveniently, he could use this as a favor for Tang Mingming. I'm sorry, sir, but this car is no longer for sale. We will refund your money within 3 working days, Zhou Shilong said with a straight face as he approached. Not for sale? I've already paid, and the paperwork is nearly complete, and now you say it's not for sale? Chen Montauk found it. Not selling it to a freeloader like you. What do you do about it? You want to buy a car with a woman's money. How impressive. Dang Mengmeng, no. You're the manager here, right? I have paid for this car and completed the paperwork. You must sell it to me or face the consequences. Chen Mo said coldly. Oh, consequences? I'm terrified of you. This car isn't for you, so just get lost. If you don't leave, I'll have the security throw you out. Zhou Shilong shouted arrogantly. Fine. Chen Mo stepped aside and called Zhong Qian. Master Zhong, you finally decided to give me a call. Zhong Qian's voice was filled with excitement. Boss Zhong, trying to buy a car at your dealership is quite the challenge. I've paid in full, completed the paperwork, and now your staff is telling me it's not for sale and threatening to call security on me. It seems you don't hold me, the White Dragon King, in high regard. After finishing the call, Chen Mo hung up. Zhong Qian was left in shock. That was the White Dragon King. Previously, merely angering the White Dragon King with words had resulted in him being injured by a rockery. Now to offend him so gravely. Was this not courting death for Zhong Qian? What are you still doing here? Do you want me to call security to throw you out? Zhou Shilong waved his hand, and a dozen security guards appeared. Get these 2 out. As the security approached, Gong Ziyuan turned pale with fear, clutching Chen Mo's sleeve. Chen Mo held her hand reassuringly, saying, Don't worry, they won't dare touch me. Just then, a sudden screeching of brakes echoed from outside. A middle-aged man with a square face and a commanding presence rushed into the store, drenched in sweat. Boss, what brings you here? Zhou Shilong instantly donned a sycophantic smile as he approached. Slap. Zhong Qian slapped Zhou Shilong across the face and angrily exclaimed, Is Mr. Chun someone you can offend? Following this, with Zhou Shilong, Tang Lei, Tang Mingming, and others looking on in astonishment, Zhong Qian, with a face full of apology, approached Chen Mo and slightly bent at the waist, saying, Mr. Chun, I apologize for my lax management of my staff, and I sincerely apologize to you. Mr. Chun? Zhou Shilong was left dumbfounded. He desperately wanted to ask if Zhong Qian had made a mistake. Zhong boss, can I purchase the car now? Chen Mo asked coldly. Mister Chen, what are you saying? This car was always meant to be a gift for you. I had even called Zhou Shilong about it, but who knew this guy? As he spoke, Zhong Qian became enraged again and kicked Zhou Shilong. You wretched scoundrel. Is this how you treat my esteemed guest? Let go. It's just a misunderstanding. Chen Mo waved his hand. It may be a misunderstanding to you, but this guy has some nerve. Even if a regular person walks in to buy a car, pays the money, and completes the paperwork, we must provide the goods. There's no reason to refuse the sale and resort to violence. Zhang Qian glared fiercely at Zhou Shilong, scolding him. Go to finance to collect your wages and get out. If I see you again, I'll hit you every time. Zhou Shilong, pale as a ghost, realized he could not stand up to Zhang Qian and left dejectedly. I do not wish to see these people. Chen Mo pointed at the Tang family. Security. Throw these people out. Zhang Qian commanded. A dozen security guards immediately surrounded and expelled the Tang family. You scoundrel. You wretched Chen Mo. You think just because you've latched onto a wealthy woman, you're all that? Tang Mingming yelled as she got up from the ground. My money. That was our entire family's fortune. Lu Cuifeng lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum and crying loudly. Mom, don't worry. Zhang Lang has already promised to introduce me to a big boss. That big boss is a real wealthy person, worth nearly $1 billion. Once I get involved with that big boss, what is a mere freeloader like Chen Mo? Tang Mingming glared resentfully at Chen Mo in the store. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian handed the car keys to Chen Mo, smiling. Mr. Chen, I take full responsibility for today's incident. This car will be a token of my apology. I hope you will graciously accept it. Chen Mo shook his head and replied, There's no need for that. I lack neither funds nor the desire for your gifts. The more Chen Mo declined, the more trepidation filled Zhang Qian's heart. After all, this was the White Dragon King. Should he still be angered? Who could predict the divine retribution that might ensue? Mr. Chen, if you refuse to accept this, I shall have no choice but to arrange for the car purchase funds to be returned to your original account at double the amount, Zhang Qian insisted. With a heavy sigh, Chen Mo expressed his resignation. Very well. In light of your earnestness, I shall accept this vehicle. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhang Qian exclaimed with elation, hastily directing his people to transfer the funds back to Chen Mo's account, fearing that he might change his mind. Boss Zhang, as the White Dragon King, I have never been one to owe a debt of gratitude. Make sure you take your mother to the best hospital for a full checkup. Delay could lead to regret. Chen Montauk warned. This insight stemmed from information gleaned from Zhang Qian's interview in Chen Mo's previous life. Years later, Zhang Qian's mother was diagnosed with late-stage gastric cancer and soon passed away. Zhang Qian had recalled that had he taken his mother for an examination sooner, there was a significant chance she could have been treated successfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian's expression shifted dramatically, and after expressing his profound gratitude to Chen Mo, he hurried home to find his mother. Later that afternoon, the hospital's examination report revealed the diagnosis. Zhang Qian gasped in shock. Gastric cancer. Fortunately, it was in the early stages. The tumor benign, requiring only conservative treatment for a cure. Mr. Zhang, it's fortunate you discovered this early. Had it been 2 years later, it would have progressed to late-stage gastric cancer, and treatment would have been impossible. The chief physician's words sent a chill down Zhang Qian's spine. What might have transpired had he not apologized to Chen Mo? Upon returning home, Zhang Qian recounted the entire ordeal to his mother. Ziyuan responded honestly. So, you have encountered a remarkable individual. This person must possess profound knowledge of the mysteries of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, and the art of concealment. You must cultivate a good relationship with him. Zhang Qian nodded vigorously. Mother, you needn't worry. I will certainly do so. Meeting the White Dragon King is undoubtedly the most precious opportunity of my life. If I seize it, I shall surely ascend to greatness. On the way back, driving the newly acquired car worth $25 million, even the affluent Gong Ziyuan couldn't help but roll down the window and shout joyfully, I'm so happy. Huh. Chen Mo laughed heartily. I'm glad you like it. It's not particularly special. Once I have something better in the future, I shall replace it for you. Feeling a bit bashful, Gong Ziyuan replied, Mo, go. You don't even have a car of your own. Is it really appropriate for you to give this to me? Perhaps you should drive it yourself, and I'll stick to my old car. Not all. When I need to go somewhere, I'll call you. And you can take me. Chen Mo smiled. Oh, so you gifted me a car, so I could be your chauffeur. Gong Ziyuan teased. Fine. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll be your driver. My dear little chauffeur, I need you to accompany me to a Jade Stone conference tomorrow. She said with delight. Absolutely. Wherever you wish to go, I shall drive you there. Chen Mo affirmed. And what if the esteemed leader wishes to go to a hotel? Gong Ziyuan blushed deeply, stammering, I am not ready for that. What I meant was, you could drop me off at the hotel, and then you can head home. What are you thinking? How insufferable. Gong Ziyuan turned her head away, her mind wandering throughout the journey. Chapter 21. The Jade Stone Conference the following day at the Jiangbei International Exhibition Center, the largest and most opulent exhibition venue in Jiangbei. Luxury cars filled the entrance. their license plates predominantly showcasing auspicious numbers like 8888 and 6666. The vicinity was cordoned off by police, requiring an invitation to gain entry. Upon presenting his invitation, Chen Mo felt an unusual sense of pride swell within him as he crossed the security line, surrounded by envious gazes from passersby. Entering this restricted area signified his entry into the city's elite financial circles. "Mr. Chen, you have finally arrived. Welcome." Wang Tai and Zheng Qian, who had been waiting eagerly at the entrance, greeted him with warm smiles. Many onlookers were curious about Chen Mo, wondering who this young man was that could command such respect from two financial titans. Simultaneously, they were captivated by Gong Ziyuan's stunning presence. Beautiful, absolutely breathtaking. At that moment, Gong Ziyuan, clad in an elegant black gown and linking arms with Chen Mo, radiated an ethereal charm that outshone even the most renowned actresses present. With her fair skin, exquisite features, and graceful demeanor, she turned heads wherever she walked. This was hardly surprising. The Gong family was among the most prestigious in Jiangbei, a cut above most attendees. Accustomed to grand occasions, Gong Ziyuan carried herself with a poise that exceeded Chen Mo's. Moreover, she was astute, seamlessly transitioning to mingle with her female companions after greeting Chen Mo. "Mr. Chen, what an impressive achievement. The Gong family is among the foremost in Jiangbei. I never imagined their heiress would so easily be won over by you," Wang Tai remarked in admiration. Not only is Miss Gong stunning and poised, but her esteemed lineage and financial acumen promise to make her a supportive partner for Mr. Chen, Zheng Qian added with a smile. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Zheng, who is this young gentleman? He seems rather unfamiliar," a few attendees inquired, their curiosity piqued. Amidst a gathering of middle-aged individuals, Chen Mo, in his 20s, stood out distinctly. "Oh dear, how could I forget? Let me introduce you all. This is the illustrious Jiangbei stock prodigy, the White Dragon King, Mr. Chen Mo," Wang Tai announced with enthusiasm. "Oh, is he the one who invested 10 million, with every stock he purchased reaching its limit, doubling his funds in just a few days?" Someone exclaimed in astonishment. At this revelation, the expressions of those present shifted as they regarded Chen Mo. Many had dabbled in stock trading, but none could boast of such rapid success. "Thank you for your kind words, but I merely consider myself fortunate. I hardly deserve the title of stock prodigy. Such claims only serve to invite ridicule," Chen Mo humbly replied. Just as Chen Mo engaged in lively conversation with the financial magnates, a group entered through the entrance. Tang Mingming was seen intimately linking arms with a middle-aged man, exuding pride akin to that of a peacock. The man beside her, Huang Yu, was a well-known local capital tycoon and a rising star in the investment world. Previously, Zhang Lang had caused Tang Mingming a considerable financial loss, leading her to frequently visit his establishment, attempting to recover her funds. However, Zhang Lang had also invested heavily and was in no position to repay her. Thus, he introduced her to Huang Yu, informing her that he was the owner of a publicly traded company with a fortune exceeding 100 million. If she could win his favor, hundreds of thousands, even millions, would be within reach. Without hesitation, Tang Mingming agreed. On the very night they met, she employed every charm to woo Huang Yu, ensuring his utmost comfort. Given Huang Yu's early marriage and his wife being older, shorter, and less appealing, he found it advantageous to bring Tang Mingming to such events, showcasing his status to her. This is quite the spectacle. Every car parked here must be worth over 1 million, and there's even a police presence. Such a grand exhibition must surely yield substantial profits from ticket sales alone, right? Why is it that ordinary citizens are not allowed to enter?" Tang Mingming exclaimed with excitement. Zhang Lang, who trailed behind her, cast her a disdainful glance and replied, "The attendees here are all the most formidable tycoons from the Jiangbei financial circle. If they were to mingle with the impoverished masses, it would be utterly ludicrous. If you lack understanding, it's best to refrain from speaking and making a fool of yourself." Tang Mingming promptly fell silent. She had no desire for these financial magnates to perceive her as a mere rustic. The arrival of Huang Yu immediately stirred a commotion. Undoubtedly, Huang Yu has recently been the talk of the financial world, a figure everyone aspires to befriend. "You two go explore a bit. I'll catch up with some old friends," Huang Yu stated. Both were granted entry through Huang Yu's connections, hence they regarded him with utmost reverence. As Tang Mingming wandered into the exhibition hall, she began to admire the extravagant jade ornaments, gasping in awe. Truly, this was an exhibition for the affluent. A single jade bracelet could fetch hundreds of thousands. The largest jade Buddha was astonishingly priced at 10 million, reflecting on her meager monthly salary of just over 1,000. Tang Mingming could not suppress her vow. "I shall become a wealthy individual." Zhang Lang, however, was not in the mood for leisurely exploration. His purpose for attending was to forge connections. Yet, without Huang Yu's introduction, he was largely ignored. After several attempts at engaging with the elite only to be met with indifference, he begrudgingly returned to accompany Tang Mingming. Bro, these jade ornaments are indeed exorbitantly priced. That Buddha costs a staggering 10 million. A regular person would have to forego food and drink for perhaps centuries to amass such wealth, right? Tang Mingming la mente. These items are merely playthings for the wealthy. Ultimately, all these ornaments will be acquired by affluent socialites to gather dust in their homes. They do not attend to purchase, but to network and introduce business opportunities to one another, Zhang Lang remarked, harboring a touch of envy and resentment. Indeed, it's no wonder so many of my acquaintances are striving to become part of high society. Tang Mengmeng sighed deeply. Huh, what is wrong, bro? She inquired, noticing Zhang Lang frowning at a distance. Isn't that Chen Mo? He asked. Bro, you must be mistaken. How could that impoverished Chen Mo possibly? Before she could finish, Tang Mingming spotted Chen Mo engaging in lively conversation with some of Jiangbei's prominent financial tycoons. Her eyes widened in shock, her heart sinking as if she had just swallowed something distasteful. Upon noticing Gong Ziyuan nearby, Tang Mingming quickly grasped the situation. Chen Mo must have been introduced by Gong Ziyuan. Otherwise, how could such a lowly worker qualify for such an event? But even if Gong Ziyuan brought him in, why were those individuals treating him with such deference? Curiously, she approached someone nearby and inquired, who is that person over there? Why does everyone seem so captivated by him? That individual is remarkable. It is said he is the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, possessing the ability to predict the future through the ancient art of I Ching. Recently, whatever stocks he invests in inevitably soar, the person replied. Tang Mingmeng was taken aback. The reincarnation of the White Dragon King? Such absurdity, she thought. Determination fueling her as she approached Chen Mo, intending to expose him. Ah, if it isn't Chen Mo, what brings you here? She called out, drawing the attention of everyone around. Wang Tai and Zheng Qian frowned, glancing at Chen Mo, who regarded Tang Mingmeng with an air of indifference, still pretending to be profound. Are we? Tang Mingmeng shouted, everyone, you've been duped. He knows nothing of the I Ching. He is a complete fraud. For years, he has been a mere employee, and only recently has he leeched off a wealthy woman to gain entry here. He is a quintessential loser, a pauper. All of you, financial titans, do not be swayed by his nonsense. Recalling how Chen Mo had caused her embarrassment and financial loss in the past intensified her anger. She looked at him, expecting to see fear and anxiety etched on his face. Chen Mo, while you may boast to your friends, what gives you the audacity to deceive these esteemed individuals? She taunted. Chen Mo coldly regarded the flailing Tang Mingmeng and replied calmly, Tang Mingmeng, do you wish to be thrown out once more? Taken aback, she scoffed, huh? Chen Mo, don't think that just because you've latched on a Gong Ziyuan, I'm intimidated. Let me tell you, I am now the woman of Boss Huang Yu. Not even Gong Ziyuan herself can touch me. And as for you, a mere sycophant, your parents are farmers, and you are forever tainted by your origins. No matter how fine the suit a wealthy woman buys you, it cannot conceal your inherent poverty. Tang Mingmeng derided scornfully. Chen Mo did not react with anger. Instead, he shook his head, appearing almost amused, which left Tang Mingmeng feeling as though she had struck a pillow. Mingmeng, what is happening? At that moment, a robust middle-aged man approached. It was Huang Yu. Exuding a commanding presence, he strolled in with a cigar between his lips and sunglasses on, greeting everyone while parting the crowd. Even Wang Tai and Zheng Qian approached to pay their respects. Boss Huang, have you heard of the White Dragon King? Tang Mingmeng asked with a hint of mockery. Indeed, I have heard. They say he possesses extraordinary abilities, predicting the future and ensuring stock prices rise, Huang Yu replied. Well, he is right there. Tang Mingmeng pointed at Chen Mo. I know him from before. He is a pauper earning just over 1,000 a month, unable to even afford a bride price. He only gained entry after attaching himself to the daughter of the Gong family. I fear he might deceive other businessmen, which is why I exposed him. The daughter of the Gong family? Gong Ziyuan? Huang Yu's eyes lit up as he scanned the crowd, spotting the striking figure of Gong Ziyuan. He recognized her well and had long coveted her since the first moment he laid eyes on her. However, given the Gong family's prominence and his own marital status, he had reluctantly given up on pursuing her. Yet, Huang Yu certainly did not wish to see another man courting the woman he admired. Seeing Huang Yu in person, Chen Mo's memory surfaced with a wealth of information. Huang Yu, known as the God's Hand, had risen from destitution, amassing a fortune of 50 million within 3 years through trading futures. He later founded Tianyu Capital, successfully securing a public listing and attaining a net worth of over 100 million. However, his ventures into the internet e-commerce, and social networking ultimately led to catastrophic failures, prompting his investors to withdraw, leaving him deeply in debt and returning to the streets as a beggar. Of course, the reason this left such a deep impression was that he ultimately perished from AIDS. Moreover, according to the timestamps recorded in the news reports from the previous life, Huang Yu should have already contracted HIV by this time. Contemplating this, Chen Mo couldn't help but change his expression, distancing himself a few steps away from Huang Yu. Even though ordinary contact is not infectious, the thought alone made him uneasy. Ah, so now you're afraid? This behavior did not escape Tang Mingming's notice. Yet she misconstrued it as Chen Mo's fear. Allow me to enlighten you. Mr. Huang is currently the most formidable investor in Jianhai province. Your master, Gong Ziyuan's father, can only stand on equal footing with Mr. Huang. What does that make you? A mere sycophant. Modesty, modesty. Huang Yu was quite pleased with Chen Mo's fearful reaction, chuckling as he remarked, "It's a good thing for the young to know fear. Very well, since I am in a good mood today, I shall not hold it against you. Just apologize to me and then leave." Tang Mingming teased Chen Mo, saying, "Chen Mo, did you hear Mr. Huang asking for an apology? Be more respectful. Otherwise, you won't fare well." "Mr. Huang, Chen Mo is my guest." At this moment, Wang Tai could no longer remain silent. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. After all, it was he who had summoned Chen Mo, and if he did not intervene now, he would offend Chen Mo. He had first-hand experience of Chen Mo's capabilities. "President Wang, you invited him?" Huang Yu frowned slightly. "Mr. Chen is also my friend." Zheng Qian stepped forward. "Old Zheng, your friend?" This time, it was Huang Yu's turn to be astonished. If Chen Mo were truly the kept boy of Gong Ziyuan, it would be impossible for both Zheng Qian and Wang Tai to step forward in his defense. "Indeed, Mr. Chen possesses extraordinary talents. He is not deceiving us in this regard." "Both old Wang, and I can attest to that," Zheng Qian stated. "Ha ha!" Huang Yu could no longer maintain his composure, his laughter distorting his face. "Oh dear, I must say, President Wang, old Zheng, you two are truly regressing. You've allowed yourselves to be duped by a swindler." Following this, Huang Yu pointed a burning cigarette, but at Chen Mo in a highly insulting manner. "You so-called Dragon King, if you are so divine, why not predict my fortune?" Chen Mo cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yu, a smirk playing on his lips. "Very well, I foresee Mr. Huang's fortune waning this year, as his financial luck appears to be reaching its end. Furthermore, Mr. Huang's health seems to be on the brink of serious issues. However, fret not. As long as Mr. Huang is willing to abandon his materialistic ways, shave his head, and lead a monastic life, he can overcome this calamity." At that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Everyone gazed at Chen Mo in disbelief. Was he not essentially proclaiming that Huang Yu's fortune was doomed, and his life was in jeopardy? To dare utter such words in front of Huang Yu was tantamount to courting death. Yet, unbeknownst to the crowd, Chen Mo spoke only the truth. Huang Yu had already reached the pinnacle of his life. As the saying goes, what rises must fall. From this point on, all his investments would fail, and his ventures and futures would lead him to ruin, ultimately finding himself scavenging on the streets. Even more absurdly, he would contract HIV. Everyone knew Huang Yu was on the verge of collapse. Who would fear him now? Very well, the White Dragon King, is it? Capable of forecasting the future? Let me tell you, others may be fooled by your tricks, but Huang Yu is not. The original stone convention is about to commence. Dare you play a game with me? Let us each purchase 5 million worth of original stones, and see whose stones hold greater value. We shall determine if my fortune is indeed at an end, or if you are merely a charlatan. Huang Yu extinguished his burning cigar with a single hand, looking at Chen Mo with a cold smile, clearly enraged. "Mr. Huang, Chen Mo." Wang Tai attempted to mediate. After all, the ancient art of divination was not infallible. Chen Mo had never dabbled in original stones. How could he possibly compete with such a cunning fox as Huang Yu? "President Wang, I prefer not to involve you in our grievances." Huang Yu shot Wang Tai a glare, prompting him to retreat helplessly. "So, Chen Mo, are you not the reincarnation of the White Dragon King? Surely, you would not shy away from a mere game of original stones?" Huang Yu's gaze bore into Chen Mo. In truth, Huang Yu felt confident because the organizers of the Jade Convention had marked the stones that could yield profits in advance to curry favor with him. The stones Huang Yu could choose were guaranteed to appreciate in value. If Chen Mo were truly the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, he would surely refuse. At that point, Huang Yu could mock him mercilessly. Conversely, if Chen Mo accepted, it would confirm him as a swindler, allowing Huang Yu to bask in the limelight and showcase his own prowess. In either scenario, Huang Yu believed he was on solid ground. "Not a problem," Chen Mo replied without hesitation. He could see the underlying scheme. However, he felt unafraid, for he distinctly remembered that during this Jade Convention, A piece of imperial green worth 20 million was unearthed. Oddly enough, that astonishing jadeite had emerged from the waste stone area. This event was primarily a commercial gathering organized for financial tycoons, and thus, the original stones brought in were not expected to appreciate significantly. They were merely entertainment for the magnates. Huang Yu's 5 million worth of original stones, even if they all turned profitable, would at most be worth 10 million. With that in mind, Chen Mo smirked and said, however, simply playing with original stones lacks excitement. Why don't we add some stakes, Mr. Huang? Did I hear you correctly? You wish to raise the stakes. Huang Yu was laughing in anger. Are you unaware of the meaning of danger? Zhang Qian, aware of some insider information, approached Chen Mo, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he whispered, Mr. Chen, it's not advisable. There's a trick involved with those stones. Chen Mo merely smiled at Zhang Qian. Rest assured, everything is within my calculations. Trust me. Zhang Qian could only nod reluctantly, still feeling that Chen Mo was being overly audacious. Subsequently, Chen Mo retrieved a delicate gift box from his recently purchased designer briefcase, emerging with a small bowl. This is my stake. Chen Mo raised the seemingly unremarkable bowl. Grinning confidently, Huang Yu was left speechless. After all this, it was merely a broken bowl? How utterly shabby. Mr. Huang. He bought that bowl from farmer in Zhonglang's shop for 300,000. Its market value is at most 200,000. Tang Mengmeng informed Huang Yu. Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. No way, no way. You carry around a 300,000 broken bowl as if it's a treasure, and you want to use it as a stake? I say, Lord White Dragon King, if you're truly in need of money, I can lend you some. If you don't find it embarrassing to bring out a 300,000 broken bowl, then I find it too cheap. Upon hearing this, everyone stifled their laughter, their gazes toward Chen Mo losing the admiration they once held. Although 300,000 was no small sum in the year 2000. What kind of people were present? A mere 300,000 was insignificant in their eyes, in the face of the crowd's disdain and ridicule. Chen Mo remained composed as he addressed Huang Yu. This is not an ordinary bowl. It is a treasure used by a legendary figure from the Ming dynasty. Based on my estimation, its market value is at least 50 million, and in 20 years, it could fetch billions. As a stake, that should suffice, wouldn't you agree? Upon these words, the entire exhibition hall fell into a silence lasting half a minute. Then, laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Has this kid gone mad? A broken bowl, and he expects to sell it for 50 million? In 20 years, he thinks it will be worth billions? Dream on. If he had even a grain of sense, he wouldn't be in such a state. Did he truly believe everyone was a fool? At that moment, everyone was convinced that Chen Mo was nothing more than a charlatan. Tang Mengmeng cast a disdainful glance at Chen Mo and mockingly remarked, Chen Mo, don't be foolish. This bowl has been examined by Boss Zhang and is indeed an antique, but it is worth at most 200,000. Only someone with a brain like yours would foolishly spend money on it. Zhang Lang stepped forward and stated, Esteemed seniors, I am Zhang Lang, the owner of Ziyuan. I have appraised this bowl, and it is indeed worth no more than 200,000. If it were truly as valuable as Chen Mo claims, why would I allow him to take advantage? At that moment, Wang Tai and Zheng Qian felt rather awkward, despite having witnessed Chen Mo's abilities. The bowl appeared to them as nothing of significant worth. All right, since you are so confident, Huang Yu approached the crowd and stood before an elder, saying, Elder Cheng, you are a titan in the antiques realm and an expert in appraisal. Could you assist us in determining the true value of that bowl? Chuckling, the elderly gentleman, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and sporting glasses, nodded. His name was Cheng Wanli, a renowned expert in antiques. He approached Chen Mo and asked, Young brother, may I inspect it? Chen Mo nodded and handed the bowl to the elder. Cheng Wanli examined the bowl closely, his brow furrowing in concentration. Elder Cheng, what do you think? Huang Yu asked dismissively. As Ba Zhang mentioned, this bowl is indeed a product of the Ming dynasty, but it holds little monetary value. However, before Chen Wanli could finish, Huang Yu burst into laughter. What more do you have to say, my esteemed lord of the White Dragon? Chen Mo disregarded Huang Yu, lifting the bowl and gently tapping it at a crack on the rim. Crack, crack, to everyone's astonishment. The clay seal on the exterior of the bowl began to fracture and fell away. A dazzling golden light reflected off the bowl, causing everyone present to squint against the brilliance. Elder Chen, what do you see now? This is... Chen Wanli took the bowl again, scrutinizing it intently. His expression transformed into one of exhilaration, his breath quickening, and his body trembling with excitement, his aged face flushing with two bright shades of red. Chen Mo calmly declared, I possess a celestial bowl, long confined by the dust of labor. But today, as the dust clears, its brilliance shines forth, illuminating mountains and rivers. Chapter 24. He is a true dragon. At this moment, without needing Chang Wanli to speak, everyone could discern that the bowl was undoubtedly of immense value. What nonsense are you spouting? A celestial bowl? It's merely made of gold. I reckon it's worth only around 270,000. You're dreaming if you think it could fetch a price of 50 million. Tang Mingming scoffed at Chen Mo. Be quiet. I will not permit you to insult a national treasure. Chen Wanli shouted in fury, startling Tang Mingming. Huang Yu furrowed his brows and asked Elder Cheng, is this bowl truly a treasure? Not just a treasure. It is a national treasure. Chen Wanli's words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. It is not merely a gold bowl. Observe its base, where the rarest purple jade of the Ming dynasty is inlaid with the character Shun. According to ancient texts, I can assure you, this is the legendary treasure bowl of Shun Wansan, the great merchant of the Ming dynasty. Boom! Upon this revelation, a thunderous realization echoed in the minds of all present. Most of those in attendance were businessmen. How could they not have heard of the legendary merchant Shun Wansan from the Ming dynasty? It is said that Liu Bowen, the reincarnation of the Wenchang star, took two sworn brothers as disciples. One was the famed Ziyuan Zhang, and the other was Shun Wansan. Liu Bowen had two treasures for them to choose from. Ziyuan Zhang selected the treasured sword, which ultimately helped him establish his vast empire. Shun Wansan chose the treasure bowl, which provided endless wealth. At the height of his success, Shun Wansan owned enterprises worldwide. Even Ziyuan Zhang sought his financial assistance. It is said that Shun Wansan's wealth, comprised solely of gold and silver, amounted to an astounding 1 billion taels. To put this into perspective, during that era, the annual revenue of the Ming dynasty was merely 20 million taels, equivalent to over a century's worth of national income. Unfortunately, Shun Wansan's prowess led to envy from Ziyuan Zhang, resulting in his exile to the borders, along with the confiscation of all his assets. Nonetheless, Shun Wansan managed to revive his fortunes by trading along the Tea Horse Road with the treasure bowl. Thus, when the business people in attendance learned that this was the legendary treasure bowl of Shun Wansan, they were utterly shocked, their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. This was a mythical artifact that promised inexhaustible wealth to its possessor. Who would not desire such a treasure? Elder Cheng, you must be mistaken, Huang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. I guarantee you, with my integrity as a man. Cheng Wanli carefully cradled the golden bowl in his hands and then cautiously returned it to Chen Mo. Then, how much is it worth? Tang Mingming urgently inquired, her heart racing. This treasure is priceless. If one were to insist on a market price, it would be at least 60 million. In 20 years, due to inflation, it could be worth several billion. Chen Wanli stated. Gasp! At this pronouncement, the entire assembly collectively inhaled sharply. A bowl purchased for 300,000 could potentially be worth billions in 20 years. In that moment, even the financial titans present were consumed by envy. The most shocked and unable to accept this reality were Tang Mingming and Zhang Lang. They were on the brink of madness. They had watched as Chen Mo purchased the bowl for 300,000, and at that time, they had mocked him mercilessly. Yet now, that seemingly worthless bowl was revealed to be Shun Wansan's treasure bowl, with a market value of at least 60 million. Zhang Lang felt an overwhelming regret. His heart bleeding. This bowl had passed through his hands multiple times. He had almost purchased it for a few thousand. If only he had mustered the courage to buy it. Meanwhile, Tang Mingming felt her heart shatter into pieces. She had been too kind. This bowl should have been her compensation for lost youth. She should have shamelessly snatched it away. Chen Mo, did you know all along that this bowl was so valuable? Speak. Tang Mingming pointed at Chen Mo in exasperation. Of course. Otherwise, why would I spend 300,000 to buy it? Surely, you don't think I would waste 300,000 just to annoy you? Chen Mo teased. You. Tang Mingming fumed, pacing frantically. That bowl was meant to be my compensation for lost youth. I offered you 300,000 to buy it from you. Chen Mo rolled his eyes, dismissing her entirely. Tang Mingming felt as if a heavy stone had lodged in her chest, leaving her utterly miserable. That was 60 million. She could have had it all. After all, she was Chen Mo's fiancée. But now, Huang Yu nodded, greedily eyeing the golden bowl. Shun Wansan's treasure bowl indeed holds great promise. For a businessman, its significance far outweighs its intrinsic value. Are you willing to take the risk? Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Ha! Huang Yu promptly summoned a notary. I have already deposited 60 million into the notary's account. If you win, you take everything. If I win, the treasure bowl belongs to me, with the notary present. Both parties signed the agreement. ensuring Huang Yu could not back out. All right, let us begin, Chen Mo declared without hesitation. At this moment, all the attendees gathered around. This contest, valued at 1.2 billion, sent shivers through even the most seasoned financial titans. A single contest worth 1.2 billion was something they could scarcely fathom. Mr. Chen, be careful. Zhang Qian approached Chen Mo, his face etched with helplessness. Allow me to speak candidly. These raw stones have been marked, and only Huang Yu can discern their true nature. Even if you possess the ability to deduce, you cannot prevail against such deceitful individuals. Perhaps I should seek out the leaders of the notary office to discuss this matter. At worst, it would merely be a loss of face. And there is no need to gift away treasures unnecessarily. Chen Mo regarded Zhang Qian seriously and replied, Boss Zhang, I must responsibly inform you that provoking the Dragon King will lead to dire consequences. If you wish for others to believe, you must first believe in yourself. Chen Mo was constantly engaged in a process of self-affirmation, convincing himself that he was indeed the White Dragon King. Observing Chen Mo's resolute attitude, Zhang Qian refrained from further persuasion. Deep down, he was curious to see if Chen Mo could untangle this predicament. At that moment, Gong Ziyuan approached. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, she was deserving of the title, the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei. Today's attire rendered her breathtakingly exquisite. Miss Gong, it seems this pretty boy you're nurturing may bring you embarrassment, Huang Yu teased. Not at all. I have faith in his victory, for he is the man I, Gong Ziyuan, have chosen. Gong Ziyuan declared, her gaze ablaze with fervor as she looked up at Chen Mo, brimming with confidence. Chen Mo, he is a true dragon. In the midst of everyone's scrutiny, Gong Ziyuan executed a move that left all astounded. She produced a check, swiftly inscribing a series of numbers before signing her name and slamming it down onto the table. I shall participate in this contest as well. Chapter 25, A Battle to Remember. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the check, 40 million, coupled with the value of Chen Mo's treasure trove. The total stakes had now surpassed 100 million. Ziyuan Yu. Gong Ziyuan placed a hand over Chen Mo's lips, looking earnestly into his eyes. I've said it before. You are the man I, Gong Zin, have chosen, the dragon among men. I believe in you. You will surely win. However, should you lose, not only will you forfeit all the money, but you will also lose me. Thus, there is no retreat for you. You must win. You cannot lose. Her words commanded the admiration of all present, for 40 million was no trivial sum, even for the Gong family. Should Chen Mo falter, the Gong family would not be inclined to show him mercy. Between them, the possibility of future interactions would vanish. Gong Ziyuan had staked her entire happiness on Chen Mo, exhibiting a level of unconditional trust that surpassed that of couples who had been together for decades. Chen Mo looked at Gong Ziyuan, deeply moved, and resolutely nodded. In this battle, I shall prevail. Indeed, Gong Ziyuan affirmed, embracing Chen Mo tightly. He felt her body tremble, revealing her own fear and anxiety. Yet, she had ultimately chosen to stand by him. Chen Mo turned to Huang Yu and calmly stated, Boss Huang, the stakes have now increased to a total of 100 million. Do you dare to match it? All eyes were fixed on Huang Yu, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. 100 million. It was nearly his entire fortune. To risk everything for pride was hardly the action of a rational financial mogul. Ha ha ha. Huang Yu erupted in laughter, pointing his finger at Chen Mo while holding a cigar. Do you think to frighten me with such tactics? Not a chance. I am in. He then turned to Wang Tai. President Wang, my cash flow is insufficient, but I can mortgage all my assets for 40 million. Is that unreasonable? Wang Tai nodded. No problem. I can grant you special privileges and expedite the loan. Excellent. Shortly thereafter, the 40 million mortgage loan was secured. Huang Yu slapped a bank card containing 100 million from the notary account onto the table. Kid, if you win, this entire sum is yours. It all hinges on your capabilities. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Excitement surged as they realized the stakes had now exceeded 200 million. In the year 2000, even the notion of 200 million was staggering. A mere 10,000 would garner teasing remarks about being a millionaire. For the financial titans present, 200 million represented a monumental clash, and the participant was none other than the most sought-after figure in Jiangbei, Huang Yu, heightening the thrill even further. Let's proceed. Huang Yu waved his hand, resembling an emperor on a royal procession, flanked by a throng of followers. Chen Mo and the others followed him to the raw stone exhibition area, which was divided into 4 distinct sections. The A-level raw stone exhibition area housed the most premium stones, the prices of which were exorbitant, yet correspondingly, their quality was unparalleled. The B-level raw stone exhibition area contains stones of moderate price and quality. The C-level raw stone exhibition area showcased stones of inferior price and quality. The D-level raw stone exhibition area displayed subpar stones, priced so low that even the average citizen would consider them cheap. They were often referred to as waste stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yu strode into the A-level raw stone exhibition area, swiftly selecting several exceedingly expensive stones with no hint of doubt. Witnessing this, Zhang Qian's heart raced. The stones Huang Yu chose were clearly the marked ones prepared by the organizers, guaranteed to appreciate in value. It was akin to an examination with only two candidates. One already knew the answers, and the other, no matter how extraordinarily talented, could not possibly succeed. The youth is still too impulsive. Zhang Qian sighed deeply, seemingly envisioning the scene of Chen Mo's downfall. I have selected 5 million worth of raw stones. Now it is your turn, esteemed White Dragon King. Huang Yu smirked, biting a cigar. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Chen Mo traversed through the A, B, and C exhibition areas, ultimately standing before the D-level section. I will purchase all the stones in this area. Is 5 million sufficient? Chen Mo inquired of the staff member. The staff, taken aback, replied, Mr. Chen, the stones in this section are all waste stones and are nearly unsellable. We brought them here for the purpose of entertainment. I understand. However, I wish to know how much it would cost to buy every stone in the D-level exhibition area. Chen Mo inquired with unwavering determination. If you insist on purchasing them all, I will symbolically charge you 1 yuan for the lot. The staff member replied helplessly. Very well, 1 yuan it is. I shall take them all. I intend to compare them against the raw stones selected by Huang Yu. Though the financial moguls present were not experts in raw stones, they understood the fundamental rules, and upon witnessing Chen Mo's intention to compare waste stones with Huang Yu's top-tier selections, laughter erupted throughout the assembly. What a jest! These worthless stones are merely ordinary minerals. No one would want them, even for free. You intend to pit these against premium raw stones? The youth was simply attempting to outsmart everyone, perhaps thinking that Huang Yu's stones would incur losses, allowing him to come out ahead for just a single yuan. Unfortunately, such cleverness would bear no fruit when dealing with raw stones. Such a pity. It seems he is destined to lose both his fortune and his standing. Indeed, just look at the stones chosen by Boss Wang. Each one is of the highest quality, while Chen Mo's selections are nothing but scraps. Is he jesting? Huang Yu could not restrain his mockery. Let us not be so harsh. After all, he is the White Dragon King, a man of calculation. Who knows? He may yet uncover a treasure among those waste stones. Enough idle chatter. Let's have the stone-cutting master begin, Chen Mo declared nonchalantly. For he knew that even the organizers from his previous life could not have anticipated that the waste stone area concealed unparalleled treasures. Cut! Huang Yu's first raw stone was soon revealed to be a gem. Before us lay a piece of material, its foundation pristine and translucent. Nestled within was cotton, clear and distinct, unrefined, yet exuding an aura of crystalline purity, each grain reminiscent of frost-kissed snow. This was indeed old seed wood material. My heavens! Though it bore slight imperfections, commanding a price of 1 million should pose no challenge. Remarkable, indeed, as the acquisition cost of this stone was merely 700,000. Huang Yu, with a proud wave of his hand, declared, the real spectacle has only just begun. Let us proceed with the cutting. Soon thereafter, a chorus of gasps erupted before the stone-cutting machine. It appreciated in value, and again it appreciated. Goodness gracious, it is of the old pit ice type. This is red jadeite. The 5 million yuan rough stone purchased by Huang Yu was swiftly processed. Dozens of rough stones were all transformed into profit. Upon appraisal, their cumulative worth soared to an astonishing 12 million, a staggering 24-fold increase. At that moment, victory seemed assured. Huang Yu chuckled, turning to Chen Mo, the stone you chose. I deem it unnecessary to cut further. It would merely waste our time. This treasure trove, along with Miss Gong's check, rightfully belongs to me. Gong Ziyuan's palms were slick with sweat, her silence betraying her anxiety as she gazed at Chen Mo. Wang Tai and Zhang Qian averted their eyes, sighing, seemingly resigned to Chen Mo's inevitable defeat. All present regarded him with a glance tinged with schadenfreude. None entertained the notion that Chen Mo could emerge victorious. Yet, with an unshakable calmness, Chen Mo replied, whether I win or lose, we shall determine once I have completed my cut. Master, let us proceed. Chapter 26, The Emperor Green Jadeite. It is but a meager struggle, Huang Yu chuckled lightly. The stone-cutting machine roared back to life. It crumbled. Another failed piece. The D-level exhibition area contained no fewer than 100 rough stones. The cutter worked through 70 or 80 pieces, yet not a single one yielded anything of value. After more than 3 hours of cutting, many began to stifle yawns. Huang Yu remarked, "Shall we continue to squander everyone's time?" The cutter paused, shaking his arms, glancing at Chen Mo with growing impatience. "How can you know I will lose unless we complete the cuts?" Chen Mo replied coolly, "Very well. I shall indulge you until the bitter end." Huang Yu retorted solemnly. After cutting through another 20 pieces, the outcome remained unchanged. All were worthless. Now, only one stone remained. This last piece was thick-skinned and rough, bulky in form, resembling an ordinary rock. Gong Ziyuan's heart raced, her grip on Chen Mo tightening, her palms damp with perspiration. Zhang Qian shook his head, lamenting Chen Mo's reckless endeavor. "Chen Mo, your demise is nigh." Tang Meng cackled, her excitement causing her body to tremble with anticipation. Huang Yu shrugged, a smug grin adorning his face. "Lord White Dragon, it appears your mastery of the I Ching and Bagua is faltering him." At this juncture, even Chen Mo felt a knot of anxiety within him. Could it be that his memory had failed him? The final cut would decide all. "Cut!" Chen Mo gritted his teeth, addressing the cutter. Everyone shook their heads, too apathetic to observe the last piece, which any fool could surmise was merely worthless. Just then, Wang Tai's voice rang out in astonishment. "It has appreciated. It has appreciated again. My goodness, what a surge!" Every heart, including Huang Yu's, skipped a beat as they turned to the cutting machine. Before them, the once drab stone revealed a vibrant, rich hue, devoid of impurities, a vivid green emerging. It was the Emperor Green. Wang Tai exclaimed. The Emperor Green is the most coveted and valuable hue in jadeite, also known as Imperial Green, radiating an air of noble beauty. Emperor Green jadeite can be fashioned into various exquisite jewelry and ornaments, glowing under light, and is said to possess auspicious properties when carved into figures like Pai Xiao. Chen Mo's stone yielded the finest quality of Emperor Green, an old pit glass type. This jadeite, rare due to dwindling resources, has seen its price rise year after year. To think that a worthless stone could produce such a treasure. Could the White Dragon truly turn tide? The crowd buzzed with incredulous chatter. Huang Yu clenched his teeth, muttering curses, such a meager amount of Emperor Green. What value can it possibly hold? Just you wait, it will surely collapse next. It surged. It surged again. The cutting continued unabated. Yet, contrary to expectations, as the machine whirred, a substantial block of Emperor Green jadeite gradually revealed itself to the audience. Even the cutter could not suppress his astonished eyelids. His gaze filled with the lush green. He had spent a lifetime cutting rough stones, yet had never encountered such a grand piece of Emperor Green. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution, fearing to mar its integrity. The previous 90 pieces had taken a mere 3.5 hours to cut. Yet this single stone demanded an entire hour. And in that hour, not a single person yawned. All eyes were transfixed upon the vibrant green. It surged. A frenzy of appreciation erupted. The magnificent block of Emperor Green, illuminated under the lights, seemed to beckon, as though it wished to ensnare the very souls of onlookers. Even the uninitiated could discern that this Emperor Green held immeasurable value. It was incomparable to Huang Yu's meager collection of small gains. At this moment, Huang Yu's visage turned ashen, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the monumental block of Emperor Green jadeite, unable to grasp this reality. In the span of a brief hour, this was not merely a piece of rough stone appreciating. It was about to cost Huang Yu a staggering 100 million. That was his entire fortune. He had even mortgaged his company. This Emperor Green jadeite, the purest form of old pit glass, had a market value of no less than 20 million. And with the craftsmanship of a master sculptor, its price could easily triple or quintuple. The appraiser announced the result. My goodness, 1 yuan has yielded 20 million. Someone cried out in shock. How terrifying. I have never witnessed such an appreciation in my life. One cut brings poverty, another brings wealth. One cut sends you to hell, another to paradise. Ancient wisdom does not deceive. Every heart raced at the appraiser's declaration. After confirming they had not misheard, they regarded Chen Mo with reverence, akin to gazing upon a deity. The White Dragon, he must surely be the reincarnation of the White Dragon. With a renewed wave of astonishment, the crowd awoke to the reality. Chen Mo had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, unfazed and self-assured. It was evident he had anticipated this very moment. This only served to corroborate the claims of his mastery of the I Ching and Bagua, enabling him to foresee the future. A true expert indeed. Zhang Qian sighed deeply, feeling rather foolish for having doubted Chen Mo's capabilities. How trivial his previous concerns appeared now, especially when the White Dragon could predict his own fate. What was this minor contest in comparison? Meanwhile, Wang Tai was filled with admiration beyond measure. He was undoubtedly a divine being reincarnated. This battle would henceforth be recounted in the financial and rough-stone circles, celebrated as the Millennium Battle and the Spectacular Showdown. Amidst the awe of all present, Chen Mo calmly collected his winnings from the table, along with Gong Ziyuan's stake, and retrieved the bank card for the impartial account. With effortless grace, he secured his fortune of 100 million. He turned to Huang Yu with a smile. Thank you, Boss Huang, for your generous stake. With that, he took Gong Ziyuan, still reeling from the excitement, and prepared to depart. Stop! Huang Yu bellowed, blocking Chen Mo's path. Does Boss Huang have further matters to discuss? Chen Montak inquired, his composure unwavering. This was your scheme. You must have colluded with the organizers of the rough stone exhibition. You conspired together to swindle my money, did you not? This is unacceptable. Return my funds to me. This cannot stand. Huang Yu, unwilling to accept his financial ruin, resorted to unscrupulous tactics. Mr. Huang, if you cannot afford to play, then do not engage in the game. Your behavior is truly unbecoming. Chen Mo remarked with a shake of his head and a faint smile. Huang Yu wished to retort, but upon observing the restless crowd around him, he took a step back in despair and refrained from further comment. He was already bankrupt. The venue was filled with his numerous adversaries, several of whom harbored a deep-seated vendetta against him. Should he persist in his deceitful antics, those individuals would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike at him. Chapter 27, Tian High Community. Ultimately, Huang Yu chose to retreat. Boss Huang, they set a trap for you. How can you concede? That is a staggering sum of 100 million, Tang Meng exclaimed in a panic, as if the lost fortune were her own. Slap! Huang Yu struck Tang Meng across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. You wretched woman, this is all your fault. How dare you still stand here and shout at me? With that, Huang Yu turned and departed. As he exited the hall, he glanced back at Chen Mo, his eyes bloodshot with resentment and hatred. Did he think my money was so easily obtained? Wait and see. I will reclaim not only your money, but also your woman, Huang Yu declared, before turning away. Zhang Qian furrowed his brow as he approached Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, you must exercise caution in the future. Though Huang Yu is bankrupt, his influence in this city remains intact, and he is unlikely to let this matter rest. He has offended the Dragon King today. His days are numbered. There is no need for concern, Chen Mo replied calmly. Zhang Qian trembled slightly, his face betraying a deep respect and fear. Jiang Long, recognizing Huang Yu as imminent downfall, dare not linger and hurried away. Only Tang Meng remained, dazed and rooted to the spot. That money should be mine. It rightfully belongs to me. Regaining her composure, Tang Meng quickly approached Chen Mo, blocking his path. What are you doing? Chen Mo asked, his brow furrowed in obvious disdain. Chen Montak, you should have compensated me for the treasure trove. My family can attest to it. Now that you have wealth, you should convert it to cash for me. I won't ask for much, just 500 million. After all, you have more than enough to spare. Tang Meng extended her hand before Chen Mo. Are you still dreaming? 500 million for you? Chen Mo laughed incredulously. Chen Mo, a day as husband is 100 days of grace. I have devoted so many years of my youth to you. Do you truly refuse to part with a mere 500 million? Are you not a man? Tang Meng vito anvili. At this point, even Gong Ziyuan could no longer tolerate the scene and admonished sharply. Tang Meng, enough. It was you who failed to cherish Chen Mo, and you're already broken up. He is under no obligation to give you a single cent. Besides, was your youth the only valuable one? Chen Mo's youth is not worth anything? In my eyes, it is you who squandered his prime years. You are the one who delayed him. Do not waste your breath on me. Give me the money, otherwise, neither of you shall leave today. Tang Meng lay across Chen Mo's path, indicating that she would not budge without her due. This time, regardless of the humiliation, Tang Meng was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Chen Mo squinted his eyes. You did not stand by during my struggles. Now that I am rising once more, who are you to claim a share in my success? You did not share in my hardships. Thus you are unworthy of the rewards. Get lost. With that, Chen Mo kicked Tang Meng aside and took Gong Ziyuan by the hand as they departed. As the farce concluded, the crowd remained in shock from the breathtaking gamble that had just unfolded. How can you be certain that the Waste Stone District will yield results? Can the I Ching truly predict whether the raw stones will be fruitful? Gong Ziyuan inquired curiously. The I Ching can analyze fate and fortune, but I have never heard of it predicting the success of raw stones. Do not forget, I am the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, and my sixth sense is exceptional, Chen Mo replied with a smile. Gong Ziyuan found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, this seemed the most reasonable explanation. What precisely is the matter with Tang Meng? Would you mind sharing? Gong Ziyuan asked after biting her lip. Very well, Chen Mo nodded. recounting how Tang Meng and her family had drained him dry and mistreated his parents. Upon hearing this, Gong Xin trembled with rage, her complexion paling as her fists clenched. How infuriating! How can such a bizarre family exist in this world? They consume your resources, enjoy your hospitality, and yet still disdain you. I'm so angry that my fists are clenched tightly. I wish I could strike that wretched woman dead. How can she be so vile? Tears welled in Gong Ziyuan's eyes as she pouted, gazing up at Chen Mo. What is wrong? I just feel for you. I think you have suffered far too much in the past. I empathize with your plight. As she spoke, Gong Ziyuan embraced Chen Mo tightly, a faint scent of shampoo wafting into his nostrils. From now on, I will treat you twice as well. I promise. Foolish girl. Chen Mo tenderly stroked Gong Ziyuan's hair, marveling inwardly. Compared to Tang Meng, Gong Ziyuan was truly like an angel. Upon returning home that evening, Gong Ziyuan hummed a cheerful tune, her spirits exceedingly high. What's gotten into our daughter lately? She seems as if she has been indulging in honey every day. Gong Ming remarked, puzzled. What else could it be? She must be in love. Jing Xiaoying chimed in with a grin. In love? Where's the young man from? What is his background? What does he do? Hey, what are you doing? Are you conducting an investigation? Let me tell you. Mind your own business when it comes to our daughter. Did you hear that? All right, I understand. You care for her. With that, Gong Ming stepped outside for a smoke. As soon as he reached outside, his expression darkened. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, this is Gong Ming. I need you to investigate someone for me. The next day, Chen Mo visited Jiangbei Bank to transfer the 100 million he had won from Huang Yu into the account of his Ziyuan card. In fact, Wang Tai even ordered Jiangbei Bank to close its doors for the day, with all staff dedicated solely to attending to Chen Mo. What a farce. In the year 2000, let alone 100 million, even depositing 1 million would be treated like royalty. Chen Mo's decision to deposit the money into Jiangbei Bank was also motivated by his desire for Wang Tai to recognize his worth. After all, in the financial world, there are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. Connections, in essence, are merely a means of mutual exploitation. If you possess no value, then there can be no connections. The time remaining until the international nickel or market surges is dwindling. During this period, Chen Mo prepared to secure another sum of money. After all, the more capital he had, the greater his potential gains from that significant market shift. Hello, Ziyuan. I need to ask you to drive me to a place today. The destination Chen Mo had in mind was Tianhai Community. This was an aging neighborhood over 30 years old, situated in the heart of the East District. Chen Mo vividly recalled that at this particular moment, Jiangbei was vigorously promoting urbanization and embarking on extensive demolition projects. The first area slated for demolition was precisely Tianhai Community. In 2000, the compensation for demolitions was exceptionally generous. Many families from Tianhai Community, who had previously squeezed into a small 2-bedroom apartment with 5 members, ended up with each person receiving their own unit after the demolition. If they did not desire a new home, they could also opt for compensation at 3 times the market value. Presently, a unit in Tianhai Community was valued at merely 80 to 90,000, akin to finding cabbage. The funds Chen Mo possessed could nearly purchase half the community. Upon contemplating real estate, Chen Mo's thoughts drifted to the Longhu Villa community, soon to be launched for sale in Jiangbei. At the time of its opening, this enclave boasted a staggering price of 11,000 yuan per square meter. Many scoffed at the audacity of the developer, deeming them insane. After the launch, a full 2 years passed without a single unit being sold. Ultimately, the developer succumbed to bankruptcy, and another company seized control, ushering in an unprecedented surge in the housing market. Prices skyrocketed from 11,000 yuan per square meter to a staggering high of 210,000 yuan per square meter by 2021, a 21-fold increase. With newfound wealth, Chen Mo contemplated purchasing the entire Longhu Villa community. In Chapter 28, the dichotomy of low-end and high-end. While conversing with Gong Ziyuan, the pair arrived at the Haotian community, situated in the heart of the East District. Upon inquiry, they discovered that due to the dilapidated state of the Haotian community, which lacked elevators and had deplorable management, there were hardly any rentals available. Consequently, this community did not possess its own sales office. Instead, it fell under the purview of the adjacent New Kai Xian Xin Cheng sales office. Entering the sales office, it was evident that the sales representatives for Kai Xian Xin Cheng were plentiful, while the Haotian community lacked even a dedicated saleswoman. Given that it was currently the off-peak season for the housing market, foot traffic was sparse. Chen Mo glanced around and noticed that all the sales representatives were clustered around a couple, an overly made-up woman, whose attractive visage and figure were marred by an air of promiscuity, and a young man dressed in a tailored suit, exuding the demeanor of a successful entrepreneur. Are you two looking to purchase a property? A sales representative approached them with enthusiasm. Yes, we would like to view the units in the Haotian community, Chen Mo replied. Upon hearing Chen Mo's interest in Haotian, the saleswoman's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Ah, the Haotian community? There's a list over there for you to peruse. The properties in Haotian were priced low, yielding meager commissions, with both buyers and sellers often being of modest means, leading to numerous complications. Thus, the sales representatives preferred to avoid engaging with Haotian customers. In contrast, Kaixin Xin Cheng boasted higher prices, attracting affluent buyers with superior dispositions and a greater likelihood of closing deals, making them much more appealing to assist. Unfazed, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan made their way to the front desk to browse the listings. At that moment, the young man cast a glance at Gong Ziyuan and was immediately captivated, unable to divert his gaze, even as his female companion called out to him several times, seemingly oblivious to her presence, as if his soul had been ensnared by Gong Ziyuan. However, when he finally noticed Chen Mo beside him, he exclaimed, "Chen Mo?" Turning at a distance, Chen Mo was similarly taken aback and responded, "Jiang Chun? What a surprise to find you here." Jiang Chun exclaimed, "Is this your client or a friend?" "My partner," Chen Mo replied. "Impossible." Jiang Chun gasped in disbelief. The woman before him, possessing ethereal beauty and an aura of sophistication, was evidently of considerable means. How could she possibly be Chen Mo's partner? In stark contrast, his own pursuit of the campus belle, Huang Kiki, whom he had chased for 3 years, now seemed laughable. Gong Ziyuan smiled, affectionately linking her arm with Chen Mo's. "Why is it impossible? Who is this person?" "Tian Yi," Huang Kiki inquired, observing her boyfriend's apparent fixation on Gong Ziyuan with growing annoyance. She quickly looped her arm through Jiang Chun's, asserting her status as his girlfriend, fearful that Jiang Chun might be swayed by Gong Ziyuan's allure. "A college roommate," Jiang Chun scoffed, disdain evident on his face. "In our dorm, he was the poorest among us, surviving on just 2 meals a day, clad in second-hand clothes riddled with holes. Out of pity, I had him do my laundry and tidy my bed, rewarding him with a few coins." Laughing, Jiang Chun turned to Chen Mo with a look of superiority, continuing to belittle him in front of Gong Ziyuan. "Isn't that right, Chen Mo?" "Indeed, you are not mistaken," Chen Mo replied, surprisingly unembarrassed. "I hail from a rural background, and my family has always been impoverished. During my university years, I did laundry and cleaned a meager living." To Chen Mo, exchanging labor for money was nothing to be ashamed of, nor was it a disgraceful endeavor. Chen Mo's candidness evoked admiration from Gong Ziyuan, who nodded in praise, exclaiming, "Mo, go. You managed to earn your own living while in university? That's impressive." This display of humility only served to infuriate Jiang Chun further. How could someone who once swept floors and did laundry possibly attract such a beautiful partner? "Chen Mo, are you here to buy property?" The Kaixin Xin is the most upscale community in Jiangbei, with prices exceeding 4,000 yuan per square meter. "Can you afford that?" Jiang Chen mocked. "I'm not interested in Kaixin Xin. I'm here to purchase a unit in the Haotian community," Chen Mo replied calmly. "Ha ha ha." Huang Kiki burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Just as Chingu said, he is truly a pauper. "Come on, Kiki, don't say that. Chen Mo comes from humble origins. It's remarkable he can gather enough to buy a unit in Haotian. It's a commendable effort," Jiang Chun interjected, waving his watch proudly. "Not everyone is as wealthy as I am. This watch alone costs over 200,000 yuan. Sometimes I reflect on the disparities in wealth among us. This lady, with your qualities, you could certainly find a man of greater means. Why settle for someone like him? Will you really live in a dilapidated community like Haotian?" Huang Kiki continued boasting. "As for me, I found myself a man with excellent taste. Look at how good Chen Gu is to me. When I mentioned needing a place to stay, he immediately offered to buy me a 2-bedroom apartment in Kaixin Xin for 300,000 yuan. And he wants you to reside in a unit worth a few thousand, with no elevator in sight?" Gong Ziyuan, however, remained undeterred. "Even if I were to live in the Haotian community with Mo Go, as long as he loves me, I would find great happiness in that." Chen Mo, uninterested in their banter, called out, "Excuse me, we wish to purchase a property. I am Jiang Chun. My family runs a chain of supermarkets, bringing in several million a year. How about you consider becoming my secretary? I could offer you a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Jiang Chun shamelessly attempted to undermine Chen Mo. Gong Ziyuan recoiled in disgust at the sight of Jiang Chun. Turning her back to him and directing her attention solely to Chen Mo, frustrated by his inability to sway Gong Ziyuan, Jiang Chun felt his pride diminishing. He turned to the sales representatives. What is going on here? Why are low-end customers looking to buy in a rundown community mixed in with us esteemed clients? Hurry and escort them out. Otherwise, I won't be purchasing a property today. Pausing, Jiang Chen addressed Gong Ziyuan, of course, if you're willing to be my secretary. Not only can you stay, but I might even give you a 3-bedroom apartment in Kaixin Xian Cheng. The saleswomen exchanged glances, caught in a dilemma. As Jiang Chen appeared utterly entranced by Gong Ziyuan, with promises of a 30,000 yuan salary and a 3-bedroom apartment, Huang Kiki seethed with jealousy. Urgently tugging at Jiang Chen's arm, "Darling, how could you do this? I haven't even broken up with you yet, and you're already flirting with another woman." Jiang Chen burst into laughter, planting a kiss on Huang Kiki's lips, declaring, "Relax, I'm merely seeking a secretary. You're still my main partner." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Chen Mo, coldly stating, "You should leave immediately, unless you want me to force you out. Are you all deaf?" he added, addressing the sales representatives. "Did you not hear that he is here to purchase one of those dilapidated houses in the Haitian community? Is it more significant to earn a meager commission from him, or to secure my substantial commission of tens of thousands? Let me make myself clear. If you do not expel him today, I shall withdraw from this purchase." After much contemplation, the lead saleswoman bit her lip and stepped forward. "Sir, perhaps you could return another day. We must prioritize our high-end clients." Chapter 29. I wish to acquire the entire Haitian community. This statement was rather harsh, almost overtly driving Chen Mo away. Jiang Chen and Huang Kiki exchanged smirks, with Jiang Chen shaking his head in derision. "It must be quite unpleasant to be chased away like a dog in front of the woman you cherish. I assent it. Chen Mo, allow me to offer you a free piece of advice today. Never provoke those you cannot contend with. Get lost." At that moment, 2 gentlemen emerged from the office of the sales center. "Rest assured, Mr. Zheng, our sales focus has long shifted to the Kaixin New City community. We will endeavor to accommodate fewer low-end clients from the Haitian community," said the general manager of Qiankuan Real Estate, with a demeanor of utmost respect toward Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian, visibly impatient, remarked, "Those dilapidated houses in the Haitian community yield little profit and are a hassle to maintain. Once the contracts expire, we might as well terminate our dealings with the Haitian community." Upon seeing Zheng Qian, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This Zheng Qian was a well-known financial magnate in Jiangbei. The Kaixin New City community was his investment and development. Jiang Chen had had the fortune of attending several grand business gatherings with his father, witnessing Zheng Qian's remarkable charisma firsthand. Even his father had to bow and toast to Zheng Qian, who never even glanced in their direction, let alone acknowledged Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen was a mere star, then Zheng Qian was a sun rising with great brilliance. A chasm of difference lay between them. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt compelled to ingratiate himself and approached Zheng Qian. "Hello, Mr. Zheng. Who are you?" Zheng Qian turned a glance at him. "I am Jiang Chen, son of Jiang Bieha. You may call me Xiao Jiang or Xiao Chen." Jiang Chen replied with a sycophantic smile. "Jiang Bieha? Ah, the little sparrow." Zheng Qian responded with sudden recognition. Jiang Bieha was nicknamed Little Sparrow due to his short stature and hunchback. But only the likes of Zheng Qian and Wang Tai dared to utter such a moniker. "Indeed, you remembered." Jiang Chen beamed, feeling elated that such a prominent figure acknowledged him. "I even attended your full moon banquet. I can hardly believe how much you've grown," Zheng Qian said casually. "Ha, Mr. Zheng, you flatter me. If you don't mind, may I call you Uncle Zheng?" Jiang Chen shamelessly proposed. "Very well," Zheng Qian nodded without much thought. "By the way, Uncle Zheng, this is my girlfriend, Huang Kiki. I specifically brought her here to purchase a property in the Kaixin New City community," Jiang Chen stated with a smile. "Is that so? Haha, the young man has good taste. The properties in Kaixin New City are personally overseen by me." Zheng Qian's expression brightened considerably, even giving Jiang Chen a friendly pat on the shoulder. "By the way, Uncle Zheng, I just heard you mention that you intend to terminate the business with the Haitian community. Is that correct?" "Yes. That wretched community yields little profit, and the homeowners are particularly troublesome. I plan to cut ties once the contracts expire." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt emboldened and turned to the saleswoman, brandishing his newfound authority. "Did you hear that? My Uncle Zheng is cutting ties with the Haitian community. Why don't you hurry up and get rid of him?" "Mr. Chen, what are you doing here?" At that moment, Zheng Qian finally noticed Chen Mo in the distance. Upon seeing him, Zheng Qian called out with enthusiasm and approached him with a broad smile, even extending his hand in a respectful manner. The general manager and the sales staff were left speechless, as were Jiang Chen and Huang Kiki. Only Gong Ziyuan wore a mocking expression, standing by as if anticipating a spectacle. The sight of Zheng Qian, who would bow and scrape to Jiang Chen's father, now fawning over Chen Mo, was utterly bewildering. Jiang Chen was at a loss. He had called Zheng Qian uncle, yet Zheng Qian was addressing Chen Mo as Mr. Chen. This implied that Chen Mo was in fact his senior. Mr. Zheng? Chen Mo appeared somewhat surprised to encounter Zheng Qian here, greeting him with a stoic handshake. Mr. Chen, what seems to be the problem? You appear rather displeased. Zheng Qian inquired. Chen Mo glanced around at the onlookers, offering a self-deprecating smile. If you were here to buy a house and were labeled a low-end customer, then promptly chased away, would you be in high spirits? At this, Zheng Qian's smile faltered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Chen Mo was the White Dragon King. The recent Millennium battle was still fresh in everyone's memory. The rising star in finance, Huang Yu, had lost everything due to offending the White Dragon King. Now, this esteemed individual was being treated with such disregard on Zheng Qian's turf. What is going on? Speak. Zheng Qian called over the lead saleswoman, his expression darkening ominously. The saleswoman stammered as she recounted the events. Zheng Qian's fury ignited. He approached Chen Mo, bowing deeply in apology. Mr. Chen, my sincerest apologies. It is my failure to manage my staff properly. I will dismiss all employees, including the general manager. Furthermore, I shall personally attend to any services you require to demonstrate my utmost regret. The sight of a major financial mogul offering to serve as a mere attendant left everyone dumbfounded. Chen Mo's expression softened, and he nodded silently in acknowledgement to Zheng Qian. However, Zheng Qian misinterpreted Chen Mo's demeanor. After a moment's thought, he turned to Jiang Chen and barked, "Now, go back and tell your father, the little sparrow, that you have offended my esteemed guest. He should no longer expect to thrive in Jiangbei. Leave." Gong Ziyuan approached Jiang Chen with a grin. "It seems the one being chased away like a dog was not my brother Mo after all. Oh dear, who was it that said never to provoke those you cannot contend with?" Jiang Chen and Huang Kiki were engulfed in a profound sense of embarrassment. Moments ago, they had arrogantly attempted to expel Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan, but now, following Chen Mo's words, they faced the prospect of being ousted themselves. And perhaps even the Jiang family would struggle to survive in Jiangbei. Huang Kiki's face flushed crimson, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead as she cast a pitiful glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's countenance had already turned ashen, speechless, staring incredulously at Chen Mo. He could not fathom why even the financial titan Zheng Qian would seek to curry favor with Chen Mo. Wasn't he, this fellow, merely a poor country bumpkin? He was only looking to buy a property in the impoverished Haitian community. After all, had Zheng Qian perhaps imbibed too much? Uncle Zheng, Jiang Chen stammered, his face flushed, unwilling to leave. Zheng Qian's temper was visibly rising. Chen Mo finally spoke. "They are here to support your business, Mr. Zheng. Let them stay if they wish." Humph. Zheng Qian shot Jiang Chen a glare, quickly donning a smile as he escorted Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan to the VIP area. The dismissed sales staff and general manager glared daggers at Jiang Chen and Huang Kiki, their expressions filled with venomous resentment. Though they had not been expelled, the tension rendered them as uncomfortable as if they were sitting on pins and needles. "Brother Chen, I can't bear this humiliation. You must avenge me." Huang Kiki pouted petulantly. Faced with such a foolish woman, Jiang Chen delivered a sharp slap to her face. "Shut your mouth. I will deal with you later." Jiang Chen exploded with anger. His lingering presence was a mere pretext to gauge Chen Mo's capabilities and discern the extent of his influence. Should he find Chen Mo lacking, a simple apology to Zheng Qian afterward would suffice, sparing him the need to explain the situation to his father. At that moment, Chen Mo's voice resonated from the VIP area. "Boss Zheng, I wish to acquire the entirety of the Haidang community." Chapter 30, The Birthday Banquet. Boom! This declaration struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the minds of everyone present in the sales office. All, including Zheng Qian, gazed at Chen Mo with incredulity. Even if the Haidang community were dilapidated, one could not purchase the entire complex for anything less than several tens of millions. Witnessing Zheng Qian's astonishment, Chen Montak chuckled. "What is the matter? Do you doubt my purchasing power, Boss Zheng?" Zheng Qian hastily shook his head, a wry smile adorning his face. "You just want $1 billion from Huang Yu. How could you possibly be unable to buy it?" Boom! This statement landed like a bolt from the blue in Jiang Chen's mind. He recalled someone, the financial titan, the ultimate victor of the Millennium Battle, the White Dragon King. His father had been incessantly extolling the virtues of the White Dragon King, his admiration bordering on obsession. Jiang Chen was utterly blindsided to discover that Chen Mo was indeed the White Dragon King who had triumphed over Huang Yu. This was disastrous. Cold sweat broke out all over Jiang Chen. "Boss Zheng, I am genuinely interested in purchasing. You wouldn't refuse to sell, would you?" Chen Mo inquired with a smile. Not at all. It's just that the quality of the houses in Haidang community is rather subpar, with little room for appreciation, I fear. How many units are there? What is the lowest average price? Chen Mo asked directly. I can negotiate with the owners to secure them at 80,000 per unit. Zhang Qian replied cautiously. However, there are a total of 500 units, which is quite a lot. After all, they were old properties. He doubted Chen Mo would be inclined to absorb such inferior assets. Indeed, Chen Mo frowned, just as Zhang Qian exhaled in relief. Chen Mo dropped another bombshell. Only 500 units? That seems a bit lacking. Let us proceed with it. Chen Mo had expected a community to consist of at least 1,000 households. Yet he discovered that the entire Haidang community contained merely 500 units. Nonetheless, if it meant earning less, so be it. At that moment, Zhang Qian realized that Chen Mo was not jesting. He genuinely intended to purchase the entire complex. Very well. I shall instruct my team to negotiate with the owners on your behalf. It should take approximately half a month to finalize, Zhang Qian stated. That is too long. Chen Mo shook his head. In half a month, news of the demolition will have spread. Only a fool would sell. I give you 3 days. How much extra will it cost? If it's 100,000 per unit, I can finalize everything within 2 days. All right, let us settle on 100,000 per unit. After saying this, Chen Mo tossed a card to Zhang Qian. This is an advance for your expenses. Let us sign the contract. Zhang Qian was momentarily stunned. Was a deal for 500 units truly struck with just a few exchanges? He was bewildered, but soon elation washed over him. Despite the low price of the units, purchasing 500 at once would yield a considerable profit margin for him as an intermediary, and he could finally offload this cumbersome business. Mr. Chen, I must sincerely thank you for your business. Zhang Qian exclaimed, checking Chen Montake's hand in gratitude. It is I who should be grateful to you, Boss Zhang. Chen Mo replied, feeling slightly bashful. Had Zhang Qian known that the community would soon be slated for demolition, his expression would likely have been quite different. However, as the saying goes, one must be shrewd in business. Zhang Qian still earned a commission, albeit modest, and since he didn't incur a loss, Chen Mo had not deceived him. At that moment, Jiang Chun and Huang Kiki, who had witnessed the entire exchange, were left utterly speechless. 500 units at an average price of 100,000 each amounted to a staggering 50 million. Just like that, he purchased it. 50 million was equivalent to the total profit of Jiang Chen's family chain supermarket over a decade. How extravagant. He had previously contemplated poaching someone for a mere 30,000 a month. No wonder the beautiful woman had not given him a second glance. As this realization dawned on him, Jiang Chun's face alternated between red and pale, and he hastily pulled Huang Kiki away from the awkward scene. On the journey home, Gong Ziyuan kept glancing at Chen Mo. Is my face dirty? Chen Montake inquired, touching his face, but upon glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw only his striking handsomeness and nothing else. Gong Ziyuan shook her head, smiling. Why didn't you have Zhang Qian chase away that university roommate of yours who humiliated you? They are merely nobodies to me. I couldn't be bothered to engage with them. Moreover, Zhang is currently working for me, and they want to purchase Zhang's properties. I wouldn't want to impede his earnings, would I? Chen Montake replied. Gong Ziyuan instantly felt enlightened. For a businessman, the value of money outweighs even the grandest of reputations. Chen Mo's approach not only showcased his magnanimity, but also ensured Zhang Qian could sell his properties, achieving a perfect balance. Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Mo with admiration. You truly are impressive, Brother Mo. If it were me, I wouldn't possess such grace. Indeed, only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture, Chen Mo retorted without hesitation. Oh, so you're saying I'm a petty woman? Gong Ziyuan glared at Chen Mo. Her cheeks flushed. Not at all. You're anything but petty. You are quite substantial, Chen Mo remarked, lowering his gaze to Gong Ziyuan, playfully mimicking a grasping gesture in the air with a smirk. How annoying. I'm ignoring you, Gong Ziyuan exclaimed. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she shot Chen Mo a playful glare. As they prepared to exit the vehicle, Gong Ziyuan turned to Chen Mo. Brother Mo, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. You must come. Oh, should I bring a birthday gift? Should you dare to come empty-handed? Gong Ziyuan's expression darkened, and she mimicked a throat-cutting gesture towards Chen Mo. Haha. I'm just teasing you. Rest assured, I will certainly present you with a satisfactory gift. That is more like it. I'm leaving. Upon returning home, Chen Mo promptly contacted Wang Tai, enlisting his help to craft the substantial piece of imperial green jade he had procured at the Rawstone conference into a set of jewelry. Upon learning that Chen Mo intended to transform the 20 million worth of imperial green jade into a birthday gift for Gong Ziyuan, Wang Tai couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Mr. Chen, does a birthday gift truly need to be so extravagant? 20 million. In the millennium? That's the market capitalization of a medium-sized, publicly listed company. This man was casually gifting such a fortune as a birthday present. However, this was not the entirety of Chen Mo's birthday gifts. He had another grand surprise in store for Gong Ziyuan. 2 days later, Chen Mo donned a tailored suit, carrying a gift box, and took a taxi to the Shanshui Manor, Gong Ziyuan's residence. Upon entering, the breathtaking scenery, bustling servants, an opulent villa all spoke volumes of the estate's owner's prestigious status. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several prominent celebrities from the entertainment industry in attendance, including Liu Feifei, Gu Gu, and Zhang Shishir. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. To invite such a multitude of stars for a mere birthday banquet spoke volumes of the Gong family's power. It appeared that he must exert even greater effort. With his current financial standing, he was unworthy of Gong Ziyuan. Chen Mo silently resolved. Meanwhile, not far away, Gong Ming observed Chen Mo with narrowed eyes. Is it him? Chapter 31. Chu Tian, Gong Ziyuan's fiancé. Upon entering the villa hall within the estate, Chen Mo was left utterly astounded. In a grand hall, the opulence was beyond imagination. Adorned in resplendent gold and vibrant hues, long tables were set around, laden with an exquisite array of rare delicacies for self-service. Numerous attendants in white and black attire maneuvered gracefully through the crowd, their trays brimming with fine wines for the taking. Soon enough, Chen Mo spotted some familiar faces, the titans of commerce, influential figures in politics, and renowned directors. This was the epitome of high society. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo began to search for the figure of Gong Ziyuan. Before long, he caught sight of a graceful silhouette in a corner, turned slightly away from him, indulging in some fruits. It was indeed Gong Ziyuan. Yet today, she appeared somewhat younger, exuding an aura of youthful playfulness that was utterly charming. Unable to resist, Chen Mo approached and playfully pinched her cheek, jesting, "Such a cute little girl. I could knock out 3 of you with 1 punch." "Ah!" Gong Ziyuan shrieked, retreating in fright, her face a picture of terror as she looked at Chen Mo. He was taken aback and quickly realized that this was not Gong Ziyuan. Although the girl bore a striking resemblance to her in height and beauty, her demeanor was entirely different. Gong Ziyuan radiated purity and grace, her eyes filled with gentle warmth, reminiscent of an angel, while this girl, though younger, had a mischievous glint and a haughty air about her. Chen Mo immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. I mistook you for Ziyuan." The girl, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and a hint of irritation, sized him up and smirked. "You must be Chen Mo, right? My sister mentioned you, and you don't seem all that impressive." It dawned on Chen Mo who she was, Gong Ziyuan's sister, Gong Zili, embarrassed by his blunder. He scratched his head and said, "My apologies. You both look so alike that I didn't notice." "Didn't notice? Heh, I almost believed you." Gong Zili scoffed, then added with a dismissive pout, "Never mind, I'm in a good mood today. Just so you know, my sister and you are impossible. The one truly worthy of marrying her is Brother Chu Tian. Don't you dare dream of being with her." With that, Gong Zili huffed and turned away. Meanwhile, a robust young man named Chu Tian was engaged in jovial conversation with Gong Ming, appearing quite chummy. "Xiao Tian, Ziyuan is rather shy, so you should take the initiative and not mind the trouble," Gong Ming advised. "Uncle, rest assured, my feelings for Ziyuan are genuine. I fear no hassle." Chu Tian replied with a smile. Gong Ming glanced over at Chen Mo, his expression unreadable, and said, "That fellow over there is Chen Mo. I can't intervene, but you might want to teach him a lesson to dissuade him." "Sure." Chu Tian smirked, sauntering over to Chen Mo, extending his hand. "Hello, friend. Shall we get acquainted?" Chen Mo was taken aback, but smiled as he shook his hand. "Hello, I'm Chen Mo, Gong Ziyuan's boyfriend." "Greetings, I'm Chu Tian, Gong Ziyuan's fiancé." The declaration of fiancé momentarily froze the atmosphere. Chen Mo understood that the newcomer was not friendly. Just then, Gong Zili skipped over to Chu Tian's side. "Brother Chu Tian, why didn't you tell me you were here?" Then, with a proud flourish, she introduced, "Oh, by the way, this is Chen Mo, and this is Chu Tian, the heir of the Chu Corporation, my sister's future husband." Chen Mo was about to speak when applause erupted from the hall, followed by a chorus of cheers. "Our little star of the day has arrived," someone exclaimed. Chen Mo turned to see a stunning figure descending the grand staircase at the back of the hall, draped in a flowing white gown. The lady donned a crown, radiating beauty and elegance, resembling a princess from a fairy tale. Even after knowing Gong Ziyuan for so long, Chen Mo was struck anew, breathless, his heart racing. A mere glance at Gong Ziyuan made him blush. At this moment, Gong Ziyuan approached Chu Tian with a smile. Noticing her, Chu Tian also smiled and moved toward her, prompting even more fervent applause and chants of together. Together. Chu Tian felt a surge of pride, casting a lofty gaze at Chen Mo. The overwhelming support and cheers from the crowd inflated his vanity to its peak. He opened his arms wide, preparing to embrace Gong Ziyuan. She too smiled and opened her arms, but just as they were about to connect, Gong Ziyuan unexpectedly brushed past Chu Tian. Mo, good, you're here. In a surprising twist, Gong Ziyuan lunged toward Chen Mo. He reluctantly opened his arms, enveloped in fragrance and softness. The hall fell into a profound silence. Countless eyes were wide with astonishment at the scene. Gong Ziyuan's mouth formed an A-shape, her eyes nearly popping out. Meanwhile, Chu Tian's expression darkened. Glaring at Chen Mo as if his fiancée had been stolen right before his eyes, his fists clenched in anger. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle softly, giving Gong Ziyuan a playful poke on the nose. You sure know how to get me into trouble. Gong Ziyuan winked playfully. Is it bad for everyone to know you're my boyfriend? Just then, Chu Tian approached with a stormy expression. Your fiancé is here. Fiancé. Upon hearing this, Gong Ziyuan's face fell as she glared at Chu Tian. Who said you were my fiancé? Please don't spout nonsense in front of my boyfriend. I don't want him to have any unnecessary misunderstandings. It seemed that the matter of the fiancé was a one-sided affair. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. Chu Tian gritted his teeth. Zin, our situation has already been discussed with uncle. If you've discussed it with my father, then go ahead and marry him. My marriage is my own decision. Gong Ziyuan interrupted Chu Tian decisively. This left him momentarily speechless, struggling to find words. After a long pause, he begrudgingly said, I am the illustrious heir of the Chu Corporation, having studied abroad since I was 7, trading stocks at 12, turning a 3,000 investment into $1 million by 15, owning my first public company at 18, achieving a company valuation of $20 million by 22, and now at 27, I've amassed $50 million through my own efforts. May I ask, what qualifications do you have to compare with me? What makes you more suitable for Ziyuan than I am? I'm better looking than you. Chen Mo replied with a grin. His words nearly sent Chu Tian into a frenzy. Gong Ziyuan burst into laughter, finding Chen Mo's wit utterly delightful. After regaining his composure, Chu Tian produced a jewelry box, opening it in front of the crowd to reveal a stunning blue diamond ring nestled within. Wow, what a magnificent ring. Such a rare blue diamond. It must be worth a fortune. The crowd was captivated by the alluring blue hue of the diamond glinting under the lights. Chu Tian, brimming with pride, declared, This ring is a Winston blue diamond, valued at $10 million. It's my birthday gift to Ziyuan. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. A $10 million diamond ring. Merely a birthday present? This was extravagance beyond belief. Even in the year 2000, such a gesture would be considered immense. Truly, Chu Tian was lavish in his generosity. Indeed, a birthday gift worth $10 million is something only he could afford, isn't it? If my boyfriend possessed even half, no, a mere tenth of his generosity, I would wake from my dreams with a smile. The crowd murmured in agreement. Sister, do accept it. What a magnificent diamond ring. Just look at how much Chu Tian loves you. Gong Ziyuan urged, excitedly shaking Gong Ziyuan's arm. Pleased with the crowd's reaction, Chu Tian sneered at Chen Mo, saying, Kid, good looks alone won't get you anywhere. I present a birthday gift worth $10 million. What can you offer Ziyuan? Chapter 32. 3 Extraordinary Gifts. The crowd nodded in understanding. Gong Ziyuan was no ordinary woman. Mere handsomeness could not suffice to win her heart. To be her man, one needed formidable strength as a foundation. Clearly, the $10 million diamond ring signified that Chu Tian possessed such strength. Faced with the skeptical gazes of the crowd and the aggressive Chu Tian, Chen Mo calmly chuckled. What you can offer, I can match, and what I can offer, you may not be able to. Ha, ridiculous. Chu Tian retorted dismissively. Are you implying that you can present a gift superior to mine? Perhaps. Chen Mo replied noncommittally. All right, if you can produce a gift worth more than this diamond ring today, I shall call you father. Chu Tian scoffed. A $10 million birthday gift was, without doubt, among the highest echelons, not just in Jiangbei, but nationwide. Chu Tian had learned from Gong Ming that Chen Mo was merely a poor boy from the countryside. How could he possibly offer something of greater value? Calmly, Chen Mo retrieved a rectangular gift box from his briefcase and handed it to Gong Ziyuan with a smile. Then, happy birthday. Open it and see if you like it. As long as it's a gift from you, I shall cherish it. Gong Ziyuan eagerly opened the gift box. In that moment, all eyes were fixated on the contents within. Inside the exquisite box lay a set of jade jewelry, quietly radiating a deep green luminescence. This is... Gong Ziyuan gasped, her gaze lifting to Chen Mo, visibly moved. Yes, it was crafted from the imperial green jade stone I cut during the previous raw stone convention. Just enough to create a complete set, Chen Mo stated casually. The raw stone convention? The Imperial Green Jade? My goodness, I know who he is now. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, he is the White Dragon King, Chen Mo, who won 100 million from Huang Yu during the Millennium Battle. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, erupting into gasps. Good heavens, so he is the rising legend of the financial world. It was said that those who offended him met with no good fortune. So, that set of jade jewelry was made from his 2 million Imperial Green Jade stone? 2 million? My word. The Millennium Battle was nearly common knowledge among the upper echelons, and everyone recognized the exquisite Imperial Green Jade stone that had earned the White Dragon King 100 million. Awkwardness ensued. Extreme embarrassment. Chu Tian was well aware of the White Dragon King's illustrious reputation, but he had no idea that the White Dragon King was Chen Mo. A 10 million diamond ring versus a 2 million jade set. It's clear which holds greater value. Brother Mo, thank you. Hold your thanks for now. Chen Mo smiled. I have a second gift for you. Another gift? Gong Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback. The others also gazed at Chen Mo with rapt attention. With unhurried grace, Chen Mo pulled a check from his briefcase and placed it in Gong Ziyuan's palm. This is a 40 million check, your second birthday gift. Boom! Chen Mo's words detonated in the minds of the crowd like a barrage of thunder. 40 million? For a birthday gift? My God! Is his family running a bank? This gift was nothing short of a bombshell. As soon as it was revealed, Chu Tian's face contorted, paling dramatically. What the hell? Does it have to be this extravagant? 40 million? For me? Gong Ziyuan looked at Chen Mo in disbelief, her expression filled with astonishment. Even for a wealthy heiress like her, 40 million was an immense sum. Yes, it's for you. Chen Mo nodded with a smile. No, this is too much money. I cannot accept it. Your career is just beginning. You should keep this for your ventures, Gong Ziyuan insisted, attempting to return the check. During the Raw Stone Convention, you unconditionally trusted me and placed 40 million on the line. Now it's my turn to repay you. The 40 million is rightfully yours. Take it, Chen Mo asserted, his tone commanding as he pressed the check back into her hands. Gong Ziyuan gazed at Chen Mo with deep emotion and firmly nodded. All right, I shall accept it. At worst, she would consider it as an investment for Chen Mo, ready to return it if he ever needed it. Wow, how romantic. If it were me, I might not be able to resist marrying him on the spot. No kidding. Who could withstand the allure of 40 million? Chu Tian must surely feel overshadowed now. His financial prowess paled in comparison, leaving him feeling inadequate. However, Chen Mo was not finished yet. I have one final gift for you, Chen Mo announced as he reached once more into his briefcase. Chu Tian exclaimed, what the hell? More? The first gift was 2 million. The second was 40 million. How grand do you intend to make this next one? Do I have no face left? Inside, Chu Tian was screaming in agony. Before the collective gaze of the crowd, Chen Mo carefully opened a square gift box. The moment it was unveiled, a dazzling golden light burst forth, blindingly bright. This final gift is also my most cherished one, the treasure basin of Shun Wansan. I hope it brings you good fortune, Chen Mo said with a gentle smile, generously presenting the treasure basin to Gong Ziyuan. Wow! Once again, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone gasped in unison. Is that the legendary treasure basin of Shun Wansan? Is it real? It is indeed. Lord Chung Wanli personally authenticated it. It is said that if it were to be auctioned, the starting price would be 40 million. However, considering its significance, countless business tycoons would pay a fortune. Perhaps even 100 million would not suffice to secure it. 100 million? Gasp! With the unveiling of this gift, the entire hall was abuzz with excitement. All the distinguished guests were utterly stunned. Brother Mo, this treasure is too precious. I cannot accept it. This time, Gong Ziyuan was adamant about receiving it. Chen Mo affectionately caressed Gong Ziyuan's face, smiling. You are my most treasured gem. No amount of sweet nothings could surpass that single declaration. A warm current flowed through Gong Ziyuan's heart. In the next moment, her eyes reddened as she fiercely embraced Chen Mo, moved to tears. 100 million. Nearby, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan were unabashedly displaying their affection, while Chu Tian felt dizzy, as though his head had been struck by a hammer. The impact of these three gifts was overwhelming. For the first time, Chu Tian questioned whether he was indeed a poor man. Chapter 33. The loser must forever depart from Gong Ziyuan. As Chu Tian grappled with his existential crisis, Gong Zin handed the diamond ring back to him, her expression devoid of emotion. This gift is too extravagant. It would be inappropriate for me to accept it. Please take it back. Chu Tian's face darkened further, reaching the height of awkwardness. You accepted Chen Mo's gifts without hesitation, yet mine you refuse? Refuse if you must. But to reject it before so many witnesses, where shall I place my pride? Ziyuan, Please accept this small token of my affection, Chu Tian insisted. There's no need for that. A diamond ring is not an appropriate gift for a girl. Please refrain from gifting me such things in the future, Gong Ziyuan retorted, forcefully shoving the ring back into Chu Tian's hands. In that moment, he felt as if the gazes of everyone present were laced with pity. For the first time, he was publicly humiliated so harshly by a woman. What was even more vexing was that he found himself utterly speechless. On the other side lay a jade ornament valued at 20 million, a check worth 40 million, and a treasure trove that could fetch over 100 million at auction. How could Chu Tian compete with that? Chen Mo, wearing a teasing smile, patted Chu Tian on the shoulder and said, "You don't need to call me father. I don't have such an unfilial son. You." Chu Tian was nearly consumed by rage, narrowing his eyes and glaring at Chen Mo, his gaze glinting with danger. "It has been a long time since someone dared to speak to me in such a manner. That is because you have a good father. Without him, who would even acknowledge you?" Chen Mo replied, amused. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. The Chu family was a prestigious clan. Did Chen Mo really dare to challenge Chu Tian so boldly? "Huh, do you think everything I have is due to my father?" After a moment of silence, Chu Tian burst into laughter. "It seems that you, the White Dragon King, are rather arrogant. Truth often stings, but I merely speak what is real. You should be grateful for my honesty, as few are willing to tell you the truth," Chen Mo shot back. The reasoning behind this confrontation was simple. In his past life, Gong Ziyuan was forced into marriage with Chu Tian and committed suicide the night before their wedding. Chu Tian bore half the responsibility for her death. Moreover, Chen Mo was destined to become the wealthiest man in the world. If a mere young master of the Chu family could intimidate him, how would he face greater figures in the future? Allericht, Chen Montag. There are rumors you can make stocks rise with your purchases, but I personally do not believe it. The market will open shortly. Why don't we make a wager? Are you up for it? What sort of wager? We each select a stock and see whose choice yields a greater increase in value within a specified time frame. Let us see whether the White Dragon King is more adept, or if I, the master trader, reign supreme. Chu Tian declared with a cold smile, clearly infuriated. Of course, Chu Tian was exceedingly confident in his stock market prowess. His titles of Master Trader and Wolf of Wall Street were not self-bestowed. They were earned through numerous thrilling battles in the stock market. Chen Mo regarded Chu Tian with a peculiar expression. Competing in stocks? The only stocks he could recall were those that experienced meteoric rises. Challenging him in this domain was akin to an old man seeking death. Are you willing to take the risk? Chu Tian's gaze was piercing. If you are unafraid, then I have no objections, Chen Mo replied with a calm smile. But I have one condition. Speak. The loser must forever refrain from approaching Ziyuan. A collective gasp echoed throughout the crowd. While Chu Tian's challenge was merely a matter of pride, Chen Mo's condition escalated the stakes to a life-or-death rivalry. Everyone was in awe of Chen Mo's audacity. Chu Tian, filled with fury, responded with a mocking smile. "Fine. I accept your challenge. The little stock god of Jiangbei versus the master trader. The loser loses all right to pursue Gong Ziyuan." Though it did not involve money for the influential figures present, this was a monumental contest, rivaling the battle of the millennium. Anticipation filled the air as everyone eagerly awaited the contest commencement. At that moment, the afternoon market opened. Countless stocks fluctuated, with the market changing every minute, rendering predictions nearly impossible. Servants provided both Chen Mo and Chu Tian with high-end laptops, and they began their operations. Chen Mo closed his eyes, recalling the stocks that had surged at this particular time in history. Soon, he selected Jiang Petroleum. This stock had been in a steady decline for the past year, and many investors had even mocked it with the phrase, "How much sorrow can one endure?" Just like being fully invested in Jiang Petroleum. However, on this day in history, the stock had bizarrely surged for 2 weeks before entering another downward trend. Chen Mo had intended to buy this stock in the coming days, and it was perfect for their competition. At that moment, Jiang Petroleum had already dropped 9 in the morning, just shy of hitting the limit down. "I choose Jiang Petroleum," Chen Mo stated calmly. Many present were stock market enthusiasts and understood Jiang Petroleum's history. Even those unfamiliar with it had heard the complaints of others. Now, Chen Mo was selecting this consistently declining stock, prompting a chorus of laughter. "Brother, have you not heard the phrase, 'How much sorrow can one endure?' Just like being fully invested in Jiang Petroleum, I have bought this stock before, and it has been nothing but a curse. When the market drops, it drops. When the market rises, it still drops. You think this stock can rise? Let me put it this way, stocks bought blindly would yield better returns than Jiang Petroleum. This is surely a case of reckless abandonment. I think the same. Look at the stock chosen by young Master Chu, Jusher Technology. Not only is the company performing well, but its stock has also been on an upward trajectory with recent significant movements. It's clear that it can rise. And then there's the rubbish that Chen Mo has chosen. Jiang Petroleum for comparison? How absurd. Chu Tian also couldn't help but laugh. No, everyone, don't be so harsh. After all, he is the White Dragon King. He possesses mystical powers. Perhaps with a mere incantation, Jiang Petroleum will indeed rise. However, as soon as Chu Tian's words left his lips, Jiang Petroleum hit its limit down. At that moment, the laughter in the crowd surged even louder. Ha, what a powerful spell. It has directly caused itself to hit the limit down. This is hilarious. It hasn't risen in a year and a half. And there have been no favorable news. How could it possibly rise? Gong Zili shook her head in disdain and remarked to Chen Mo, "Do you understand what it means to bring this upon yourself? Lacking ability, yet daring to compete with my brother Chu Tian? Absurd." The jeers from the crowd and the limit down prompt on the screen had no effect on Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan. Chen Mo's abilities have been witnessed by Gong Ziyuan several times. She now fully believed that he was indeed the White Dragon King, capable of turning the mundane into the extraordinary. With his memories of past lives, Chen Mo was unfazed. It was akin to playing a game. No matter how skilled one was, if Chen Mo had the advantage, how could they compete? Chapter 34. The father-in-law arrives. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Look, young Master Chu's juicer technology is rising." Everyone turned their heads to see that the stock chosen by Chu Tian had surged dramatically, climbing rapidly, and it seemed to be approaching the limit up. One stock was plummeting, while the other was on the verge of soaring. It was evident to anyone with sense who was winning and who was losing. Chu Tian smiled proudly and said to Chen Mo, "The moment you chose Jiang Petroleum, you lost. Remember, if you dare to approach Ziyuan again, I will break your legs." Chu Tian, it is not over yet. How can you be so sure of your victory? Gong Ziyuan retorted coldly. With only 5 minutes remaining, the outcome is unlikely to change much. "We are merely wasting everyone's time," Chu Tian replied. "However, if you wish to wait, I shall oblige and let this fellow meet his demise clearly." Chu Tian Chuka. Just at that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed again, "It's rising! It's rising! Stop shouting! Everyone knows juicer technology is rising. Is it necessary for you to announce it? It is not Julie technology, but Jiang Petroleum. Look quickly. My goodness, the surge is simply too astonishing." Upon hearing this, everyone, including Chu Tian, hurriedly turned their gaze towards Chen Mo's computer screen. There, in Chen Mo's stock interface, Jiang Petroleum not only broke through the limit down, but its trajectory resembled a rocket ignited, soaring into the sky. A terrifying force propelled it upwards frantically, driving Jiang Petroleum to the limit up. From limit down to limit up, it took merely 3.5 minutes. In contrast, Julie technology, after reaching around 8, started to decline, although it still showed a significant increase overall. When compared to Jiang Petroleum, which had risen from the limit down, it seemed utterly insignificant. Chu Tian knew he had lost. Even if Julie technology could reach the limit up in the end, the extent of the increase was still far too distant from Jiang Petroleum's. It has sealed the limit up. Hundreds of thousands of shares directly locked the limit up. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth has happened to Jiang Petroleum today? It feels as if it has been enchanted. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, then gazed at Chen Mo with expressions of horror. This person, could he truly possess magical powers? However, many financial moguls had their own thoughts. The transition from limit down to limit up clearly indicated that someone was manipulating the market. Whoever is orchestrating the shares of Jiang Petroleum must undoubtedly be among the top 10 tycoons on the wealth list of the Xian nation. Could it be that Chen Mo is connected to such a high-caliber figure? Otherwise, how could he appear so composed? Furthermore, his boldness in confronting Chu Tian directly must stem from some substantial confidence. What kind of man is he? Under the complex gazes of all, Chen Mo coldly addressed Chu Tian. "From this moment on, I forbid you to approach Ziyuan even a single step." Chu Tian staggered back several paces, his face devoid of color, filled with confusion and disbelief. He had lost, and to make matters worse, he lost on his most confident stock. This was something he could hardly accept. Chu Tian gritted his teeth, wanting to retort several times, yet found himself unable to utter a word. With so many eyes upon him, as the distinguished young master of the Chu family, he could not possibly resort to underhanded tactics. Could he? "What? Do you still expect me to escort you out?" Chen Mo said coldly. "Enough." At that moment, a furious roar echoed from the second floor. Everyone turned to look. It was Ming. Someone suddenly exclaimed. At the mention of his name, everyone was taken aback. If the name Ming was somewhat unfamiliar, then Gong Ming was certainly well known. Jiangbei is the largest city in Jianghai province, apart from the provincial capital. And Gongming is among the top 10 tycoons on Jiangbei's wealth list, having shown signs of becoming the richest man in Jiangbei in recent years. Although the outside world often compares Huang Yu with Gongming, those in the know understand that Huang Yu does not even qualify to carry Gongming's shoes. In comparison, Huang Yu is merely a pawn. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gongming approached with a calm demeanor, exuding an air of authority, and fixed his gaze upon Chen Mo. Are you Chen Mo? The crowd gasped, their expressions tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Everyone knew that Chu Tian was the future son-in-law favored by Gongming. Now, with Chen Mo suddenly emerging, Gongming would undoubtedly feel compelled to personally salvage the situation for Chu Tian. Chen Mo calmly nodded to Gongming. Hello, Uncle Gong, I am Chen Mo. Seeing this, Gong Ziyuan's expression shifted, and she tugged at Gongming's arm, pouting, Dad, why do you have such a sour face when you see Brother Mo? He's really a nice person. Chen Mo, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. You all continue celebrating Ziyuan's birthday. Do not mind us. With that, Gongming clasped his hands behind his back and walked calmly to the study on the second floor. Oof. Chu Tian sneered as he watched Chen Mo. Without Gongming's endorsement, no matter how capable Chen Mo was, what could it amount to? In the end, wouldn't Gong Ziyuan still belong to him, Chu Tian? Brother Mo, my dad. Do not worry. Uncle means no harm. Just enjoy your birthday. I will be back shortly. Chen Mo reassured Gong Ziyuan before hastily making his way to the study on the second floor. Inside the study, Gongming stood on the balcony, hands clasped behind his back, facing the warm breeze and gazing at the vast lake in the distance. Uncle Gong summoned me. I wonder what the matter is. Chen Mo arrived at the balcony, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. At this moment, Gongming's expression was cold, his aura formidable. Those with fragile composure would not dare to meet his gaze. If you look out from here, what do you see? Gongming asked blandly. Chen Mo gazed into the distance and saw the expansive surface of the lake within the estate. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the boundless lake shrouded in mist. Indeed, boundless and vast. In comparison, it makes one feel how insignificant one's existence is. Gongming sighed deeply. Then, suddenly his tone turned frigid. But do you know? This is merely an artificial lake constructed by my Gong family. In Jiangbei, it doesn't even rank within the top 1,000. And on a national scale, it is but a trivial pond. After saying this, he turned, looking down upon Chen Mo as if he were a deity surveying mortals. You are like this lake. In a small place like Jiangbei, your modest talents may allow you to shine, yet when viewed across Jianghai province, or even to Xian nation, you are but a speck of dust in the fireworks glow. Chen Mo maintained his composure. What exactly does Uncle Gong mean? Is my meaning not clear enough? Gongming replied coldly, hands clasped behind his back. You hail from a rural background. Your ancestors were farmers, and you have recently gained notoriety through dubious means. However, while others may buy into your nonsense about being the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, I, Gongming, do not. A person of your rural origins is unworthy of my Ziyuan, and I hope you will distance yourself from her. Chapter 35. Today you disregard me. Tomorrow I shall be beyond your reach. Gongming continued. You may be exceptional among your peers, but compared to the young talents of Jiangbei and even Jianghai province, you fall woefully short. Chen Mo replied indifferently. Does that mean Chu Tian can look down upon the entire Jianghai province? Huh. Even if Chu Tian wishes to marry my daughter, he must prove his true capabilities, Gongming scoffed. If within 10 years he can become the richest man in Jiangbei or secure the position of heir in the Chu family, I might consider it. Otherwise, I will never allow my daughter to marry him. After this, Gongming turned his attention back to Chen Mo. I know you have made connections with Wang Tai and Zhong Qian at a young age, and that many in the circle are taken in by your claims of being the reincarnation of the White Dragon King. If Chu Tian did not have the Chu family's background, he would indeed be considerably inferior to you. You have gathered quite a bit of information, haven't you? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. Gongming laughed heartily. Ziyuan is my precious daughter. How could I not investigate the young men who seek to approach her? Logically speaking, you, with your young fortune exceeding 100 million and your ability to charm those big shots, would be more than adequate for Ziyuan. Unfortunately what? Chen Mo inquired. Gongming declared proudly. Unfortunately, she is my Gongming's daughter. To marry her, you are still unqualified. The last 4 words were pronounced slowly and emphatically, reflecting Gongming's immense confidence. Oh, what would constitute being qualified? Chen Mo replied with a smirk. In terms of background, at least your family must have provincial-level power figures backing you. In terms of wealth, at your age, you should be worth no less than 500 million. Only then would you be considered qualified. Gongming stated calmly. How regrettable it is that you come from a rural background. Not only does your family lack influential supporters, but you also have relatives relying on you for support. As for wealth, had it not been for your fortunate victory over Huang Yu for $1 billion, you might not even be able to present Ziyuan with a decent birthday gift today. A person like you, relying solely on superstitions and luck to amass wealth, will face significant limitations in your future development, and there is even a possibility of encountering legal troubles. You speak of someone like yourself. How could I possibly have the confidence to marry off Ziyuan? After uttering this, Gong Ming fixed his gaze steadily upon Chen Mo, as if he could see right through him. Yet, Chen Mo let out a long sigh and replied, "In your eyes, I am as insignificant as dust. But in my view, you are no more than an ant." Possessing memories from his past life, Chen Mo knew that even if he were merely to follow a routine of trading stocks and dealing in real estate, becoming the richest man in the Great Xia would simply be a matter of time. And what of Gong Ming? He was not even the wealthiest man in Jiangbei City. Furthermore, he was on the brink of bankruptcy. Thus, in Chen Mo's eyes, Gong Ming was akin to a mere insect. "I am an insect?" Gong Ming retorted, his anger transforming into a mocking smile. "My father is a venerable leader in Jiangbei City. In Jiangbei, I stand equal with the wealthiest. Even municipal leaders must show me some deference." Gong Ming enunciated each word with conviction. "You likely cannot even imagine such a reality. How dare you speak so audaciously before me? Standing on the wind, even a pig can soar," Chen Mo replied calmly. "Your fortune is merely a matter of chance. Having found yourself in the right place at the right time. Uncle Gong, the reason I address you as uncle is solely due to your relation to Ziyuan, not out of respect for you. Unlike you, I am not someone who would forsake family for fame and fortune. Are you implying that I, Gong Ming, am someone who would abandon family for wealth?" Gong Ming laughed derisively. Chen Mo merely smiled noncommittally. In his previous life, Gong Ming had indeed gone bankrupt, and in a desperate bid to save his family business, he sacrificed Ziyuan's happiness to secure investment from the Chu family, leading to her tragic demise. The truth proved that Gong Ming was far from a good father, and thus Chen Mo held him in deep contempt. Shaking his head, Gong Ming chuckled. "Chen Mo, only today have I come to understand why Ziyuan would willingly choose to be with you. Your tongue is quite the weapon. You could likely resurrect the dead with your words. Alas, it seems that is all you have left. Uncle Gong, for Ziyuan's sake, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Everyone can bask in splendor for a moment, but do not mistake a fleeting moment for permanence." Chen Mo's cold words sent a tremor through Gong Ming's body. Gong Ming, accustomed to authority, was incensed at being admonished by a junior, and he exclaimed, "When you attain my position, then you may speak such words. You are not yet qualified to lecture me. Surpassing you is not a daunting task." Chen Mo replied with a light smile, raising a finger and declaring, "In just 1 month, I shall eclipse you." Such arrogance. Gong Ming's expression darkened as he retorted, "Do you think my wealth is comparable to Huang Yu's? Let me enlighten you. My total assets amount to 3 billion. Do you believe you can earn 30 billion in a month? Dream on. And what if I can?" Chen Mo's eyes glimmered with intensity, his confidence momentarily causing Gong Ming to falter. "If you can accomplish that, not only would Ziyuan marry you, but the entire Gong family would be yours." Gong Ming scoffed. 30 billion in a month? Even the wealthiest in the Great Xia cannot achieve such a feat. How could a rural man, relying on deception, possibly succeed? "If I fail, 1 month from now, I will have no face left to remain by Ziyuan's side, even without your counsel," Chen Mo stated resolutely. "Very well. I hope you remain true to your word." Downstairs, Ziyuan's eyes had not strayed from the study on the second floor. "Lily, do you think Mo will be punished?" Ziyuan asked with concern. "Don't worry, sis. Dad isn't a barbarian. He wouldn't resort to violence. However, that lad will undoubtedly face some scorn. Who knows? He might even emerge from the study in tears." Ziyuan's sister, Ziyu, said with a hint of anticipation. However, when the study door opened and both Chen Mo and Gong Ming emerged, it was not as Ziyu had imagined. Chen Mo wore a calm and composed expression, while Gong Ming appeared flushed with anger, leaving Ziyu bewildered. "Emoga." Ziyuan rushed forward, her concern evident. "Dad didn't treat you poorly, did he?" "Rest assured, he was merely unable to contain his fury," Gong Ming replied irritably. "Dad, how did he anger you?" Ziyu queried, taken aback. "He claimed you were merely a pig riding the wind and dismissed your accomplishments as trivial." "How audacious," Gong Ming retorted with cold sarcasm. The room fell silent as everyone stared at Chen Mo, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. This young man was audacious enough to insult Gong Ming. "Ziyuan, I have matters to attend to, so I shall return home now. Let us dine together tomorrow and celebrate your birthday properly," Chen Mo said, gently taking Ziyuan's hand. Ziyuan nodded obediently, then playfully extended her right cheek, saying, "Give me a kiss before you leave. Be gone." Gong Ming, unable to endure the sight of his prized daughter being courted, angrily shooed them away. Chen Mo smiled, placing a quick kiss on Ziyuan's cheek. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned to Gong Ming with a mischievous grin, saying, "Uncle Gong, allow me to impart one final piece of wisdom. The you who disregards me today will find it hard to reach me tomorrow." Chapter 36. The Demolition of Haitian's Community. Begone. Yet, Chen Mo did not cease his words, continuing, "The Dragon King cannot be insulted. You have offended the White Dragon King, and within a month, your fortune shall dissipate." Gong Ming, rendered speechless, turned pale, clutching his chest, nearly succumbing to a heart attack. Naturally, Gong Ming did not believe Chen Mo's nonsensical threats. However, while the speaker may have lacked intent, the listener was affected. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Chu Tian's brow furrowed in unexpected contemplation. The following day, within an office at the municipal government, Gong Ming had shed his previously arrogant demeanor, now seated humbly and respectfully upon the sofa. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, portly with a buzz cut, exuding a commanding aura with every gesture. This man, named Song Siming, was the owner of the office. "Old classmate, what pressing matter required my immediate presence?" Gong Ming inquired. "Good news," Song Siming replied, sliding a stack of documents across to Gong Ming. "The city plans to construct a subway, and the demolition task has come to me. Since you're familiar with this, I called you in right away." Gong Ming perused the documents, his face lighting up with joy. "It is true that friends are more valuable than relatives. I shall take on this task. Once completed, you will certainly receive your due." Waving his hand dismissively, Song Siming replied, "No need for that. What I need is for you to expedite the process. As long as the subway can commence construction within a month, my promotion will be all but assured." Gong Ming's heart raced, and he immediately assured, "Rest easy, old classmate. I am an expert in this field. Yes, I trust you to handle matters well. However, remember this. While demolition is necessary, do not forget to offer fair compensation to the residents. Do not create any unnecessary trouble." Song Siming cautioned. "Understood. Soon." Gong Ming signed a contract and cheerfully returned to his office. "Secretary Wang, come here for a moment." "Yes, President Gong, what do you need?" "I have taken on a demolition project from Secretary Song, focusing on the Haitians community. However, the news will not be announced for another 3 days. In the meantime, send more personnel to purchase properties in the Haitians community." "Yes," Secretary Wang replied before departing. As Gong Ming reclined in his office chair, he reflected on the situation. Based on prior experience, he believed that within 3 days, he could acquire 1/3 of the properties at their original prices. In other words, a third of the demolition compensation will directly line his pockets, coupled with the remuneration from the contract signed with Song Siming. Gong Ming estimates he stands to gain at least 50 million this time. This is the economic benefit derived from information asymmetry. The reason ordinary individuals fail to amass significant wealth is precisely because they lack access to such information. Yet, through his acquaintance with Song Siming, he can effortlessly earn tens of millions based on insider knowledge. Individuals like Chen Mo will never comprehend the heights I have reached. The mere thought of Chen Mo brings a smile to Gong Ming's face, especially yesterday, when he proclaimed that I had offended the White Dragon King and would squander my fortune within a month. Truly absurd. It is only the second day, and not only have I not suffered a financial loss, but I have instead profited handsomely. Chen Mo, just wait. In a month, I shall show you how to deal with you. However, by afternoon, Gong Ming's staff returned with some unfortunate news. "Mr. Gong, all the properties in the Haitian community have been sold out." "Sold out? Impossible. That dilapidated community resembles a slum. No one would take it for free. How could it possibly be sold out? Could it be that Zheng Qian received some news and is deliberately withholding sales?" "No, I checked with the housing authority, and the houses in the Haitian community have indeed been sold out." Gong Ming, feeling dejected, lit a cigar. "A third of the demolition compensation is simply gone? Well, if I must earn less, so be it. Prepare to negotiate with the owners of the Haitian community regarding the demolition." "Mr. Gong, please let me finish. The Haitian community has a total of 500 units, and a few days ago, one individual purchased all of them at a price of 100,000 each." "What?" Gong Ming was taken aback, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. With the demolition imminent, someone inexplicably spent 50 million to acquire all the properties. Something is definitely amiss. Could it be that someone has learned of the insider information and acted preemptively? Gong Ming promptly called to report the situation to Song Siming. Upon hearing the news, Song Siming immediately shook his head. "Impossible. This decision was only made today. Aside from you, no one could have known the insider information in advance." Gong Ming became disheartened. The acquisition of the Haitian community happened days ago. Unless that person possesses clairvoyance, there is no reason for such a financially imprudent transaction. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Do not overthink it. Just proceed with the negotiations as per the protocol. Perhaps negotiating with a single individual will be easier? That makes sense, Gong Ming nodded. He decided to personally handle the negotiations. With his extensive business acumen, securing a deal with one individual should be a walk in the park. By the time the negotiations are concluded, the required demolition costs may even be lower than initially planned. With that thought, Gong Ming promptly instructed Secretary Wang, "Go to Songhe Tower and book the Imperial Hall for me, then arrange to meet with the owners of the Haitian community for negotiations." Understood. By the way, is the owner of the Haitian community male or female? What is their name? It is a male, but I did not inquire about his name. They refused to disclose the owner's privacy. All right, invite Lu Feifei and Zhang Shishir to join us for dinner. Certainly, Mr. Gong. Gong Ming was well versed in the art of negotiation. With the company of the two beautiful starlets, along with a few drinks, he, as a prominent figure, would surely find it difficult to say anything too excessive. That evening, Chen Mo received a call from Zhang Qian. "Mr. Chen, Gong Ming has arranged to meet you tomorrow at the Imperial Hall in Songhe Tower. He asked me to inform you." "All right, I understand. What does Gong Ming want with me? If it is inconvenient, you need not divulge." Chen Mo reclined casually, grinning. He wants to discuss the demolition compensation for the Haitian community. What? The Haitian community is going to be demolished? Yes. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Zhang Qian remained in shock for a long time, unable to comprehend why Chen Mo had purchased those rundown apartments. Now he finally understood. Those were not mere rundown properties. They were clearly printing presses for money. Damn it. Why didn't I realize this earlier? Zhang Qian lamented. If he had followed Chen Mo and purchased 100 units, he could have effortlessly profited tens of millions from the demolition compensation. The White Dragon King truly lives up to his name. He is beyond the reach of mere mortals. After a long moment, Zhang Qian sighed once more. Chapter 37. Shall I take my leave? The following morning, in the Imperial Hall of Songhe Tower, Gong Ming arrived early to await the meeting. He brought along the recently popular starlets Lu Feifei and Zhang Shishir. As the time approached, Gong Ming instructed the waiter to brew the exquisite Da Hong Pao he had brought, valued at over 20,000 per gram. Simultaneously, the room was adorned with expensive wines such as Romani Conti, Lafite, and Royal Salute. "Mr. Gong, who is the esteemed boss you are hosting today? Why such a grand affair?" Lu Feifei exclaimed in astonishment. The cost of the beverages alone must surely exceed $1 million. A remarkably bold and visionary individual. Anyone willing to wager $50 million in cash on an uncertain future possesses the intellect, foresight, and audacity to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Today, I intend to meet this extraordinary individual. Hearing Gong Ming's high regard, Zhang Shishir could not help but express her anticipation. At that moment, a knock echoed on the door of the private room. However, the figure that entered was one Gong Ming recognized all too well. "Chen Mo, what are you doing here?" Gong Ming frowned in disdain. Chen Mo paused for a moment before replying. "I came here to dine." Gong Ming instantly grasped the situation. Chen Mo must have come to eat and, upon seeing him, made a point to greet him, hoping to smooth over their relationship. "Chen Montak, there is no room for reconciliation between us. You should leave immediately. You are not welcome here," Gong Ming stated bluntly. Chen Mo, with an odd expression, glanced at Gong Ming, chuckling, "Shall I take my leave then?" Gong Ming was so exasperated that he almost laughed. "What? Do you wish to stay for the new year?" "All right, I truly am leaving," Chen Mo said, stepping back a couple of paces, then turning to look at Gong Ming. "I am not deceiving you. I genuinely intend to leave. Hurry and go. The longer you linger, the shorter my life becomes." Chen Mo exited through the door. Gong Ming let out a long sigh, feeling speechless. To encounter this brat again is truly bad luck. However, just then, the door creaked open a crack, and Chen Mo's head poked in. "I am truly leaving. Are you certain you do not wish to keep me here? Get lost." Gong Ming, infuriated, hurled a cup toward the door. So bothersome. Having lived for this long, Gong Ming had never encountered someone so insufferable. After Chen Mo departed, Gong Ming waited until 2:30 in the afternoon without a single sign of the Haitian community's owner. What is going on with the owner of the Haitian community? Gong Ming impatiently glanced at his watch and picked up his phone to call Zhang Qian. "Hello, Boss Zhang. What is the status of the owner of the Haitian community? Why have they not arrived yet?" "The owner of the Haitian community has already left. He mentioned that you asked him to leave." "What?" Gong Ming's heart sank, an absurd thought flooding his mind. "Boss Zhang, what is the name of the owner of the Haitian community?" "Chen Mo Boom." Upon hearing Chen Mo's name, Gong Ming felt dizzy, the world around him turning black as he nearly fainted. "Why him? Why is it specifically him? I just chased Chen Mo away. Now, Did he have to go and apologize to Chen Mo? The mere thought of Chen Mo's smug face filled Gong Ming with an inexplicable sense of frustration. Given the significance of Song Siming's promotion strategy, even though unwilling, Gong Ming had no choice but to brace himself and proceed. At 5 in the afternoon, the doorbell of Chen Mo's residence chimed. Upon opening the door, Gong Ming's exceedingly displeased visage greeted him. "Uncle Gong, what brings you here?" Chen Montak inquired, partially obstructing the doorway, clearly indicating no intention of inviting Gong Ming inside. Taking a deep breath, Gong Ming forced a smile that was more painful than a grimace, stating, "I just realized that you're the owner of the Haitian community. I apologize for my misunderstanding at noon." "Ah, no worries, uncle. I'm magnanimous enough not to hold it against you," Chen Mo replied. "If you have no further business, you may as well head back. I still need to chat with Ziyuan." Suppressing the urge to pummel Chen Mo, Gong Ming gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Chen Mo, let us be frank. I can offer you 25 times the market price for the property in the Halian community. What do you say? Just give me a straightforward answer." With a slight smile, Chen Mo calmly retorted, "4 times. Impossible. At 4 times, I would still be losing money. 5 times. 3 times. That's the highest I can offer. No one in the vicinity has received such a generous compensation. Feel free to verify. 6 times. Gong Ming was nearing the brink of madness. Was this how negotiations were conducted? The more they haggled, the higher the price climbed? Gritting his teeth, with his face flushed, he finally conceded, "Fine, fine. You win. 4 times it is. 6 times. Or the discussion is over." "Chen Mo, don't push me too far. I can simply walk away from this deal." Shrugging nonchalantly, Chen Mo replied, "Suit yourself." With that, he promptly shut the door. Outside, an outburst of expletives erupted, with the esteemed Gong Ming of Jiangbei reduced to cursing like a common ruffian. Undoubtedly a first in history, thanks to Chen Mo. Upon returning home, Gong Ming's countenance was dire. Gong Ziyuan brought him a cup of tea. Concern etched on her face. "Dad, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" "It's that wretched Chen Mo who has irked me. The audacity." Gong Ming slammed his palm on the table in anger. Before long, Gong Ziyuan had grasped the situation. She fixed her gaze on her father, irritation evident, and retorted, "Dad, you should tell Chen Mo to sell the Halian community property to you at the original price. What are you thinking? That's impossible. Why not? Isn't he courting you? Isn't it only fair to pay a little price for that?" At this point, Gong Ziyuan could no longer contain herself. With a huff, she chastised, "You've always looked down upon him and refused to acknowledge him as my boyfriend. Now that you need something, you want to leverage my relationship to get a discount? So all the good fortune in the world is reserved for you, is it?" Realizing he was in the wrong, yet unwilling to concede before his daughter, Gong Ming insisted, "All right then, if the original price is off the table, how about 3 times the compensation? Surely that's acceptable. You can call him yourself if you want that price. It's already generous enough, not a penny more." "I refuse to make that call. If I do, Mo Gu will surely lose out. Are you really my biological daughter? Why are you siding with him?" Gong Ming demanded angrily. "This is about fairness, not favoritism. Don't expect me to beg Mo Gu for you," Gong Ziyuan retorted, turning on her heel and retreating to her room. Once in her room, she immediately dialed Chen Mo to relay the earlier events. "Ziyuan, if you feel stuck between me and your uncle, I can sell to him at the original price. Just say the word," Chen Mo offered. "No need. Just price it according to your own valuation. I don't want my relationship to interfere with your business." "But that's your father. Would you feel bad if he gets a short end of the stick?" "Not really. Regardless of who profits, the money ultimately comes to me, doesn't it?" Hee. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle at her reasoning. Not long after hanging up, Chen Mo received another call. It was Gong Ming. 5 times. That's my final offer. I cannot go any higher." Yet Chen Mo remained remarkably composed, stating, 6 times, not a cent less. "That's impossible. I refuse to incur losses. Chen Montak, for Ziyuan's sake, please do me a favor and accept 5 times, will you?" Ziyuan had just called to emphasize not to let her interfere with business. Gong Ming was utterly speechless. His own daughter had effectively sold him out. Dream on. Gong Ming hung up and immediately donned his coat, driving to Song Siming's residence to share the predicament. Song Siming, taken aback by the complexity of the situation, pondered before advising, "He merely wants a bit more money. Just give it to him." "Oh, my old class monitor. This is not just a bit more. We're talking about 6 times the price. I wouldn't earn a cent, let alone have to pay out of pocket. How could I possibly engage in such a losing deal?" "You wouldn't incur significant losses at 6 times, would you? Regular folks struggle to make a living. Can't you afford to take a hit this time? This isn't merely a small loss. It's akin to having my flesh torn away. If I pay that kid 6 times, where will my dignity as Gong Ming of Jiangbei reside? How will I maintain my standing in Jiangbei?" With an expression of exasperation, Song Siming admonished, "Old Gong, why are you being so short-sighted? The priority is to ensure the subway project goes smoothly, so I can get promoted. Once I'm in a higher position, projects like this will be trivial. I can introduce you to opportunities yielding tenfold or 100-fold returns." Gong Ming understood this logic, yet the affront from Chen Mo gnawed at him. "Fine, I get it," he replied reluctantly. "Wrap this up swiftly. Whether it's profitable or not is irrelevant now. Just don't pull any tricks, understand? Otherwise, I won't spare you." Song Siming, unusually stern, warned Gong Ming. Having known each other for over 20 years, this was the first time Song Siming had issued such a serious warning. Upon returning home, Song Siming called Gong Ming again, chattering incessantly about the necessity of handling this matter carefully to avoid any potential fallout. Already simmering with frustration, Gong Ming brushed off Song Siming's ramblings and lay in bed, growing increasingly agitated. Resolutely, Gong Ming dialed a number. "Mr. Gong, do you need something?" came the deep, raspy voice on the other end. "I'm having trouble with someone. I need you to take care of him." "Understood. Be thorough. Leave no roots behind." "Got it. Rest assured." Chapter 38. The Trap. Meanwhile, Zheng Qian had invited Chen Mo out for dinner to discuss the Hylian community's redevelopment. Upon learning that Chen Mo dared to confront Gong Ming, Zheng Qian expressed admiration, saying, "Mr. Chen, you're quite impressive. Aren't you afraid that your father-in-law will make things difficult for you after marriage? In business, familial ties don't exist, especially not with a father-in-law. If I don't bring my full strength to the table, it would be disrespectful to him, wouldn't it?" Zheng Qian found himself speechless. Only someone like Chen Mo could elevate extorting a father-in-law into such grand rhetoric. At that moment, Chen Mo's phone rang again. It was Gong Ming. "Hello, is this Chen Mo?" "Yes, it's me, Uncle Gong. What is the matter?" "Here's the thing. I concede. 6 times it is. But you must sign the demolition contract tonight. What do you think?" "That works for me." "Great. I'm currently at my villa in the suburbs. I'll send you the address via text." "Understood. See you shortly." Chen Mo was not one to engage in deceit. He merely smiled as he relayed Gong Ming's words to Zheng Qian. "Impressive, Mr. Chen. You truly are remarkable." Zheng Qian exclaimed. Gong Ming is notoriously stingy, a veritable miser. Extracting even a sliver of flesh from him is no small feat. Chen Mo suggested, "Shall we visit Gong Ming's villa in the outskirts?" "Absolutely. I am quite eager to witness that old rogue's discomfiture." Zheng Qian readily agreed. After all, even he had not anticipated that matters would deteriorate to the point of provoking Gong Ming's wrath. As Chen Mo settled into Zheng Qian's vehicle, he instructed him to proceed to the address in the text message. After a stretch of travel, the road grew increasingly muddy, and the surrounding trees loomed dark and foreboding. While the moonlight cast a pallid glow, the headlights flickered erratically along the roadside, and even Zheng Qian, a seasoned driver, felt a twinge of anxiety. "Mr. Chen, are you certain this is the right address? There seems to be no villa in sight," Zheng Qian inquired. "I assure you, I have verified the map. Just keep driving." Chen Mo replied, "But this place is exceedingly remote. Look over there, is that not a grave?" Zheng Qian protested. "Is it not common to find graves in the outskirts? Besides, with me, the White Dragon King, by your side, fear not even the specters. Just continue forward." The vehicle pressed onward, and 10 minutes later, they finally spotted a dilapidated sign, rusted and barely legible, Xianyang Villa District. Raising their gaze, they beheld a cluster of villas, all abandoned and overgrown with weeds. The eerie moonlight, combined with the sounds of chirping insects and distant birds, sent shivers down their spines. "This is peculiar. It appears no one resides here," Zheng Qian remarked, puzzled. Just then, several beams of headlights illuminated the area ahead. Chen Mo momentarily froze, and the next instant, his face drained of color as he slammed his thigh in dismay, shouting, "This is bad. We must flee." Yet, before Zheng Qian could restart the engine, lights from all directions converged upon them, encircling the two men. A burly, scar-faced bald man, flanked by a dozen accomplices wielding weapons, gazed at Chen Mo and Zheng Qian with a cold indifference, akin to a butcher regarding lambs destined for slaughter. "What do you want?" Zheng Qian demanded, his voice stern. "Brother Nan, there's an additional uncle," one of the henchmen remarked. "No matter, we'll deal with them all at once," Hao Nan replied calmly. At this, Zheng Qian's complexion turned ashen. "It was Gong Ming who sent you, wasn't it?" Chen Montauk interjected. Hao Nan, slightly taken aback, chuckled and nodded. "I don't mind telling you, as you'll soon be meeting Yama. Indeed, it was Boss Gong who dispatched me. Blame yourself for offending him." Zheng Qian, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and knelt, bowing repeatedly with a sorrowful expression. "Brothers, I am innocent. I am merely the driver who brought him here. Spare my life." Seeing Zhang Qian's desperate demeanor, Chen Mo shook his head and calmly exited the vehicle. Lighting a cigarette, he took a slow drag and inquired, "Where's Gong Ming? Is this a game you cannot afford to play?" Cui Nan regarded Chen Mo with a measure of respect. His composure in the face of such peril was commendable. "It's not that I cannot play. Rather, this is simply one of the rules. You're just too young to understand," Cui Nan remarked, igniting his own cigarette. "Since you possess such courage, I shall grant you a full corpse. This matter has nothing to do with me. I saw nothing, heard nothing. I will move my family and leave by tomorrow night. I will change my residence. Please spare me," Zhang Qian implored, his voice quavering. "Coward, get lost. You won't even have a full corpse." Cui Nan's words nearly sent Zhang Qian into a faint. The wealthier individuals tended to value their lives more. Chen Mo now understood that truth. "Any last words?" Cui Nan crushed his cigarette underfoot, advancing with his men, weapons glinting ominously in the moonlight. "Nothing left, right? Send him on his way." As Chen Mo observed the approaching figures, he took his final drag and slowly exhaled a smoke ring, noting Zhang Qian trembling uncontrollably, as if afflicted by a seizure. In that critical moment, Chen Mo raised his voice. "Cui Nan, do you not realize that disaster is about to befall you?" Chapter 39. He treats me as a deity. Chen Mo recalled Cui Nan distinctly. Known as Bald Nan, he hailed from the rural areas of Jiangbei and had carved out a domain for himself through sheer force, commanding a following of over 100 men. In his previous life, Cui Nan specialized in resolving the troubles of the wealthy until he chose to retire in 2021. His retirement was grand, with dignitaries flying in from far and wide to attend his farewell, and a luxurious banquet that lasted an entire month at a 5-star hotel. Chen Mo remembered him, stating in an interview that he had only brushed against death once in his lifetime. On this very night in history, after finishing work and celebrating with his brothers, a fire broke out at the restaurant they were in, resulting in the deaths of nearly all his comrades. Only he had survived by cleverly hiding in a large fish pond behind the establishment. Amused, Cui Nan looked at Chen Mo and said, "Do you think I would believe such nonsense? I am the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, well-versed in the teachings of the I Ching and capable of discerning fate. Tonight, the White Tiger's star shines bright, and your death is imminent. If I do not assist you in overcoming this tribulation, you are surely doomed." Observing Chen Mo's unwavering confidence, Cui Nan felt a flicker of doubt. After deliberating, he pressed a knife against Zhang Qian's throat, casting a menacing glance at Chen Mo. "All right. You claim to be the reincarnation of the White Dragon King? Then tell me, will this coward live or die? If you say he will live, I will strike him down immediately. If you say he will die, I will let him go. Thus, your deceit will be laid bare." "Oh my!" Zhang Qian's eyes brimmed with tears, and he pleaded desperately, "Spare me, great hero. I shall give you anything. Money, women, houses, just name it. Please do not kill me. I have elderly parents and a young child to care for." "Silence. Continue your babbling, and I will end you now." "Kui Nam Barkt, Sai Dinsing Gzeng Qian. Now tell me, will he live or die?" Cui Nan demanded. Turning back to Chen Mo, Chen Mo's mind raced, beads of cold sweat forming. It seemed that whatever he said, whether life or death, would lead to dire consequences. 3, 2, 1. Just as Cui Nan was about to conclude his countdown, Chen Mo declared, "Zhang Qian, with the protection of the White Dragon King, you shall emerge unscathed tonight." The knife was poised to pierce Zhang Qian's throat, yet at Chen Mo's words, Cui Nan hesitated. "You are Zhang Qian, the tycoon from Jiangbei?" Cui Nan asked. "Yes, it is I. I am wealthy, brother. Whatever you desire, I can provide. Please spare my life." Zhang Qian stammered, trembling. The blade had already glided across his throat thrice. The cold steel seemed to freeze his very soul. Cui Nan furrowed his brow, caught in a dilemma. Chen Mo was inconsequential, lacking status or connections, making him an easy target. But Zhang Qian was another matter entirely. He was a well-known mogul in the Jiangbei financial circle. Should he perish, the repercussions would be significant. "Brother Nan, we cannot touch Zhang Qian. He has recently secured several projects from the city government, and the officials regard him highly." One of his subordinates interjected, hurrying over to whisper in his ear. "Oomph." Cui Nan lowered the knife, deeming it fortunate for Zhang Qian that he had no desire to stir unnecessary trouble today. Zhang Qian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed his head in reverence. Chen Mo, maintaining an air of calm, remarked, "Do you believe now? Consider it a stroke of luck for you. Speak, what calamity awaits me tonight, and how shall I avert it?" Cui Nan, with an expression devoid of emotion, responded. Yet, Chen Mo understood that he had earned Cui Nan's belief. "I can only deduce that it is a dire calamity, but the specifics elude me. As for the means of resolution, You need only remember 8 words. Were those 8 words? A hidden dragon enters the abyss. When encountering water, find peace. Upon hearing this, Chuanan's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. Ultimately, he turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Take these 2 to the hotel for now. We will deal with them tomorrow. Chen Mo, should I escape tonight unscathed, or if I find myself unable to pass through this trial, do not expect to see tomorrow." The 2 were subsequently confined within a luxurious 5-star hotel. Once inside the room, Zhang Qian, his face ashen, inquired, "Mr. Chen, were your earlier words sincere, or merely a ploy to buy time?" "Sincere," Chen Mo replied. "But what if he does manage to overcome this trial, and still seeks to harm you tomorrow?" Chen Mo, with a nonchalant smile, replied, "Tomorrow, he shall regard me with the reverence due to a deity." Zhang Qian nodded silently. But Chen Mo noticed something amiss with his trousers and questioned, "What is wrong with your pants?" "I soiled myself in fear." Meanwhile, Chuanan, initially intent on resting at the hotel, found himself too anxious to sleep, recalling Chen Mo's ominous words about the dire calamity. "Leave 2 men to guard them, the rest. Follow me to the restaurant across the street for food and drink." He thought that enduring the night with his numerous brothers would ensure their safety. As the clock struck 4 in the morning, the dawn began to break. Zhang Qian, his eyes bloodshot, anxiously exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, dawn is upon us." They seem unaffected. However, Zhang Qian observed that Chen Mo was sleeping soundly, as if he had no cares in the world. At 4:30, calamity struck unexpectedly. The restaurant across the street erupted in flames, thick smoke billowing forth as panicked diners fled, many ablaze. Moments later, the establishment began to collapse, and the exits were blocked. Zhang Qian stood aghast, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a calamity from which escape was nearly impossible, even if one did not perish in the flames. The smoke could surely claim lives. At that moment, as he gazed at the slumbering Chen Mo, he felt an overwhelming sense of respect and admiration. By 8 in the morning, a careful knock echoed through the room. Chen Mo finally opened his eyes and calmly said, "Come in." Chuanan, looking disheveled and visibly shaken, entered, clearly rattled. "Do you believe now?" Chen Mo asked, his tone flat. Chuanan fell to his knees before Chen Mo, bowing deeply as he intoned, "Thank you, divine sage, for saving my life." In that instant, Zhang Qian recalled Chen Mo's words from the previous day. "Tomorrow, he shall regard me with the reverence due to a deity. Having passed this trial, if you have my protection, you shall rise swiftly to greatness." Reaching the pinnacle of Jiangbei, Chen Mo declared. Overjoyed, Chuanan offered his thanks repeatedly. He then presented a voice recorder to Chen Mo, containing a recording of Gong Ming's request for assistance. Following this, Chuanan personally drove Chen Mo and Zhang Qian home, profusely expressing his gratitude before taking his leave. Meanwhile, an invigorated Gong Ming, having enjoyed a hearty breakfast, eagerly called Chuanan, inquiring, "How did it go? Is everything resolved?" Chuanan's response was curt and filled with disdain. "Gong Ming, you are digging your own grave. Do not drag me down with you. Do you think my life is so resilient that I can provoke such a celestial being?" Chapter 40, I demand tenfold. With that, Chuanan abruptly ended the call, leaving Gong Ming bewildered. Before he could gather his thoughts, Chen Mo's call came through. "Uncle Gong, good morning." "Chen Mo, are you unharmed?" "Thanks to you, Uncle Gong. I'm still alive for now." At that moment, Gong Ming's mind was a tempest of anxiety. Chuanan had never failed in his endeavors, yet he had faltered with Chen Mo. "Did you manage to deceive Chuanan as well?" Gong Ming asked, his voice low. Chen Mo chuckled silently before playing the recording of their conversation. Gong Ming's face drained of color as he realized the implications. "Chen Mo, what are you implying?" "Uncle Gong, what do you think will happen if I make this recording public?" The ramifications were dire. Gong Ming's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and he could even face imprisonment. "Do not act rashly, Chen Mo. That would benefit you in no way. Sixfold, just 6 times the amount. Send me the account number, and I will have the funds transferred immediately." At that moment, Gong Ming felt genuine fear. If even Chuanan could not manage Chen Mo, who else in Jiangbei could? "Uncle Gong, had you been so agreeable last night, we wouldn't be in this predicament." "I am sorry, but today the price has changed." Chen Mo replied. "How much do you want?" Gong Ming asked, suppressing his anger. "Tenfold. Impossible." Gong Ming exploded. "At that rate, you might as well resort to robbery. This is extortion. Tenfold. Not a penny less. If I do not receive the funds within a day, this recording will be duplicated 1,000 times and disseminated. Uncle Gong, consider your options." After ending the call, Gong Ming sat on the sofa, drenched in sweat, utterly drained. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. If even Chuanan could not handle Chen Mo, Gong Ming dared not seek help from others against him. After much contemplation, He hastily drove to Song Siming's office to relay the events. Bang! Upon hearing this, Song Siming erupted in fury, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at the embarrassed Gong Ming as he scolded. What did I instruct you? I warned you repeatedly to avoid unnecessary complications. And yet, you have created such a monumental mess. Do you realize that if this recording leaks, my promotion could be jeopardized? Gong Ming stammered, Captain, I was also unwilling. 6 times the price is simply unfeasible. I would incur losses. Well, the loss. Did I not promise you that once I was promoted, I would double your compensation with new projects? Why do you refuse to heed my advice? Now look at the mess you've created. What do we do now? Whatever he demands, you must pay. Better to suffer financial loss than to attract disaster. No, Captain. That Chen Mo is asking for 10 times the amount. If that happens, I will lose at least 200 million, though Gong Ming's net worth was 3 billion. Liquid assets were a different matter altogether. Losing 200 million would almost drain his company's operational capital. If cash flow faltered, bankruptcy was highly probable. Thus, he refused to part with that sum. Fine, if you refuse to pay, I will call the police and have you arrested. Go count your money in jail. Song Siming coldly retorted, exasperated. At this point, Gong Ming was still fixated on money. Please, Captain, I will figure something out. Gong Ming understood that if he pushed Song Siming too far, he would face dire consequences. Taking the initiative, he arranged to meet Chen Mo in the Emperor's Hall at Songha Tower, this time without the accompaniment of any starlets. Uncle Gong, how is the money preparation coming along? I am eagerly awaiting my demolition compensation. Chen Mo wasted no time, getting straight to the point upon his arrival. 10 times is far too much. I cannot possibly come up with that sum, said Gong Ming as he poured a cup of tea for Chen Mo. But wait, Uncle Gong, did you not previously claim that your fortune amounts to 3 billion? Even a tenfold compensation should be a mere trifle for you. Chen Montak retorted. Gong Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally conceded, fine, 6 times it shall be. Chen Montak, consider it a favor for Ziyuan. Let us not allow our relationship to sour too greatly. The fact that I have not informed Ziyuan about your request is already a significant gesture in your favor. Chen Mo scoffed. Had I been an ordinary person, I might have lost my life last night. And now you wish to haggle with me? Uncle Gong, one mustn't be so shameless. Each word he uttered struck at Gong Ming's heart. The latter's complexion shifted between crimson and pallid. Aware of his own culpability, Gong Ming stubbornly maintained. If I were to compensate you tenfold, my cash flow would face dire complications. Do you wish to witness the Gong family fall into ruin, leaving Ziyuan to sleep on the streets? Chen Mo replied, Ziyuan in my care would want for nothing. Her family, I could easily assist. The only one who would find themselves homeless would be you, Uncle Gong. In that moment, Gong Ming envisioned his wife and 2 daughters laughing at him, while Chen Mo held them close, all while he himself, garbed in rags, begged for alms in the snow. Of course, I could forego a higher compensation, provided you agree to a single condition, Chen Mo said with a gentle smile. You wish me to marry Ziyuan? Do not even entertain that thought. Gong Ming coldly retorted. It is not that matter. I wish for you to introduce me to the influential figure behind you. Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with ambition. In business, it is not simply about accruing wealth. Without connections, the more money you make, the quicker your demise. Gong Ming stared blankly at Chen Mo. At that moment, he could not fathom the young man's thoughts. Before Chen Mo, Gong Ming felt like a naive novice, while Chen Mo appeared as a cunning old fox, seasoned by centuries of experience. If I were to facilitate an introduction, how much could you reduce the price? To a level you would undoubtedly find acceptable, Gong Ming replied, falling into silence once more. After a considerable pause, he nodded and called to inform Song Siming of this arrangement. After deliberation, Song Siming instructed Gong Ming, this afternoon, have him come to my office. I shall meet with him. That afternoon, in Song Siming's office, upon their initial encounter, Chen Mo handed over a voice recorder to Song Siming and stated, this is the sole copy. There are no duplicates. From Gong Ming's side, I can negotiate the compensation down to 3-fold. Song Siming looked at Chen Mo in astonishment. What do you wish for me to assist you with? Chen Mo grinned. It is not you aiding me, but rather I shall assist you. Secretary Song, a grave calamity approaches. Without my intervention, you will face insurmountable peril. Chapter 41, The Femme Fatale. Chen Mo had grown increasingly adept at embodying the persona of the White Dragon King. He could effortlessly spout ominous phrases about dark omens and impending disasters, more skillfully than many genuine charlatans. Regarding Song Siming, Chen Mo was well acquainted with him. This man possessed remarkable abilities before his retirement. He was a high-ranking leader who had smoothly ascended to his current position. In public, he was a commendable leader, and, at home, an exemplary husband and father. Had Song Siming not encountered that woman, it was likely he would have been transferred to a provincial city by now. Establishing connections with Song Siming would greatly benefit Chen Mo's future business endeavors. However, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Song Siming responded with a condescending smile. Mr. Chen, you should be aware of my profession. Is it not frivolous to speak such words to a steadfast materialist? Chen Mo shrugged and replied confidently, Mr. Song, some matters are best believed to possess a kernel of truth rather than dismissed outright. I apologize, but I only trust what I can see with my own eyes and hear with my own ears, Song Siming countered. Guahaizeo. Chen Mo casually uttered a name that sent a tremor through Song Siming's body, causing his expression to darken. Guahaizeo was the mistress Song Siming had met outside, and it was because of her that he ultimately squandered his promising future. She is merely an accountant at my friend's firm. There is no other relationship between us. Song Siming asserted. Mr. Song, you are the embodiment of the greedy wolf star, decisive and ruthless. Yet, Guahaizeo embodies the weaver star, enchanting yet indecisive. She is your natural nemesis. Being with her will not only hinder your prospects, but may also lead to the demise of you and your family. Chen Mo warned. Bang. Nonsense. Song Siming slammed his fist on the table, angrily retorting, I do not care what your purpose in seeking me is, but I demand you leave this instant. You are not welcome here. Do you doubt my words? Very well. Let me assure you, if you do not heed my advice and sever all ties with Guahaizeo, by tonight, your father-in-law will meet his end. I beg your pardon. My father-in-law is in robust health and has many years ahead of him, Song Siming replied, rising from his seat and moving towards the door, gesturing for Chen Mo to leave. The femme fatale, Mr. Song. After your father-in-law's passing, your son will be next. And then it will be your turn, Chen Mo stated calmly. I insist you vacate my office at once, Song Siming demanded, unable to contain his fury. Chen Mo flashed a mysterious smile at Song Siming before departing. Song Siming dismissed Chen Mo's warnings, confident in his father-in-law's health. After all, he had only one daughter and no son. The audacity of Chen Mo, who had not even conducted a thorough investigation, to attempt to deceive him was utterly ludicrous. However, by 8 o'clock that evening, while watching television with Guahaizeo at his villa, Song Siming's phone rang. It was his wife. Hello, Lao Song, you must come home immediately. Something has happened to Dad. Song Siming felt a jolt, suddenly recalling Chen Mo's words from earlier that day. Surely it was just a coincidence. He suppressed his rising fear and replied, Do not panic, my dear. I am on my way. Upon returning home, he found his father-in-law collapsed on the floor, pale and gasping for breath. He quickly carried him downstairs and drove to the hospital. By 3 o'clock in the morning, the attending physician emerged from the emergency room. Doctor, how is my father? Song Siming asked anxiously. The patient has suffered a ruptured cerebral aneurysm, resulting in a significant intracranial hemorrhage. The cause is likely excessive alcohol consumption. If this were a young person in their 20s or 30s, there might be hope, but given the patient's advanced age, he cannot endure such an intensive procedure. I'm deeply sorry. We did everything we could. Father, Song Siming's wife wailed, rushing into the operating room as Song Siming stood frozen in shock. The following day, after attending to his father-in-law's funeral, Song Siming took a leave of absence to stay home with his daughter. At that moment, he found himself pondering Chen Mo's words. Feeling a tremor of doubt, he feared for his daughter's safety. It was not until the next morning that he breathed a sigh of relief, as his daughter was perfectly fine, convincing him that his father-in-law's death was merely a coincidence. However, at noon, he suddenly received a phone call. Illo, Siming. You must come and save me. It was Guahaizeo's voice. Haizeo, hold on. I am on my way. Song Siming rushed over immediately. Upon arrival, he discovered that his wife had been there and had violently assaulted Guahaizeo. Yet, truth be told, his wife was not some burly brute. How could she have inflicted such injuries on Guahaizeo? After a series of medical treatments, Guahaizeo was ultimately unharmed. However, the doctor's words sent a chill down Song Siming's spine once more. She was 2.5 months pregnant with a boy, but due to severe injuries, she had already suffered a miscarriage. Boom! It felt as though 5 thunderbolts had struck him simultaneously. It was true. All of it. Chen Mo not only foresaw the demise of his father-in-law, but also predicted the death of his son. Even Song Siming himself was unaware that Guahaizeo was already carrying his child. Next, it would be his turn. Song Siming was drenched in cold sweat, disregarding everything as he rushed outside, calling Gong Ming for Chen Mo's address, and then drove furiously to Chen Mo's residence. Ding dong, ding dong. Chen Mo opened the door, gazing at the sweat-drenched and panic-stricken Song Siming, and calmly said, Mr. Song, please come in. Thud. Song Siming knelt before Chen Mo, trembling with fear, and implored. "I beg you, sir, save me. Did you not doubt me, Mr. Song?" Chen Mo chuckled lightly as he sipped his tea. "I believe now, I truly do. My father-in-law has died, and now my son is gone. It's only a matter of time before it is my turn. How could I not believe?" Song Siming lamented. "Oh, what a pity." Chen Mo sighed deeply. "Had you believed me sooner, perhaps your father-in-law and son might have been spared." Song Siming lowered his head in shame, tears of regret streaming down his face. "Very well. I am the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, and you are the manifestation of the Greedy Wolf Star. We were destined to be brothers in the heavenly realm, thus I ought to assist you." Chen Mo continued, "Upon your return, arrange for Gua Haizhou to go abroad swiftly. Erase all traces of your association with her, and sever all ties completely to avert this calamity." This, Song Siming hesitated. He genuinely cherished Gua Haizhou. Their bond had deepened over the past year, and with the miscarriage occurring today, which was fundamentally due to him, he simply could not bring himself to be so ruthless. "If you cannot do this, then you must leave. In 7 days, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Chen Mo issued an ultimatum. If Song Siming could not sever ties with Gua Haizhou, he was truly left with no escape. In such a case, Chen Mo had no reason to curry favor with him. Furthermore, the voice recorder he had previously given to Song Siming had been duplicated over 100 times and was safely stored at home. The moment Song Siming perished, Chen Mo would immediately present the recorder to Gong Ming and demand tenfold compensation. Chapter 42. The nickel or market arrives. After a struggle, Song Siming finally nodded, his face pale. "I will completely sever my relationship with Gua Haizhou." Upon returning home, he immediately arranged for Gua Haizhou to go abroad and erased every trace of their contact. After completing these tasks, he received a call from a lawyer friend, informing him that officials were coming to investigate him, using Gua Haizhou as a point of entry. He needed to find a way to resolve the issues concerning her, or else the consequences would be dire. A cold sweat broke out across Song Siming's body. If the authorities began probing him through Gua Haizhou, it would undoubtedly be a death sentence. The White Dragon King is indeed a divine being. Song Siming slumped onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling, and sighed deeply. Simultaneously, after receiving 1.5 billion from Gong Ming for the demolition project, Chen Mo eagerly signed the contract. In just 7 days, he had made a profit of 1 billion. Most importantly, he had also established a connection with the future mogul, Song Siming. This relationship was infinitely more valuable than earning 10 billion. Once Gong Ming resolved the demolition issue at Haitan Community, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning home and seeing Gong Ming's relaxed demeanor, Gong Ziyuan inquired, "Is it resolved?" "Of course it's resolved, and I only demanded 3 times the market demolition price." Gong Ming replied proudly. Gong Ziyuan nodded, then eagerly called Chen Mo. "Hello, Brother Mo, why did you only ask for 3 times the compensation?" "Ziyuan, after all, he is your father. I had to give you some face, right? You truly are wonderful to me." Gong Ziyuan was nearly moved to tears. Originally, Chen Mo could have secured 6 times the compensation, which would amount to 3 billion. However, for the sake of Gong Ziyuan's family connections, he willingly settled for a mere 1.5 billion. It was undoubtedly an act of love. Gong Ming, who had been listening to their conversation, felt his jaw twitch in anger. Shameless. It was utterly disgraceful. He had introduced Song Siming to Chen Mo, leading to the lowered compensation. Yet now he was claiming it was for Gong Ziyuan's sake. Could he be any more shameless? "Ziyuan, don't listen to this brat-ass nonsense. He agreed to lower the price entirely because your father introduced him to your uncle Song Siming," Gong Ming said, unable to contain his frustration. "Dad, please don't sow discord between us." Gong Ziyuan shot back. "Brother Mo said he lowered the price to avoid making our relationship awkward, and you, of all people, are taking advantage while pretending to be innocent." Gong Ziyuan glared at Gong Ming. Gong Ming was so furious he nearly spat blood. His own daughter did not believe him. "Dad, what is the matter?" Gong Zili asked curiously. "It's all your sister S fault. She was sold out by that brat Chen Mo and is now counting the money for him." Gong Ming embellished the story, of course omitting any details that would reflect poorly on him. "Shameless. Utterly shameless. You helped him introduce Uncle Song and even compensated him a substantial demolition fee. Yet he dares to take all the credit for himself. I have never encountered such brazen audacity." Gong Zili clenched her fists, vowing that for the sake of her sister and father, she must teach that shameless Chen Mo a lesson. Otherwise, he would think the Gong family easy to bully. The next day, Chen Mo went to Jiangbei Bank and transferred the 1.5 billion he had deposited there into a futures account before returning home. According to his memories from his past life, today marked the beginning of the international nickel or futures market. It all stemmed from a mining disaster in Canada, the world's largest nickel ore-producing country, which accounts for 80% of global production. What initially seemed like a minor collapse quickly escalated when an unexpected earthquake struck, causing the entire nickel ore production facility to collapse. Consequently, the world was thrown into an uproar. At this moment, the price of nickel ore lingered at a historic low, the lowest in a decade, and this incident would cause the price to soar. Although the mining disaster was swiftly managed by Canada, the price of nickel ore would not decline for over 5 years thereafter. Prepared for this eventuality, Chen Mo opened his computer. At this moment, his international futures account held $1.5 billion, and due to the risk assessment for nickel ore, the leverage could only be a maximum of 30 times. Thus, he essentially possessed $4.5 billion in operational capital, equating to $5.4 billion US dollars. However, futures trading involved both profit and risk. With increased operational capital, if prices rose, the returns could be several times the initial investment, but if prices fell, it could lead to total loss in an instant. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Chen Mo felt a surge of excitement. This was $5.4 billion US dollars in the year 2000. If handled astutely, it could yield immense wealth. The current price of nickel ore was $6,000 USD per ton, and the disaster had yet to occur. Without hesitation, he decided to go all in, purchasing every last share. In futures trading, one contract represents 10 tons. With $5.4 billion, he could buy 9,000 contracts. Nickel, being a rare and precious metal, was essential for various precision instruments, and typically, the buyers and sellers were state-level super players, entering the market with $5.4 billion. In a vast landscape of international nickel ore trading, it barely made a ripple, but was swiftly absorbed. After completing all of this, Chen Mo quietly lit a cigarette and pondered for a moment before sharing the entire situation with 3 individuals, Wang Tai, Zheng Qian, and Song Siming. He advised them to join him in a high-stakes wager on nickel ore futures, though he refrained from elucidating the reasons behind his decision, deeming it unnecessary. However, upon learning that Chen Mo had leveraged his entire investment with a staggering 30-fold margin to bet on nickel ore, these 3 prominent figures from Jiangbei were utterly astonished. Such a high leverage, with all his capital at stake, meant that even the slightest market downturn could lead to catastrophic losses. Wang Tai exclaimed, "Mr. Chen, you are playing with an exorbitant sum. I advise you to exercise caution." Zheng Qian added, "Mr. Chen, you are aware of my timid nature. I cannot afford to engage in such high-leverage international futures." Song Siming remarked, "This is beyond my comprehension, and moreover, my organization has regulations against such trading." All 3 resolutely declined, none willing to accompany Chen Mo in his reckless gamble. Particularly, Wang Tai was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Chen Mo's futures account had been opened with the assistance of Gong Ziyuan, while the collateral for the account had been facilitated by Jiangbei Bank. The transfer of such a substantial sum from Jiangbei Bank would surely attract the attention of the provincial bank's leadership. Should Chen Mo indeed face a liquidation, he would be adversely affected as well. Realizing this, Wang Tai broke into a cold sweat and hastily called Gong Xing. "Miss Gong, we are in trouble. Chen Mo has wagered his entire fortune on international nickel ore, a 30-fold leverage amounting to a staggering $5.4 billion. Chapter 43, A Mining Disaster Occurs. Preparing for Soaring Prices. What? Gong Ziyuan's immediate reaction was to deem Chen Mo insane. "President Wang, do not panic. I will call him right away." Just as Gong Ziyuan hung up, Gong Ming approached her and inquired, "Daughter, what is the matter that has you so flustered?" "Father, since you are here, please help me persuade Chen Mo. He has invested all his money into the international futures account, employing a 30-fold leverage. Wang Tai had just called me, sounding quite urgent. I fear that Chen Mo has suffered significant losses." Gong Zili tugged at Gong Ming's hand, anxiously exclaiming, what was Chen Mo thinking? How could he take such reckless risks? Upon hearing this, Gong Ming, instead, expressed a sense of schadenfreude. "Ziyuan, that boy is desperate. To tell you the truth, he previously vowed to earn $3 billion within a month to surpass your father's wealth, or he would no longer meet with you. I initially thought he would have some clever strategy, but I never imagined he would be foolish enough to gamble on high-leverage futures. Well, it served him right. In our financial circles, there's a saying, play with leverage, and you doom your whole family. If you lose it all, meet on the rooftop, if I do not intervene." What is with this mockery? Without delay, Gong Ziyuan pushed Gong Ming aside and hurriedly rushed out. "Zhang, butler, please fetch that bottle of Romanicani for me. I am in a good mood today and intend to enjoy a fine drink." Gong Ming envisioned a scene where Chen Mo, having lost everything, would be weeping uncontrollably on the rooftop. Meanwhile, deep underground in the largest nickel mining area in southeastern Canada, a medium-scale seismic wave was silently approaching, set to arrive in a matter of minutes. Simultaneously, workers in the nickel mine had set explosives in accordance with protocol, which unexpectedly resulted in a minor collapse with negligible damage. At this moment, no one in the world would grasp the implications of this medium-sized earthquake and a modest collapse. All that was needed was time for the situation to ferment. Chen Mo leisurely smoked and sipped tea, seated before his computer, awaiting news of the nickel mine collapse. However, instead of receiving such news, he was greeted by a frantic and breathless Gong Ziyuan. Ziyuan, what has you in such a hurry? Chen Mo inquired with curiosity. Montake, how can you remain so calm? Gong Ziyuan snatched Chen Mo's teacup and took a hefty gulp. Tell me, did you truly wager your entire fortune on nickel? And at 30-fold leverage? Indeed, you are aware of it? My apologies. The situation was so urgent that I forgot to inform you to join me. Chen Mo replied with a smile. I have no intention of joining you. Mo, please reconsider. Wantai has already informed me. The provincial bank is in an uproar because of you. This is far too risky. With 30-fold leverage, should the price drop by a mere 33%, you will be forcibly liquidated. Gong Ziyuan urged anxiously. In the realm of stock trading, Chen Mo's ventures did not concern Gong Ziyuan too greatly, for the maximum loss in a day would be around 10%. However, futures, especially those with high leverage, were an entirely different matter. Those who leap from rooftops are often engaged in contracts and leverage. Trust me, last night the white dragon visited me in a dream, proclaiming that a windfall awaited me today. Chen Mo asserted confidently. Mo, futures are not things that can be predicted. Gong Ziyuan insisted. Please reconsider. Heed my advice. Absolutely not. I must surpass your father's wealth of 3 billion. If I pull out now, we may never meet again in this lifetime. Chen Mo adamantly refused. I do not desire your wealth. I only wish for your safety. Why can't you understand? Gong Ziyuan exclaimed in frustration. Her hair disheveled as she sank to the ground, on the verge of tears. Chen Mo gently held Gong Ziyuan's wrist, lifting her up, wiping her tears away as he softly said, Silly girl, it will be all right. Trust me, will you? With matters having reached this point, Gong Ziyuan understood that no further words would alter the situation. She bit her lip and, through gritted teeth, declared, Fine, I believe you, but you must promise me, even if you face liquidation, do not lose hope. I still have a considerable sum of your money. We can always start over. In that moment, Chen Mo felt a warm surge within him. He tenderly caressed Gong Ziyuan's face, sighing deeply within. She truly is an angel. Nervously, Gong Ziyuan took a chair beside Chen Mo, her eyes fixated on the price of international nickel ore. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side, as the price of nickel ore had been declining steadily over the past few minutes. Though the decrease was minimal, Chen Mo's high leverage and substantial principal meant that the resulting losses amounted to an astronomical figure. After 5 minutes of watching the decline, Gong Ziyuan's complexion turned ashen, her breathing becoming labored. I can't take this anymore. If I keep watching, my heart will give out. In just these 5 minutes, we must have lost nearly 50 million. Do not panic. It will rebound, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. At the same time, Wang Tai, Zheng Xian, and Song Siming were also monitoring the nickel market. Upon witnessing a 1% drop in nickel prices over just a few minutes, the three could not help but shake their heads. Chen Mo is far too young and arrogant. Even if you possess the ability to interpret the book of changes that only predicts human fate, I have never heard of it predicting the rise and fall of futures. Thank goodness I did not follow suit. Otherwise, I would have lost everything. Zheng Xian thought, still haunted by the fact that he had been tempted when Chen Mo first suggested wagering on nickel. Chen Mo, you White Dragon King, could you possibly be a fraud? Song Siming began to question the authenticity of Chen Mo's claims. May Amitabha and the Bodhisattva Guanyin bless us, he prayed. As the price of nickel ore continued to plummet, Gong Ziyuan could no longer bear it. She asked Chen Mo for 3 cigarettes, lit them, and placed them upright on the table, kneeling down to frantically pray to various deities. She did not ask for Chen Mo to profit. She merely wished for him to stop incurring losses. Suddenly, Chen Mo's expression brightened, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he exclaimed, Here it comes. What comes? Gong Ziyuan inquired, puzzled. Chen Mo chuckled as he tapped on his laptop screen, saying, Take a look for yourself. Gong Ziyuan furrowed her brow and approached the screen, only to find a recently released international news report. A sudden earthquake had struck the world's largest nickel mine, located in southeastern Canada, resulting in a catastrophic mining disaster. Nearly 1,000 individuals were injured, and over 200 workers lost their lives. The head of the country's Ministry of Resources stated that it would take at least 6 months for the mine to resume production. The news was brief, yet it left Gong Ziyuan utterly stunned. The essence of futures trading is fundamentally rooted in the dynamics of supply and demand. Now that a mine capable of producing 80 of the world's nickel has encountered such a disaster, even the most naive person could foresee the inevitable significant decline in nickel production capacity in the second half of the year, leading to a skyrocketing price. It would soar like a rocket, an unprecedented surge. Chapter 44, A Windfall of 3.5 billion. The resource strategic reserve departments of various nations reacted similarly. Nickel, a rare metal primarily utilized in the manufacturing of high-tech precision instruments, would soon become one of the most coveted resources in the coming 6 months. Nations with substantial nickel reserves would likely gain a competitive edge in future technological advancements. Almost all major powers' resource strategic reserve departments promptly issued orders, at any cost, acquire nickel futures contracts. Countless national buyers frantically rushed to purchase nickel. At that moment, Chen Mo was too occupied to explain much to Gong Ziyuan, as he switched to the futures interface to observe the prices. Unlike stocks that fluctuate within daily limits, futures trading has no upper or lower bounds. Theoretically, it can rise or fall infinitely. Within a mere minute of the mining disaster news breaking, the price of nickel surged from 6,000 per ton to 6,500 per ton, an astonishing increase of 8.33, and this was merely the beginning. At present, the international nickel futures market had 0 sell orders. All players holding nickel futures were acutely aware that they were on the verge of experiencing the most magnificent moment of wealth in their lives. Just how much have you earned? Gong Ziyuan swallowed hard, her eyes widening as she inquired. Let me calculate. Approximately 50 million, Chen Mo responded, relief flooding through him as he recouped his losses. Dula. Upon hearing this, even Gong Ziyuan, who hailed from a wealthy family, couldn't suppress a gasp. Oh my God, she exclaimed, unable to restrain herself. $50 million. At the exchange rate of the year 2000, that translates to over 400 million yuan. In just 1 minute, over 400 million earned, and it's still the year 2000. The speed of this wealth explosion surpasses even that of a money-printing machine or a bank heist. With a resounding slap, Gong Ziyuan struck her own face to confirm she wasn't dreaming. Emogo, we're going to be rich. Her pupils transformed into dollar signs, and she could no longer contain her ecstatic dance. This is merely the beginning, Chen Mo replied with a calm smile. In his estimation, there would be no comparable surge in futures prices for the next 20 years. This was a singular opportunity for him to achieve instant wealth. Many of his future entrepreneurial endeavors would rely on the fortune garnered from this opportunity. Real estate, e-commerce, short videos, gaming, ride-hailing, and food delivery. Each industry required billions, if not hundreds of billions, to establish a monopoly. Chen Mo felt gratitude towards his father-in-law for providing him with $5 billion in demolition fees. Without it, he could still profit, but not to this extent. The nickel futures buying frenzy escalated. Not only developed nations, but many economically thriving developing countries also joined the fray. This frenzied panic buying directly reflected in the soaring nickel futures prices. In a short span, nickel futures prices skyrocketed, dazzling countless observers. Anyone daring to place a sell order, regardless of the price, would see it vanish in an instant. Prices continued to climb, and what was once perceived as the peak price could only be sustained for mere seconds. A refresh would send their hearts racing with the latest figures. At this moment, a rare seller's market emerged in the futures arena. Buy orders numbered in the hundreds of thousands, while sell orders stood at 0. No one was selling. All nickel contracts in the market were swept clean by various nations, as countless capital magnates continued to pour in. It was evident to even the most naive that nickel was now a commodity with a price, but no market. As a strategic resource, the significance of nickel could no longer be measured in monetary terms, especially for developed countries. They cared less about money and more about securing advantages in the upcoming economic and technological developments. Thus, amid this severe imbalance of supply and demand, the price of nickel soared to over 10,000 per ton. 2 full days had passed. Gong Ziyuan, disheveled and with bloodshot eyes, remained fixated on the computer screen. For 2 consecutive days, she had not dared to sleep, fearing that at any moment, the futures market might open and the nickel price would plummet, leaving her unable to sell in time. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained remarkably composed, eating, drinking, and sleeping as if everything were unrelated to him. It's risen. It's risen again. Ha. Another 200 increase. A few million more in the bag. Previously urging Chen Mo to take a break, Gong Ziyuan was now exhilarated, akin to a child playing games in kindergarten. You, Chen Mo ruffled Gong Ziyuan's hair with a look of concern. Do you realize you resemble a madwoman right now? A madwoman? No, no, no. I am a wealthy woman. Mo.'s little rich lady. Ha ha ha. Who dares to rival my wealth in Jiangbei? I am the richest woman in Jiangbei. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. All right, overly excited, hopeless. He went downstairs to the restaurant and ordered 3 home-cooked dishes and 2 servings of rice. Upon returning home, he forcibly shut down the computer, insisting that Gong Ziyuan dine with him. Don't turn off the computer. What if it drops? Gong Ziyuan gasped in horror at the sight of the computer being powered down. No need to look. The price peak will only be reached in the early hours of the morning. You can sell then. Just sit down and eat your meal, then take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. We'll check again when you wake up. Chen Montag instructed. At 3 a.m., the price of nickel reached 11,800 per ton. Chen Mo decided to liquidate all the nickel he held. He vividly recalled that this was the historical peak price for nickel. Following this, the World Joint Resource Reserve Organization would announce assistance to Canada in resolving the mining disaster and would release a substantial amount of nickel reserves, causing prices to begin to adjust downward. Thus, this was the price point at which Chen Mo had to sell. Waiting any longer would only diminish his profits. Amid the chaotic panic buying in the market, Chen Mo placed a massive order of 9,000 lots, which was instantly snapped up. The leaders of various countries' resource departments and global capital magnates speculated about which nation or major financial group controlled such a vast quantity of nickel. However, when they learned that such a staggering order had originated from a retail investor, the global financial community was thrown into an uproar. Even the high-ranking officials of the developed nations participating in the buying frenzy were astonished. A mere retail investor had unleashed energy comparable to that of an entire nation. What a terrifying prospect. Countless national leaders frantically sought information on this mysterious retail investor. Ultimately, they discovered that this enigmatic trader hailed from the Great Xia country, and their account bore the nickname White Dragon. At that moment, every investor in the Great Xia futures market felt an overwhelming sense of pride. At this moment, the well-rested Gong Ziyuan was glued to Chen Mo's computer, gazing at a lengthy string of staggering numbers in the account, her eyes nearly bulging from disbelief. After deducting costs, service fees, and the assorted expenses associated with currency conversion, the total profit amounted to. Chen Mo turned the laptop screen around for Gong Ziyuan to see. Account balance: 3,650,200,000 yuan. Chapter 45. A shocking revelation in the financial world. Gong Ziyuan stared blankly at the long string of digits, her entire body trembling with excitement, her delicate face flushed with exhilaration. Gasping for breath, she took a long, deep inhalation, her hand resting on her heart for a while, gradually calming from the overwhelming shock. Then, with wide eyes fixed on Chen Mo, she exclaimed in a tone of incredulity, "Brother Mo, you are simply incredible. With a principal of 1.5 billion, you've earned over 36.5 billion. That's a net gain of 3.5 billion. Rounded up, that's over 100 billion. Chen Mo affectionately ruffled Gong Ziyuan's hair, chuckling. Where did you learn such a method of rounding? Your math teacher must be furious. Just kidding. However, with a net worth of 3.6 billion, you should be the undisputed richest in Jiangbei. Gong Ziyuan stuck out her tongue and giggled. Well, the man before you is not merely the richest in Jiangbei, even in the Great Xia. He should easily rank within the top 100. In the year 2000, according to Forbes, the 98th richest person in the Great Xia had a total wealth of 3.5 billion. At this moment, Chen Mo's assets had reached 36.5 billion, undoubtedly placing him within the national top 100. Of course, the Great Xia is home to many hidden talents, and there are countless wealthy individuals who remain unlisted. Chen Mo was not arrogant enough to believe that his mere 36.5 billion truly secured him the 97th spot. Nevertheless, on the surface, he indeed held that position. In just 3 days, Chen Mo had achieved the remarkable feat of turning his personal assets from 1.5 billion to 36.5 billion. This was a miraculous achievement by a retail investor in the futures market and even the broader financial realm. After this, no retail investor emerged who could surpass Chen Mo. It's getting late. You should head home now, Mrs. Richest, Chen Mo remarked with a smile. Gong Ziyuan blushed. Who agreed to be your wife? After a pause, she gazed at Chen Mo with flirtatious eyes, saying, It's so late. Why don't I just sleep here? Chen Mo glanced at the small bed in his rental apartment and, without a second thought, replied, No way. The bed is too small for two. Gong Ziyuan shot him an exasperated glare, her lips twitching, before storming out in anger. That insufferable Chen Mo. He is usually so clever. Why is he acting like a fool at this moment? Oomph. Just then, Chen Mo finally realized. He hurried after her, grasping her hand. Then it's too late. You can sleep here. No thanks, your bed is too small. We want tea fit. Gong Ziyuan retorted coldly. It's fine. You can sleep on the floor. No, that is not what I meant. Chen Mo exclaimed. Ziyuan, don't go. That night, Chen Mo could only schedule a meeting with the female teachers in his computer and regretfully drift off to sleep. Meanwhile, the international futures market was in a frenzy. Within 10 minutes of Chen Mo closing his positions, the World Joint Resource Reserve Organization announced they would send personnel to Canada to manage the mining disaster, aiming to resume production within half a month, while also declaring the release of nickel or reserves into the market to alleviate the soaring prices. As soon as the announcement was made, nickel prices began to plummet. Although prices remained exorbitantly high, a cooling trend had started, and the market began to regain its composure. Simultaneously, the enigmatic white dragon from the Great Xia once again sparked discussions among global financial professionals. A massive order of 9,000 contracts was precisely executed at the peak price. Remarkably, the buying price was nearly the historical lowest for nickel. The trading rule of buying low and selling high is understood by all, yet few can master it. Consequently, discussions about White Dragon flooded the internet, with financial titans from various countries speculating about this mysterious retail investor. This is definitely not an ordinary retail investor. It must be a front for some major power. If not, I'll gladly sever my own head to use as a ball for you. I suspect it might be the stock god Buffett. He mentioned nickel in an interview once. Some even speculated it could be the Canadian royal family, as they would have been the first to know about such insider information. On this day, the front page of the global financial news was ablaze with reports about the mysterious White Dragon, the retail investor from the Great Xia who had amassed $3.6 billion in the nickel futures market. At the same time, Wang Tai, who had been closely monitoring the nickel futures market, slumped in his office chair, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. White Dragon, he muttered, translates to White Dragon. It goes without saying that this astonishing retail investor who has rocked the financial world is none other than the White Dragon King. Chen Mo. 3 days. A net gain of $3.5 billion. Wang Tai kept repeating these two figures, feeling as though he were in a dream, utterly unreal. Just as he was processing this revelation, his phone rang, displaying Chen Mo's number. Hello, President Wang. Are you regretting not joining me in trading nickel? President Chen, please don't tease me. Even if I regret it, it's too late now. Wang Tai replied with a bitter smile. Don't worry. I'll be sending you a stroke of fortune. Huh? Before Wang Tai could respond, Chen Mo had already hung up. Within 2 minutes, the door to his office was abruptly barged open by his assistant, Xiao Lu, who exclaimed excitedly, President Wang, it's unbelievable. Mr. Chen has deposited the entire $36.5 billion here. What? Vantes pupils dilative. Yes, just now, our bank's annual deposit target has already been exceeded by double, even setting a new record for deposits in the province. Xiao Lu said, brimming with excitement. President, this means your transfer to the provincial branch is absolutely secured. Who knows? Perhaps someone more suitable than me might be chosen? Wang Tai replied, though his flushed face betrayed his true feelings. An annual deposit of $36.5 billion. Who in the province would dare to compete with him? Indeed, within an hour, the provincial headquarters called to inform Wang Tai of his transfer. After hanging up, Wang Tai swallowed hard, murmuring, Mr. Chen's capabilities are truly unfathomable. I've done nothing for a month, and yet find myself promoted to the provincial branch. A position I never dared to dream of. As this $36.5 billion was deposited into Jiangbei Bank, the financial circles of the Great Xia erupted in commotion. Everyone now knew that this mysterious retail investor, who had garnered $3.5 billion from the international futures market in just 3 days, was actually from Jiangbei, Great Xia. In the foreign financial world, countless speculators who believed White Dragon was a financial genius from their own country were left heartbroken. Meanwhile, countless compatriots felt an overwhelming sense of pride and honor. In the year 2000, Great Xia faced a significant trade deficit with foreign nations, with foreigners raking in vast sums from Great Xia annually, while it was challenging for Great Xia to earn from them. Now, this mysterious retail investor had decisively cut down the foreign entities, bringing glory to Great Xia. On the other side, Zhang Qian, who had gone 3 days without showering, sleeping, or eating, sat dejectedly before his computer, his heart aching to the point of near suffocation. My money, my money. I was so close to becoming a billionaire. At this moment, Zhang Qian wept like a 300-pound child. Had he heeded Chen Mo's advice and fully invested in nickel with his capital, he could have made at least $100 billion. $100 billion. That amount would have secured him the top spot on the Jianghai province rich list, and 5th on the national list. Yet, He had missed this opportunity. Regret. His insides twisted with remorse. Sitting before the computer, the incredulous and unbelievable presence of Song Siming loomed large. The ancient art of the I Ching, known for its ability to predict human destiny and assist individuals in overcoming tribulations, was something he had never encountered in the context of forecasting international futures market trends. A staunch skeptic of such practices, Song Siming silently opened several web pages. Master the I Ching in 30 days, from novice to I Ching expert, and become an I Ching master from scratch. Chapter 46, The Billionaire Conference. At that moment, the office phone rang sharply. Glancing at the landline number, known only to a select few, Song Siming felt a tremor in his heart and hurriedly answered the call. A few minutes later, he sighed deeply, astonished that even the provincial government office had reached out to him. The White Dragon King had truly placed Song Siming's name under the scrutiny of provincial leadership. The construction of the subway was progressing smoothly, and with Chen Mo's astounding earnings of $3.5 billion, bringing glory to the nation, the global financial community was almost in an uproar. With these two achievements, Song Siming, who had already been poised for promotion, was finally confirmed by his superior, ascending to the position of head of Jiangbei. In the afternoon, Chen Mo received a call from Song Siming. Mr. Chen, I have been promoted and would like to invite you to dinner. Certainly. Chen Mo arrived at the Emperor's Hall of Songhe Tower, where Zheng Qian and Wang Tai were already seated. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. Song Siming graciously pulled out the main chair for Chen Mo. The sight left the restaurant manager, who was personally attending to them, utterly astonished. Zheng Qian was a renowned magnate in Jiangbei, while Wang Tai had just been appointed as the provincial branch manager. To think that these two could only occupy subordinate seats while Song Siming, freshly announced as the head, was so eagerly serving Chen Mo in the main seat. Who exactly was this young man? He appeared to be in his 20s. Could he possibly be the scion of a super-rich family from the imperial capital? Everyone, please be seated. As Chen Mo took his place, Song Siming, Wang Tai, and Zheng Qian finally dared to sit down. Mr. Chen, I have come to express my gratitude. Without your assistance, Wang Tai and I would likely have met a dire fate rather than a promotion. Allow me to toast you with 3 cups. Song Siming stood up, pouring 3 full cups of baijiu, and then raised his neck to down them in one go. Wang Tai and Zheng Qian also stood a toast. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, with an impassive expression, merely sipped from his cup before setting it down. Had it been anyone else, Wang Tai and Song Siming would have likely turned hostile. Yet, in response to Chen Mo, they found his demeanor entirely acceptable. Mr. Chen, aside from expressing our gratitude, we have a second purpose. The esteemed figures across Jiangbei are eager to make your acquaintance. Wang Tai, Zheng Qian, and I have discussed organizing a billionaire conference for you. What do you think? Song Siming inquired respectfully. The young man before him was no longer merely the White Dragon King who had saved his life. He was now the illustrious White Dragon, the wealthiest individual in Jiangbei, with a fortune of $36.5 billion. It would be beneficial to meet new acquaintances in the financial realm. Chen Mo nodded in agreement. Splendid. With Ming Gu leading the way and Tai Gu assisting, Mr. Chen will undoubtedly become the voice of our Jiangbei financial circle. Zheng Qian exclaimed with excitement. If Chen Mo truly became the voice of the Jiangbei financial sector, Zheng Qian knew he would rise to prominence alongside him. The dinner unfolded with great enjoyment. After indulging in sumptuous food and drink, Song Siming promised to promptly send out invitations to ensure the billionaire conference was a resounding success. Meanwhile, at the Gong Ziyuan residence, Gong Ming and Chu Tian were seated in the living room, animatedly conversing. Uncle Gong, with Song Siming's promotion, your contributions cannot be overlooked, and you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits. Chu Tian smiled, offering his congratulations. Haha, I've been friends with Song Siming for over 20 years. This promotion brings me great joy. Just then, Gong Ming's phone rang. It was a call from Song Siming. After hanging up, Gong Ming appeared unusually excited and animated. Uncle, what happened? Chu Tian yin guit? Good news. Tremendous news. Gong Ming exclaimed. Song Siming just called and invited me to attend the billionaire conference. The billionaire conference? What kind of event is that? Chu Tian asked, puzzled. It is a meeting organized by Song Siming and Wang Tai to introduce the new and mysterious billionaire of Jiangbei. I suspect Song Siming intends to support him in becoming the voice of the Jiangbei financial circle, Gong Ming explained. Gulp. Chu Tian swallowed hard, struck with awe. Song Siming and Wang Tai, 2 prominent figures, were co-hosting an event? A newly minted mysterious billionaire? The voice of the Jiangbei financial sector? Each piece of news, once disseminated, would undoubtedly create a stir within the entire Jiangbei financial community. Uncle Gong, can I come along? Chu Tian eagerly asked. Hoping to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic billionaire, and to seek advice about the stock market and futures. Such an event would surely attract the pinnacle of Jiangbei's elite. Of course, Xiao Tian, you are a candidate I favor for my daughter. You can join me, Gong Ming said with a smile, patting Chu Tian on the shoulder. Thank you, uncle, Chu Tian exclaimed with joy. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and Chen Mo entered, seeking to take Gong Ziyuan out for dinner. Chen Mo. Upon seeing him, Gong Ming couldn't help but gloat. I heard from Ziyuan that you've lost quite a bit in international futures trading. Not at all. Chen Mo shook his head. Come on, spare us the act. We all know. Chu Tian scoffed arrogantly. You must have lost everything and are now trying to get Ziyuan to help you recoup your losses, right? How shameless of you to ask for what you've given away. I truly have not lost, Chen Mo replied, at a loss for words. Not everyone can possess the innate talent of the newly emerged billionaire. Such individuals are born financial prodigies, skills that cannot be learned later. People like you should know when to walk away. Now that you have lost all your money, are you finally humbled? Gong Ming shook his head in disdain. Compared to the mysterious billionaire, Chen Mo was nothing but a charlatan who resorted to tricks and deceit. Chen Mo, let me inform you that Uncle Gong and I have received invitations to the billionaire conference. Soon, we will meet the Jiangbei billionaire and engage in delightful conversation. At that time, I will seek counsel from this mysterious billionaire on various futures and stock market issues. Meeting influential figures like Song Siming and Wang Tai will elevate me to the pinnacle of Jiangbei. And you, my friend, will never reach such heights in your lifetime. Gong Ming mocked. Chen Mo, our agreed-upon time is fast approaching, and your defeat is inevitable. 7 days from now, if you dare approach my daughter even a step closer, I will have your legs broken. Let us hope so, Chen Mo replied with a sly smile, eagerly anticipating the moment when the two would see him at the billionaire conference. Chapter 47. The Loss of What Was Once Yours, Thoughts of You at Night. After Chen Mo left with Gong Ziyuan, Chu Tian bitterly remarked, to have lost everything, yet still put on airs? What a farce. Gong Ming, recognizing Chu Tian's jealousy, advised, Xiao Tian, Ziyuan is a bit reserved and doesn't speak much. You should be more proactive. Uncle will share a trick that has worked wonders for me. It's how I won over your aunt. With that, Gong Ming produced a small notebook, confidently handing it to Chu Tian. This is a compilation of romantic lines I have gathered over the years. Just send Ziyuan a few messages from it, and she will surely be moved. As Chu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, he hastily took the message and exclaimed, Thank you, uncle. Without further ado, he eagerly sent 2 text messages to Gong Ziyuan, inspired by the romantic phrases he had just received. Darling, I had in 4 today what was infused. I miss you in the night. Sweetheart, I had a meal today, what did I eat? I long to see you yield to me. Upon sending the messages, Chu Tian imagined the scene of Gong Ziyuan being moved to tears. Even my future father-in-law is on my side. Chen Mo, what do you have to contest against me? Chu Tian walked with an inflated sense of pride. However, upon receiving the texts, Gong Ziyuan felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. Ugh, what's wrong, Ziyuan? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just disgusted. Look at the messages Chu Tian sent me. Chen Mo, having read them, was equally flabbergasted. This must be a terrible idea for my dad. Gong Ziyuan replied. When he pursued my mother, he wrote her these cringe-worthy lines in letters. My mother hinted to him multiple times to cease, yet he only became more fervent. Eventually, she could no longer tolerate it and burned all the letters. Had it not been for my father's genuine affection, she might have ended the relationship over this. Subsequently, Gong Ziyuan sent a direct reply to Chu Tian. You are utterly cheesy. My fate is not tied to you. Chu Tian responded. Darling, I had an egg today. What kind of egg? I miss you, you little fool. Sweetheart, I had noodles today. What kind of noodles? Suddenly, I longed to see you. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Tian misinterpreted Gong Ziyuan's annoyance as flirtation and became even more enthusiastic. This Chu Tian is just like my father when he was young, completely oblivious. Ultimately, Gong Ziyuan could no longer endure it and blocked Chu Tian's number, plunging the world into silence. The following afternoon, Chen Mo received a call from Gong Ziyuan, stating that Gong Zili's friend was having a birthday, and as she had work, she was concerned and wanted Chen Mo to accompany her. Chen Mo, who harbored little fondness for Gong Zili, had no choice but to agree, as she was his future sister-in-law, and it was merely a dinner. Meanwhile, at a Starbucks in the city center, Gong Zili had just finished a phone call, her expression radiating annoyance. Lily, who was on the line, inquired Zhang Ning, Gong Zili's close friend and the birthday girl. Alongside them was a strikingly elegant and tall beauty, both of whom had been friends with Gong Zili since childhood. Forget it. My sister insisted on sending her boyfriend to keep an eye on me, Gong Zili replied, visibly irritated. Boyfriend? Is it that tall, rich guy named Chu Tian? Zhang Ning asked curiously. If it were brother Chu Tian, would I be so troubled? No, it's her new boyfriend. New boyfriend? Zhang Ning's curiosity piqued as she probed. Do tell us, is he handsome? What's his family background? How does he compare to our Wu Jun fan? Wu Yun-san, Zhang Ning's boyfriend, resembled a movie star and was the captain of the school's football team. Hailing from a family in the hotel business, his status just a notch below the Gong family. Many girls pursued him, and Zhang Ning had worked hard to win his affection, which she took great pride in. You materialistic girl. Do you think our Ziyuan would be as superficial as you, only valuing looks and family background in a boyfriend? Scoffed the aloof yet stunning friend. What is wrong with considering looks and family background? Besides, our Ziyuan is the daughter of the Gong family. If he is neither handsome nor wealthy, how could he possibly be worthy of her? Sang ning retorted deshanti. Oh, spare me. My sister's new boyfriend is Chen Mo. His parents are farmers, dirt poor. The most bizarre part is that he claims to be a reincarnation of some white dragon king and can tell fortunes. He has made a bit of money with these tricks, and he's completely bewitched my sister, Gong Zili explained. A fortune teller? Both friends were taken aback. They had known Gong Ziyuan since childhood, aware of her high standards. The son of the Chu family, a prominent figure in the provincial capital, could not catch her eye. Who would have thought she was dating such a penniless fortune teller? Indeed, at my sister's last birthday, Chen Mo managed to infuriate both my brother Chu Tian and my father, Gong Zili lamented. Goodness, what a peculiar person. He dared to provoke Uncle Gong? Sang ning et climate indignantly. Once he arrives, I shall teach him a lesson and show him what it means to know his place. A fortune teller thinks he can take advantage of our Ziyuan? He has no right. Soon enough, Chen Mo arrived and immediately spotted the trio. In the year 2000, Starbucks was still considered a high-end establishment, a brand unfamiliar to the average citizen. Gong Zili's circle consisted of affluent youths who adored gathering in such chic venues to socialize, sip coffee, and indulge in leisurely moments reserved for the wealthy. Even in a Starbucks of this era, Gong Zili was the center of attention. Her stunning beauty and striking resemblance to Gong Ziyuan setting her apart among a crowd of wealthy children. The two friends were also top-tier beauties, each capable of being the belle of any university. Together, they formed a breathtaking spectacle within the coffee shop. Lily, Chen Mo approached politely, smiling as he greeted her. Despite his dislike for Gong Zili, he wished to maintain cordial relations, considering she was Gong Ziyuan's younger sister. Gong Zili responded dismissively, not even sparing him a glance. The other alluring friend merely glanced at Chen Mo before picking up a magazine, showing no inclination to engage with him, exuding an air of aloofness. You must be Chen Mo? Zhang Ning scrutinized him with disdain. Her outfit alone cost over 30,000 yuan, with a Gucci limited edition bag, LV attire, and Chanel shoes. All imported, while Chen Mo appeared to be clad in domestically produced garments totaling less than 100 yuan. Standing side by side, they presented a stark contrast, akin to a celestial being beside a pauper. I must ask, what gave you the audacity to pursue our Ziyuan? Do you have any idea how many suitors she has in Jiangbei? From the children of municipal leaders to millionaires and PhDs returning from abroad. All are vying for her affection. And you? You have neither money, status, nor talent. What makes you think you deserve to be with her? Zhang Ning scoffed. Chapter 48. The former movie star, Lan Yunyan. Gong Zili relished in Chen Mo's predicament, showing no intent to come to his aid. Meanwhile, the cool friend tugged at Zhang Ning's sleeve, whispering, Ning Ning, don't go overboard. My relationship with Ziyuan is based on mutual affection. There is no question of one party climbing the social ladder over the other, Chen Mo replied calmly. Presently, Chen Mo was worth 36.5 billion and the wealthiest man in Jiangbei. If anyone were to be considered as climbing the social ladder, it would be Gong Ziyuan reaching for him. However, to Chen Mo, affection for someone bore no relation to their familial status. Zhang Ning rolled her eyes at him, a smug smirk crossing her lips. Having achieved her goal, she opted to disengage from Chen Mo and sipped her coffee. Chen Mo settled down, ordering an iced latte. As he casually glanced at the strikingly aloof beauty beside him, he was momentarily taken aback. A name instantly surfaced in his mind. Lan Yunyan. In 2010, she was crowned one of the 4 little flower daughters of mainland China, a superstar in her own right. Before 2010, Lan Yun'er seemed to glide through life as if on a magic carpet. Despite her background in science during high school, she triumphed academically, securing the top spots in both arts and culture scores, which earned her a place at the prestigious Beijing Film Academy. Before graduating, she was cast in films. And her first television drama, Double Fate, during her junior year, garnered her the title of the youngest Golden Eagle Award winner. Following that, She released albums, secured endorsements, and appeared on variety shows, amassing an overwhelming popularity that peaked in 2010, establishing her as the foremost among the four little flower daughters of mainland China. However, after 2010, Lan Yun fell afoul of industry moguls, leading to a barrage of negative press, followed by a chilling silence that dimmed her once bright star. By 2011, she was utterly bankrupt and battling depression, surviving on meager social assistance. Despite this, the paparazzi relentlessly pursued her, inundating the media with reports that included derogatory terms such as the Four Mad Kings, subjecting her to psychological torment, rendering her unable to find even ordinary work. In 2013, overwhelmed by the dual pressures of mental strain and financial despair, Lan Yun tragically took her own life in her rented apartment at the tender age of 30, extinguishing a life that had once shone as brilliantly as summer flowers. At that time, Chen Mo's sole favorite star was Lan Yun, and upon learning of her suicide, he mourned deeply for an extended period. Beauty often meets a tragic fate, he sighed, seemingly sensing the sympathy in Chen Mo's gaze. Lan Yun furrowed her brow and turned to ask, "Is there something amiss with me?" "Indeed, it seems you have faced quite a tumultuous fate." Chen Mo nodded. "Oh, is that so?" Lan Yun retorted disdainfully. "Is this the same line you used on Sister Ziyuan? If so, I apologize, but such tactics do not work on me." "Hey, fortune teller, if you were as skilled as you claim, why not read her fortune as well? If you get it right, I'll invite you to join us for dinner tonight." Zhang Ning challenged, smirking. Upon encountering the star he admired in his previous life, Chen Mo felt compelled to assist her. Thus he ventured, "I discern that you are a high school student with a relatively uncommon surname. It must be Lan, correct?" Lan Yun was taken aback. She had not expected Chen Mo to be accurate. "My name is easily discoverable. What else do you know?" she inquired. "You are an art student?" Preparing to take the art examination, Chen Mo replied. "Uft." Zhang Ning burst into laughter. "I told you he was a fraud. My Yun is a science student. How could she possibly be participating in an arts examination?" Yet, Lan Yun appeared astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief. This year, she had indeed secretly registered for the arts examination, a fact unknown even to her closest friends, let alone her parents. Ignoring Zhang Ning, Chen Mo continued, "Your ideal university is the Beijing Film Academy, with aspirations to become an actress, a dazzling star in the public eye. How do you know all this?" Lan Yun queried incredulously. "Did I guess correctly?" Chen Mo smiled faintly. "Absolutely." Lan Yun nodded vigorously, her gaze towards Chen Mo shifting with newfound intrigue. "What?" Now it was Zhang Ning's turn to be dumbfounded. She was unaware of these details, yet Chen Mo had accurately predicted them all. Could he truly possess such clairvoyance? Shaking her head, Zhang Ning scoffed, "These things can easily be discovered by inquiring around at your school." She then regarded Chen Mo with disdain, adding, "It seems you are quite the flirt. Not only do you dote on Sister Ziyuan, but you've also invested considerable effort into my Yun. Do you take us for fools?" Gong Zili also silently derided Chen Mo. To her surprise, he was not only a charlatan, but also quite the philanderer. "Is there more?" Lan Yun could not help but ask. Although she fundamentally disbelieved in such superstitions, there was an undeniable allure about this man that compelled her to trust him. "You will shine brightly in your career, becoming a renowned star. However, the entertainment industry is fraught with peril, and, as a vulnerable woman, you may find it difficult to navigate." At this juncture, Chen Mo paused, refraining from revealing her tragic future, instead posing a question. "Would you prefer to live a life of simplicity and joy, or would you rather blaze like summer fireworks, dazzling and ephemeral?" Lan Yun frowned, sensing the weight of his words. Just as she was about to probe further, a group of youthful, handsome boys and girls appeared outside the glass window of Starbucks, waving enthusiastically. "It's Fango." Zhang Ning immediately sprang to her feet, her demeanor transforming 180 degrees, her face alight with a radiant smile as she waved back, exclaiming, "Come on, let's go have some fun." As Chen Mo stepped outside Starbucks, he saw Zhang Ning affectionately linking arms with a tall, handsome young man, causing his pupils to constrict. Wu Junfan. In his previous life, Chen Mo had worked at Wu Junfan's company. Aware of Chen Mo's financial struggles and his reluctance to resign, Wu Junfan had burdened him with the workload of 3 people, forcing him to work late into the night, all the while making Chen Mo's life difficult by finding various excuses to withhold his bonuses. "Ning Ning, who is this?" Wu Junfan, with an arm around Zhang Ning, looked quizzically at Chen Mo. Though Chen Mo appeared to be of similar age, his attire and demeanor exuded a maturity and steadiness reminiscent of a generation older. Sister Ziyuan's boyfriend, a charlatan who makes money through fortune-telling, here to mooch off a meal, Zhang Ning whispered in Wu Junfan's ear. Immediately, Wu Juanfan's gaze towards Chen Mo turned scornful. He extended his hand, introducing himself. Wu Junfan, Ning Ning's boyfriend. My family is in business. That supermarket behind us is ours. Kid, you must have some skills to be pursuing Sister Ziyuan. What does your family do? Quite evidently, he intended to belittle Chen Mo in front of everyone, highlighting his own privileged background. Chapter 49. Wu Juanfan's provocation. However, Chen Mo paid him no mind, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag, casually stating, Chen Mo, currently an entrepreneur, my parents are farmers. In his previous life, Wu Junfan had taken pleasure in belittling Chen Mo as if he were subordinate. This time around, Chen Mo had no desire to engage with this wealthy, second-generation individual. Puffed. Wu Junfan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter to articulate unemployment so grandiosely. You are truly impressive. The other wealthy second-generation individuals also struggled to contain their laughter. Unemployed, a farmer. Wasn't that the definition of kept man? You do seem to know your place. Just admit defeat. Wu Junfan assumed Chen Mo's acknowledgement of his unemployment and farming background was a sign of submission, dismissing him and waving his hand to gather the group for a discussion about their next plans. Chen Mo could only roll his eyes in exasperation. He was indeed an entrepreneur now and had become the richest man in Jiangbei. Moreover, he did not regard his rural background as shameful. Rather, it had forged his resilient and hard-working character, for which he was grateful. All right, everyone, let's go. I'm treating you all to karaoke at the Imperial KTV to celebrate Ning Ning's birthday. After some discussion, Wu Junfan announced, prompting a chorus of cheers from the group. Imperial KTV? Chen Mo frowned slightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of impatience. That was the most luxurious KTV in Jiangbei, located in the city center. Given the habits of these wealthy second-generation individuals, it was likely they would party all night long. He had to accompany Gong Ziyuan later. How could he possibly spare so much time to indulge in frivolities with this crowd of youngsters? The city center was a considerable distance away. This group of wealthy second-generation individuals, numbering around 20, had arrived in 10 cars, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, an Audi A4, a Lexus. Although it paled in comparison to the luxurious car that Chen Mo had given to Gong Ziyuan in the year 2000. The vehicles before them were indeed extravagant enough to leave middle-class families in Jiangbei yearning. The most striking aspect was that this group of individuals, all under 20, could effortlessly drive cars worth 50 to 60,000 yuan, clearly indicating their affluent backgrounds. Among them, the most impressive was Wu Juanfan's BMW, valued at over 90,000 yuan. Gong Zili and Zhang Ning eagerly climbed into his car, while the others cheered and joined in. This left Chen Mo standing alone, isolated. At that moment, Wu Junfan seemed to suddenly remember Chen Mo, smacking his forehead in realization. Oh dear, I almost forgot our esteemed fortune teller. Look, these cars are quite luxurious. And the upkeep is quite expensive as well. It wouldn't be fitting for you to ride along. How about this? Here, as 20 yuan for a taxi. Keep the change. No need to thank me. With that, Wu Junfan disdainfully tossed a 20 yuan note at Chen Mo, akin to dismissing a beggar. Laughter erupted from those around, as they cast disdainful glances at Chen Mo, a mere fortune teller, daring to pursue the unattainable goddess Gong Ziyuan. Why on earth should he think he was worthy? They relished witnessing Chen Mo's embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gong Zili, sitting in the car, couldn't suppress a smirk at the sight of Chen Mo being ridiculed by a group of wealthy heirs. Serve him right. He thought that by pursuing her sister, he could elevate himself. Today, with the help of these people, Chen Mo would learn that he could never integrate into the circle her sister belonged to. Just then, a pink beetle came to a halt in front of Chen Mo. Lan Yuner rolled down the window and said, "There's no one in my car. Why don't you come along with me?" The laughter abruptly ceased. Everyone, including Wu Junfan, stared at Lan Yuner in disbelief. Was she joking? Everyone knew that Lan Yuner, the campus belle, had lofty standards. Even Wu Junfan had once pursued her, only to be outright rejected. Now why was she suddenly being kind to Chen Mo? Could it be that she had taken a liking to this fortune teller? What are you doing? Gong Zili shot Lan Yuner a disapproving glance, just as she was about to shake off this pesky follower. Now it seemed he had a valid reason to tag along. Get in. Lan Yuner ignored Gong Zili and calmly addressed Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded and entered the car. All right, let's go. Wu Junfan seethed with frustration as he watched not only fail to humiliate Chen Mo, but also inadvertently facilitate his ascent into the presence of the goddess. He slammed the accelerator in anger, and the other cars followed suit. During the ride, Chen Mo and Lan Yuner exchanged no words. It wasn't until half an hour later that Lan Yuner suddenly spoke up. Will the question you asked me earlier affect my future? Chen Mo was taken aback, then nodded. Do you believe in me? Logically, I don't, but my instincts tell me that what you say is true, Lan Yuner replied. Her intuition was indeed eerily accurate. It will indeed impact your future. Since you believe in me, I'll be straightforward. Chen Mo continued, if you choose a mundane life, perhaps you can lead a stable existence. However, if you opt for the entertainment industry, you may face a rather dismal fate. Lan Yuan remained unfazed, resolutely declaring, I choose to be the flower that blooms brilliantly, even if it withers swiftly. I refuse to live a mundane life, even in death. After a moment of silence, Chen Mo replied earnestly, I will do my utmost to assist you. Through their brief acquaintance, Chen Mo recognized Lan Yuan as a warm-hearted girl with a cool exterior and a strong personality. He was determined to prevent her from repeating the tragedies of her past life. Thank you, my esteemed fortune teller. For once, Lan Yuan offered Chen Mo a genuine smile. Soon, they arrive at the luxurious Dihao KTV. The opulent decor and the stunning staff, all beautiful women with enviable figures, greeted them upon entry. As they walked in, 2 rows of bunny girls bowed and cheerfully exclaimed, Welcome, boss. Upon Wu Juanfan's arrival, the manager hurried over to greet him. Ah, what a rare guest. Welcome, young master fan. As always, the Emperor's Hall awaits. Wu Juanfan waved his hand dismissively. I'm sorry, young master fan, but the Emperor's Hall is reserved for a VIP today. Would the Queen's Hall suffice? The manager looked uneasy. Veep, is there anyone more esteemed than my girlfriend? Wu Juanfan impatiently retorted, Clear the Emperor's Hall immediately. The manager hesitated, but eventually relented. Fine, let us go with the Queen's Hall, Zhang Ning suggested, and Wu Juanfan conceded. Subsequently, he generously ordered fruit platters, beer, champagne, and snacks, racking up a bill exceeding 50,000 yuan. Chen Mo could only shake his head in disbelief. Such extravagant spending was nothing short of reckless. In 2000, the average salary for a regular person was just over 10,000 yuan. Yet Wu Juanfan's one-night expenses would easily surpass 70 to 80,000. Though Chen Mo was wealthy, he would never squander money like Wu Juanfan did. Once inside the private room, it became painfully clear that Chen Mo was marginalized. Seated in a corner, he was ignored by everyone, feeling exceedingly lonely. In stark contrast, Wu Juanfan's group was singing, dancing, drinking, and playing games, creating an uproar that threatened to shatter the ceiling. Midway through their revelry, a striking woman with wavy hair, clad in a form-fitting crimson cheongsam with a daring slit, pushed the door open and entered. She was the owner of Dihao KTV, known as Zhong Mei, affectionately referred to as Sister Mei by everyone. Young master fan, thank you for bringing your friends to support us. I came to raise a glass to you. Sister Mei smiled, raising a glass of champagne and downing it in one gulp, followed by a flurry of pleasantries. Before departing, she instructed the manager to present Wu Juanfan with a bottle of royal salute worth 888 yuan, ensuring Wu Juanfan's status was duly acknowledged. After all, Wu Juanfan was a regular patron, a significant client, and Sister Mei was keen to keep him pleased. Our fan Gus certainly has clout. They say Sister Mei has considerable connections. She's rumored to be the woman of the powerful figure in Jiangbei, Chuinan. Even when provincial leaders visit, she rarely greets them. Huinan, the ball man? I've heard of him. He's known for taking care of troublesome situations for Jiangbei's elite, ruthless and well-connected. Huh, no matter how formidable he is, his woman still has to come and toast our fangirl. The wealthy heirs chimed in with flattery. Wu Juanfan smirked, reveling in their praise, and provocatively glanced at Chen Mo. He was still irked by Chen Mo having gotten in a Lan Yuan's car earlier. Having consumed some alcohol, he could no longer contain his irritation and said, Hey, let's pass the mic to our Mo Gu. We can't just have our fun. We should treat Mo Gu well too, right? Mo Gu, why don't you sing a Lotus Blossom for everyone? Lotus Blossom was a song typically sung by beggars on the streets, and his words were clearly intended as an insult to Chen Mo. I can't sing, Chen Mo replied in a low voice. Oh, aren't you a fortune teller? You've seen pigs run. Haven't you? Just give it a try. We won't mind if it sounds terrible, Wu Juanfan chuckled. Yeah, sing one. If you do well, we'll reward you. Is 100 yuan enough? I can throw in another 100 if needed. Laughter erupted from everyone. Even Gong Zili looked at Chen Mo mockingly. Enough. Lan Yuan stood up, slamming her hand on the table. You've gone too far with your jokes. Wu Juanfan raised his hands in exaggerated surrender. All right. I'll give face to our campus belle. Turning to Chen Mo with a half smirk, he whispered, You just keep hiding behind women if you have the guts. Just then, a disheveled man stumbled through the door and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chao, what happened to you? Recognizing their companion, everyone rushed over to help him up. Behind them, a girl followed closely, her face bearing a vivid handprint, evidently just struck. Su Xian, what happened? Gong Zili and the others rushed forward to inquire. Su Xian, with tears streaming down her cheeks, lamented, Just as I finished using the restroom and was washing my hands, someone suddenly embraced me from behind and began to grope me. Zhang Chao intervened on my behalf. And he got beaten up? Don't be afraid. Brother Fan is here. Who in this vicinity dares to disrespect him? Zhang Ning comforted Su Exin, wrapping her in a reassuring embrace. Wu Junfan declared with a sense of pride. Exactly, little Exin. Fear not. With me around, no one can lay a finger on you. At that moment, several burly men entered, casting cold glances over the crowd. Their eyes brightened upon spotting beauties such as Lan Yuner, Zhang Ning, and Gong Zili. Ah, so the lovely ladies are all gathered here. Tonight is going to be quite the treat. The hulking men brazenly scrutinized the women, some whistling and making lewd gestures. So, it was you who struck my friend? Wu Junfan coldly demanded. With only 4 of them against a total of over 20, he felt no fear. It was I who did it, and what of it? Do you have a problem? The leader of the bald-headed man chuckled mockingly at Wu Junfan. Apologize. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here. Wu Junfan responded loudly. Huh? Just you? You think you can intimidate us with numbers? Laughter erupted among the other thugs. Go fetch the rest of the boys. Tell the boss that the ladies here are quite lively, and he should hurry over to join the fun. A minute later, Wu Junfan was dumbfounded. Suddenly, 4 to 5 dozen muscular men stormed in, each exuding a fierce aura. The door to the private room was firmly blocked, and all the burly men looked on with mockery at the wealthy second-generation heirs who had never encountered such a scene. Their faces turned pale with fear. Even Wu Junfan found himself trembling uncontrollably. The bald-headed thug began to mockingly slap Wu Junfan's face, sneering. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Why the silence now? Wu Junfan's face contorted with rage, but he lacked the courage to respond. The rich heirs huddled together, trembling, none daring to speak in Wu Junfan's defense. The atmosphere was thick with fear, and the earlier bravado of heroically rescuing the damsel in distress evaporated into thin air. Chen Mo remained composed in the darkest corner, invisible without the lights. Why should he concern himself with the troubles Wu Junfan had stirred? Gong Zili, witnessing the scene, felt nothing but disdain. Why did my sister have to choose such a coward? Just then, commotion erupted outside. Several imposing figures entered, led by a robust man who seemed vaguely familiar to Chen Mo. Upon closer inspection, he recalled that this was none other than Black Tiger, a subordinate of Cui Nan, who had been tasked with guarding him and Zheng Qian that fateful night. Brother Tiger. Wu Junfan recognized him as well. Black Tiger was known as a fearsome enforcer and a right-hand man to the notorious Bald Nan. A wave of dread washed over everyone. Brother Nan, this is the place. Upon entering, Black Tiger respectfully gestured for someone to follow. Everyone was taken aback, realizing there was an even more formidable figure behind him. Amidst a throng of thugs, a bald man with a menacing presence strode in. Bald Nan himself, Zhang Chao, and Su Xian had inadvertently provoked one of his subordinates. Wu Junfan's expression darkened to an extreme, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Had only been Black Tiger. Perhaps an apology and a bit of compensation could have settled the matter. But Cui Nan was a genuine powerhouse, commanding a legion of followers. Brother Nan, you've arrived. Huh? Which of the lovely ladies catches your eye? Feel free to choose. The bald thug chuckled. Cui Nan's gaze swept over Gong Zili and the others, momentarily revealing a flicker of admiration. Black Tiger immediately pointed at the 3 of them, saying, You, and you stay. The rest get lost. Cui Nan nodded in satisfaction. Gong Zili, Lan Yuner, and Zhang Ning were left in shock, fully aware of the implications of being chosen. The boys exchanged glances, contemplating whether to step forward, but lacking the courage to do so. At that moment, Wu Junfan gritted his teeth and forced a smile, saying, Brother Nan, we acknowledge our fault and are willing to apologize. Whatever it takes, but please don't involve the girls. Oh, you know me? Cui Nan looked at Wu Junfan with a smile. I do. My father is Wu Huang, the chairman of Beiwang Supermarket. He once had the honor of dining with you, Brother Nan. Wu Junfan quickly replied. Ah, Wu Huang from Beiwang Supermarket, I see. Cui Nan nodded. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the wealthy heirs. Regardless of gender, they admired Wu Junfan, recognizing him as their savior in this dire situation. The girls looked at him with newfound respect, and even Gong Zili and Lan Yuner regarded him differently. In such a predicament, a man capable of managing the situation and resolving their troubles held considerable esteem. Wu Junfan smiled, pouring a glass of royal salute and presenting it to Cui Nan. Brother Nan, how about this? Consider it a favor to me. After you finish this drink, we can all laugh off the grievances of today. What do you say? In Wu Junfan's mind, there was no one his father couldn't handle. Surely, Bald Nan would grant him some leniency. However, before he could even taste the drink, Cui Nan suddenly seized the bottle and smashed it over Wu Junfan's head. Bang! Wu Junfan was drenched in liquor, blood soon trickling down his forehead. Chui Nan yanked Wu Junfan by the hair and dialed a number on his phone, putting it on speaker. Soon, a voice came through, Wu Huang's voice. Hello. Is there something you need, Brother Nan? Wu Huang, your son-as friend has assaulted my subordinate and now expects me to show him respect. I'm calling to ask if you dare to demand that respect from me. The line fell silent for a moment before Wu Huang's furious voice erupted. Wu Junfan, do you even realize who you're messing with? Get your ass home immediately, or I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. Brother Nan, I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. He's just a child who doesn't understand, Wu Huang pleaded. I smashed his head open. You don't mind, do you? Huh? No, I don't mind. He deserves it. Chuanan hung up the phone, his gaze cold as he surveyed the room. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Now, I want your girlfriend to stay and keep me company. Do you have any objections? Chuanan mockingly lifted Wu Junfan by his hair, glancing down at him with a smirk. No objections, Ning Ning. Brother Nan has spoken. Don't you hurry over to keep him company? Wu Junfan was genuinely terrified, no longer daring to play the hero. Chuanan discarded him like trash, spitting on him as he fell to the ground. Gong Zili understood that this matter could not be easily resolved. She immediately stepped forward, stating, My father is Gong Ming. You dare to lay a finger on me? Gong Ming? Chuanan paused for a moment, then grew even angrier, barking, Grab that girl. Your father nearly caused me to perish in a fire. Today, I'll settle old and new scores together. Gong Zili was left utterly stunned. It is finished, utterly finished. Not even my father can save me now. Miyako Zili retreated step by step, casting a glance at Chen Mo, who cowered in the shadows of the corner. Damn useless fool. A coward. And yet he dares to aspire to be my brother-in-law? Miyako Zili cursed inwardly. Just then, with a command from the Black Tiger, several burly men advanced towards her. This is the end. Miyako Zili, Zhang Ning, and Lan Yuner resigned themselves and closed their eyes. Bald Nan, do you wish to tempt fate? Suddenly, a voice resonated from the darkness. Everyone was startled. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the far corner of the private room. A shadow emerged, a cigarette dangling from its lips, slowly rising to its feet. Chapter 51. Miyako Zili prepares for revenge. Seeing Chen Mo's actions, Miyako Zili and the others were taken aback. Provoking the bald man. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Miyako Zili admonished anxiously. Being a member of the Miyako family, she knew that even Chui Nan, no matter how fierce his words, would not dare to truly harm them. At worst, he would drink a cup and offer an apology. Chen Mo's intervention could spell disaster. A case of more harm than good. Miyako Zili glared at Chen Mo, wishing she could swallow him whole. Daring to provoke Brother Nan? You must be tired of living. As she spoke, the Black Tiger was about to charge forward, but Chui Nan restrained him. It's been many years since anyone dared to confront me directly. I must see who possesses such audacity. Chui Nan sneered, leading a throng toward the depths of the private room. Advancing step by step towards Chen Mo, turn on the lights. Chui Nan commanded. Click. Soon, all the lights in the room were illuminated, every corner revealed in stark clarity. Chen Mo, standing in the corner, smoking, was now clearly visible. You dare to smoke? One of the lackeys roared at him. Lan Yuner shut her eyes, muttering a silent prayer. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Chui Nan trembled as he approached Chen Mo, a look of reverence and fear on his face as he bowed deeply. Mr. Chen, what brings you here? The utterance of Mr. Chen and this bow stunned all present in the room. In that instant, it felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. A pin drop could be heard. Chen Mo leisurely exhaled smoke rings, nearly all the smoke billowing into Chui Nan's face, yet Chui Nan exhibited no sign of displeasure. Remaining bent at a 90-degree angle, too afraid to lift his head. Chui Nan, do you believe you've had enough of good fortune and wish to invite calamity upon yourself? At his words, Chui Nan visibly shuddered, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The last time there was a fire at the restaurant, he lost a dozen brothers. Only he heeded Chen Mo's advice and hid in the water tank, narrowly escaping. To Chui Nan, Chen Mo had long been revered as a deity. No, no. Chui Nan hastily shook his head, then turned to the Black Tiger and shouted, Black Tiger, you dare to provoke Mr. Chen's friend? Are you seeking to shorten your own life? The Black Tiger was also dumbfounded. He never imagined that the man smoking in the corner was the White Dragon King. With a mournful expression, the Black Tiger stammered, Brother Nan, I had no idea it was Mr. Chen. If I had known, even with 10 times my courage, I wouldn't dare. Who started this trouble? Come forward. Chui Nan bellowed. A bald, muscular man trembled as he stepped forward. Kneel. The bald man immediately dropped to his knees before Chen Mo speak. Which hand did you use to touch Mr. Chen's friend? Chui Nan asked in a low voice. Brother Nan, I. The bald man trembled in fear. This question clearly indicated he was about to lose a hand. Forget it. Keeping you around will eventually lead to my demise. Chui Nan exchanged a glance, and several subordinates immediately dragged the bald man to the adjacent room. After a single scream, silence ensued. This scene nearly terrified the wealthy second-generation onlookers. For Miyako Zili, Wu Junfan, and the others, it was a moment they would never forget. Having survived that calamity, you were destined to soar to great heights. However, if you seek your own demise, I cannot guarantee that misfortune will not befall you again. Chen Mo spoke nonchalantly. Yes, Mr. Chen, you are right. I will certainly be cautious from now on. Chui Nan quickly replied. Here, take this. Chen Mo handed a ticket to Chui Nan. Upon seeing the ticket, Chui Nan was momentarily stunned. Then his face radiated with ecstatic joy. It was an entry ticket to the wealthiest elite conference in Jiangbei. This ticket had already been speculated to a price of 1 million, and still, it was in high demand. To attend this conference meant entering the pinnacle circles of Jiangbei. Countless dignitaries and nobles would do anything to obtain a single ticket, a slap followed by a date. This is Chen Mo's method of manipulation. For him, acquiring tickets was a trivial matter. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chui Nan repeatedly expressed his gratitude before leaving. Let us go. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Mo approached Miyako Zili and seized her arm, intending to depart. Before leaving, Chen Mo glanced disdainfully at Wu Junfan and said, You let your girlfriend take the bullet for you, and you think you're worthy of being a man? Wu Junfan's face turned ashen, his shame forcing him to lower his head, utterly mortified. Then, Chen Mo pulled the still-dazed Miyako Zili away. Once Chen Mo departed, Lan Yuner could not restrain herself and rushed outside to find Chui Nan, asking, Brother Nan, what exactly is Chen Mo's identity? You don't know? Chui Nan replied with admiration in his eyes. Mr. Chen is the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, capable of traversing the realms of yin and yang, determining life and death, possessing the power to alter fate. Is that true? Lan Yuner exclaimed in astonishment. Ha! Do you think I, Chui Nan, am a fool? Can't I tell the truth from lies? Chui Nan snorted coldly. Last time, Mr. Chen predicted that I was destined for calamity. That very night, I went out to eat and a fire broke out, resulting in the death of a dozen brothers. Only I, having listened to Mr. Chen's advice, hid in the water tank and escaped disaster. Do you know the Jiangbei magnate, Zhang Qian? The incident of Zhang Qian denying his mother 3 times was also predicted by Mr. Chen. There are countless similar examples involving Song Siming, Wang Tai, and others. Lan Yuner was instantly struck with shock, lost in thought. She never imagined that Chen Mo's divination abilities were indeed genuine. But why would Chen Mo want to divine for her? Was he trying to warn her of something? Perhaps Mr. Chen foresaw that you were in danger today and specifically came to save you from Chui Nan's persecution, Chui Nan remarked inadvertently. However, this statement struck Lan Yuner like a bolt from the blue, causing her to tremble. Today, Chen Mo was clearly supposed to accompany Miyako Zili, yet throughout the evening, he hardly spoke to her, instead remaining by Lan Yuner's side. This was clearly a calculated move to save her from impending harm. Chen Mo. Lan Yuner kept murmuring his name, her gaze growing increasingly dreamy. Meanwhile, until they exited the car, Chen Mo pulled Miyako Zili from the taxi. And only then did she begin to recover from her shock. You. Miyako Zili struggled to articulate a word. Do not associate with those dubious individuals. Return home early at night to spare your sister from worry, Chen Mo admonished. Originally, Miyako Zili wanted to express her gratitude to Chen Mo, but seeing the high-handed demeanor he adopted, reminiscent of her father, instantly incited her rebellious spirit. How do you know Chui Nan, and yet did not step forward to assist me sooner? You made me fear for so long. And who do you think you are to meddle so much? Those are my friends, not dubious individuals. To speak of being indecent, it is truly you. Mingling with the likes of that street punk Chui Nan, who embodies such a lack of decorum. Gong Zili scoffed. If you were not Ziyuan, sister, I wouldn't even spare you a glance, even if you lay dead outside. Come with me. Chen Mo grasped Gong Zili's arm and began to pull her toward her home. Let go. Release me. You're hurting me. Lily. Mo, go. What happened? Gong Ziyuan called out from inside, her concern evident. Sister, he's bullying me, Gong Zili said, her voice laced with grievance. It was like this. Chen Mo recounted the events at the Dihai KTV to Gong Ziyuan in detail. Upon hearing the story, Gong Ziyuan's expression darkened immediately. Lily apologized to Mo. Why should I? It was clearly his fault. If he had come out sooner to say he knew Chui Nan, none of this would have happened. Apologize, unless you want me to beat you to death. You. Gong Ziyuan's face flushed with anger, her chest heaving violently. Just then, a woman clad in a black evening gown, her figure graceful and her features strikingly similar to Gong Ziyuan, approached. She appeared to be in her early 30s, exuding charm and poise, reminiscent of a post-marital Gong Ziyuan. Ziyuan, Lily, what are you arguing about? Mom, they are both bullying me. Gong Zili ran into the woman's embrace. Chen Mo instantly realized that this must be Gong Ziyuan's mother, Jing Xiaoying. You must be Chen Mo, Jing Xiaoying said, her eyes lighting up as she approached and took Chen Mo's hand. Hello, Annie, I am Chen Mo, Ziyuan's boyfriend, Chen Mo replied, shaking Jing Xiaoying's hand firmly. Indeed, just as Ziyuan described, quite the handsome young man. By the way, about that incident on the plane, I owe you my gratitude for saving my life. Jing Xiaoying said with a smile, her fondness for Chen Mo growing. This was what it meant for a mother-in-law to take a liking to her son-in-law. Mom, that was just a coincidence. Why are you thanking him? Gong Zili protested. Be quiet. Ziyuan, tell me what exactly happened, Jing Xiaoying inquired. Gong Ziyuan explained the entire situation to her mother. After listening, Jing Xiaoying's expression turned stern as she looked at Gong Zili. You made a mistake, and he helped you. Yet you still blame him? Lily, do you want to drive your mother to her grave? Apologize to Chen Mo, right now. But Mom, I want you to apologize to Chen Mo. If you refuse, get out of the Gong family immediately. Gong Zili's face flickered between red and pale, her fists clenched tightly. Finally, with great reluctance, she said to Chen Mo, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Are you mimicking a mosquito? Speak louder. Jing Xiaoying reprimanded sternly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Is that enough for you? Are you satisfied now? Gong Zili yelled angrily, her face brimming with tears as she stormed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. This child. Chen, please don't take it to heart. Jing Xiaoying said awkwardly. It's all right. Lily is still young. I don't hold it against her, Chen Mo replied with a smile. Meanwhile, in her room, Gong Zili cried throughout the night, unable to comprehend why even her mother sided with Chen Mo, especially when she recalled Chen Mo's words, if you were not Ziyuan's sister, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Her heart ached as if pierced by a dagger. Gong Zili, am not so easily bullied. Soon, a plan began to form in Gong Zili's mind. The next day, Chen Mo received a call from Gong Zili. Hello, is this Mo Go? This is Lily. Gong Zili? What can I do for you? Mo Go. I reflected on it all night and realized I was indeed in the wrong yesterday. So I would like to invite you to dinner to make amends. Chen Mo was taken aback. This little vixen, Gong Zili, was actually willing to admit her mistake? All right, I'll invite your sister to join us. No, if she's there, I'll feel embarrassed. Let's meet at Soma Tower tonight. I've reserved a private room. That evening, Chen Mo arrived at the private room of Soma Tower's Queen Hall as agreed. Gong Zili warmly welcomed him, ordering an abundance of dishes and even a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Mo Go, I was wrong yesterday. This drink is my apology, Gong Zili said, raising her glass with a smile. To err is human. Your acknowledgement of your mistake is commendable. I forgive you, Chen Mo replied with a nod. Suddenly, Gong Zili asked, Mo Go, could you call the waiter? I want to add a couple more dishes. No need, there is already plenty of food, Chen Mo said. But I haven't eaten enough, Gong Zili insisted, her demeanor appearing nervous and unnatural, as if she harbored some secret. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, but remained composed. All right, I'll call the waiter and take the opportunity to use the restroom. Go ahead. Once outside, Chen Mo deliberately concealed himself in a corner. Moments later, Gong Zili pushed the door open, peeking around furtively. It was evident that something was amiss. After Gong Zili returned, Chen Mo stealthily cracked the door open, peering through the gap to see Gong Zili pouring a powdery substance in his wine glass, stirring it with chopsticks afterward. Fury surged within Chen Mo. He had rescued Gong Zili the day before, yet she intended to harm him instead. Reflecting on it, he deduced that whatever she was adding was unlikely to be lethal. She wouldn't dare go that far. Soon, a plan began to formulate in Chen Mo's mind. Upon returning to the private room, Gong Zili hastily ordered a couple of dishes and quickly dismissed the waiter. Mo Go, let us finish this last drink and then head home, Gong Zili said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. All right. Suddenly, Chen Mo glanced out the window and, with exaggerated surprise, exclaimed, what is that out there? Curiosity being a natural human trait. Combined with Chen Mo's exaggerated gestures, Gong Zili couldn't help but lean toward the window. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo swiftly switched their glasses, completing the maneuver in less than a second without spilling a drop. Truly, it was a masterstroke of stealth. Gong Zili peered outside, puzzled. There is nothing there? Oh, I misjudged. It was just an advertisement. I thought it was a UFO. Chen Mo chuckled. Never mind. Let us finish our drinks and head home. Good. They stood up and raised their glasses. Chen Mo smirked inwardly, thinking, those who seek to harm others ultimately harm themselves. Tonight, you shall reap what you sow. Cheers! Gong Zili exclaimed cheerfully as they clinked glasses. Watching Chen Mo down his drink in one go, she followed suit. After descending the stairs, they bid farewell. As Gong Zili watched Chen Mo's taxi fade into the distance, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Let me show you the true power of this girl. Eagerly, she dialed her friend Zhang Ning. Ning, guess what? I pretended to apologize and made Chen Mo drink the wine laced with laxatives. Hee. Enough to leave him utterly drained. What? You want to come over and discuss it? Great. I'm on my way. Gong Zili took a taxi to Zhang Ning's neighborhood. Upon arriving, she waited for the elevator when a young schoolboy returned from class and entered the elevator with her. However, as they ascended, the elevator suddenly jolted and plummeted, the lights flickering out as it got stuck in between floors. Gong Zili and the schoolboy found themselves trapped in the darkness. To make matters worse, her phone had run out of battery. Thus, Gong Zili and the young boy sat in silence in the pitch-black elevator, waiting for rescue. After about 3 minutes, Gong Zili's expression grew increasingly grim as her stomach began to cramp painfully. She realized something was amiss, but gritted her teeth and endured. However, the laxative administered by Gong Zili was far too potent. She felt an overwhelming urgency, akin to a relentless surge of pressure that threatened to breach her limits. Gasping for breath, Gong Zili engaged in deep inhalations, desperately attempting to endure the torment. Sister, are you all right? Inquired the elementary school student with genuine concern. I'm fine. Just don't talk to me. She panted, fearful that uttering another word might precipitate a catastrophic release. As fate would have it, the elevator suddenly jolted violently twice. In an instant, Gong Zili's mind conjured images of the elevator plummeting, prompting her to grasp the young boy and urge him to press his back against the elevator wall. Bending her knees slightly in a half squat, a position meant to maximize their safety in the event of a fall. Yet unexpectedly, this half squat motion triggered a visceral reflex within her body. Her previously restrained bowels could no longer hold back, and with a disconcerting sound, she lost control. Silence enveloped the space. The elementary school student gazed at her in utter disbelief, pinching his nose to withstand the foul stench that permeated the elevator. Sister, don't be scared. It's all right. Mommy said this elevator often loses power, but nothing has ever happened. The boy assumed Gong Zili had soiled herself out of fear. In that moment, Gong Zili felt an embarrassment so profound it could have filled an entire apartment. As if her humiliation had summoned the effects of the laxative anew. Gong Zili succumbed once more. The sounds echoed like a farm animal in distress, her stomach gurgling ominously as the air became thick with a putrid odor. The previously comforting presence of the elementary school student fell silent. After a brief pause, he stammered, Sister, please stop. I'm scared. In resignation, Gong Zili surrendered to her fate. The boy, witnessing the chaos, burst into tears. Sister, are we going to die? Mommy must have lied to me. He wailed, Sister, please. I can't breathe. It smells so bad. Just then, the elevator shook once more, and a beam of light pierced through the darkness. The property management had finally arrived. In that moment, the boy regained his faith in the light. Although the elevator doors opened, it remained lodged in the middle. Gong Zili first hoisted the child out before scrambling to escape herself. It's your fault, you property management folks. How many complaints have we filed about this elevator? You refused to fix it. My grandson was so frightened he soiled himself, shouted the boy's grandmother at the property staff. Surrounding individuals covered their noses, overwhelmed by the stench. Grandma, it wasn't me. I wasn't scared. It was this sister. The elementary school student pointed at Gong Zili, wiping his tears. In that instant, all eyes turned to her. Just as luck would have it, the effects of the laxative surged once again, in a moment of undeniable confirmation to the boy's words. Gong Zili was overtaken once more. In that instant, she longed to find a crevice in the earth to hide herself. Social death, indeed. That night, Gong Zili spent the entire evening in the restroom. When the effects finally waned and she could sleep, every time she closed her eyes, the boy's words echoed in her mind. Sister, please stop. I'm scared. Meanwhile, Chen Mo slept soundly at home, blissfully unaware that Gong Zili had developed a profound hatred for him due to this incident. On June 20th, 2000, a Sunday, the elites of Jiangbei gathered. The billionaire summit was about to commence. The atmosphere in Jiangbei was unprecedentedly vibrant. From the river, from Zi, and from Jiangdong, not only the local magnates and affluent individuals were present, but many from nearby major cities had also arrived. The scale of this assembly far exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. At that moment, Chen Mo was en route to the venue of the summit, the Zeus Grand Hotel, one of the 3 major 7-star hotels in Daxia. In the car of his loyal driver, Gong Ziyuan, bored during the ride, Chen Mo purchased a newspaper, only to find a headline declaring, "A local elevator, long overdue for repairs, trapped a beautiful girl who soiled herself in terror." Accompanying the article was a photo of Gong Zili awkwardly emerging from the elevator, clutching her pants, with the boy's caption reading, "Sister, please stop. I'm scared." From a newspaper, Chen Mo learned the complete saga of Gong Zili's social demise the previous day. What amused him most was that, under public pressure, the community had installed a new elevator that very day, addressing other resident complaints as well. Gong Zili had inadvertently become a champion for their rights. At the article's conclusion, the unscrupulous reporter noted that over a dozen other communities plagued by disputes with property management had contacted them, offering generous sums to find Gong Zili and persuade her to share her experience. It seemed she had indeed taken a powerful laxative. Chen Mo chuckled to himself, realizing this lesson would likely remain etched in her memory for a lifetime. Before long, they arrived at the hotel entrance, only to find the parking lot brimming with an array of luxury vehicles: Maseratis, Mercedes-Benz S-Classes, BMW 7 Series. The top-tier luxury cars of the year 2000, previously a rare sight in Jiangbei, were now in abundance, each adorned with prestigious license plates. My word, which high-ranking official is visiting Jiangbei? Why are there so many luxury cars? Pedestrians passing by were left in awe. Could it be that provincial leaders are here? One mused. No. The last time top provincial leaders visited, it wasn't this grand. Another speculated. Among them, Zhang Ning observed with disdain. A bunch of paupers, with your standing. How could you even fathom the existence of Jiangbei's richest? Yet, deep down, Zhang Ning herself was profoundly astonished, originally believing it was merely a gathering of local elites. She was taken aback by the presence of so many prominent figures. She recognized several license plates belonging to the wealthiest individuals from surrounding counties and cities. Lily, why is the newly emerged Jiangbei tycoon so formidable? Zhang Ning scoffed. Gong Zili, equally apprehensive, pondered the influential aura surrounding this new Jiangbei billionaire, a mysterious figure who had risen to prominence in the international nickel futures market. The former Jiangbei tycoon, Su Baogua, had never wielded such influence. It seemed that Song Siming's efforts to install the new tycoon as the financial authority of Jiangbei were not unfounded. Should he truly ascend to that role, he would undoubtedly secure his position as the paramount figure in Jiangbei. Ning Ning, why are you just arriving? Hurry inside. My uncle finally agreed to let a few family members accompany him, urged Wu Junfan, who was anxiously scanning the entrance. Why the rush? There's still over half an hour until it starts, Zhang Ning replied dismissively. My dear ancestor, don't you see the gravity of today's situation? Wu Junfan sighed. All the top tycoons from Jiangbei and even half of Zhanghai province are here, without an admission ticket, no matter how high your status or influence. You'll be turned away. If my uncle weren't the owner of this hotel, you wouldn't even have the chance to work here as a free server today. Is it really that dramatic? Zhang Ning scoffed. Let me tell you, Song Siming, our top leader in Jiangbei, has set a strict standard. Anyone worth less than 1 billion ISNT even allowed entry. 1 billion. Zhang Ning's mouth twitched in disbelief. In the year 2000, a fortune of 1 billion was enough to establish dominance anywhere. Yet even such individuals barely qualified for entry, hinting at the caliber of the magnates inside. Simultaneously, Zhang Ning cast a covetous glance at Gong Zili. Unlike Zhang Ning, Gong Zili was brought in as a family member by Gong Ming, which inherently elevated her status. As the crowd entered the Zeus Grand Hotel, the atmosphere was charged with the presence of formidable magnates adorned with their offspring or spouses, engaging in introductions and exchanges. Boss Liu, I've heard you recently made over 3 billion in the stock market. You should take your brother under your wing. That's nothing. Our newly crowned tycoon of Jiangbei raked in 35 billion in just 3 days on the international futures market, shocking financial moguls around the globe. Now, that's impressive. Brother Wang, your 2 companies are about to go public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, right? Congratulations. Soon you'll be a director worth 20 billion. Oh, it's merely a market value, not cash flow. Unlike you, Boss Zhou. Such conversations echoed incessantly. Not only Zhang Ning, but even Gong Zili, the daughter of the Gong family, was left speechless, as if she had stumbled upon an entirely new world. Lily, does your father often bring you to such grand occasions? I feel as insignificant as an ant here, hardly daring to breathe, Zhang Ning said cautiously, embodying a sense of trepidation, as if fearful of alarming heavenly beings. Oftentimes, this is my first time witnessing such grandeur, Gong Zili replied. My father warned me before we arrived. Apart from Brother Chutian, we younger ones are forbidden from approaching the main venue. We should just stand in the corner. If it weren't for Jun Fan, I probably wouldn't even have the right to stand here in my lifetime, Wan Yuner sighed. Oh, do not belittle yourselves. I believe that with our connections and circles, in 30 to 50 years, we might stand on equal footing with those here, Wu Junfan remarked, gazing longingly at the affluent individuals circulating around. Forget 30 to 50 years. If I can achieve that before I die, I would leave this world content, Zhang Ning declared. Lily, look, it's your brother Chu Tian and Li Hui. Zhang Ning exclaimed. ISNT, that Wang Chun beside them. Why is he here? Gong Zili furrowed her brow. Wang Chun was nothing short of a notorious rich playboy. In fact, the despicable behaviors attributed to second-generation wealthy youths in media and literature could all be found in him. In contrast, Li Hui, Chu Tian, and others were elite among the wealthy, possessing both capability and character. Not only him, but even Song Tsong is here. Goodness, the top wealthy second generation in Jiangbei have all gathered. Zhang Ning's ears flushed with excitement. Yet Gong Zili felt no elation. Although Song Tsong was slightly better than Wang Chun, he was still far from admirable. Rumor had it that several female celebrities in the entertainment industry had suffered miscarriages due to him. Such a spoiled young master was someone Gong Zili had always kept at arm's length. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, accompanied by Gong Ziyuan, entered the hotel after exchanging their entrance tickets. Gazing at the opulent surroundings and the elite capitalists milling about, Chen Mo felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. In his previous life, he lacked even the qualification to work for these magnates. Yet in this life, all the top tycoons had gathered to witness his splendor. Ziyuan, am I not exceptional? Chen Mo turned to ask. Gong Ziyuan smiled gently, caressing his face. In this vast Jiangbei, could you find a man more remarkable than you? Mo Ge. Ziyuan Jia. At that moment, Lan Yuner approached with a look of astonishment, mirrored by Gong Zili, Zhang Ning, Wu Junfan, Chutan, and a host of other wealthy heirs. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Gong Zili's expression soured to the utmost, her fists clenching. Sister, why did you bring this charlatan? She exclaimed. Chen Mo, this is no place for someone of your ilk. If you know what's good for you, leave. In her eyes, it was evident that Chen Mo had only gained entry through Gong Ziyuan's ticket, coupled with the previous incident involving laxatives. The amalgamation of old grievances and new animosities had fueled Gong Zili's hatred for Chen Mo to its zenith. Sister, please don't pull me. I'm frightened. Chen Mo squeaked, mimicking a child's voice in a mockingly eerie tone. You. Gong Zili's face flushed with indignation, her body trembling with rage. You are that Chen Mo? Just then, a brash voice cut through the tension. Chen Mo turned to find a young man, arrogant and brash, looking down at him with disdain. Do we know each other? Chen Mo furrowed his brow. Of course not. Do you think you're worthy of knowing me? My name is Wang Chun. Wang Tai, the bank manager, is my uncle, and Wang Zhun, the secretary, is my father. With that, Wang Chun disregarded Chen Mo entirely and turned to Gong Ziyuan. I must say, Ziyuan Jia, your taste is rather poor. How could you settle for such a worthless individual? If you truly have a penchant for those who dabble in divination and esoteric arts, I can introduce you to plenty of charming young men, enough for them to learn on the spot. At Wang Chen's words, Chen Mo's gaze turned increasingly frosty. A dragon has its reverse scales. To provoke them is to invite wrath. Chen Mo's greatest taboo was Gong Ziyuan. Chapter 54. Do you even qualify? Before Chen Mo could respond, Gong Ziyuan, with a face of frost, interjected, Wang Chun, if you dare speak like that again, I will sever ties with you. Wang Chun shrugged, just a joke. Ziyuan Jia. After all, Gong Ziyuan is the daughter of Gong Ming, and even your father, Wang Zhun, would hesitate to offend her lightly. Although Wang Chun was a spoiled youth, he was not without sense. He knew better than to provoke someone beyond his means. Once I meet the newly crowned tycoon today, even your father Gong Ming will be beneath me. Then we shall see if you dare turn against me. Wang Chen's heart burned with ambition. This conference was co-hosted by his uncle Wang Tai and Song Siming, and he was aware of the new tycoon's significance. This was a man destined to become a key figure in the Jiangbei financial sphere. Moreover, his attendance at this elite gathering was sanctioned by Wang Tai, who intended to recommend his unworthy nephew to the newly crowned tycoon, hoping Chen Mo might assist him. With this in mind, Wang Chun could hardly be bothered to provoke Chen Mo further. Kid, since Ziyuan Jia is protecting you today, for her sake, I won't trouble you. But I've heard that my uncle Gong isn't fond of you. When he arrives, I'll be curious to see how you explain yourself. Wang Chun flashed a mocking grin at Chen Mo, his eyes glinting with derision. Zhang Ning, Wu Junfan, and the others reveled in the unfolding drama. What did it matter if Chen Mo knew Cui Nan? He merely resolved issues for these affluent magnates. If someone like Gong Ming truly became enraged, Even Shui Nan's intervention would be futile. Only Gong Ziyuan shook her head in silence. Not only her father, but even Wang Tai and Song Siming would be eager to curry favor with Chen Mo. It was absurd that these young scions dared to speak to him so brazenly. At that moment, Chen Mo lit a cigarette, exhaled a puff, and calmly remarked, "Don't even mention your father. Even if your uncle Wang Tai were here, he wouldn't dare to speak to me in such a manner. Who gave you the audacity to provoke me?" As these words left his lips, the entire venue fell silent in astonishment. Zhang Ning and the others stared at Chen Mo in bewilderment. Had this man lost his senses? That was Wang Chun, the son of the new secretary Wang Zhun and the nephew of provincial bank branch manager Wang Tai. Furthermore, Wang Chun was notoriously short-tempered, known to attack anyone who crossed him. There was a wealthy heir who had been rendered disabled for merely glancing at him. Did Chen Mo truly believe that knowing Shui Nan granted him the right to confront someone with real power in Jiangbei? Gong Zili couldn't help but scoff, shaking her head in disbelief. Stubborn as a dead duck. Do you truly believe Wang Chun is someone easily trifled with? Wu Junfan, however, merely smiled silently, an expression of schadenfreude flickering in his eyes. After all, Chen Mo had embarrassed him greatly last time. This time, even if Shui Nan showed up, it wouldn't save him. Wang Chen would certainly make Chen Mo regret his words. Indeed, Wang Chen's face, marked by the pallor of debility, instantly darkened as he cast a frigid glare at Chen Mo. Do not presume that because Gong Ziyuan is shielding you, I shall refrain from striking you. Kneel and apologize at once, or do you dare to believe I will not shatter your legs? You may certainly attempt that, Chen Mo replied with a sardonic smile. Wang Chen chuckled, a laugh born of rage. For years, he had ruled Jiangbei with an iron fist, and never had he encountered a peer who dared to defy him so brazenly. Very well, Wang Chen exclaimed thrice, jabbing a finger at Chen Mo's nose. I had hoped to avoid trouble due to my father's recent promotion, but since you've chosen to provoke me today, do not blame me for what ensues. However, upon hearing this, Wu Junfan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to alarm. This was disastrous. Wang Chen was on the brink of losing control. Hey, Brother Chun, temper your anger. Do not act impulsively. This is the venue for the wealthiest gathering, a place for Jiangbei's elite. If you cause a scene, it will bring disgrace upon Uncle Wang. At this moment, it was surprisingly Wu Junfan who stepped forward to mediate. Even if Wang Chen were to leave this establishment and kill Chen Mo, Wu Junfan would remain indifferent. Yet, this hotel belonged to his uncle. If chaos erupted, it would be Wu Junfan who would bear the brunt of the consequences. As he spoke, he turned to Chen Mo and said, Chen Mo, do you not understand the disparity in status between you and Brother Chen? You are but a swindler, displaying utter disrespect to Secretary Wang and President Wang. Apologize to Brother Chen at once. Chen Mo, quickly apologize. If this escalates, you might truly find yourself in a dire situation. Gong Zili urged anxiously. Despite her disdain for Chen Mo, she did not wish to witness his demise, particularly after he had once saved her life. Very well. Since everyone is pleading on your behalf, I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and apologize now, and I shall spare you. Wang Chen scoffed. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo appeared unfazed, calmly responding, I extend the same offer to you. Kneel and apologize, and I may also choose to spare you. At this declaration, Wang Chen's face contorted in fury, his eyes ablaze. He swung his fist, charging directly at Chen Mo. Fortunately, the quick-witted Chu Tian intervened, restraining him as he whispered, Xiao Chun, do not act rashly. If you strike him, the fault lies with you. When Song Siming comes to question you, how will you explain this to your father? As he spoke, he turned coldly to Chen Mo, declaring, Chen Mo, do you presume that because we are in the wealthiest gathering, we would hesitate to act against you? Once you step outside, do you not believe that any one of us could tear you apart? Does a defeated foe dare to bark before me? Chen Mo retorted with a bemused shake of his head. Do you think you're worthy? At that moment, Li Hui, a prominent second-generation wealthy heir from Jiangbei, stepped forward with a darkened visage. What of me? Still unworthy, Chen Mo replied, shaking his head once more. Then what about me? Wang Chen interjected with a mocking smile. Still unworthy, Chen Mo maintained his stance. The onlookers grew increasingly astonished. The combined power and wealth of these three elite heirs could indeed stir half of Jiangbei. Yet, Chen Mo still deemed them unworthy? Oh, such confidence. Then what of me? Am I worthy? A deep voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a group of young men approaching, led by a poised gentleman in his mid-20s, exuding a commanding presence. Song Song? Is Song Song? Someone gasped. Who is Song Song? Another inquired, unfamiliar with the name. As Chen Mo's extraordinary display drew more and more spectators, many were unfamiliar faces from out of town. Song Tsong is the heir of the Song family. His grandfather was the former top official of Jiangbei. His father is the food tycoon Song Sijia. And his uncle is the organizer of this conference, the current top official of Jiangbei, Song Siming, the previous speaker explained. Song Siming's nephew. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. The initiator and host of the wealthiest gathering was indeed Song Siming, who among the attendees was unaware of his name, facing the formidable aura of Song Tsong, which seemed poised to bend Chen Mo's spine. Chen Mo remained unfazed, taking a leisurely drag from his cigarette, declaring, still unworthy, at this utterance. The entire assembly appeared to brace for the inevitable, even growing somewhat numb. Li Hui, Chu Tian, Wang Chun along with Song Tsong. To call them the four kings of Jiangbei's affluent second generation would not be an exaggeration. Yet, Chen Mo had just offended them all. Many gazed upon Chen Mo with pity. Even if he managed to survive the wealthiest gathering, he would undoubtedly struggle to leave the Zeus Hotel alive. Yet, Song Tsong merely smiled in disappointment, his anger dissipating. He regarded Chen Mo as if he were a fool, a simpleton who comprehended not the formidable force they represented. It was akin to a primary school student naively claiming he wished to challenge a world champion. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Such a person was hardly worth Song Tsong's effort. Even in victory, there would be no satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Mo's phone rang, and he nonchalantly pressed the answer button. Are you so bold as to answer a call while facing imminent doom? Wang Chen scoffed. Who is calling you? Let that fool come to collect your corpse. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo raised his gaze to Wang Chun, an odd expression crossing his face. It is your uncle, Wang Tai. Chapter 55, All Rise. Welcome, Mr. Chun. Repeat that if you dare. Wang Chen's fury ignited, and he charged at Chen Mo once more. Just then, a deep male voice resonated. What is happening here? Instantly, a ripple of commotion coursed through the crowd, who instinctively parted to clear a path. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chu Tian's eyes lit up as he hurried forward, respectfully stating, Uncle Gong, you have arrived. Gong Ming, with a net worth of 29.2 billion, he ranked 8th among Jiangbei's wealthy elite. Even amidst the assembly of luminaries at the wealthiest gathering, he stood out as an exceptional figure. Upon seeing Gong Ming, even the likes of Song Tsong and Wang Chun, top-tier heirs, did not dare to be disrespectful, greeting him in unison, Uncle Gong. Gong Ming nodded, but when he spotted Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan, he was momentarily taken aback, soon fixing a displeased glare upon Chen Mo. What on earth is transpiring in such a solemn occasion as the wealthiest gathering? This uproar is utterly unbecoming. Uncle Gong, it is like this. Chu Tian embellished the tale, recounting the events. Gong Ming's countenance darkened, his expression icy as he glared at Chen Mo. A mere swindler dares to disrupt the wealthiest gathering. Chen Mo, I command you to apologize to everyone at once, and then exit the wealthiest gathering. Dad Mo Guiz. Silence. Gong Ming interrupted Gong Ziyuan, exasperated. I have yet to settle the matter of you bringing this swindler here. Turning to Chen Mo, he pointed a finger at him, declaring, you apologize. Chen Mo regarded Gong Ming with an inscrutable smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. Unable to contain his anger, Gong Ming shouted, what? Do I not count as well? Indeed. Chen Mo replied, unfazed. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence. Having offended the younger generation, this fellow was now crossing swords with an indisputable local magnate. Was he truly courting disaster? Security. Someone, Gong Ming, uninterested in further dialogue with Chen Mo, summoned the guards. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance, accompanied by exclamations. They VE arrived. The big players have come. That was President Wang Tai, along with Secretary Wang Jun and the esteemed leader Song Siming. Where's the newly crowned richest? Has he not arrived? The appearance of Jiangbei's top magnates instantly captivated the majority of onlookers, as these individuals were the true reason for their attendance, overshadowing the petty squabbles of Chen Mo and his peers. Gong Ming inhaled deeply, casting a cold glare at Chen Mo. You lucky brat, consider yourself fortunate for now. Once the conference concludes, I shall settle the score with you. Ziyuan, come here. With that, Gong Ming unceremoniously seized Gong Ziyuan and departed. You really have some astonishing luck, don't you? I look forward to seeing how you manage to leave this hotel alive after the event. Wang Chen remarked as he hastily followed suit. Young man, may you seek your own fortune. Song Tsong chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. To him, Chen Mo was merely a fleeting distraction, not worthy of his time. He was here to meet the newly crowned tycoon, the future financial authority of Jiangbei. Unexpectedly, Gong Zili chose to linger. Chen Mo, have you devised a strategy to withstand Wang Chen's wrath? He is not a man to be trifled with. He harbors grudges and is exceedingly vindictive. There have been cases where those who merely glanced in his direction ended up in a vegetative state. It was him that should be worried. Chen Mo replied calmly. He ought to be more concerned about how to endure my fury. Gong Zili rolled her eyes dramatically. Just a friendly warning. If you wish to flee, now is your chance. Once the conference concludes, escaping will be impossible. Are you genuinely concerned for me? Chen Mo teased, gazing at Gong Zili. Concerned for you? Huh. Let me make it clear. I, Gong Zili, would rather leap from the top floor than care about a shameless scoundrel like you. I merely seek to avenge myself. Do you understand? Why so agitated? Why shout so loudly? Observing Gong Zili's face flush with indignation, Chen Mo feigned terror. Surely you haven't developed feelings for me. Have you? TSK. Competing with your own sister for a boyfriend, harboring resentment from love, and yet the moment I am in peril, you rush to my aid. Your psyche is truly twisted and perverse. You. Gong Zili's face turned crimson with fury as she stomped her foot and stormed away. Such a fragile temperament, Chen Mo chuckled. Shaking his head. Once the prominent figure arrived, the tycoon conference commenced swiftly. In the grand hall of the Zeus Hotel, capable of accommodating 3,000 guests. Elegantly dressed waitresses in form-fitting, high-slit kipeos guided the dignitaries to their respective seats based on their status. Naturally, the foremost positions were reserved for Wang Tai, Song Siming, and several top billionaires, with proximity to the stage denoting higher rank. Those like Zhang Ning, who had gained entry through connections, were relegated to standing at the back, with no seat to claim. Even elite second-generation wealthy individuals such as Song Tsong, Li Hui, and Wang Chun were merely afforded seats in the last row. The scale of the Tycoon Conference was indeed grand. Upon witnessing numerous individuals of similar stature to his father's relegated to the second row, Wang Chun was astounded. The influence of this new tycoon was nothing short of extraordinary. Even these magnates had traveled from afar merely to catch a glimpse of him. Indeed, had it not been for our formidable elders, we would scarcely have the opportunity to stand at the back. Song Tsong echoed with a sense of reflection. That Chen fellow is truly ignorant of his limitations, daring even to provoke young Master Wang, Li Hui remarked. Had it not been for Gong Ziyuan shielding him, I would have long since knocked him down a peg. Wang Chen retorted indignantly. Shoo, lower your voices. Speak any louder, and the security will come. Song Tsong cautioned. The group then refrained from speaking too loudly. By the way, Chengge Song Xiao, where is the new tycoon? Chu Tian inquired. Yes, Chengge Song Xiao. Where's the new tycoon? We want to meet him. The surrounding wealthy youths quickly gathered, eager to ingratiate themselves. This conference was organized by Song Siming and Wang Tai specifically for the new billionaire, underscoring his immense stature. Should they manage to befriend such an influential figure, their standing within their families would undoubtedly soar. Rest assured, our elders sent us here precisely to connect with a new tycoon, Wang Chun boasted with pride. Once the meeting is well underway, Song Xiao and I will take everyone to toast the new tycoon. Thank you, Chengge. Thank you, Song Xiao. Chengge is magnificent, and Song Xiao is imposing. The group lavished praise. At that moment, Wang Zhun, who had succeeded Song Siming as the new secretary, approached the stage. The audience fell into silence. Wang Chun quickly gestured for the wealthier individuals to pay attention. Wang Zhun felt a sense of unprecedented honor today. On the stage stood the most esteemed tycoons from Jiangbei, while the audience comprised affluent individuals and dignitaries who had traveled from neighboring cities and counties. In terms of power, he could easily name 70 or 80 individuals who surpassed him. Yet today, he presided over the conference. The reason? Wang Tai's close relationship with the new tycoon. He quietly resolved to ensure that Wang Chun ingratiated himself with the new tycoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wang Zhun from municipal government, and I will be your host for this tycoon conference. I understand that none of you have come to listen to my ramblings. Therefore, let us welcome the new tycoon, Mr. Chun, to the stage to address us. Previously, Wang Tai had confirmed Chen Mo's attendance via phone, so Wang Zhun was aware of this matter. As he finished speaking, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. The new tycoon has arrived? Which one is he? Isn't that the silver-haired gentleman at the front? No, that's Zhang Mao, the tycoon from Jiangzhou. Where's our Jiangbei tycoon? The audience applauded while scanning the room, eager to catch a glimpse of the new billionaire. Even some of the prominent figures in the first two rows began to look on curiously. How exhilarating. We are about to meet the future financial authority, Wang Chun exclaimed with excitement. With a fortune of 36.5 billion, ranking first among the 8 nearby cities, I must learn from my idol today. Song Tsong added, equally thrilled. In the future, I too shall command such grandeur. I must. Chu Tian clenched his fists, silently vowing. Suddenly, in a surprising turn of events, Chen Mo, seated at the back, slowly rose and began to stride toward the stage amidst the gazes of all. Chen Mo, what are you doing? Gong Zili exclaimed anxiously. They're calling for Mr. Chen, not you, the charlatan. I am the new tycoon. Chen Mo flashed a grin at Gong Zili and continued his advance. Chen Mo, stop. Don't be impulsive. Wu Junfan was taken aback, desperate to intervene. This was his uncle's hotel, and he had come to assist in maintaining order. If Chen Mo disrupted the tycoon conference, Wu Junfan would face severe repercussions. Let him be. Wang Chun blocked Wu Junfan's path, grinning mischievously. Does this brat think we won't hold him accountable? These magnates won't let him off lightly. Song Tsong nodded in agreement, chuckling. Does he think he's being funny? That kind of jest is audacious. Chu Tian shook his head inwardly, lamenting, why did I ever lose to someone as thoughtless as him? As the crowd's attention zeroed in, security personnel moved in to intercept Chen Mo. At that moment, however, the bald-headed Chui Nan, seated in the center, stood up first, exclaiming, Mr. Chen. At this, Song Siming on stage also rose, proclaiming loudly, everyone please stand. Let's welcome Mr. Chen. As Song Siming applauded from the last row to the front, every dignitary in attendance stood, vociferously chanting, welcome Mr. Chen, welcome Mr. Chen, welcome Mr. Chen, amidst the astonished, bewildered, and incredulous gazes of countless individuals. Chen Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, striding forward with an air of pride, ascending the steps as if he were ascending to the heavens. Miyazaki Zili stood there, utterly astonished, her mind reeling. Chen Mo is the newly minted richest man? She felt as though she had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. The esteemed figures present were equally taken aback. This is the new wealth magnate. He appears to be scarcely in his 20s, hardly older than my son, who has just graduated from university. Such youthfulness and promise. Zhang Ning and the others were left speechless. Wu Junfan's lips turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, seemingly struggling to articulate something, yet unable to utter a single word. Chen Mo, the richest man in Jiangbei? In that moment, Wu Junfan finally comprehended why Chui Nin held such deep respect for Chen Mo. After the initial shock, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. His mind was flooded with memories of the times he had mocked Chen Mo. How could I have ever insulted the richest man in Jiangbei? The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, until his face turned ashen and beads of sweat streamed down his brow. In stark contrast, Lan Yuner's small mouth formed an O shape, a mixture of surprise, joy, and disbelief washing over her. Meanwhile, the wealthy second-generation individuals from Chu Tian's circle had descended into a profound silence. Wang Chun fixated on Chen Mo's retreating figure, muttering incessantly. How could this be? How could he possibly be the richest man in Jiangbei? There must be some mistake. Li Hui forced himself to suppress the turmoil within. Offering a wry smile, Mr. Song personally welcomed him. It cannot be a mistake. Song Song was so terrified that his nails dug into his palms. No one understood the inner workings of the richest man's conference better than he did. Song Siming intended to leverage this conference to elevate Chen Mo to an even greater pinnacle, positioning him as the financial authority of Jiangbei and even the surrounding 8 cities. I had thought myself a deity, gazing down upon the masses, only to realize that you are the true God, and I am but an ant beneath your feet. Song Song slowly closed his eyes, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Chen Mo, you have triumphed. Meanwhile, Chu Tian's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists. Glaring intently at the composed young man on stage, his heart silently raging. Well, no wonder you are the man who can surpass me. But what does being the richest man in Jiangbei matter? Once I swallow the Gong family, the title of richest man in Jiangbei will change hands. Then you will understand what true power is. Most astonishing of all was Gong Ming, who remained seated, still processing the revelation as he watched Chen Mo ascend the steps, seemingly soaring to the heavens. He truly accomplished it. Once he regained his senses, Gong Ming's face paled as well. In just a month, he had amassed over 3 billion, surpassing my wealth, even befriending influential figures like Song Siming and Wang Tai, and becoming the richest man in Jiangbei. In comparison, even if you combine Chu Tian, Song Tsong, and Wang Chun, they would still pale in significance. Realizing this, Gong Ming finally stood up, his legs trembling, his eyes wide as he beheld the numerous dignitaries addressing Chen Mo as Mr. Chen. He sighed deeply. I once thought you would never be my equal. Who could have imagined you have completely surpassed me? In merely a month. In just 1 month, you have eclipsed the results of my decades of hard work. The thought of this filled Gong Ming with an overwhelming sense of despair. Upon taking the stage, Chen Mo grasped the microphone, inhaling deeply, a swell of ambition surging within him. In his previous life, he could hardly aspire to even touch the heels of these esteemed figures, let alone the likes of Wu Junfan. In this life, all the dignitaries would rise to honor him as Mr. Chen. Thank you all for traveling from afar to attend this conference of the wealthiest. My rise to wealth is merely a stroke of luck, and I still have much to learn compared to the esteemed predecessors present here, Chen Mo said with a gentle smile. Yet, everyone could discern the insincerity in this modesty. How could one become the richest man by mere chance? I would like to extend special thanks to one person. As he spoke, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon Gong Xin, seated in the last row, his voice filled with affection. It is your companionship that has brought me to this point. Please come up on stage and share this glory with me, if you would. Suddenly, all eyes in a room converged on Gong Ziyuan. The men present gasped at her beauty, breathtaking as a celestial being. Meanwhile, every woman in attendance was consumed by envy and admiration. Who would not covet the chance to shine in front of so many influential figures at the conference of the richest? As Gong Ziyuan ascended the stage, she gazed at the great dignitaries below, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. Many of these individuals held positions far superior to that of her father. Do not be afraid, Chen Mo reassured her, holding her hand gently. This is merely the beginning. There will be far grander scenes ahead. The richest man in Jiangbei? Chen Mo's ambition extends to becoming the richest man in the world. The figures who seemed like deities to ordinary people are, to him, mere stepping stones on the path to even loftier goals. Sister, below the stage, Gong Zili watched as Chen Mo looked at Gong Ziyuan with such affection, her heart swirling with a tumult of resentment, jealousy, admiration, and bitterness. For a fleeting moment, she felt dizzy, an overwhelming sense of unreality washing over her. It seemed as though it was she who was holding Chen Mo's hand on that stage. How infuriating! Gong Zili, what absurd thoughts are you entertaining? That scoundrel is the very cause of your social demise. She shook her head vigorously, casting aside the fleeting, unrealistic notions. Once Chen Mo concluded his speech, Song Siming took the microphone, smiling as he addressed the audience. I believe many of you have already received some hints. The purpose of this conference is twofold. Firstly, to introduce you to Mr. Chen Mo, the man who has shocked the global financial community. Secondly, a thunderous silence fell over the crowd as he continued. I wish to nominate Mr. Chen as the new financial authority. Boom! The announcement sent shock waves through the audience. Even those who had mentally prepared themselves could not suppress their gasps of astonishment at this revelation. The origins of the financial authority trace back several decades. During a period of rapid economic development in the Great Xia Kingdom, stock trading was just beginning to take root, and Jiangbei was one of the initial pilot areas for the stock market. At that time, several major hedge funds, led by the Atomic Fund, wreaked havoc on the international currency market, launching attacks on the nascent and unstable currency of the Great Xia, seeking to profit immensely. As the Jiangbei pilot was just established, the Atomic Fund set its sights on the economically volatile Great Xia, preparing to mount a large-scale assault on the stock market. The financial community across the Great Xia held a generally pessimistic outlook. Even some of the world's top 10 developed nations had suffered financial crises due to the Atomic Fund. Should they successfully execute their assault, the economy of the Great Xia would regress by 30 years, triggering a domestic economic crisis, mass unemployment, and soaring prices, leading to widespread suffering. This was a war without gunpowder. The consequences of failure would be far worse than defeat on the battlefield. In this critical moment, the richest man of Jiangbei, Fang Jinxin, emerged, uniting various financial figures from the Great Xia to resolutely confront the Atomic Fund. To facilitate Fang Jinxin's command, all financial personnel unanimously agreed to appoint him as the financial authority. All commands pertaining to finance are to be unconditionally obeyed by those within the financial sphere, regardless of the processes or consequences involved, as long as the authoritative figure issues a directive. In that battle, Fang Jinxin appeared as if descended from the heavens, effortlessly commanding the elements. With but a single utterance, he could compel the entire populace of the Great Xia to either invest heavily or liquidate their holdings, sending those foreign adversaries intent on undermining the Great Xia economy fleeing in disarray. However, following that confrontation, the authorities, awed by the terrifying power of the financial authority, imposed a decree prohibiting the appointment of another financial authority for a span of 30 years. Today, although the ban has been lifted, the modern merchants lack the unity of yesteryears, and thus, no financial authority has been appointed since. To everyone's astonishment, at the conference of the wealthiest, Song Siming unexpectedly raised this issue again. At this moment, all present exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting shock and disbelief. It seemed that Song Siming had anticipated this reaction, And thus, with a smile, he remarked, decades ago, Jiangbei was a realm comparable to both the imperial capital and the demon city. Yet over these years, Jiangbei's economic development has been on a downward trajectory. It pales in comparison not only to the imperial capital and the demon city, but even to the provincial capital. As the leader of Jiangbei, I feel a profound sense of sorrow. Therefore, I wish to seize this opportunity to nominate Mr. Chen as the financial authority, uniting all present to forge a new financial sphere centered around Jiangbei, and to revive the glory established by the illustrious predecessor, Fang Jinxin. His words rang with grandiosity. The attendees, seasoned and astute, understood the underlying implications. Even if Chen Mo were to become the financial authority, he could never wield the same influence and charisma as Fang Jinxin. Song Siming merely sought to ride the coattails of the financial authority's prestige to achieve personal success and further his ambitions. Aware of this, yet unwilling to offend Song Siming, the assembly remained silent. With a smile, Song Siming remarked, "Since no one voices dissent, shall I take it that you all agree?" With that, he called out, "Secretary Wang, present the token of the financial authority." Wang Zhun waved his hand, and soon a beautiful waitress approached, holding a tray covered with a red cloth. Song Siming lifted the cloth, revealing a dazzling golden light that sparkled under the illumination. Before the crowd appeared a grand seal, intricately carved with a five-clawed golden dragon. "It is the golden dragon seal," someone exclaimed. Indeed, this artifact was the very token crafted from pure gold by the first financial authority, Fang Jinxin. Song Siming held the golden dragon seal with a calm smile, while all the tycoons and magnates in attendance fixated on it, their eyes gleaming with avaricious desire. The token of the financial authority, the golden dragon seal. To behold the seal is to behold the man. It was with this very seal that Fang Jinxin commanded the masses, sending foreign foes into disarray. Approaching Chen Mo, Song Siming gravely stated, "Mr. Chen, I entrust this to you, and I hope you will always regard yourself as the financial authority of Jiangbei, contributing significantly to the financial sphere here." Chen Mo nodded, ready to accept the golden dragon seal with a smile. "Hold on." A voice of discontent rang out from the stage. Song Siming furrowed his brow, and upon closer inspection, he saw a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing glasses and possessing a square face, rising to his feet. A stir erupted among the audience. It was Jiang Ronghua, the former richest man of Jiangbei. It was said that his fortune was merely 100 million shy of the newly crowned richest. As the unofficial king of Jiangbei's financial circle, Jiang Ronghua could not allow Song Siming to nominate Chen Mo as the financial authority without protest, for it was a direct affront to him. This is going to be entertaining. Everyone wore expressions of anticipation. "Mr. Jiang, do you have any objections?" Song Siming asked, his brow furrowed, a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. Mr. Song, I wholeheartedly support the nomination of a financial authority," Jiang Ronghua replied with a smile. "Oh, then what is your stance?" Song Siming's expression softened slightly. "However, I find it quite inappropriate for Chen Mo to assume the role. After all, he is too young and tends to think too simplistically. The position of financial authority is of utmost gravity. Any misstep could throw the entire Jiangbei and even the Jianghai province's financial sector into chaos." Jiang Ronghua asserted, "I concur with Brother Hua's sentiment." At this moment, a tall, arrogant middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth stood up. Gasps arose from the audience. It was Zhang Yaoyang, the former richest of Jiangbei. Taking a deep drag from a cigar, Zhang Yaoyang declared, as the saying goes, "He who has no hair on his lips cannot be trusted to act decisively. We support Mr. Song's nomination, but if you're proposing this lad, I, Zhang Yaoyang, am the first to disagree." Song Siming frowned. "Then what do you both suggest?" "I believe that the financial authority should be held by someone capable. I, myself, am willing to shoulder this significant responsibility," Jiang Ronghua boldly declared. If Brother Hua wishes to take on the mantle, I, Zhang Yaoyang, naturally have no objections. Of course, I'm also curious to see how effective this golden dragon seal truly is." Zhang Yaoyang chuckled. All present were aware of the familial ties between Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua. They were as close as kin. The sudden opposition, just as Chen Mo was on the verge of becoming the financial authority, clearly indicated that the two had conspired. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming tense and charged. A suffocating silence lingered for several seconds. Just as Song Siming was about to speak, Jiang Ronghua interrupted him. "Rest assured, Mr. Song, if either I or Yaoyang becomes the financial authority, we will cooperate well with the city government and you." This declaration was a pledge of loyalty, implying that his nomination would still yield opportunities for advancement and wealth. Song Siming cast a troubled glance at Chen Mo, Chapter 58, The battle for the financial authority. Watermelon futures. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Jiang and Mr. Zhang. The financial authority should rightfully belong to the capable. Facing the pressure from the two former richest men of Jiangbei, Chen Mo nodded with a calm smile. The assembly was taken aback. Was he acquiescing so easily? In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony, Jiang Ronghua declared, placing his hand on the golden dragon seal. However, a strong hand intervened. Jiang Ronghua looked up puzzled. Chen Mo proclaimed loudly, as the capable individual, I believe I am more suited for the position of financial authority in Jiangbei than Mr. Jiang. Boom! A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Everyone held their breath, staring incredulously at Chen Mo. Was he challenging Jiang Ronghua directly? Oh, so you're implying that in the realm of finance, you believe yourself superior to me? Jiang Ronghua chuckled mockingly. Chen Mo merely nodded in affirmation. Very well. Do you dare to compete with me? Jiang Ronghua challenged fiercely. How shall we compete? Chen Mo inquired. The financial authority must possess the ability to manipulate finance. Let us compete in futures trading. We will each select a type of local futures from Jiangbei to either short or long, with the time limit being before today, South Market close, and we will see who achieves the greater magnitude in their trading. Jiang Ronghua retorted with a cold snort. Investing in stocks or futures involves a significant element of luck. However, trading futures, whether short or long, is entirely a matter of skill. Going long is simply buying low and selling high, while going short is a bit more complex, in simple terms. It involves borrowing someone else's goods to sell at the peak price, and then buying them back at a lower price to return to the lender. Going long requires capital, while going short necessitates goods. Jiangbei is one of the pilot markets for futures trading in the early days of the Great Xia. Chen Mo, weren't you the one who raked in 3.5 billion in the international futures market? In the quaint local market of Jiangbei, do you dare to engage in a game of chance? Zhang Yaoyang taunted. Mr. Chen, do not acquiesce to their provocations, Song Siming urged anxiously. These two possess both wealth and resources in the Jiangbei futures market. They can manipulate the market with a mere thought. No matter how astute your calculations may be, you cannot outplay them. The nature of this contest differs entirely from previous ones. It is a clash of economic prowess, devoid of any reliance on foresight or fortune. I have no faith that Chen Mo can triumph over these two cunning foxes, especially since they are evidently conspiring against him. Fear not, Chen Mo replied, waving his hand dismissively as he approached Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang. As the prospective financial authority, how can I shy away from a challenge without inviting ridicule? I accept this contest. Zhang Yaoyang erupted into hearty laughter. You have guts, but daring to play futures with us in Jiangbei will lead to your ruin. The reigning tycoon, the former tycoon, and the one before him. The three titans of wealth. The battle for the title of financial authority. Just the thought sent waves of excitement through the crowd, their faces alight with anticipation for the contest to commence. At that moment, the market began to unfold. The fluctuations of the futures market were far more tumultuous than those of stocks, with each passing second yielding greater volatility, rendering predictions utterly futile. Chen Mo, Zhang Yaoyang, and Jiang Ronghua stood transfixed before their laptops, their eyes glued to the screens. Soon, Jiang Ronghua spoke up. Zhang and I have decided to short the Jiangbei watermelon. The onlookers turned to Chen Mo with expressions akin to that of witnessing a calamity. This year's watermelon yield in Jiangbei had already been excessive, with prices plummeting incessantly. Furthermore, Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang were major players in the watermelon futures market, having established partnerships with the local farmers. They possessed hundreds of warehouses brimming with physical watermelons. Should they choose to flood the market, they could potentially drive prices down to a mere penny per pound. How could Chen Mo possibly compete with them? Yet, Chen Mo regarded Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang with an enigmatic gaze. Are you certain about shorting Jiangbei watermelons? He distinctly recalled that the watermelon futures had only been listed for a few months before being removed from the market. This was due to a once-in-a-lifetime downpour that had led to the breach of the Jiangbei Dam, devastating the fields and destroying warehouses, causing watermelon prices to soar tenfold. The authorities had deemed watermelon a high-risk commodity, too susceptible to weather fluctuations, and thus had delisted it. To his astonishment, Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang were intent on shorting the watermelon market today. Was this not akin to delivering themselves to Chen Mo on a platter? Absolutely. Make your decision swiftly, Zhang Yaoyang urged impatiently. Very well, since you have chosen to short Jiangbei watermelons, I shall opt to go long on them, Chen Mo declared. Many of the prominent figures present, well-versed in the Jiangbei watermelon market, erupted into laughter at Chen Mo's audacity to oppose Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang. What a jest! With this year's surplus yield and falling prices, you claim you wish to go long? Are you merely grasping at straws? It appears the position of financial authority is destined for Jiang Ronghua. With a smirk, Jiang Ronghua responded, "Let's not be so dismissive. After all, he is said to be the reincarnation of the White Dragon King. Who knows, he might summon winds and rains to ruin all of Jiangbei's watermelons, thus driving prices up." "Indeed, I can summon winds and rains, and I do intend to act upon your suggestion," Chen Mo replied earnestly. This elicited a wave of laughter from the crowd. "Huh, why not claim you can soar through the skies and achieve immortality while you're at it? Are you engaging in futures trading or dabbling in superstition? In my years of trading, I have never encountered such absurdity." Gong Ming shook his head, utterly baffled. Summoning winds and rains? Destroying all of Jiangbei's watermelons? What a fanciful notion. Others, including Song Tsong and Wang Chun, shared in the mockery. Thank goodness Chen Mo appears so dim-witted. If he were to ascend to the position of authority, we would surely find ourselves in dire straits. Meanwhile, Gong Ziyuan whispered in fear, "Mo, go. Do you truly possess the ability to summon winds and rains?" Her disbelief was palpable, for such powers were the stuff of legends. "Just wait and see," Chen Mo replied with unshakable confidence. At that moment, someone gasped, "The prices are plummeting. Jiangbei watermelons are in freefall." The crowd turned to witness the dramatic decline in watermelon prices, which continued to spiral downward. Moments earlier, Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang had made phone calls, and it was speculated that they had instructed their subordinates to release a massive quantity of their stock to suppress the prices. In that instant, victory seemed all but assured. With a smile, Jiang Ronghua disclosed to Chen Mo, "To be frank, I've just instructed my team to release 300,000 tons of watermelon from 100 warehouses for pre-order by merchants. I believe there's no need for you to prolong this. The Golden Dragon Seal shall belong to me." Jiang Ronghua. Chapter 59. Awaiting the wind's arrival. Chen Mo fell silent, choosing instead to close his eyes. "You enjoy toying with us, do you? We shall accompany you in your game. Our aim is to ensure your defeat is thorough and undeniable." Zhang Yaoyang scoffed. The entirety of Jiangbei's annual watermelon yield amounted to a mere 1 million tons. The announcement of 300,000 tons flooding the market sent shockwaves through the local farming community, igniting a frenzy of panic selling. Prices plunged from 30 cents to 25, 20, 15, 10, and finally to a mere 5 cents. The farmers' hearts bled as they realized that even at this price, they would not recoup the cost of pesticides. Even so, merchants continued to haggle, attempting to drive prices even lower. In frustration, many farmers smashed their watermelons and sat amidst the wreckage, weeping inconsolably. As this turmoil unfolded, the futures market reflected the chaos, with the Jiangbei watermelon futures prices plummeting 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 by 2 p.m., with just an hour and a half until closing. The futures prices had plummeted by 70 under the short-selling maneuvers of Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua. This spectacle left the onlookers agape, their hearts racing. Unlike trading stocks or futures for profit, this was pure manipulation of the futures market. While it may seem straightforward, achieving such control is akin to reaching the heavens. Yet, Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua had accomplished it. They had managed to drive Jiangbei watermelon futures down by 70 in a single day. The legendary first financial authority, Fang Jinxin, had once achieved a remarkable short of only 85 in a single day. These two were now contenders for his legacy. The alliance of the two former tycoons of Jiangbei was indeed terrifying. Indeed, I am witnessing for the first time how effortlessly futures can be manipulated. This is true market control. It turns out that our previous forays into futures were mere gambles. I'm drenched in cold sweat. Thank goodness I never encountered such a formidable player. Otherwise, I would truly have been harvested like chaff. The entire assembly gasped in unison. Zhang Yaoyang flicked his cigar and arrogantly addressed Chen Mo. A financial authority must possess the power to turn the financial market on its head with a mere utterance. We have shorted the Jiangbei watermelon futures by 70. I am eager to see how you intend to turn tide. Jiang Ronghua disdainfully added. So what if you excel in stocks and futures? What does it matter if you become the wealthiest in Jiangbei? It's merely luck. When faced with formidable adversaries like us, one could find themselves losing their entire fortune overnight. Although the words of the two individuals were imbued with audacious arrogance, even Chen Mo had to concede that they were indeed correct. If he were merely a financial professional dabbling in stocks or futures, he would undoubtedly face utter defeat against these two titans. However, alas, Chen Mo had activated his extraordinary abilities. The price of Jiangbei watermelons had plummeted by 80. At that moment, Another exclamation pierced the air. Gong Ziyuan could no longer contain herself. Drenched in sweat, she rushed to Chen Mo's side, her voice laced with urgency. Brother Mo, should we invest to raise the price? Doing nothing will surely lead to defeat. Chen Mo shook his head, responding, if I were to inject 2 to 3 billion into the market, I could indeed stabilize the price of watermelons. Yet, that would be meaningless. It would simply amount to squandering my entire fortune for the sake of a mere title as a financial mogul. These individuals would never acknowledge my authority. Furthermore, with only an hour and a half until the market closes, even a substantial investment would not have enough time to reflect in the futures market. What should we do then? Gong Ziyuan asked anxiously. Are we to concede defeat? Do not panic, Chen Mo replied, closing his eyes and crossing his arms, calmly uttering 4 words, await the winds to rise. Gong Ziyuan at that moment truly understood the phrase the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. She felt as though she might lose her mind. We must continue to wait. The market is about to close. Half an hour later, the price of Jiangbei watermelons had plunged by 86, shattering the previous record for market manipulation set by the first generation of financial moguls. Gong Ziyuan, in a fit of despair, clutched her hair and murmured, it's over. There's no hope. Meanwhile, Gong Ming had long ceased to pay attention to Chen Mo. He gazed in admiration at Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua. Exhaling deeply, I once thought that with only a few billion separating me from the 2 wealthiest individuals in Jiangbei, the disparity in our capabilities would not be significant. Now, it seems I was exceedingly naive. Such extraordinary methods are beyond our reach. Others, including Song Tsong and Wang Chun, had also dismissed Chen Mo, their faces flushed with excitement as they watched Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang, feeling an exhilarating rush coursing through them. Incredible. They are simply phenomenal. If only I could wield such power to shake the futures market with a mere jest, it would be worth any price. The ability to summon winds and rain. Was this the true strength of a financial mogul? Jiang and Zhang were the true masters of finance worthy of our admiration and emulation. A group of privileged heirs were as fervent as fans encountering their idols, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Gong Zili felt a surge of satisfaction. Serves you right. You deserved it for being so pretentious. Song Siming and Wang Tai wore grim expressions, helplessness etched on their faces. With merely an hour left before the market closed, it was futile to hope that Chen Mo was the reincarnation of the White Dragon King. Even if the Grand Supreme Elder descended, it would make no difference. Even if he poured his entire fortune into the market, it would be too late to reflect in the futures market. We've lost, Song Siming said with a bitter smile. Mr. Chen is far too arrogant, Wang Tai lamented. At that moment, Jiang Ronghua approached Chen Mo once more, stating, I believe there is no need to waste any more time. I shall take the Golden Dragon Seal. Just as Jiang Ronghua's hand reached for the Golden Dragon Seal, Chen Mo suddenly grasped his wrist. With the market about to close, do you really expect us to wait any longer? Do you find this amusing? Jiang Ronghua retorted angrily. Zhang Yaoyang stepped to the window, pointing at the clear blue sky outside, exclaiming, this sky is pristine and clear, without a hint of wind or cloud. Do you truly believe it will rain? Do you take me for a child? If you have the ability, show me. The audience below began to murmur, pointing at Chen Mo with dissatisfaction after waiting idly all day. Then, at precisely 2:22 in the afternoon, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right, I shall summon the winds and rains for you to witness. Winds arise. Chapter 60, Summoning Winds and Rains. I am the Dragon King. June 23rd, 2:22 in the afternoon. This moment would be etched in Chen Mo's memory forever. The people of Jiangbei who experienced this torrential rain would never forget it. As Chen Mo calculated the time, he opened his eyes and bellowed, winds arise. Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua burst into laughter. You're delusional. Do you really think you're the Dragon King? Surely not. You must not actually believe you can summon the winds and rains. Ha ha ha. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Darkness enveloped the outside world, merging earth and sky into an impenetrable void. It felt as though the earth had succumbed to a deep slumber. Suddenly, a ferocious wind arose, kicking up dust and debris, sending withered leaves and scraps into the air like kites severed from their strings, swirling chaotically. The sturdy trees lining the road bent at nearly a 45-degree angle under the force of the gale. Many trees were uprooted by the ferocious winds. Vehicles on the road struggled to maintain forward momentum, requiring full throttle just to inch ahead. A few unfortunate pedestrians were even swept up into the sky by the hurricane, only to crash back down. Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua's laughter froze on their faces, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. This wind was too bizarre. In mere seconds, it felt as if the world were ending. Could it be that he truly could summon the winds and rains? Zhang Yaoyang found himself wavering. His gaze toward Chen Mo tinged with fear. What are you panicking about? It's merely a coincidence. Jiang Ronghua snapped through clenched teeth. Lightning! Chen Mo roared once more. As if the heavens responded to his command, the previously obscured window burst into blinding light. The illumination outside rivaled that of midday. Thunder erupted. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, threatening to cleave it in two, followed by a deafening roar that echoed like a drumbeat. Boom! Boom! Visible to the naked eye, hundreds, even thousands of bolts of lightning crashed down upon the earth. Numerous trees were felled by the terrifying strikes, igniting into flames. Summoning winds and rains. Indeed, he was capable of summoning winds and rains. Zhang Yaoyang trembled as he looked at Chen Mo. The earlier bravado completely vanished. The sheer ferocity of the tempest outside was too horrifying. Coupled with Chen Mo's extensive buildup, Zhang Yaoyang's inner resolve began to falter. Almost everyone present mirrored Zhang Yaoyang's reaction, gazing at Chen Mo in terror. At that moment, the worldviews of all the powerful figures began to tremble and collapse. They all wondered, could Chen Mo truly be the reincarnation of the White Dragon King? What nonsense! Even if it rains, how much could it possibly rain? It won't affect our short position on watermelons. He.S. merely bluffing. Coward! Jiang Ronghua yanked Zhang Yaoyang's collar, slapping him hard, simultaneously attempting to bolster his own courage. Humph. Chen Mo rose and approached the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if murmuring to himself. The Dragon King does not speak in jest. He then pointed skyward and bellowed, rain fall. Boom! Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and flashes of lightning. Torrential rain began to pour down, overwhelming all in its path. Within mere seconds, the terrifying deluge astonished everyone present. It was utterly fearsome. The rain cascaded like a waterfall spilling from the depths of the abyss, and the darkened sky appeared as though it might collapse at any moment. What was falling could no longer even be described as rain. The scene was akin to a gaping wound torn in the fabric of a galaxy. Mere minutes had passed, and already the streets outside were inundated, the water level reaching halfway up an adult's torso. 5 minutes later, Jiangbei had transformed into a vast aquatic expanse. Numerous vehicles lay submerged beneath the deluge. The wind pursued the rain chased the wind, and together they conspired to drive the ominous clouds from the sky, engulfing the world in a torrential downpour. Silence. An eerie, deathly stillness. At that moment, the only sounds that pierced the air were the howling winds and the relentless rain, drowning out all else. Everyone gazed at Chen Mo in terror, utterly astounded. Summoning wind and rain. Indeed, he was truly summoning wind and rain. They all swore they had never witnessed such a terrifying downpour in their lives. Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that a mere jest had manifested into reality. Gong Ming's expression was one of profound turmoil, disbelief etched across his face. Rationally, he could not accept that the chaos outside was orchestrated by Chen Mo. Yet, a glance at the drenched Jiangbei compelled him to reconsider. Could he genuinely be the reincarnation of the White Dragon King? In that moment, Gong Ming found himself engulfed in an unprecedented wave of self-doubt. Decades of worldview crumbled. Wang Chun, Song Tsong, Gong Zili, and other affluent heirs felt their beliefs shattered. All notions of materialism and atheism vanished into thin air. Chen Mo feigned a mystical calculation, muttering incantations under his breath, while in reality, he was merely prying dirt from beneath his nails. Quick, turn on the television. Song Siming suddenly seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, urgently instructing the staff. The large screen on site flickered to life, projecting the Jiangbei news channel. Emergency announcement. Emergency announcement. According to the Jiangbei Meteorological Station, at precisely 2:22 p.m. today, Jiangbei was struck by an unprecedented catastrophic rainfall. Experts predict that this rainfall will exceed historical records by over fivefold. Breaking news. A reporter on the front lines relayed that due to the disastrous downpour, coupled with the dilapidated state of the Jiangbei Dam, it had just suffered a catastrophic failure. The latest report indicated that the surging waters had triggered landslides and flash floods, wreaking havoc on farmlands downstream, with the Jiangbei watermelon industry being particularly hard hit. Boom! Each news update struck Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua like a hammer upon their heads. At that moment, their phones erupted with notifications. Hello, Mr. Jiang, it's bad. Warehouses number 1, 5, 8, and 13 others have been swept away by the flood. The estimated loss of watermelon stock is a staggering 30,000 tons. Hello, Mr. Zhang, it's dire. Over 30 of your warehouses, including number 15 and 26, have been completely submerged. All the watermelons have floated away. The anticipated loss is a whopping 70,000 tons. At all costs, we must save the remaining warehouses. Jiang Ronghua bellowed. Mr. Jiang, it's impossible to salvage the warehouses in this weather. It's tantamount to risking your life. I'll pay more. I'll pay 10 times the amount. Get someone to rescue them. Even if you offered 100 times the payment, it's futile. People are already being swept away by the flood. Lives are worth more than your watermelons. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly amidst the fury of the other party. Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua felt their hearts sink. They realized they could not save any of the watermelons. A torrential downpour had obliterated the fields, devastated the warehouses, and shattered their dreams of becoming the financial titans of Jiangbei. Gentlemen, how do you find my ability to summon wind and rain? Chen Mo asked, hands clasped behind his back, a serene smile gracing his lips. Do not revel too soon. Chen Mo, Jiang Ronghua seethed through clenched teeth. The market does not react that swiftly. There's still 10 minutes until closing, and we have not lost yet. Chapter 61. Provoking the Dragon King, Ruin and Despair. The price of Jiangbei watermelons is surging. Yet, no sooner had Jiang Ronghua spoken than a gasp arose among the crowd. Chen Mo's computer screen displayed the price of Jiangbei watermelon futures, which shot up almost vertically in an explosive surge. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, the price, which had plummeted by 85, had returned to its normal level, with just a slight increase. Chen Mo would ascend to the throne of authority. It was over. Jiang Ronghua felt as though his heart had plunged into an icy abyss, cold and lifeless. Anyone with common sense knew what the outcome would be. With all watermelon fields and storage facilities in Jiangbei destroyed, restoring normal supply and demand would take at least a year. In the ensuing 3 months, the price of Jiangbei watermelons would shatter historical records, reaching an unfathomable peak. Mr. Jiang, the real spectacle has only just begun, Chen Mo remarked with a calm smile. As his words fell, Jiangbei watermelon futures skyrocketed once more. 30, 50, 80, 100. In a mere 10 minutes, the price doubled. Everyone was left in utter astonishment. No one had ever witnessed a futures commodity rise like Jiangbei watermelons. Had anyone placed all their assets on the line and leveraged their bets, it was conceivable that the title of Jiangbei's richest person would change hands. What a mere doubling. If I, Chen Mo, wish to go long, it must rise at least 5-fold, Chen Mo proclaimed. His grandiose declaration sent a chill through the crowd, leaving them speechless and unnerved. To wish for a 5-fold increase. This was not merely manipulating futures. It was akin to commandeering the national treasury. 150, 200, 260, 300, 480, 520. By the time the market closed, Jiangbei watermelon futures had soared over 5-fold. Such a staggering increase rendered all present, seasoned financial professionals, utterly speechless. They exchanged incredulous glances, as if trapped in a surreal nightmare. Chen Mo, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward to the golden dragon seal and inquired, "Is there anyone who dares to contest this?" Silence enveloped the room. Neither the powerful figures on the platform nor the financial elites in the audience dared to utter a word. Summoning wind and rain to devastate watermelon fields? Manipulating the futures market with supernatural prowess? Was this something mere mortals could achieve? Especially at the moment Chen Mo summoned the wind and rain. Their very souls felt shattered. At that instant, Lan Yun and the others gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend. Gong Ziyuan covered her mouth in shock, watching the stage with wide eyes. Gong Zili trembled internally, her face pale, realizing her previous perceptions were nothing more than the narrow view of a frog at the bottom of a well. Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang, their bodies collapsing, fell to the ground in utter despair. Short selling comes at a price. Chen Mo's long position didn't require actual monetary investment in the futures. However, the two had signed agreements with the melon farmers to manipulate prices, obligating them to cover the difference if the price of watermelons increased. Now, with 300,000 tons of watermelons destroyed and prices rising 5-fold or more, the difference was enough to bankrupt them. Wang Tai and Song Siming felt a sense of triumph, laughter erupting as their previous frustrations evaporated. Chen Mo, the White Dragon King. No wonder you dare to look down on me. Indeed, if I possessed your ability to summon wind and rain, what would being the richest in Jiangbei even mean? Gong Ming sat in his chair, dazed, gazing at the handsome youth beside him, suddenly recalling their conversation on his balcony that day. At the time, he had deemed Chen Mo arrogant. Now, it became evident that he had underestimated the White Dragon King. He realized that after today, this young man would become a legend in Jiangbei and throughout the entire Zhanghai province. Yet he, Gongming, can no longer hope to catch up. Chen Mo stood upon the stage, holding the golden dragon seal, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. To others, the former tycoon Jiang Ronghua and the previous billionaire Zhang Yaoyang shone like celestial dragons in the sky, dazzling and formidable. However, to Chen Mo, they were merely insignificant ants that could be crushed with minimal effort. His mind brimmed with countless strategies for amassing wealth from his previous life. When the opportune moment arrives, hundreds of billions, even trillions in fortune, would be beneath his notice. From the very beginning, he had set his sights on becoming the world's richest individual, rather than merely ruling over a minuscule region like Jiangbei. With the golden dragon seal in hand, Chen Mo declared with a resonant voice, I, Chen Mo, today inherit the golden dragon seal and ascend to the throne of financial authority. Can all present acquiesce? He first cast his gaze toward Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang. Zhang Yaoyang, thoroughly dispirited, could only offer a wretched smile and conceded. I, Zhang Yaoyang, yield. Jiang Ronghua, seemingly resigned to his fate, stubbornly refused to bow his head. Jiang Ronghua, I impart upon you a piece of advice. Should you remain unconvinced after hearing it, I, Chen Mo, shall regard you as a man of honor. Speak your mind without hesitation. To provoke the Dragon King is to invite ruin upon your household. Chen Mo uttered these 8 words with an air of indifference. Jiang Ronghua was struck as if by lightning, instantly recalling the scene of Chen Mo summoning storms and bending fate to his will. He was unafraid of bankruptcy. Yet who could be indifferent to the destruction of his family? Overcome by fear, Jiang Ronghua could no longer contain himself and fell to his knees. Trembling as he pleaded, Dragon King, spare me. It was I who offended you. Let all blame fall upon me. I yield. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Gongming, who hesitated for a moment before finally rising with a heavy sigh. He addressed Chen Mo with utmost respect. Mr. Chen, your prowess is unparalleled, and your financial acumen is beyond comprehension. From this day forth, the financial sphere of Jiangbei shall look to you as our leader. Should you have any directives, I shall comply without question. Upon hearing this, the bald-headed Nan was the first to spring to his feet, exuberantly exclaiming, Hail to the Dragon King! Hail to the Dragon King! Hail to the Dragon King! One by one, the prominent figures rushed to stand, fearing that any delay might offend the Dragon King. Having witnessed Chen Mo's extraordinary prowess, who could doubt his status as the White Dragon King? Thus, none dared to challenge him, lest they invite ruin upon their households. The richest in Jiangbei, endowed with astonishing abilities to manipulate finance, was a figure of undeniable respect as a financial authority. The signs of the wealthy gazed in awe as the titans of Jiangbei's financial realm bowed before one of their own. They felt that they would never experience a day as extraordinary as this again. This was the mark of a true stalwart. Many sighed deeply within, understanding that from this day forth, there would likely be but a single voice in Jiangbei's financial circle, the voice of the White Dragon King. The Billionaire Summit has concluded successfully. Please proceed to the banquet hall to celebrate our financial authority, Song Siming announced. Soon, everyone made their way to the banquet hall, with Song Tsong and others anxiously following behind. Previously, they had mocked Chen Mo. Now that he had ascended to the role of financial authority, they could hardly expect benevolence from him. Before long, Gong Ziyuan took Chen Mo's arm, leading him through the tables for toasts. Mr. Chen, congratulations. Mr. Chen, that battle you just fought was truly splendid. Mr. Chen, should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to call. The air was filled with voices of flattery and sycophancy. Chen Mo raised his glass, offering toasts, and even formidable figures such as Song Siming and Wang Tai were compelled to stand and drink deeply. Wang Chun watched in astonishment as Chen Mo abstained from drinking, merely gesturing lightly, while those of higher status than his father eagerly downed their drinks, as if such actions would prove their reverence for the White Dragon King. Eventually, Chen Mo arrived at the table of Wang Chun and Song Kong. Mr. Chun, allow me to introduce my nephew, Wang Chun. Mr. Chun, this is my nephew, Song Kong. Wang Tai and Song Siming approached with forced smiles, eager to curry favor with Chen Mo. Both men, having no sons, regarded these nephews as the heirs of their families, nurturing them with care. Greetings, Mr. Chun. The two stood awkwardly, their faces flushed, heads bowed, their voices scarcely above a whisper. The esteemed sons of your families, I, Chun, can hardly presume to elevate myself. Chen Mo replied coolly, then turned and departed. Wang Chun and Song Tsong were instantly bereft of spirit, trembling in fear. On the verge of tears, "What have you two done?" Wang Tai and Song Simon glared at them, their teeth clenched in fury, shouting in outrage. Chapter 62. At the pinnacle of the world. The two flinched, daring not to conceal anything, stammering as they recounted the events that had transpired. Wang Tai and Song Simon were nearly driven to the brink of madness. They could not fathom that the once flawless billionaire summit had been marred by these two foolish youths. "Come with me to apologize to Mr. Chen." Meanwhile, Chen Mo paid them no heed, continuing to offer toasts. The wealthy second-generation elites who had once flaunted their power before him were now utterly silent, fearful of drawing his attention. Whenever Chen Mo lifted his glass, they hastily gulped down their drinks, as if fearing that any delay would draw his scrutiny. At this moment, Chu Tian seethed with indignation. Just moments ago, as Chen Mo passed by, he had not even deigned a glance in his direction. In his heart, did Chu Tian truly hold no significance in Chen Mo's eyes? Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth in frustration. "My bowing to you now does not signify fear. The tides of fortune will turn. One day, I shall trample you underfoot. That day shall come swiftly. Once I have devoured the Gong family and become the wealthiest in Jiangbei, what will you be then?" What Chu Tian contemplated was of no concern to Chen Mo. Such a trivial character could hardly ruffle his resolve. Otherwise, how could he ever aspire to be the world's wealthiest individual? As Chen Mo continued to toast, he finally arrived at the table of Gong Ming and Gong Zili. At that moment, he cast a glance at Zhang Ning and Wu Junfan beside Gong Zili. Zhang Ning immediately lowered his head like an ostrich, wishing to vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, the towering Wu Junfan shrank into himself, feeling utterly embarrassed. Both prayed fervently that Chen Mo would spare them from his ire, especially as they observed Song Siming and Wang Tai, two top-tier tycoons, now bending over backward to serve Chen Mo, akin to eunuchs attending to an emperor. Chen Mo paid them no mind, but focused on Gong Ming. With a complex expression, Gong Ming rose, holding a glass, silent, his slightly murky eyes fixed on Chen Mo. A myriad of emotions, shock, confusion, and ultimately, deep regret, flashed within. "Mr. Gong," Chen Mo smiled. "I previously claimed I would surpass your wealth within a month. I have done so. Now, I ask you, will you still obstruct my relationship with Ziyuan?" Gong Ming's hand trembled. After much hesitation, he finally sighed deeply. "Ziyuan's judgment surpasses my own." After a moment's pause, Chen Mo continued, "Uncle Gong, since you acknowledge me as Ziyuan's boyfriend, I feel it is my duty to caution you. In investments, do not easily trust anyone, especially those who seem close to you." At these words, the smile faded from Gong Ming's face, replaced by a storm of anger and gloom. He well understood that Chen Mo was referring to Chu Tian. Chu Tian had contributed significantly to his investment department, diligently executing profitable projects over the past 3 years without a single misstep. "Are you lecturing me?" Gong Ming retorted coldly. "Not a lesson, merely a reminder," Chen Mo remarked indifferently. "Indeed, your wealth surpasses mine, but I, Gong Ming, have navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world for decades, encountering more people than you have grains of salt. Do you think it is your place to remind me?" Gong Ming retorted coldly. "The human heart is inscrutable. How can you be so certain you won't stumble? Caution ensures longevity. Every individual I, Gong Ming, choose is exceptionally talented. There is absolutely no possibility of failure. Mr. Chen, I have finished my drink. You may leave." Chen Mo shook his head in resignation. The conversation had reached a point where he no longer wished to continue. For reasons unknown, when Chen Mo expressed his desire to be with Gong Ziyuan, Gong Zili felt as though a heavy stone had lodged itself in her heart. Seizing the opportunity presented by the quarrel between Chen Mo and Gong Ming, she rose abruptly, pointing at Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, if you wish to be with my sister, you ought to show some respect. This is my father, your elder. Do you understand?" Chen Mo cast a surprised glance at Gong Zili, then mockingly chuckled. "Mr. Gong, is this not also your daughter? Oh dear, what a striking young lady she is. Just look at that nose and those eyes." Saying this, Chen Mo playfully distorted Gong Zili's face, making her nose resemble that of a pig. "Call me Uncle Chun, and I'll listen. Uncle will give you a red envelope to buy adult diapers, so you won't scare the elementary school kids anymore when you wet your pants. You scoundrel. Chen Mo, I will not let this slide. I will surely take my revenge. Just wait." Gong Zili's face flushed with anger, oscillating between red and white. "All right, Mo go. Let us not tease Zili any further. She is sensitive." Gong Ziyuan chided. "Ha ha. A little teasing helps the young ones grow." With that, Chen Mo took Gong Ziyuan's hand and departed. At that moment, tears of grievance welled up in Gong Zili's eyes. For reasons she could not comprehend, The instant Chen Mo had referred to her as a child, a surge of anger had ignited within her. Revenge. I must have my revenge. I will make you regret crossing me. Gong Zili's inner self was in a frenzy. After a round of toasts, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan made their way to a secluded large table. You insolent wretches, come here. At that moment, Song Siming and Wang Tai approached, dragging Song Tsong and Wang Chen along. Wang Chun and Song Tsong's faces were flushed crimson as they obediently walked over, receiving a slap from Wang Tai and Song Siming, yet dared not retaliate in any manner. Quickly apologized to Mr. Chun. Under the pressure from Wang Tai and Song Siming, Wang Chun and Song Tsong approached, heads bowed, murmuring, Mr. Chun, we are sorry. We were blind to your greatness. The two lowered their heads, feeling utterly wronged. Given their status, they had never before bowed so low to peers. Chen Mo took a sip of wine, his gaze calm as he regarded the pair. Do you two recall what I said earlier? What did you say? They both paused, taken aback. I mentioned I would grant you another chance. If you kneel and apologize, I would spare you. Song Tsong and Wang Chun's expressions shifted dramatically. Chen Mo, do not go too far. We have already apologized. Only if I am dead will I kneel. Wang Tai, upon hearing this, forced a strained smile. Mr. Chun, they are just children. They do not understand. Please, spare them. Spare them? I am saving them. Chen Mo retorted. To offend the Dragon King is to invite ruin upon one's family. Have you forgotten? Wang Tai and Song Siming trembled, plunged into contemplation. Wang Chun impatiently shouted, Were you so proud of Chun? You are only a figurehead, supported by my uncle and Uncle Song. Without our Wang and Song families, what are you? At this, Wang Tai and Song Siming, who had been silent, turned pale. Kneel. Wang Tai and Song Siming simultaneously acted, kicking the two to the ground. Immediately apologized to the Dragon King, though both were reluctant. Under the duress of Wang Tai and Song Siming, they had no choice but to kneel and bow their heads in apology. Wang Tai, Song Siming, do you also believe that my position as a figurehead is reliant on your support? Chen Mo inquired, his gaze devoid of warmth. Not at all. It is solely due to your own capabilities, Mr. Chun. Chen Mo stood and turned to gaze out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the countless lights of Jiangbei, reminiscent of a deity surveying mortals. Let me also clarify something for you. From the very beginning, my sights have never been set on this insignificant Jiangbei. My ambition is to stand atop the world. Wang Tai and Song Siming trembled, lifting their gazes to Chen Mo's silhouette, feeling as if his presence was magnifying infinitely, resembling a colossal figure. From this day forth, it seemed no one in Jiangbei could overshadow him. They sighed deeply in their hearts. Chapter 63. Registering a company that evening, Gong Ziyuan drove Chen Mo home. Along the way, Chen Mo couldn't help but speak up. Ziyuan, you should resign and work with me. I am in need of a secretary. After all this, you just want me to be a secretary? Gong Ziyuan feigned anger. There's a saying, right? The secretary handles matters when there are tasks, and nothing when there are none. At this, Chen Mo smiled silently, observing Gong Ziyuan. What do you do when there's nothing? Gong Ziyuan frowned, glancing at Chen Mo, then suddenly realized, pouting playfully, You're so annoying. Chen Mo chuckled, feeling a bit stifled. He slightly opened the car window, only for a gust of wind to rush in. The rain has ceased for so long. Why is the wind still so strong? Chen Mo lamented as he adjusted his disheveled hair. Empty words bring forth a storm, Gong Ziyuan unexpectedly remarked. Chen Mo turned in confusion to look at Gong Ziyuan, only to find her suppressing laughter until she finally burst into a fit of giggles. Chen Mo finally grasped the situation. What happened to your goddess image? Ruined. Completely ruined. This is what they mean by being close to vermilion makes one red. Being close to ink makes one black. Spending every day with you, I might as well transform into a fool. The summit of the wealthiest concluded with Chen Mo being elevated as the new financial figurehead. Following the terrifying fluctuations of Jiangbei watermelon in the Jiangbei futures market, which had plummeted and then soared, it attracted national attention. Dozens of futures, including the Jiangbei watermelon, known for their weak risk resistance, were delisted. On the day of the wealthy summit, all funds from the purchase of Jiangbei watermelon were returned to the buyer's accounts, rendered null and void. Gong Ziyuan, adhering to Chen Mo's request, resigned from her position and diligently took on the role of Chen Mo as personal secretary and driver. Chen Mo purchased a villa in the city center, which would temporarily serve as an office. On this day, he summoned Cui Nan to his office. Mr. Chen, did you summon me for something? Cui Nan politely bowed as he stood before Chen Mo. No need to be so formal. Please, take a seat. After a brief pause, Chen Mo got straight to the point. Soon, I will be establishing my own company, and I wish to hire you as the head of the security department. With an annual salary of 10 million. Chuan furrowed his brow. Mr. Chen, you know I'm accustomed to freedom. Though Chuan was not a tycoon, he could certainly earn 10 million a year. I do not require you to come to the office. Just send your subordinates to assist me. If any troublesome matters arise, you can help me resolve them, Chen Mo explained. That is no problem. Chuan readily agreed, pleased to grow closer to Chen Mo, listening intently. Chen Mo's expression suddenly turned serious. Chuan, I need you to help me establish an intelligence network to gather the information and data I require. Although Chen Mo possessed the advantage of his rebirth memories, he could not possibly know everything. Now, his persona as the White Dragon King provided him considerable assistance, allowing him to navigate the business world and build connections with fewer obstacles. He had to maintain this persona. However, Chuan hesitated. Gathering intelligence requires substantial manpower and resources. 100 million. Chen Mo extended a finger assertively and proclaimed, I offer you 100 million for a year. As long as you can gather the intelligence I require within this time frame, the remaining funds shall be yours. Chuan looked up at Chen Mo in astonishment, then fell into a contemplative silence. The two men found themselves locked in a stalemate. Chen Mo nonchalantly sipped his coffee, finding it slightly bitter. Meanwhile, Gong Ziyuan anxiously held her breath nearby. After all, Chuan was the foremost figure in the underground world of Jiangbei. His respect for Chen Mo stemmed entirely from Chen Mo's omniscient identity as the White Dragon King. Now, Chen Mo was asking him for assistance in gathering intelligence. Wasn't this exposing his own vulnerabilities to Chuan? Gong Ziyuan glanced at Chuan, then at Chen Mo, several times contemplating speaking up, but ultimately refraining. She feared disrupting Chen Mo's rhythm and inciting Chuan's wrath. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chuan finally spoke in a deep voice. Very well. I accept your offer. May our collaboration be fruitful. They shook hands with smiles. Once Chuan departed, Gong Ziyuan hurriedly inquired, why would Chuan, knowing that you're not all-knowing, still agree to be your subordinate? He is a man who has always aligned himself with interests, as long as you provide sufficient benefits. He is capable of anything. Chen Mo chuckled. I offer him 100 million for a year. The world perceives me as a false dragon king. He would steadfastly rise and wield a knife to slay anyone who dared to challenge him. In the afternoon, Chen Mo called Song Siming. Brother Ming, I wish to register a company. Do you have any connections at the Administration for Industry and Commerce that could expedite the process? Song Siming laughed heartily. No problem. Director Wang from the AIC is my classmate. I shall accompany you. With Song Siming by his side, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan directly arrived at Director Wang's office. With Song Siming's introduction, Director Wang was exceptionally warm and courteous. However, despite his preparations, when Director Wang saw the registered capital Chen Mo proposed, he was nearly overwhelmed by a heart attack. 2 billion? Boom. Director Wang was stunned, his scalp tingling. Having reached his position, he was well versed in the world. Yet the sight of such capital still left him in shock. How many enterprises in a nation possess over 2 billion in funds? Moreover, this was tangible cash flow, not market value or the sum of various assets. Mr. Chen, are you planning to establish a company that would immediately rank among the top private enterprises in Daxia? Director Wang remarked with a wry smile. With Director Wang's assistance, the process proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Thank you, Director Wang, for your help. Otherwise, I would have had to endure countless trips just to handle the paperwork. Chen Mo expressed gratefully. Director Wang hurriedly waved his hand. You should be thanking me. Right now, we have a task to attract investment in our region, and your initiative to register a company in Jiangbei is a tremendous help. By the way, Mr. Chen, the paperwork is complete. We just need your company name. Chen Mo glanced at Gong Ziyuan beside him and announced the name he had long contemplated. Let it be called Miyuan Capital. Gong Ziyuan was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson, her eyes sparkling with emotion. She had not anticipated that Chen Mo would incorporate both their names into the company's title. Haha, splendid name, Director Wang exclaimed, nodding knowingly. An hour later, Chen Mo, armed with all the documents, bid farewell to Song Siming and Director Wang. As the two departed, Director Wang remarked, Old Song, just who is this brother of yours? This is quite an extraordinary endeavor. ISNT it? Surely he ISNT some royal or noble. You're overthinking it. He.S. a genuine farmer's son. Having risen from humble beginnings, Song Siming chuckled, feeling a swell of pride at Director Wang's astonished expression. Is that so? I can only tell you one thing, and you must keep it confidential. A month ago, Chen Mo was merely a worker earning over 1,000 a month. Yet now, he is the newly crowned richest man in Jiangbei, with a fortune of 365 billion, having triumphed over the two wealthiest individuals, Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang. to become the financial authority in Jiangbei. Boom! Director Wang was left utterly speechless, his mind reeling. Upon returning to the office, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan received a phone call from Gong Zili. Hello, Lily. Do you need something? Sis, are you with Chen Mo right now? I forgot to tell you. I've resigned and joined Chen Mo in his entrepreneurial venture. What? Gong Zili was momentarily taken aback before asking. Can I come over for a visit? Gong Zili was eager for revenge against Chen Mo and wanted to check for opportunities in his office. Sure. Let's have lunch together tomorrow. Gong Ziyuan readily agreed, hoping to mend the relationship between Gong Zili and Chen Mo. Chapter 64. Gong Zili's Second Revenge. The following day, within the office of my Yuan capital, Chen Mo found himself in a state of inner turmoil, grappling with his thoughts. He had engaged in several trades in the foreign futures market recently, but due to the lack of significant movements, his initial capital of 300 million had only yielded a profit of over 5 million. Chen Mo recalled that several futures in the foreign market had shown steady growth, but the increases were too minimal to leverage profitably. The current futures market had become a stage where he found the gains unfulfilling, leaving him contemplating whether to liquidate his position or continue investing, possibly earning a few tens of millions before exiting. He discovered that accumulating excessive wealth was more agonizing than incurring losses. For many in the year 2000, several tens of millions represented a sum they could never earn in a lifetime, yet he regarded it as trivial. Brother Mo, I brought my sister to visit our office, Gong Ziyuan announced as she entered with Gong Zili. Chen Mo cast a surprised glance at Gong Zili. Why was she here? Based on his understanding, this vengeful woman should despise him to the core. Now she was voluntarily visiting his company, leaving Chen Mo perplexed. Brother Mo, how is the foreign futures market faring? Gong Ziyuan inquired. The movements are too minimal. There have been fluctuations, but with a 300 million investment and leverage, I've only made 5 million over several days. I estimate I might earn another 30 to 50 million before it peaks. There won't be any significant movements for a long time, Chen Mo responded, shaking his head in disappointment. Several tens of millions, and you still find that insufficient? Gong Zili exclaimed, astonished. However, her gaze soon fell upon Chen Mo's computer screen, and a nefarious scheme began to brew in her mind. She had observed that there were no surveillance cameras in Chen Mo's office. Growing up in the influential Gong family, she was naturally adept at manipulating futures and stock accounts. If only she could access Chen Mo's computer, she could devise a way to deplete his 300 million. 300 million. Even Chen Mo could not afford to overlook that. Imagining Chen Mo's expression of despair upon discovering his funds vanished, Gong Zili could not help but curl her lips into an evil smirk. Am I, Gong Zili, so easily trifled with? Chen Mo, I will make you regret this. She remained in the office, waiting for the opportune moment. As noon approached, Gong Ziyuan suddenly suggested, Brother Mo, let us go to a nearby restaurant to grab some dishes. Lily, why don't you join us for lunch here today? Divine Providence. Gong Zili quickly nodded, smiling. Upon reaching the entrance, just as they were about to get into the car, Gong Ziyuan smacked her forehead and exclaimed, I forgot my wallet. Brother Mo, could you please go back and fetch it for me? Chen Mo nodded and returned to the office. However, upon entering, Chen Mo beheld Gong Zili seated in her boss's chair, her demeanor decidedly furtive. What are you up to? Experiencing the sensation of being a boss? Chen Mo chuckled. I. Upon noticing Chen Mo's approach, Gong Zili's heart raced, and she broke into a cold sweat. Moments ago, she had already closed Chen Mo's positions, and her subsequent plan involved selecting an obscure futures contract and leveraging it to the hilt. After a prolonged search, she had finally settled on ordinary white wheat, a commodity whose trading volume, transaction value, and open interest were negligibly small in the entire market. Whether one were to short or go long, the absence of trading volume rendered any profit utterly futile. Furthermore, this particular futures contract had been on a long-term downward trajectory, and with high leverage, it could effortlessly wipe out Chen Mo's 300 million. However, having just closed the positions and not yet placed any orders, Chen Mo returned. Gong Zili absolutely could not allow him to see the trading page. Otherwise, it would spell disaster. As Chen Mo approached, nearing the computer screen, Gong Zili steeled herself and, in a bold move, embraced him tightly, obstructing his view of the monitor. With Chen Mo facing away from the computer, he could not see the screen, while Gong Zili had the advantage of manipulating the computer from behind him. What are you doing? Chen Mo exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. The sudden embrace caught him completely off guard. I like you. Gong Zili could no longer contain herself to ensure Chen Mo's impending loss. She had to distract him. What? Chen Mo's forehead glistened with sweat as he hastily attempted to push Gong Zili away. only to find her clinging to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. Yes, you were right before. I am consumed by love and hate. I am envious of your relationship with my sister. Gong Zili, throwing caution to the wind, suddenly transformed into a dramatic figure. Professing her feelings for Chen Mo, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated by your profound gaze and your charming stubble. Chen Mo froze. Seizing the moment, Gong Zili hastily maneuvered the computer while continuing her impassioned declaration. Every time I see you with my sister, it feels like a knife is cutting through my heart. I know this is wrong, but I simply cannot control myself. Chen Mo, I love you so much. I want to bear you 100 children. Lily, don't say such things. I know I am quite charming, and it is natural for someone to be attracted to me. Gong Zili, still engrossed in her tasks, nearly lost her composure upon hearing Chen Mo's words, almost delivering a slap, but she restrained herself. At this moment, she was determined not to let her efforts go to waste. Finally, after 5 minutes of entanglement, Gong Zili completed all her operations, shut down Chen Mo's computer, and gently pushed him away, saying, "Emoji, I'm sorry. I was impulsive just now." She refrained from showing hostility, as that would undoubtedly raise Chen Mo's suspicions. "It's all right, I understand. If I were you, encountering a man like myself, I would likely be even more impulsive." Chen Mo sighed, shaking his head. Gong Zili thought to herself, "I must hold back. No violence." However, Chen Mo could never have anticipated the depths of Gong Zili's desire for revenge. To retaliate against Chen Mo, she had sacrificed both her dignity and her body. "Let us go. You must be rather bored here. Let us grab a meal together," Chen Mo proposed. "Sure." Gong Zili eagerly followed him out. With such high leverage, as long as Chen Mo was not glued to his computer, he would soon face a margin call. Gong Zili could hardly wait to witness the expression on his face at that moment. This was her revenge. If 300 million were to be lost, his position as the richest man would be untenable. The advantages of Gong Zili were not to be easily exploited. She had even devised a plan. As soon as Chen Mo faced a margin call, she would immediately notify the media about the change in Jiangbei's wealth hierarchy. The throne of the richest man would only last a mere 2 days before being handed over. Who would ever believe in him as a financial authority after that? Gong Zili felt like a genius. Chapter 65, The Master of Counter-Operations. However, Gong Zili was oblivious that mere minutes after she and Chen Mo left the office, the futures market was already experiencing tumultuous upheaval. A massive locust plague had struck the central region of the world. Nearly all edible grains had been devoured by the swarms. Yet the genetically modified white wheat had miraculously escaped devastation. In an instant, over 30 nations in the central region had to rely on white wheat as their primary grain reserve, flooding the market to save the refugees. With over 30 nations treating white wheat as their main reserve, its circulation was bound to skyrocket. In the futures market, this once neglected commodity, which had barely seen any trading volume, suddenly became the center of attention. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's account, which initially boasted 300 million, had been leveraged significantly by Gong Zili's actions, leading to an explosive increase in capital. 400 million, 500 million, 600 million, 900 million. All of this transpired within a mere half hour. At that moment, Chen Mo was dining with the Gong sisters, Gong Zili and Gong Ziyuan. At the table, a wild grin spread uncontrollably across Gong Zili's face. The thought of Chen Mo soon losing his position as the richest man, facing the scorn of financial titans, brought her immense satisfaction. Chen Mo regarded Gong Zili with a peculiar expression, his eyes betraying a hint of indecision. Suddenly, in the midst of their meal, Gong Zili could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. "Lily, what is so funny?" Gong Ziyuan inquired, puzzled. Nothing, ha ha ha." Gong Zili chuckled wildly. At that moment, Chen Mo set down his utensils, seemingly resolved, and sprang to his feet. "Lily, you've gone too far," he exclaimed angrily. Gong Zili's heart skipped a beat. Could she have been exposed? "MOG, what is going on?" Gong Ziyuan asked. "I had intended to keep this secret to myself. But considering how unfair it would be to you, Ziyuan." He paused, his expression solemn and earnest. "Ziyuan, do you know why Lily is laughing so joyfully?" "Why?" "Because just now, she confessed her feelings for me." Gong Zili. Upon hearing this, the smile on Gong Zili's face froze instantly. "Huh?" Gong Ziyuan gazed at Chen Mo in disbelief, then turned to Gong Zili. Chen Mo shook his head, lamenting, "Yes, Lily seized the opportunity when I returned to grab my wallet, embraced me in my office, and professed her love. She claimed to have been captivated from the very first moment, declaring that she would marry no one else, and even wanting to bear me 100 children. Lily, I know, I am an exceptionally charming and handsome man, but you openly confessing your feelings in front of your sister and laughing so brazenly. Don't you think that is a bit much? She is your sister, your own sister. You're competing for a man with her, and you still have the audacity to be so merry. Your mindset is truly twisted and perverse. Gong Zili hurriedly protested. Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. I would never be interested in this jerk. Then why did you confess to me just now? Chen Mo pressed. I was just. Gong Zili found herself at a loss for words. If Gong Ziyuan discovered that she had caused Chen Mo to lose 300 million, it would surely spell disaster for her. Gong Zili stammered for a suitable excuse, but failed to articulate one. Gong Ziyuan's expression darkened as she set her chopsticks down and addressed Gong Zili sternly. Lily, I am very upset right now. Sister, I'm not angry that you confess your feelings to Chen Mo. I'm angry that you would sneak around and engage in such behavior. We, the Gong family, must conduct ourselves with utmost integrity and dignity in all our endeavors. If you harbor feelings for Chen Mo, I welcome you to engage in a fair competition. After all, he is indeed remarkable, and I shall undoubtedly encounter numerous rivals in the future. However, should I ever discover that you are resorting to deceitful tactics behind my back, I shall show you no mercy. Do you understand? Chen Mo then rose, resolutely wrapping his arm around Gong Ziyuan's delicate shoulder, and declared, Lily, you should abandon this infatuation. In this lifetime, I shall recognize only your sister as my one true love. Mo go. Gong Ziyuan gazed at Chen Mo with deep emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, Gong Zili yearned to reveal the truth, even fantasizing about striking Chen Mo across the face. Yet, fear held her back. If Gong Ziyuan were to discover her secret admiration, their relationship would surely shatter. And with 3 billion at stake, Gong Ziyuan might even resort to taking her life. Thus, Gong Zili could only silently acknowledge her affection for Chen Mo. That wretched scoundrel. Once you finish your meal, your laughter shall cease. Gong Zili clenched her fists, muttering through gritted teeth. After the meal, Chen Mo approached his desk, deciding it would be prudent to close his positions and withdraw. The foreign futures market was currently in a state of flux, and his related memories were scant. Thus he resolved to play it safe and reclaim his investment. What on earth is happening? Upon logging into his account, Chen Mo was rendered speechless by the numbers on his screen. What is wrong, Mo go? Gong Ziyuan rushed over, concerned. Gong Zili, wearing a smug grin, remarked, It must be that the futures have plummeted. Mo go, you're no deity. You can't win every time. The fluctuations in the futures market are perfectly normal. Try to take in stride. Yet behind the scenes, Gong Zili had already picked up her phone, preparing to contact the media. She wanted Chen Mo to taste the bitterness of disgrace. Mo go, has it dropped significantly? Gong Ziyuan inquired. Strangely enough, I don't recall purchasing ordinary white wheat. Why am I fully invested in this now? And with a high leverage to boot. Chen Mo exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Ordinary white wheat? That is a niche market. And with high leverage at that. Observing Chen Mo's astonished expression, Gong Ziyuan feared he must have been liquidated. Don't worry, Mo go, it's only 3 billion. We can earn it back later, so don't fret. Gong Ziyuan gently reassured him. Fret? Why would I fret? Chen Mo retorted. Didn't you get liquidated? Liquidated? How could that be? Chen Mo turned his computer screen towards Gong Ziyuan, revealing not a liquidation, but a profit of 600 million. What? How is that possible? Now it was Gong Zili who could no longer remain composed. She dashed over, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Mo's account. Indeed, what Chen Mo claimed was true. Ordinary white wheat had surged. Chen Mo had made 600 million. Gong Zili staggered back, her complexion ashen, collapsing onto the ground. Disbelief etched across her face. This is unbearable. How could she have inadvertently helped Chen Mo earn 600 million? What kind of retribution is this? This is clearly a case of kindness repaid with kindness. Upon witnessing Gong Zili's expression, Chen Mo finally understood everything. No wonder she had embraced him without hesitation when he approached her. At that moment, he and T realized it. But now it dawned on him that she must have been manipulating his computer. This girl had intended for him to be liquidated, yet by sheer happenstance. He had profited immensely. Everything was clear now. Ha ha! Chen Mo teased Gong Zili. I believe that fate has conspired to assist me. I checked, and the futures I had previously purchased encountered significant issues. If I hadn't closed my positions to buy white wheat today, I would have been liquidated. Not only have I earned this 600 million, but in essence, I have gained 900 million. Truly, fortune favors me. Ha ha! How could this be? This is not how it should have unfolded. Gong Zili was on the verge of tears. Had it not been for her interference, Chen Mo would have surely faced liquidation. She had sacrificed so much endured his unwelcome advances, and been misunderstood by Gong Ziyuan as harboring feelings for Chen Mo, only for it to end in this manner. This meticulously planned act of vengeance had ultimately saved Chen Mo. It was nothing short of a grand jest. "Lily, are you unwell? Why do you look so pale?" Gong Ziyuan inquired with concern. "It's nothing," Gong Zili replied weakly. Now, Gong Zili felt that if she did not succeed in avenging herself against Chen Mo, she would not be able to bear it. This was the second time. This time, that scoundrel Chen Mo had taken full advantage of her. Had he been liquidated, she might have found some solace. But alas, he had profited handsomely. Gong Zili felt she could not let this slide. She must correct the mistake she had made. She absolutely could not allow Chen Mo to enjoy this victory. "Lily, don't become infatuated with me. I am merely a legend." Chen Mo mockingly patted Gong Zili's shoulder and said, "Do not suffer so simply because you cannot have me. It is not worth it." Gong Zili nearly let loose a curse, but ultimately restrained herself. Like a defeated rooster, she left in a huff. Gong Ziyuan watched Gong Zili's retreating figure and sighed. Lily is rather pitiable. Having grown up without ever experiencing love, she finally develops feelings for a man. "And it happens to be you, Mo Ge." After a pause, Gong Ziyuan suddenly recalled something and asked Chen Mo, "Mo Ge, didn't you mention that my father's company is in grave danger?" "Indeed. The Gong Corporation is precariously perched on the brink of collapse. A single misstep could lead to bankruptcy and liquidation," Chen Mo replied. "Is that so?" Gong Ziyuan exclaimed in shock. "I have already warned your father, but unfortunately, he did not heed my advice. If only he were willing to trust me and conduct a thorough investigation, the truth would soon be revealed," Chen Mo continued. "In my previous life, someone had lured Gong Ming with the prospect of listing the Gong Corporation as bait, coaxing him to funnel funds into the financial sector, ultimately leading to the loss of all those investments along with the corporation's core assets. The real estate market in Jiangbei was devoured by that individual, who reaped an 80 share and amassed a fortune, becoming the greatest victor. That individual is none other than Chu Tian." Chapter 66. The Conspiracy of Chu Tian. The Gong Corporation's primary industry is real estate, controlling 30% of the market share in Jiangbei, alongside substantial cash flow. Yet someone deceived Uncle Gong, claiming to assist the Gong Corporation in going public. Consequently, the Gong Corporation established an investment department, diverting funds originally intended for worker wages, payments to material suppliers, and cash flow from property sales into financial investments. The person who deceived Uncle Gong even persuaded him to separate the real estate business from the corporation, assuring him it was for the sake of facilitating the Group's listing review. In truth, under normal circumstances, such a large cash flow, if managed carefully, could yield significant profits in the financial market. However, should the investments fail, it would create a massive cash flow gap. At that point, if someone were to sow discord, inciting migrant workers to demand wages, suppliers to demand payments, and banks to pursue loan repayments simultaneously, the Gong Corporation would surely perish. Chen Mo spoke with sincerity. These were all maneuvers Chu Tian had executed in his past life. Chen Mo was merely recounting them. Logically, Gong Ming, being the cunning fox that he is, should not have been so easily defeated. Yet, the root of the issue lies in his excessive trust in Chu Tian. Gong Ziyuan's complexion turned pale as she gasped. Who could be so malevolent as to wish for the Gong family's total ruin? "It is Chu Tian," Chen Mo stated flatly. "What?" Gong Ziyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Tian had been with her father for a full 5 years, laying the foundation for half of the Gong Corporation. "I must return home to speak with my father immediately," she exclaimed, rushing back. However, Chen Mo gently shook his head. "It is futile. It is far too late to persuade him now. Had Gong Ming been willing to trust me earlier, there might have been hope. But now it is too late. Yet perhaps this is for the best. Once the Gong Corporation goes bankrupt, the entire real estate market in Jiangbei will be up for grabs. From 2000 to 2017, it has been a period of soaring real estate ventures. I am determined to seize this opportunity. Uncle Gong, do you think only Chu Tian is scheming against the Gong Corporation?" Chen Mo murmured, observing the retreating figure of Gong Ziyuan below. Upon returning home, Gong Ziyuan wasted no time and conveyed Chen Mo's exact words to Gong Ming. "Father, Chu Tian is deceiving you. His intent is to devour the entire Gong Corporation. You must think of a way to counter this." Gong Ziyuan urged anxiously. Gong Ming's expression darkened to the utmost, and he roared in anger. "Nonsense. Chen Mo is slandering Chu Tian, and he's also slandering your father. I have navigated the business world for decades. How could I be so easily deceived? Are you suggesting that I am a fool? that I have squandered these years only to be outsmarted by him? Furthermore, your brother Chu Tian has been loyal for 5 years, helping me establish half of the Gong Corporation. How could he possibly deceive me? Father, you have witnessed Chen Mo's capabilities. He is now the wealthiest individual and a significant figure in finance. Are you implying that his abilities surpass mine? Thus he has no need to slander either me or Chu Tian. Gong Ming retorted coldly, I have investigated thoroughly. The meteorological station issued a weather warning long before that day. Chen Mo merely lucked into receiving the information early and exploited the information gap to defeat Zhang Yaoyang and Jiang Ronghua. He is merely a trickster who relies on opportunism. In terms of true ability, he is still far from Chu Tian. Gong Ziyuan, increasingly desperate, countered, Father, in your favorite article, The Teacher's Discourse, it states, my teacher speaks of the way. Who knows of the order of birth and death? How is it that now, despite Chen Mo's repeated victories over you, you refuse to acknowledge that he is superior? She continued, I know him well. He is certainly not one to speak without purpose. Moreover, as his girlfriend, his actions are also for my sake. Why can't you think calmly about this? Gong Ming was momentarily swayed, but stubbornly replied, who knows if he has ulterior motives? Perhaps he seeks to consume the Gong Corporation. Father, you are utterly unreasonable. Gong Ziyuan nearly cried in frustration. Fine. You claim that Chu Tian is deceiving me? I will summon him here for a confrontation. Gong Ming swiftly made a call, and Chu Tian soon arrived. Ah, Sister Ziyuan is here too, Chu Tian said, his gaze greedily lingering on Gong Ziyuan. The post-love Gong Ziyuan appeared even more radiant, her charm captivating any man, including Chu Tian. You may ask your questions. Gong Ming said. Gong Ziyuan immediately directed a dark glare at Chu Tian, stating bluntly, Chu Tian, you incited my father to invest money. Tell me, where's the investment money? What is the status of the Project's losses? Though Chu Tian maintained a calm facade, turmoil brewed within him. Over the past year, controlling the investment department of the Gong Corporation, he had, under various pretenses, funneled all funds into projects run by his own family. Naturally, these projects were mere shells, designed solely to siphon cash flow from the Gong Corporation. When the opportune moment arrived, he would strike swiftly, leading to the Gong Corporation's bankruptcy while simultaneously consuming all of its market share. However, these projects were orchestrated by his own family, and the books appeared impeccably clean. How could Gong Ziyuan possibly know? In the next moment, Chu Tian calmly replied, Sister Ziyuan, had you perhaps heard some rumors? Ziyuan said that Chen Mo questioned whether you were diverting the Gong Corporation's assets. Gong Ming interjected. He's talking nonsense. Chu Tian retorted angrily. This is an insult to my character. I sacrificed my own company to toil within the Gong Corporation for 5 years. My integrity is clear to everyone here, including you. Uncle Gong, do not divert the topic. Answer me. Where did the investment money go? What is the profit and loss status? Gong Ziyuan stared intently at Chu Tian. Her voice icy. Chu Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his inner rage. Of course, all the money has been invested in the projects. As for profits and losses, I report detailed data to Uncle Gong every month. The majority of the projects I invested in are performing well. Naturally, there may be 1 or 2 failures, but it is impossible to achieve 100% profit. But Chen Mo claims that your projects are mere shells, and the data you provided is fabricated. You have consumed all the money yourself. Gong Ziyuan countered. At her words, Chu Tian felt a wave of dread wash over him, and he broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 67. Regret comes too late. All that hit home. Though Chen Mo was absent, his words struck Chu Tian like thunder, causing him to tremble. Sister Ziyuan, all I do is to help the Gong Corporation go public. Do you know how heartbroken it makes me that you do not believe me and instead trust an outsider? Chu Tian lamented, nearly weeping as he questioned Gong Ming. Uncle Gong, I ask you, will you believe that trickster Chen Mo or trust me, who has been by your side for 5 years? Xiao Tian, do not be angry, of course, I trust you. Gong Ming hastily reassured him. Father. But Chen Mo said, do not mention that trickster again. Gong Ming interjected sharply. Your father is not so foolish as to be unable to discern who is a loyal subject and who is a traitor. Apologize to your brother Chu Tian at once. Father. Gong Ziyuan gazed at Gong Ming in disbelief, ultimately storming out in anger. Watching her retreating figure, Gong Ming helplessly turned to Chu Tian, Xiao Tian. Do not take offense. Ziyuan has been brainwashed by Chen Mo uncle. Time reveals a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. As long as you are willing to trust me, that is enough. Chu Tian replied. You have been with me for 5 years. I know your character well. Rest assured, I will not be swayed by Chen Mo's deceitful words. Gong Ming asserted. Uncle, thank you for your trust. I will not let you down and will achieve results that will silence those who doubt me. Chu Tian declared, his face brimming with gratitude. However, once he finished his pleasantries with Gong Ming and exited, his expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. This is Chu Tian. That old rogue Gong Ming is starting to suspect me. Transfer all assets today and expedite the remaining plans. After hanging up, Chu Tian's face shifted between shades of uncertainty. He was indeed feeling a sense of trepidation. His plans to consume the Gong Corporation had taken 5 years to orchestrate, and he was on the brink of success when Chen Mo unexpectedly emerged. That little bastard has quite the discerning eye, he thought, picturing Chen Mo's cold visage, before smashing his fist against a tree by the roadside. But even if he discovers it, what can he do? You can no longer stop me. The Gong Corporation will soon be mine. Before long, Gong Ziyuan will surely be my plaything. In Chen Mo's office, Gong Ziyuan rushed back, eager to relay the recent events to him. Brother Mo, my father doesn't even trust me anymore. What should I do? Chen Mo pondered briefly before letting out a long sigh. You must prepare yourself mentally. The situation is grave. Is it really that serious? She asked. Had Uncle Gong been willing to trust you and me today, there might have been a chance to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, it is far too late to say anything now. Tomorrow, Chu Tian will launch a full-scale assault, and at that moment, the Gong family will be precariously perched on the brink of bankruptcy. Boom! Gong Ziyuan's face instantly drained of color. The following day, Gong Ming rose early and headed to the company. He had tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to sleep, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding gnawed at him. Thus, upon arriving at the company, he immediately instructed his staff to scrutinize the accounts of the investment department. Surely, I am overthinking this. Chu Tian could not possibly deceive me. Gong Ming clenched his fists, attempting to reassure himself. However, it wasn't long before Dongsheng, Gong Ming's longtime partner, rushed into his office, breathless and clutching a stack of documents. Old Gong, this is grave. That rascal Chu Tian has led the Gong family astray. Dongsheng slammed the documents onto Gong Ming's desk, his lips quivering. Every project he has invested in these years is nothing but a sham. The financial data is fabricated. Boom! Gong Ming's mind felt as though it had been struck by a hammer, leaving him nearly dizzy. It's true. What Chen Mo said was indeed accurate. His complexion paled as he leaned on the table, struggling to stand, and inquired, can we still send someone to urgently manage the situation? How much can we salvage? Last night, Chu Tian urgently transferred all assets. If we had discovered this sooner, we could have saved at least a third of our assets. Now it's too late. Dongsheng replied helplessly. What? Upon hearing this, Gong Ming could no longer bear the weight of the revelation and collapsed onto the floor. At the richest man's conference, Chen Mo had already warned Gong Ming once about Chu Tian's dubiousness. And just yesterday, Chen Mo had once again sent Gong Ziyuan to caution him to be wary of Chu Tian. Yet not only did he disregard the warnings, but he chose to trust the traitor. Just then, the financial supervisor rushed in, panic etched across his face. Boss, it's bad. The bank just called, saying they've discovered issues with our cash flow and are demanding we repay the loan immediately. Gong Ming shuddered at the news. How much do we owe the bank? Including principal and interest, around 1 billion. They require repayment within a week, the financial supervisor stated. All right, I understand. I'll handle this. You may leave. Gong Ming waved his hand weakly. Before long, the office door was violently kicked open with a loud bang. A throng of people stormed in, their demeanor fiercely intimidating. Startling Gong Ming. What do you want? Gong Ming asked weakly. We are suppliers to Gong Corporation. Someone informed us that you are about to declare bankruptcy, and we are here to collect our payments. Repay us. Yes, return our hard-earned money. Gong Ming suppressed his inner rage and despair, hastily responding, everyone. Gong Corporation will not go bankrupt. We are merely experiencing a temporary cash flow issue. Give me 7 days, and I assure you I will settle all payments. The suppliers exchanged glances, and the leader spoke up, you must settle within 3 days. Otherwise, we will smash your company. The group departed, cursing and grumbling. Gong Ming felt utterly drained, slumping into his office chair, his eyes filled with despair. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Ding ding ding. The vintage rotary phone on his desk began to ring. This call was known only to a few significant figures. Gong Ming picked up the phone, his voice trembling. Hello, Gong Ming. What the hell is going on? On the other end, Song Siming's furious voice echoed. There is a huge crowd of migrant workers gathering downstairs, claiming they want to demand their wages. Reporters from the provincial station have arrived. This just when it rains, it pours. The bank is pressuring for repayment. Suppliers are demanding debts. These situations Gong Ming might delay, but the migrant workers at Song Siming's place to demand their rights directly antagonize the city as officials. He sought assistance, but now no one would lend him a hand. After hanging up, Gong Ming summoned the financial supervisor, asking, "How much do we need to resolve all these issues?" "Conservatively, we need 2 billion. Without that amount, the financial supervisor hesitated, glancing at the pale-faced Gong Ming. "We would have no choice but to declare bankruptcy." Boom! At that moment, it felt as though Gong Ming had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, he recalled a remark Chen Mo made on Gong Ziyuan's birthday. "You have offended the Dragon King. Your fortune will surely dissipate within a month." Unable to contain himself, Gong Ming burst into tears, collapsing onto the desk, wailing, "Offending the Dragon King leads to ruin. Offending the Dragon King leads to ruin. It is too late for regret. Too late for regret." Chapter 68. A New Confrontation. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Gong Ming's phone rang. It was a call from Chu Tian. "Hello, Uncle Gong. You beast, how dare you call? I pour my heart out to you, and you actually plotted against me." "Uncle Gong, please don't be angry. I had to fulfill the family's mission." "Huh? Family? What family? No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I, Chu Tian, am a member of the Chu family from the provincial capital." Hearing this, Gong Ming's pupils constricted sharply. The Chu family from the provincial capital. That is an incredibly powerful and formidable clan. In the face of such a colossal entity, what Jiangbei tycoon or financial mogul is but a mere trifle. "I haven't offended the Chu family, so why do this to me?" Gong Ming asked despondently. "Haha, Uncle Gong, it's not personal. As I said, it's just a family task. Once I seize the Jiangbei real estate market, I will qualify to become the heir of the family," Chu Tian replied nonchalantly. Gong Ming realized Chu Tian was speaking the truth. A behemoth like the Chu family would not target a small local tycoon from Jiangbei. After a brief pause, Chu Tian continued, "Uncle Gong, I have been with Gong Corporation for 5 years. I do not wish to see it perish. Here's the deal. If you agree to marry Ziyuan to me, I can assist in repaying Gong Corporation's debts. Then, our families will be closely intertwined, and you will not only continue as the head of Gong Corporation, but also leverage the power of the Chu family to carve out a new territory in the provincial capital." "What do you say?" Gong Ming hesitated. If he acquiesced to Chu Tian, it could very well save Gong Corporation, but it would also mean sacrificing his daughter's happiness. However, refusing would lead only to bankruptcy. "I agree," just as Gong Ming was about to concede. Chen Mo's word from Gong Ziyuan's birthday flashed through his mind. Chen Mo had said he was someone who would forsake family for fame and fortune. And just now, his first instinct was indeed to sacrifice Gong Ziyuan's happiness to save Gong Corporation. "Uncle Gong, or rather, I should call you father-in-law now. We shall be family," Chu Tian declared confidently. "You're dreaming." Gong Ming ground his teeth and roared. "So there's no room for negotiation? Fine, just wait for bankruptcy." Chu Tian sneered and hung up the phone. "Dad." At that moment, Gong Ziyuan entered the room with Chen Mo in tow. Chen Mo got straight to the point. "I can help you." Chen Mo, Gong Ming gazed at him, tears streaming down his face. "Are you willing to lend Uncle 2 billion to weather this storm?" "Dad, I've discussed it with Mo Ge. He intends to invest 2 billion in Gong Corporation for a 51 stake while you retain the rest of the shares. And you will still be the president of Gong Corporation," Gong Ziyuan explained. In an instant, the gratitude on Gong Ming's face vanished. He stared incredulously at Chen Mo, who appeared calm and composed. 51 stake? Continue as president? On the surface, the terms seem excellent, but if that were to happen, it would equate to handing Gong Corporation over to Chen Mo. Chu Tian is a ravenous wolf. Chen Mo is a venomous snake. Chu Tian is overtly seizing, while Chen Mo is covertly scheming. What is even more terrifying is that Chen Mo's actions yield results identical to those of Chu Tian, yet paradoxically inspire feelings of gratitude towards him. "Father, what are you still hesitating for? If it weren't for Brother Mo being my boyfriend, how could he possibly be willing to allocate 2 billion to save the Gong family?" Gong Ziyuan expressed her dissatisfaction. "Silly girl, you have been sold and are still counting the money for others." However, compared to Chu Tian, Chen Mo's terms were indeed more favorable, leaving Gong Ming with no alternative. Ultimately, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Soon after signing the share transfer contract, the 2 billion was deposited into Gong's corporate account, temporarily alleviating a crisis. "Chen Mo, I must caution you, Chu Tian's background is formidable," Gong Ming remarked. "No matter whatever Chu Tian has taken, I will make him regurgitate it all." Chen Mo sneered. Gong Ming looked at Chen Mo in astonishment. "Do you have a way to retrieve the money? That's 2 billion. In Gong Ming's eyes, Chen Mo's predictive abilities were indeed unparalleled. It was evident that everything was part of a grand scheme laid out by Chu Tian. But when it comes to 2 billion, what could Chen Mo possibly do? Could he possibly kidnap Chu Tian and coerce him into handing over the money? That was out of the question. With a slight smile, Chen Mo replied, I know that Chu Tian invested that sum into a stock. What he has taken, I will ensure he returns without a single penny less. What is your plan? Gong Ming asked, his interest piqued. Since entering the financial realm, whether through stock trading or futures, it had merely been a means to accumulate capital, and he had yet to truly confront anyone directly. At this moment, a fierce glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Today I, the White Dragon King, shall take the helm and strike at Chu Tian. But how do you intend to strike? Gong Ming hesitated. Chu Tian was a master of indirect warfare, adept at manipulating stocks to harvest profits. What I plan to do is raise the stock price while he shorts it, delivering him a resounding blow. Chen Mo replied with a light laugh. The tactics Chu Tian employed to reap profits were akin to those of a prominent figure in the Bitcoin realm during a past life. When stock prices were low, he disseminated favorable news to attract investors. Once the prices rose, he would short the stock, driving the price down and reaping hefty rewards. This cycle continued. Yet that group of fools remained oblivious, with many even contemplating jumping from buildings, still believing Chu Tian's words. What do you need? I will prepare it immediately, Gong Ming declared. A computer and a quiet office, Chen Mo stated. Bring me a laptop at once. Additionally, declare a day off for all employees and ensure no one enters the building to disturb Mr. Chen. Gong Ming commanded loudly. The Gong building, standing at a towering 108 stories, was a landmark of Jiangbei, a place where countless aspired to amass wealth. At this moment, Chen Mo stood atop Jiangbei, surveying the myriad of lives below. Chapter 69, A Loan of 5 billion. Chen Mo sat comfortably in Gong Ming's executive chair, while Gong Ming personally served him tea and lit a cigarette. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by a passing vice president, leaving the latter utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already opened the stock trading software, directly inputting a line of code to locate a stock, Tian Shun Heavy Industry. In his previous life, Chu Tian had already become one of the top 10 wealthiest individuals in Great Xia during his middle age. And his autobiography prominently detailed how he manipulated the Gong family group for 2 billion and subsequently engaged in repeated scalping of Tian Shun Heavy Industry. On the surface, Tian Shun Heavy Industry appeared to be a joint venture, but in truth, its real owner was the Chu family. Under Chu Tian's maneuvering, the stock price of Tian Shun Heavy Industry skyrocketed by several times, allowing him to cash out over 6 billion, instantly making him a stock market tycoon. Chu Tian also earned the nickname the Magician's Hand. However, with Chen Mo present today, history would certainly not repeat itself. Chen Mo transferred the remaining 2 billion into his securities account, waiting for the opportune moment. Gong Ming could not help but ask, Chen Mo, how do you plan to take charge? Chen Mo replied calmly. While Chu Tian plays the short game and repeatedly harvests profits, each time with substantial capital, I will counter by going long. As long as I keep pushing up the stock price of Tian Shun Heavy Industry, preventing him from covering his shorts, ultimately, his position will be his undoing. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo noticed an enormous trading volume for Tian Shun Heavy Industry. He knew that Chu Tian had begun to take action. Without hesitation, he injected the entire 2 billion into the stock. The A-share market was vast, with a market capitalization in the trillions, and 2 billion was but a drop in the ocean. However, the entire market capitalization of Tian Shun Heavy Industry was only 6 billion. With the infusion of 2 billion, it instantly propelled Tian Shun Heavy Industry to its upper limit. A sudden surge in the market sent shockwaves through the investors, leaving them astonished. The market is being manipulated. There is certainly a major player orchestrating the rise of Tian Shun Heavy Industries' stock price. Countless retail investors and institutions began to flood in with capital, eager to partake in the opportunity presented by this major player's maneuvering. The trading volume for Tian Shun Heavy Industry skyrocketed to 3 billion within a day. Simultaneously, in a villa in the provincial capital, Chu Tian received a phone call. The voice on the other end was filled with panic and anxiety. Young Master Chu, it's bad. Tian Shun Heavy Industry is being manipulated. Now, 3 billion has been injected, and it seems we might see several price limits raised. If this continues, our losses will be catastrophic. What? Chu Tian was taken aback. He had always played the short game undetected. Now, suddenly, a bullish force had entered, suggesting someone had uncovered his scheme. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Tian smirked. The old fox must have sought help from that little longworm. No matter, since you've breached my defenses. Don't blame me for taking a hefty slice from you. Chu Tian made a call, coldly instructing, dump the shares. Give him as much as he wants. Drive the price down to 17 yuan. Meanwhile, the stock price plummeted. Gong Ming's eyes were glued to the market, his expression one of disbelief. Despite the substantial capital injection, they had failed to maintain the price limit. Moreover, the downward trend showed no signs of abating. How could this happen? Gong Ming exclaimed, eyes wide with fear. In just a short while, Chen Mo had already incurred losses approaching 200 million. This is illogical. Chen Mo toyed with his lighter, furrowing his brow, unable to comprehend where the issue lay. Brother Mo, what do we do now? Should we flee? Gong Ziyuan asked anxiously. There's no escaping now. Gong Ming replied with a bitter smile. The stock price of Tianshun Heavy Industry has fluctuated like a roller coaster today, first hitting the limit up and then crashing down. The shareholders believe the major player is pulling the strings to offload, and everyone wants to run for the exits. No one wants to be the chives. We're now trapped. What? Trapped? 2 billion is all tied up? Gong Ziyuan exclaimed in horror. Indeed. Unless Chu Tian is willing to show mercy, we cannot extricate ourselves, Gong Ming said, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, you miscalculated this time. At that moment, Chen Mo's phone rang abruptly. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Haha, dear White Dragon King. You've paid 2 billion in tuition. I trust this lesson is worth it. The voice on the other end was Chu Tian's arrogant tone. Only those who laugh last are the true victors. Chen Mo replied solemnly. Your money is now ensnared. What do you intend to use against me? Chen Mo, I must thank you for breaching my defenses. Had it been another stock, perhaps I would have truly been bested by you. Now, not only do I want your money, but I shall also claim your title as Jiangbei's wealthiest and the authority in the financial realm. Chu Tian declared. You wish to contend with me? Prepare to meet your downfall. The call ended abruptly. Chen Mo rested his chin on his hands, lost in contemplation, despite his meticulous attention to every detail. Why was it that Chu Tian could still suppress the stock prices? It was all over. The Gong family would not last much longer. Gong Ming tugged at his hair, his face ashen. Chen Mo had no money left. The Gong family had only just regained some strength and was still in a vulnerable state. At this juncture, should Chu Tian enter the market with substantial funds to seize the real estate market in Jiangbei, the Gong family would perish without a fight. Chen Mo, you've ruined me. Gong Ming exclaimed in frustration. Dad, what are you saying? If it weren't for Brother Mo, the Gong family would have gone bankrupt already. Gong Ziyuan retorted angrily. If I had listened to Chu Tian and married you off to him, perhaps the Gong family could have soared with the support of the Chu family from the provincial capital. And now, thanks to this brat, we've completely offended the Chu family. Gong Ming lamented. Not only our family, but your status as the richest man in Jiangbei is also at risk. Just then, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes. He began typing furiously on the computer, searching for stock information. Soon, a look of enlightenment washed over his face. I understand. I finally see the reason. What have you realized, Brother Mo? Gong Ziyuan asked, puzzled. Ignoring her, Chen Mo called Wang Tai. President Wang, I need a loan. Mr. Chen, how much do you require? 5 billion. Wang Tai gasped in shock at the staggering amount. Mr. Chen, it's not that I don't want to lend you, but the sum is too large. I lack the authority. With my permissions, I can lend you at most 2 billion. I will use Gong Family Enterprises as collateral. Lend me an additional 3 billion. Gong Ming's eyes widened in horror. Chen Montak, are you out of your mind? 50 billion. If we get trapped again, it won't just be a matter of money. We could end up in prison. Uncle Gong, please trust me, Chen Mo said earnestly. It's not that I don't trust you. I can't afford to. 50 billion is a matter of life and death. Gong Ming replied, distraught. You are a lone wolf. You can gamble. Worst case, you can start over in 20 years. I have an elderly parent and children. I can't take that risk. Chen Mo, I beg you, spare me. Gong Ming was on the verge of a breakdown. If 50 billion were lost, along with 2 Gong family enterprises, the bank would not let him off lightly. I am the largest shareholder of the Gong family. I possess a veto right. Uncle Gong, you have no choice but to trust me. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. Defeated, Gong Ming paled and sat down, reluctantly nodding for someone to handle the collateral. What on earth did I owe you in my past life? Gong Ming gazed at Chen Mo, exasperated. Brother Mo, what exactly have you figured out? Gong Ziyuan inquired. In the midst of the 3 rivers, the winds and waves are relentless. Iron chains connect the boats. As if walking on flat ground, Chen Mo remarked with a light chuckle. What does that mean? Gong Ziyuan asked, confused. What you mean is? Gong Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Mo nodded approvingly. No wonder he was a real estate tycoon. He understood immediately. No wonder the prices couldn't be suppressed. It turns out Chu Tian was playing this game. Gong Ming realized. What are you two mumbling about? Can you speak plainly? Gong Ziyuan snapped. Linked Holdings. Chen Montak Otut. Explaining that Chu Tian had interconnected all related companies, exchanging shares among them, allowing each firm to hold sway over the others, to elevate one company's stock price, almost rise simultaneously. As he spoke, Chen Mo displayed the stock charts of 5 companies, including Tianshun Heavy Industries. Tianjin Heavy Industries, Wanxin Paper Industry, Xinlongcheng Real Estate, Sainer Chemical, Jianghai Shipbuilding. All 5 stocks were priced at 17 yuan. Chu Tian's linked holdings effectively ensured that each company's stock price remained uniform through mutual shareholding. While I was buying Tianjin Heavy Industry stock, Chu Tian could not only short this stock but also depress prices by shorting the others, achieving a dual strategy. Chen Mo elucidated. Gong Ziyuan listened, speechless. Linked holdings? Dual strategy? Stocks can be played this way? Previously, she had considered herself a high achiever from a foreign finance school. Yet after merely 2 months with Chen Mo, she felt as if she hadn't graduated from kindergarten. Now, if we raise the prices of all 5 stocks simultaneously, we can achieve a long position. At that point, not only can the trapped funds be recovered, but profits can also be realized. Gong Ming beamed. Just then, Chen Mo's phone rang again. Chen Mo, I heard you mortgaged the Gong family to borrow 50 billion to play this game? Are you craving a stronger wind on the rooftop? Chu Tian's voice came through. I see through your tricks, Chu Tian. I will buy long on all 5 stocks at once. Let's see how you maintain control. You. On the other end, Chu Tian's breath hitched, followed by a hint of panic in his voice. Chen Mo, I can release your 20 billion, but you must cease immediately. Leave a line for future encounters. Sorry. I never regarded you as a person. Chen Mo replied coldly before hanging up. However, the moment he hung up, a look of wild elation spread across Chu Tian's face. Haha, the big fish is hooked. My iron chains connecting the boats are not so easily broken. He dialed another number. Prepare the goods immediately. Give him whatever he wants. I want to ruin him completely. At Gongming's office, he urged, Chen Mo, act quickly. Chen Mo remained silent, calmly closing 4 of the 5 stock interfaces, leaving only Tianjin Heavy Industries. Chen Mo, why are you closing the interfaces of the other 4 stocks? Gongming asked, perplexed. 1 is enough, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. 50 billion. I'm going all in on Tianjin Heavy Industries. Gongming nearly choked on his breath. You just said the opponent is linked holdings. Why now pivot to betting all on 1 stock? Isn't that courting death? Yet Chen Mo was unfazed, directly pouring 10 billion into it. Young Master Chu, they just dumped 10 billion into buying up the stock. Hee, just as I predicted. With 50 billion, Chen Mo intends to average out across 5 stocks. Unfortunately, playing this way will only lead to a more disastrous end. Give him the goods. Let him buy. Tianjin Heavy Industries, which had been on the rise, soon saw its price press back down to 17. Keep buying. I have plenty of stock ready for the other 4. Chu Tian savored a sip of red wine, reveling in his triumph. However, at that moment, young Master Chu, the opponent has poured in another 10 billion, still on Tianjin Heavy Industries. What? Chu Tian's composure visibly faltered. Why was Chen Mo not following the script? If fine, keep supplying him. He can't possibly buy more Tianjin Heavy Industries. This is bad. Young Master Chu, they've dumped another 10 billion, still on Tianjin Heavy Industries. The stock price is completely uncontrollable. We've shorted too much. If this continues, we'll suffer catastrophic losses. Chu Tian's face turned white as he watched the stock price of Tianjin Heavy Industries soar, his wine glass crashing to the ground. Limit up. Not only did Tianjin Heavy Industries hit its limit, but Wanxin Paper Industry, Xinlongcheng Real Estate, Sainer Chemical, and Jianghai Shipbuilding also reached their limits simultaneously. Gong Ming and Gong Ziyuan stared in disbelief, utterly confounded. What is happening? Why has Chu Tian's linked holdings failed? Gong Ziyuan asked, bewildered. Chen Mo chuckled lightly. This is akin to dining. If I take merely a bite from each of the 5 bowls of rice, I shall ultimately find myself unable to finish any of them, potentially leading to my own demise from overeating. However, should I ravenously consume an entire bowl, others, witnessing my hearty appetite, will undoubtedly flock to join me. The strength of any entity often resides in its very weakness. No matter how many tricks Chu Tian employs, he ultimately resorts to the age-old strategy of short selling and repurchasing at lower prices. I shall exploit the vulnerability of Chu Tian's prolonged battle lines and focus my efforts on a singular stock. My frenzied buying will precipitate a continuous rise in its value, prompting other investors in the market to follow suit. The more Chu Tian shorts, the greater the pressure he faces to buy back. This is what is known as a short squeeze. Just as a fire can engulf a fleet of boats, once one vessel is utterly consumed, the others need not concern themselves. They will inevitably meet the same fiery fate. Suddenly, Gong Ming had an epiphany and exclaimed, was that call from Chu Tian merely a ruse to deceive you, to ensnare you into a trap? Chen Montauk nodded. Boom! In that instant, Gong Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Had he been the one operating earlier, they would now be on the rooftop feeling the wind. Chu Xiao. Our defenses have been utterly breached. Chu Tian's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze intently on the stock market, his fury boiling over as he smashed his phone. Chen Mo, Chapter 71. I will smash the market. At that moment, the stock market had just paused trading. Ultimately, Tian Shun Heavy Industry, Wanxin Paper, Xinlong Cheng Real Estate, Sainer Chemical, and Jianghai Shipbuilding all hit their upper limits. Chu Xiao, we are facing liquidation. Our preliminary losses amount to an estimated 1.6 billion. What? 1.6 billion? Chu Tian erupted in a furious rage. He had painstakingly infiltrated the Gong family for 5 years to amass 2 billion in funds, only to lose 1.6 billion in a single day to Chen Mo's market manipulation. Such a staggering loss felt like a heavy hammer striking his chest. Chu Xiao, the opponent has already acquired 45 of Tian Shun Heavy Industry stocks. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Tian Shun Heavy Industry was the mainstay of the 5 companies under Lianxian Holdings. Should Chen Mo acquire more than 50, he would wield absolute authority. In that event, Chu Tian would be ousted, becoming a laughingstock within the provincial elite. He still had at least 2 billion in funds. He could not allow Chen Mo to continue his buying spree. If Chen Mo succeeded, the 5 companies painstakingly built by the Chu family would become mere vessels for Chen Mo's profit. A flicker of terror crossed Chu Tian's eyes as he abruptly stood, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chen Mo's gambit was far more audacious than he had anticipated. He not only sought to reclaim the Gong family's wealth, but also aimed to devour the Chu family's valuable assets. This could not be allowed to happen. In a cold sweat, Chu Tian wasted no time and called his father for assistance. Only the Chu family could rescue him from this predicament. Dad, I heard you were schemed against and lost 1.6 billion. As soon as he entered, his father, Chu Xiangdong, questioned him with a stern expression. In truth, every action of Chu Tian's was under the meticulous control of Chu Xiangdong. For instance, if not for Chu Xiangdong's repeated insistence, Chu Tian would never have possessed the audacity to endure 5 years of hardship to usurp the Gong family's assets. The fire fleet constructed by Lianxian Holdings was also a tool devised by Chu Xiangdong for Chu Tian's profit. The decision to leverage 2 billion for short selling was likewise orchestrated by Chu Xiangdong. However, Chen Mo's emergence had far exceeded Chu Xiangdong's expectations. Standing before his father, Chu Tian recounted the events with a pained expression. Chu Xiangdong continued to manipulate 2 walnuts in his hands, remaining silent. Only after Chu Tian finished did he calmly speak. So, you mean to say that the bulwark I erected for you with Lianxian Holdings has been easily breached by someone else? Chu Tian felt a pang of dread, realizing that his father was about to become enraged, and hurriedly replied, Dad, at first, I managed to ensnare Chen Mo's 2 billion. But I never anticipated that this con artist would have the audacity to leverage 5 billion to challenge me. Did you never anticipate? Chu Xiangdong slammed his palm on the table. Rising in fury, Chen Mo has extracted 3.6 billion from foreign investors and wrested the golden dragon seal from Jiang Ronghua and Zhang Yaoyang to become the key player. Do you truly believe he is merely a con artist? When you dismissed him as such, you sealed your own fate for today. Chu Tian clutched his right cheek. Filled with resentment toward Chen Mo taking a deep breath, he asserted, Dad, this is not the time for blame. We must devise a response. Of course, Chu Xiangdong scoffed. The 5 companies under Lianxian are the core assets of the Chu family, and my brothers are all watching closely. If I had not anticipated this and suppressed the news, your uncles would have already besieged your grandfather. If this situation is not handled properly, it is not merely a financial issue. My current position and your future as the heir of the Chu family could vanish into thin air. Chu Tian clenched his fists, Dad. Chen Mo has already acquired 45 of Tian Shun Heavy Industries shares. His appetite is voracious. If he seeks to control the narrative of the 5 companies, we will be ousted. You must provide me with funds. When the market opens tomorrow, I must compete with him for shares to avoid being eliminated. Chu Xiangdong pondered for a moment. What if he does not intend to escalate, but instead aims to crash the market? Wouldn't that play directly into his hands? Chu Tian shook his head. I know Chen Mo well. He has gone to great lengths, even mortgaging the Gong family's assets for a 5 billion loan, not merely to make a small profit and retreat. From his focus on Tian Shun Heavy Industry today, it is evident he desires to seize control and claim our well-crafted profit-making machine for himself. After a brief silence, Chu Xiangdong asked, How much do you require? Chen Mo still has 2 billion in loans, so I need at least 2 billion as well. Chu Tian declared astonishingly. 2 billion? Such a substantial sum will necessitate utilizing the Chu family's assets. Are you fully aware of the consequences should we lose? Chu Xiangdong inquit, bedao fudao. Chu Tian gritted his teeth, There is no possibility of losing. Chen Mo is down to his last 2 billion. As long as we maintain control, the stock prices rise or fall hinges solely on our whims. In due course, not only shall we recover our previous losses, but Chen Mo will also become the target of our harvesting. Dad, Chen Mo has already leveraged 5 billion. We are but one step away from ensnaring his 7 billion and rendering him utterly ruined. Chu Xiangdong's expression wavered between indecision and resolve. Chu Tian continued to persuade. Within the Gong family enterprises, I have already laid the groundwork. Many major shareholders are convinced that the Gong family is on the brink of bankruptcy. With a mere word from me, they will align with our people to confront Gong Ming about redeeming their shares. At that point, we can attack for both sides. Chen Mo will be left with only 2 billion. He cannot contend with us. Hearing this, Chu Xiangdong finally nodded earnestly. Very well, my son, I will support you. I shall arrange for the funds to be transferred to you shortly. But you must remember, in this battle, victory is the only option. Otherwise, both of us shall face dire consequences. Chu Tian clenches fists, gritting his teeth. Dad, rest assured, I will emerge victorious. At that time, I shall not only devour the Gong family's enterprises, but also claim Chen Mo's 7 billion, his title of wealthiest individual, his influence, and even his woman. I, Chu Tian, shall take it all. Meanwhile, as Chu Tian sought his father's assistance, Chen Mo finally exhaled a sigh of relief and closed his computer. How goes the battle? Gong Ziyuan inquired. Quite well. It seems I have pushed Chu Tian to the brink of liquidation. He now has no choice but to join me in a bullish stance, or he shall face certain doom. Chen Mo replied with a smile. Have we made 500 million today? Gong Ming inquired. Indeed, with a slight maneuver tomorrow. Earning 1 billion should pose no challenge, Chen Mo replied. Gong Ming hesitantly suggested, perhaps we should close our positions once we've earned a sufficient amount tomorrow. 1 billion is already quite substantial. He was still gripped by fear. Gong Ming, having grown older and accustomed to the luxuries of life, lacked the audacity of his youth. Such staggering wins and losses in the realm of billions were beyond his heart's capacity to bear. We cannot close our positions. To do so would mean that all our painstaking efforts merely serve to inflate the market value of Chu Tian's Tianshan heavy industry. In that case, not only would he incur no losses, but he would also profit. To close our positions would be tantamount to conceding defeat, something I, Chen Mo, will absolutely not entertain. Chen Mo asserted. What are your plans for tomorrow then? Gong Ming asked. With a grin, Chen Mo calmly uttered 2 words. Crash the market. In Chapter 72, a historic handshake, Chen Mo mused. Currently, Chu Tian likely believes I am vying for control. He will undoubtedly gather funds to compete for goods against me. At that moment, I shall crash the market, depleting his cash flow entirely. But isn't seizing control a better strategy? Gong Ziyuan timidly questioned. The company that can connect with Lianxian Holdings is the only one of its kind in all of Daxia. If you manage to take control, wouldn't that enable you to exploit the market like Chu Tian does? Ziyuan, even a novice like you perceives my intentions to seize control. So it is certain that Chu Tian will think the same. Tianshan heavy industry is a mainstay of Lianxian Holdings and a crucial asset of the Chu family. He will never allow me to usurp control. Instead, I shall do the opposite, crashing the market and cashing out, which will yield even greater profits. Moreover, Chu Tian's strategy of repeatedly exploiting the market has been played out too many times. The fools are clearly running thin. Such stocks are bound to plummet. And my crash today will ignite that fuse. Chen Mo declared. Upon hearing this, Gong Ming finally felt reassured. Though lacking Chen Mo's courage and spirit as a business magnate, he possessed a keen understanding of the stock market. The 5 stocks of the Chu family bore no substantial performance, and the current stock prices were excessively inflated. Chen Mo's actions to crash the market would serve as the needle to pierce that bubble. I'm growing old. Gong Ming sighed, shaking his head. Chen Montak, come to my house for dinner tonight. Gong Ziyuan's face flushed at the thought. Would this be considered their first official dinner with the parents? After dinner, should they invite him to stay overnight? That sounds wonderful, Chen Mo remarked, observing Gong Ziyuan's charmingly blushing visage. The 3 of them descended the stairs and returned to the Gong household. Knowing Chen Mo had arrived, Jing Xiaoying was overjoyed and personally cooked 4 dishes and a soup for him. After the meal, Gong Ming summoned Chen Mo to his study. I remember the last time we spoke here, you were just a fledgling in the financial world. Now your wealth, status, and influence far surpass my own. Standing on the balcony where they had conversed previously, Gong Ming expressed his astonishment at the rapid transformation Chen Mo had undergone in just over a month. Remarkably, during Gong Ming's most challenging times, it was Chen Mo who had come to his aid. It's merely luck, Chen Mo humbly replied. You need not be modest. If one could ascend to the position of the wealthiest in Jiangbei solely by luck, how many would that infuriate? Gong Ming paused, then gazed earnestly at Chen Mo. Now, the Gong family is under your control. From now on, you will lead this household. I ask for nothing more than that you do not let Ziyuan down. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Uncle, rest assured, I, Chen Mo, shall provide Ziyuan with the entire world. Chen Montauk vowed earnestly. Indeed, Gong Ming was silent for a moment before continuing. What are your thoughts on the future development of the Gong family? The real estate industry will undoubtedly become a pillar of the national economy in the coming decades. I intend to leverage our financial advantages to expand the Gong family's real estate market, starting from Jiangbei and extending nationwide, transforming the Gong family into the largest real estate company in the country. Chen Mo asserted. The largest in the nation? Gong Ming chuckled wryly. Do you have any idea how much capital is required to dominate the Jiangbei real estate market? Your funds would be fortunate to capture half of the market. He continued, let alone the entire province or even a national market. Gong Ming's words did not surprise Chen Mo. Most real estate developers at that time still adhered to the outdated cash flow mentality. Uncle Gong, relying solely on our own funds would indeed make that difficult. However, if we shift our approach and employ a different strategy, it becomes feasible, Chen Mo grinned. What strategy? For instance, after acquiring the land, we could mortgage it to the bank and extract the funds used for purchasing the land, effectively allowing us to acquire the land for free. Furthermore, during construction, we could pay a 30% advance to the contractors, allowing them to front the costs. Once the project is completed and passes inspection, we would then pay the final amount, at which point our funds would have largely returned. Additionally, while the properties are still under construction, we could initiate pre-sales. We could offer discounts on pre-sold properties. This way, the funds from selling properties would already be in our hands before construction is complete. We could then use this money to acquire more land and repeat the process. This cascading expansion would quickly enable us to dominate the Jiangbei real estate market. The strategy Chen Mo described would soon become a widely used tactic among many real estate companies. To those of future generations, it would be commonplace. But proposing it in the year 2000 opened a new world for Gong Ming. This essentially means using the bank's money to build. What if any link in the financial chain breaks? Gong Ming gulped nervously, questioning. In truth, he was already deeply intrigued. How could someone in business fear indebtedness to banks? If a financial chain breaks, one simply borrows more from the bank. If substantial debts are incurred, it is the bank's personnel who would lose sleep, not us. Chen Montauk chuckled. If the debts were enormous, the banks would be too fearful to allow Chen Mo and his associates to go bankrupt. They would undoubtedly strive to assist them in securing funds. This had been validated in later years. Chen Mo, I must admit you are a commercial genius. Gong Ming conceded. Uncle Gong, I understand your dissatisfaction with my takeover of the Gong family, given it is the culmination of decades of your efforts. However, I assure you, if you are willing to cooperate wholeheartedly with me, within 5 years, I can deliver a company 100 times larger than the Gong family. Chen Mo proclaimed grandly. Gong Ming's body trembled. His heart raced. A company 100 times larger than the Gong family? That would amount to a market value of at least 30 billion. Reflecting on his own capabilities, he acknowledged that reaching the current market value was already the pinnacle of his abilities. If the Gong family could maintain its status 5 years from now, he would consider it a miracle, let alone expand it 100-fold. You would be wasting your talent if you didn't engage in multi-level marketing, Gong Ming remarked, extending his calloused hand with a resigned smile. He had been completely convinced by Chen Mo's vision. Chen Mo, too, smiled warmly as he grasped Gong Ming's hand. The grievances between them were entirely resolved in that moment. It was this handshake that would pave the way for a world-renowned real estate legacy. Just as the two were about to engage in deeper conversation, Gong Ming received a phone call, and his expression abruptly shifted. Trouble. Chu Tian has spread rumors claiming the Gong family is on the verge of bankruptcy. Now many shareholders are clamoring to liquidate their shares. Chen Mo remarked, Chu Tian aims to execute a dual assault, hoping to leave us vulnerable while he seizes control tomorrow, gaining the upper hand. Unfortunately for him, he is gravely mistaken. Uncle Gong, I beseech you to suppress those shareholders at the company. After the fierce battle tomorrow, even if they refuse to cash out, I shall ensure their eviction. With resolute determination, Gong Ming hastily gathered his belongings and departed for the company. Xiao Chun, come down for some fruit. The sweet, enchanting voice of Jing Xiaoying echoed from the living room below. Chen Mo descended the stairs to join Gong Ziyuan in enjoying the fruit. Just then, the front door swung open, and a man and woman stormed in with an imposing presence. Uncle, Aunt, what brings you here? Gong Ziyuan inquired in astonishment. Where's your father? Gong Yuan asked with a stern expression. My father has gone to the company to handle some matters. Are you looking for him regarding something? Gong Ziyuan replied. Gone to the company? Huh, more like he is hiding from us. Lu Yinfen, Gong Yuan's wife, retorted sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Gong Ziyuan furrowed her brow. Aunt, what do you mean by that? Don't think we are unaware. Gong Ming has been deceived. The company's financial chain is severed, and it is on the brink of bankruptcy. We have come today to demand that your father cash out our shares before the company collapses, Lu Yinfen declared, hands on her hips, exuding an air of confrontation. Our shares may not be substantial, merely valued at over 20 million, a trifling sum for your father, but for us, it represents our hard-earned money. Ziyuan, please persuade your father to come out and settle this paltry sum, Gong Yuan urged. Gong Ziyuan, incensed, retorted, Uncle, Aunt, you are being utterly unreasonable. Those shares were generously gifted to you by my father. Now, with the slightest hint of trouble, instead of assisting my father through this crisis, you come demanding money? What nonsense! What do you mean gifted? Over the years, we have dedicated ourselves to the company, and it is only right we receive our due shares. Lu Yinfen snapped. Let your father come out to see me. I have no desire to converse with an impudent child, Gong Yuan impatiently declared. My father is genuinely not home. Gong Ziyuan, suppressing her fury, clutched her clothing tightly. Who do you think you're fooling? Going to the company at this hour? Fine, if you wish to play hardball. Let me be clear. If you do not cash out our shares today, we will remove all valuable items from your home to offset our losses. Lu Yinfen's eyes widened in fury. Gong Ziyuan's complexion paled in anger. Her teeth clenched. Uncle, remember when you failed in business and were pursued by creditors? If it weren't for my father's assistance, you would have faced dire consequences. It was my father who arranged for your entire family to work in the company, granting you the affluent life you now enjoy. Over the years, how much have you profited from the company? My father has turned a blind eye, always saying that your family had it tough, that we are all family and there's no need to be overly concerned. But now, how do you treat my father? Do you truly have the audacity to act this way? Gong Yuan's face darkened as he barked. You insolent girl, what are you saying? Your father has earned billions over the years, money he cannot possibly spend, yet he has never thought to share even a fraction with me, his elder brother. Our entire family has worked diligently for your father, and receiving even a small portion of his wealth is only just. Lu Yinfen coldly laughed. We had already heard rumors that the Gong family was in trouble. Even then, we refrained from demanding our shares, which was already a show of respect. The main reason for this predicament lies with you, Ziyuan. Had you been willing to marry young Master Chu, the Gong family would not only have avoided this crisis, but also established a connection with the influential Chu family, soaring to new heights. How can we possibly be forced to come here demanding money? Gong Ziyuan gazed at Lu Yinfen with indifference. No wonder Chu Tian has effortlessly navigated all connections over the years. It turns out you have been aiding him in secret. Gong Yuan interjected. What is wrong with young Master Chu? In the eyes of the Chu family, your father is nothing. If you could marry him, it would be a blessing beyond measure. How dare you look down upon him? Do you think you are worthy? Gong Zin, weary of the argument, waved her hand dismissively. I do not wish to quarrel with you. My father is not home. I kindly ask you to leave. Pay us. Cash out our shares, and we will leave immediately. Lu Yinfen screeched. Gong Ziyuan was thoroughly enraged and was about to explode when Chen Mo approached. It's not worth getting upset over such people. Allow me to handle this, he comforted. Then, addressing Lu Yinfen, he stated, the agreement for cashing out Gong family shares stipulates a maximum of 20% per year, and it must follow company procedures requiring an application and approval. What you are demanding is neither reasonable nor legal. If you truly wish to cash out, return and submit your application to follow the proper channels. Who is this presumptuous young man? This is a matter concerning the Gong family. What do you know? Gong Yuan retorted angrily. Chen Mo remained composed. I am Ziyuan's boyfriend. Her matters are my affairs. Boyfriend? Lu Yinfen mocked. Fine then. You help the Gong family cash out our shares, and we will leave with the money. Gong Yuan glanced at Chen Mo and shook his head. Ziyuan, is this the reason you refuse to marry young Master Chu? You are too young and simplistic in your thinking. In this day and age, what good is good looks? Wealth is the only truth. Do you understand? You need not concern yourselves with the affairs of the Gong family. At that moment, a furious shout echoed from outside. Gong Ming entered, his expression dark and foreboding. Second brother, Lu Yinfen and Gong Yuan instinctively felt trepidation, for they had long been accustomed to Gong Ming's authority over the Gong family. Weren't you looking for me? Now that I am here, state your business. Quarreling with the younger generation here is a disgrace to the Gong family. Gong Ming thundered. The Gong family was in turmoil, and external forces were already making things difficult. Yet, To have his own elder brother and sister-in-law be the first to demand money and push him towards destruction ignited a fire of anger and sorrow within Gong Ming. Lu Yinfin's face turned pale, and though her expression was awkward, she mustered her courage to say, "Second brother, the shares of the Gong family represent our lifetime of hard work. If the company collapses, we are finished. Your family is prosperous. Please, cash out our shares." Gong Ming's wrath boiled over as he retorted, "How dare you? Over the years, you have embezzled at least 30 to 40 million from the Gong family. Why are you shouting? If we truly embezzled company funds, feel free to report us. We are merely seeking to cash out our shares legally. We are not asking for your money as if we were blood-sucking leeches." Gong Yuan protested. "Just give us a clear answer. Will you cash out or not?" Lu Yinfin interjected with a cold huff. "Times have changed. The Gong family is on the verge of collapse. There is no need for them to continue respecting Gong Ming." She thought, "No." Before Gong Ming could finish, Chen Mo stepped in front of him and spoke up. "It's not that we don't want to cash out for you. You yourself stated that the Gong family is on the brink of collapse. Where will we find the funds to settle your demands?" Upon hearing this, Gong Yuan and Lu Yinfin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly going to collapse? If so, won't our shares become worthless? That is not acceptable. You must cash out our money today. I don't care if you have to sell your house, car, or even your organs. They shouted frantically like ants on a hot pan. "You can cash out, I can provide the funds, but at 1/10 the value of those shares." Chen Mo offered. "Are you robbing us? 20 million, and you want to buy it for 2 million? Do you think we are fools? Then wait for the Gong family to declare bankruptcy. At that point, you can sell it to me for 2,000, and we shall see if I want it." Chen Mo shrugged indifferently. Gong Yuan and Lu Yinfin exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in reluctant agreement. Soon, the acquisition agreement was drafted, holding a check for 2 million. Chen Mo reminded them, "Have you thought this through? Do not harbor regrets. Who knows, in a few years, this equity could be worth billions. Enough of your nonsense. Hand it over. Are you trying to fool us? You might as well declare yourself the future richest person in the world." Without a second thought, the two signed the documents and took the money. However, what they could not have anticipated was that, years later, Chen Mo's words indeed rang true. They had sold their 2 million for equity that would later be valued in the billions. After they left, Gong Ziyuan lamented, "How could I have such an uncle? Alas, it is all my fault for indulging him all these years." Gong Ming sighed deeply, saying, "Chen Mo, I apologize for the farce." Chen Mo shook his head. "This is quite beneficial. It provides an opportunity to purge the parasites within the company. It saves us from incurring a greater cost in the future." "Uncle Gong, are there many people eager to redeem their equity?" Gong Ming replied, "Quite a few, collectively worth over 600 million. However, they have graciously agreed to wait a couple of days before making a decision. Yet they cannot delay too long, fearing the Gong family may face bankruptcy at any moment." Chen Mo nodded. "Rest assured, the outcome will be determined by tomorrow." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Uncle Gong, I need your assistance. Spread a rumor that this time the Gong family has spent a substantial amount of money to redeem." "Understood." Gong Ming nodded and went off to take care of it. Once Gong Ming departed, Gong Ziyuan grasped Chen Mo's hand, expressing her gratitude. "Mo, thank you. Without your support, my father would surely struggle to manage all of this alone. From now on, I will bear the weight of the Gong family's future." Chen Mo gently stroked Gong Ziyuan's hair. "Tomorrow marks our decisive battle, does it not?" Gong Ziyuan asked anxiously. "Indeed, the battle tomorrow will determine both victory and life or death." Chen Mo affirmed. "You will surely prevail, right?" Gong Ziyuan inquired. "It is our victory," Chen Mo declared resolutely. The following day, Gong Ming set aside all matters and sat beside Gong Ziyuan and Chen Mo. The rumors had spread overnight, and now they stood at the battleground of the stock market. Should we lose, we shall ascend to the rooftop together. Should we win, we will leap into prosperity, reborn. Gong Ming inhaled deeply, clearly anxious and under immense pressure. "Without victory, I would rather perish." Chen Mo's gaze was fixed intensely on the computer screen as he murmured. Chapter 74. The time to crash the market has arrived. Meanwhile, within a certain company, 20 seasoned traders, each with over 30 years of experience, were poised for action. Just 5 minutes before the market opened, Chu Tian received the first piece of good news. The turmoil surrounding the Gong family's redemption had escalated. Gong Ming had, out of sheer necessity, redeemed over 600 million. This meant that Chen Mo's available funds had dwindled to 14 billion, whereas Chu Tian possessed a formidable 20 billion. Filled with confidence, Chu Tian believed that with this 20 billion, he could redeem his past failures and leave Chen Mo in tatters. 5 minutes passed, and the market commenced as scheduled. The battleground belonging to the stockholders had begun. Young Master Chu, just as you predicted, Chen Mo is frantically buying up stock, reported one trader. Indeed, as soon as the market opened, a colossal order was placed, causing the stock of Tianjin Heavy Industries to soar. Witnessing this, Chu Tian could no longer wait, bellowing, "Buy it up. Everyone, purchase as much as possible, devour every share." All 20 traders simultaneously commenced their buying frenzy. Regardless of the price, they accepted all offers, consuming everything in sight. With Chu Tian's entrance, the stock price of Tianjin Heavy Industries surged dramatically. As this wave of buying unfolded, retail investors and institutions alike went into a frenzy. An avalanche of funds flooded in, with everyone desperate to seize the opportunity for substantial profit. Young Master Chu, they are ramping up their efforts over there, and their prices have surged considerably. Increase the funds. Pour in more money. Chu Tian snarled. "You think you can outspend me? You only have 14 billion. I still possess 20 billion. Bring it on." Both sides engaged in a ruthless battle, startling all stockholders. Have they lost their minds? Both factions relentlessly escalated their buying, leaving retail investors and institutions with little to no shares available. The stock price skyrocketed as the confrontation between Chen Mo and Chu Tian reached a fever pitch. If the stock market war were to be likened to a real-world conflict, it could be said that Chen Mo and Chu Tian had unleashed their nuclear arsenals. The struggle had escalated to a life-or-death duel. Simultaneously, on the largest stock forum in the Great Xia country, the Xia Wealth, threads concerning Tianjin Heavy Industries had nearly filled the entire page. Major investors were fighting for dominance, urging immediate entry into the market. Those who acted quickly would reap the rewards. Predictions suggested that Tianjin Heavy Industries would see at least 10 consecutive price increases. Haha, brothers, we're going to make a fortune. I just bought 200,000 worth of Tianjin Heavy Industries the day before yesterday. What bad luck. I can't even find shares to buy. Thankfully, I was wise enough to place a limit order at the price ceiling, acquiring 100,000 shares. While the big investors feast, I will savor the broth. At that moment, a thread pinned by the moderator caught the attention of all stockholders. Title: Investors in Tianjin Heavy Industries, run. Content: It appears that Tianjin Heavy Industries is on the verge of a significant drop. Everyone, whether retail or institutional, should sell and exit immediately. The wind on the rooftop is fierce. Now is the time to flee. The poster's ID was White Dragon. This post was orchestrated by Chen Mo, who had even arranged for it to be pinned and verified. Upon seeing the pinned post, all stockholders burst into laughter. What nonsense is this? Do you have any idea how high the trading volume of Tianjin Heavy Industries is right now? A drop? If it doesn't hit 3 price limits, I will change my name. That ID sounds familiar. Isn't this the guy who lost 36 billion in the international nickel market? It must be a coincidence. This kid is definitely trying to get us to sell our shares. Brothers, hold firm. Don't panic. Wealth and freedom are just around the corner. Meanwhile, young Master Chu, someone on the Xia Wealth forum posted that Tianjin Heavy Industries is about to plummet. I had someone trace the IP, and it was Chen Mo. One trader reported anxiously. Young Master Chu, do you think Chen Mo is planning to crash the market? Chu Tian glanced at the post. A disdainful smile spreading across his face. He is just out of money to buy shares, so he posts this to trick retail investors into selling, thereby lowering his purchase costs. Moreover, he deliberately used his previous ID from the international futures market, trying to make me believe he intends to crash the market, hoping I'll sell to him. If your understanding is at the first level, and Gong Ming S at the second, then Chen Mo is at least on the 5th level. But I, who have anticipated Chen Mo's anticipation, am in the stratosphere. Increase the buying intensity. Do not give Chen Mo a single share. At the Gong family residence, Gong Ming asked anxiously, Chen Mo, are you not worried that Chu Tian will discover your blatant posting about crashing the market? Chen Mo replied with a grin. Chu Tian is far too arrogant. He certainly believes he has foreseen my strategy, but little does he know that I have laid all my true intentions bare before him. As soon as he finished speaking, the stock of Tianjin Heavy Industries was on the brink of hitting the price ceiling. Chen Mo understood that Chu Tian had completely lost his composure. Now is the moment. Chen Mo smiled broadly, raised his hand, and placed all the stocks he had purchased in recent days on the market for sale. This time, I want to just crash your market. I will smash the very pot you eat from. Over the past few days, the number of stocks held across the various accounts controlled by Chen Mo had reached a staggering amount. The sheer magnitude of the impending catastrophe was terrifying. Once Chen Mo initiated the sale at a low price, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among stockholders and institutions alike, all believing that the major stakeholder was poised to abscond with their investments, leading to a frenzied exodus to salvage their finances. From the very beginning, Chen Mo's strategy targeted Tianjin Heavy Industry, creating an illusion for Chu Tian that he intended to acquire the company and dominate the 5 major firms under Lianxian Holdings. These companies represented vital assets for the Chu family, and Chu Tian could not afford to relinquish them. Coupled with the rumors surrounding the Gong Group's liquidation and Chen Mo's provocative postings, a grand scheme had been meticulously orchestrated. Chu Tian, manipulated by Chen Mo, was desperately pouring money into a futile attempt to compete. Just as their battle reached a fever pitch, Chen Mo vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Ha ha ha, this fellow must have run out of money. Who would dare to compete with me financially? Chu Tian's smile lasted no more than 3 seconds before it froze in place. The stock price of Tian Shun Heavy Industry plummeted, and not just any decline, a near vertical nosedive. What was happening? What on earth was going on? Chu Tian, drenched in sweat, anxiously inquired. Chapter 75, Chu Tian on the rooftop. Chu Tian was utterly bewildered. Wasn't Chen Mo in the midst of a fierce contest for dominance? Why had he suddenly thrown down the gauntlet? Chu Xiao, the oldest trader present, turned pale, his lips trembling as he stammered. It seems Chen Mo has initiated a sell-off. What? Chu Tian, in a panic, shoved aside a trader to scrutinize the computer screen. There it was, Chen Mo's gargantuan sell orders, all posted at prices significantly lower than the latest transactions. Just as Chu Tian had been in the throes of a buying frenzy. All his funds were now committed to what was effectively a completed transaction. Those retail investors and larger institutions who had disregarded Chen Mo's warnings were also ensnared. Their funds locked in. Chu Xiao, the stock price of Tianjin Heavy Industry, is in free fall. Chu Xiao, the market has been shattered. Investors are panic selling. If we don't find a way to stabilize the market, we're headed for bankruptcy. We must act quickly, the traders shouted hoarsely, resembling harbingers of doom, urging Chu Tian into action. Trembling, Chu Tian navigated to his account dashboard. At that moment, accounting for the original 2 billion and the recent influx of funds, a staggering 4 billion was effectively trapped. His account now displayed a paltry 368 yuan available. Chu Tian finally comprehended. From the outset, Chen Mo had never intended to vie for control. His sole purpose was to orchestrate a sell-off. In the early stages, Chen Mo had employed a myriad of tricks to confuse Chu Tian, and today he had blatantly signaled his intent to crash the market. Yet, Chu Tian, in his arrogance, had mistaken Chen Mo's tactics for a mere attempt to seize shares, and he had foolishly poured his father's borrowed 2 billion into the fray. Now, a total of 4 billion was ensnared in the stocks of Tian Shun Heavy Industry. The seismic panic triggered by Chen Mo's sell-off would likely plunge the stock prices of Tian Shun Heavy Industry and the other 4 companies under Lianxian Holdings into a dire abyss, perhaps even leading to bankruptcy. Victory! Chen Mo chuckled softly, flashing a peace sign at Gong Ziyuan. The day's skirmish had lasted barely over 3 hours. With trading volumes exceeding 100 billion from retail investors, institutions, Chen Mo, and Chu Tian combined. Ultimately, it concluded with Chen Mo executing a high-level sell-off that cleared the market. After Chen Mo's sell-off, panic ensued among all stockholders. Even the most naive observers could discern that a major stakeholder was fleeing the scene. Tian Shun Heavy Industry was on a trajectory to plummet. As the stock price spiraled downward, everyone fought desperately to divest. Within a mere 3 minutes, the stock price hit its limit down. Countless large orders were left hanging at the limit down price, going unnoticed. At that moment, all of Chu Tian's funds had been devoured by Chen Mo. And without Chu Tian stabilizing the market, the other 4 stocks under Lianxian Holdings also plummeted. In the ensuing days, stocks including Tian Shun Heavy Industry faced daily limit downs. Investor confidence evaporated entirely, with some withdrawing their investments and others fleeing, ultimately forcing the 5 companies to consider delisting, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Of course, that would be a tale for another time. At this moment, Gong Zin was exhilarated, her palms clammy with sweat as she shook Chen Mo's shoulder, exclaiming, "Mo, go, hurry. Let me see how much we've made." After deducting fees, the loan of 5 billion, and my initial capital, I netted a profit of 221,016, 532, 502 yuan. Chen Mo replied, somewhat dissatisfied. What a pity, I had to push the stock price down a bit too low for the sell-off. If I had aimed for profit instead, pulling a few limit-up boards would have easily doubled that figure. Upon hearing this, Gong Ming's jaw twitched in disbelief. Net profit of 2 billion. And you think that's insufficient? Brother, we're talking billions here. You think this is pocket change? Gong Ming reflected on the times he had boasted in front of Chen Mo, feeling a wave of embarrassment. He had underestimated the scale. Over 2 billion. My goodness. Although it was not the first time he had witnessed Chen Mo's financial prowess, the ease with which he raked in 2 2 billion in just 2 days left Gong Ziyuan utterly astounded. The crucial aspect was not merely the profit. Chu Tian had ensnared himself with 4 billion in funds, and it seemed likely that Chen Mo would leave him with nothing. Gong Ming remarked with deep admiration, "I'm in awe, Chen Mo. I am truly convinced. Why bother with real estate? Let us just trade stock from now on." Chen Mo shook his head, stating, "The capital market is still fundamentally rooted in the real economy. No matter how appealing the rhetoric, it remains mere illusion. Today, I emerged victorious, but who can assure me that I won't become the next Chu Tian?" Well said. Gong Ming, witnessing Chen Mo's remarkable victory while remaining composed and humble, felt an increasing sense of approval for this future son-in-law. Meanwhile, Chu Tian sat despondently on the ground, resembling a blank slate with disheveled hair. He had dismissed all staff, leaving a chaotic scene of overturned computers and furniture. Staring vacantly at the ceiling, he replayed the events of the past 2 days in his mind. From the moment Lianxian Holdings faced its downfall, Chu Tian had been ensnared in the elaborate trap laid by Chen Mo. The rumor surrounding the Gong family White Dragon as prophetic posts the famed struggle for dominance. Chu Tian had been thoroughly played by Chen Mo. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Grasping his hair in torment, Chu Tian screamed in a frenzy. "It's over. It's all over. Not only do I have a 2 billion hole to fill for the family, but all 5 companies have also fallen at my hands. If I don't find a solution, not just me, but my father will also be implicated." Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. His father, Chu Xiangdong, was calling. Dad Chu Tian's voice was dejected as he answered. "Chu Tian, you truly are your father's good son. Your uncles are already at the doorstep. What do you propose I tell them?" Chu Xiangdong roared in fury. "Dad, I will certainly provide you with an explanation for this." Unexpectedly, Chu Tian's voice turned eerily calm. "What explanation can you give? A 2 billion deficit. The market value of 5 companies. Are you prepared to sacrifice your life to cover it?" Chu Xiangdong berated him. However, Chu Tian on the other end of the line offered no response. After a moment of silence, Chu Xiangdong heard the sound of a fierce wind howling through the phone. A shiver coursed through Chu Xiangdong's heart as he anxiously inquired, "Son, where are you right now?" "Dad, everything is a result of my misjudgment. I'm truly sorry for involving you in this," came the reply. "In the next life, let's be father and son once more. Son, don't do anything foolish. I will do everything in my power to bring you back." The wind atop the rooftop was indeed fierce. In the next moment, Chu Xiangdong heard a deafening sound. He realized that Chu Tian had jumped. "My son!" Chu Xiangdong wailed in agony, akin to a cuckoo mourning its young. And then he broke down in tears. "Chen Mo, as long as I, Chu Xiangdong, am alive, I will never let you off." Chapter 76, Shopping Spree. At the Gong family villa, Gong Ziyuan excitedly held a laptop and exclaimed, "Mo, go. You have become a legend." Chen Mo glanced at the computer and quickly understood the situation. It turned out that the prophetic post he had made earlier had gone viral after the market crash, amassing over 30 million views. "Hail the master. I regret not heeding the master's words sooner. Now my 300,000 funds are trapped in Tian Shun Heavy Industries. I even mocked the master back then. Who would have known the fool was me?" Such comments flooded the prophetic post, totaling over 100,000. Due to Chen Mo's astute predictions, along with his prior lucrative maneuvers in the international futures market, investors regarded the enigmatic White Dragon as a beacon in the stock market. They even bestowed upon Chen Mo an imposing moniker, Dragon Master. Many superstitious investors exaggerated the persona of Dragon Master to mythical proportions. Worship the Dragon Master, and stocks will soar. Protect the market with the Dragon Master. Success is guaranteed. These slogans spread like wildfire across the forum. Chen Mo could only laugh in disbelief. He never anticipated that a spontaneous act would elevate him to the status of an idol in the hearts of investors. Perhaps in the future, he could leverage the title of Dragon Master to influence stock fluctuations, he mused. At that moment, Gong Ming returned home after a busy morning. "I've taken care of everything at the company. Chen Mo, I owe you one," Gong Ming remarked. Chen Mo smiled. "Uncle Gong, you are too gracious. Family doesn't keep formalities." "You're right. Butlerly, please prepare the guest room on the 2nd floor. Chen Mo, that room is yours from now on. Come and stay whenever you wish," Gong Ming added with a grin. "Thank you, Uncle Gong." Chen Mo winked at Gong Ziyuan and made a few gestures. Gong Ziyuan's face flushed instantly, as Chen Mo's room was adjacent to hers. What if he barged into her room at night? Should she stop him or not? The more she pondered, the more embarrassed she became, shooting Chen Mo a shy glare. Just then, Gong Ming received a phone call, his expression turning surprised. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo inquired. "Chu Tian jumped off a building, but this kid is quite resilient. He landed on a tree and survived, suffering only a few broken ribs. Gong Ming replied. Chen Mo was taken aback. He never imagined that the once-renowned stock market magician, Chu Tian, would be driven to such a desperate act in this life because of him. Chen Mo, you need to be cautious. Chu Tian's father, Chu Xiangdong, is no pushover. The Chu family is likely plotting revenge against you, Gong Ming warned. Do they think I, Chen Mo, am an easy target? Chen Mo retorted with a mocking smile. Under his financial maneuvers, Cui Nen had nearly consumed the entirety of Jiangbei's underworld. If the Chu family dared to venture into Jiangbei, Chen Mo would ensure they returned empty-handed. After lunch, Gong Ming left Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan to continue his work at the company. With the dilemma that had plagued him in his previous life concerning Gong Ziyuan now resolved, Chen Mo felt a significant sense of relief. Are we working today? Gong Ziyuan asked. Today is a holiday. It's time to unwind. After making a considerable fortune, of course, I'm off to shop. Let's first check out the Lamborghini dealership. Chen Mo replied with a smile. In his previous life, Chen Mo had a particular fondness for Lamborghini supercars, but back then, he could only indulge in viewing pictures on automotive forums. However, now as the wealthiest individual in Jiangbei, he was determined to fulfill his dreams. What is the difference between enjoying wealth and being poor if you don't indulge? In the year 2000, the average monthly income in Jianghai province was just over 1,000, while a Lamborghini supercar easily cost several million, an extravagant luxury beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary people. Jiangbei didn't even have a Lamborghini dealership. Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan specifically drove to the Lamborghini dealership in the provincial capital. The store was exquisitely decorated, but it was quite deserted with hardly any customers. As soon as Chen Mo entered, a young, beautiful saleswoman with an impeccable appearance approached them, warmly welcoming the two. Being a Lamborghini dealership, the sales staff were exceptionally well-trained, patiently attending to customers regardless of whether they made a purchase. Upon entering, Chen Mo immediately spotted a Lamborghini Centenario that he had long admired. This model was only released in 2000, with a mere 100 units produced globally. Designed by the world's most renowned supercar designers at Lamborghini's invitation. By 2021, this car had skyrocketed to a staggering 300 million, with no availability for purchase. Thus, when Chen Mo laid eyes on this vehicle, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Chen, this car, I'll buy it. Chen Mo interjected before the saleswoman could elaborate. His abrupt declaration left her momentarily speechless. Mr. Chen, this limited edition vehicle costs 30 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The saleswoman inquired cautiously. 30 million? Is it really that cheap? Chen Mo exclaimed in delight. In 2021, this car was valued at 300 million. If I buy it now and sell it in 20 years, I can make 10 times the profit. This is an incredible bargain. Bargain. The saleswoman was left questioning her perception of reality. Swipe my card, full payment. Chen Mo confidently brandished his prestigious purple orchid card. The saleswoman gasped in awe upon seeing the card. She realized that this customer was of significant stature, prompting her to fetch the store manager. Good day, sir. I'm the store manager, and I will personally assist you. A professional-looking middle-aged man approached, bowing respectfully. One card doesn't seem sufficient, does it, Ziyuan? Chen Mo turned to ask. If you wish to buy more, go ahead. Just enjoy yourself. Gong Ziyuan replied with a smile. All right, since your family has ample space, I'll purchase a few more. We could drive them together in the future, Chen Mo said. Lamborghini is hailed as a must-have vehicle for successful men, a symbol of prestige in the automotive world. What top-tier billionaire doesn't have a Lamborghini supercar? Chen Mo didn't consider himself particularly successful, as he was still uncertain of his standing. However, he felt it essential to have a few Lamborghinis in his collection. Thus, he declared this one, and that one too, oh, and that one. I'll take them all. Swipe my card. In one breath, Chen Mo ordered 4 more Lamborghinis, all highly collectible models that had appreciated several times in value by 2021. The store manager, trailing behind him, was utterly astounded. Oh my, oh my, oh my, my heart can hardly take this. Did I hear correctly? 5 Lamborghinis in total, each one priced at around 20 million, especially the most expensive Diablo. The final price reached a staggering 40 million. The total for the 5 cars skyrocketed past 100 million. The store manager, for the first time in his life, questioned the reliability of his own hearing. Sir, allow me to confirm once more, I did not mishear. You truly intend to purchase this many Lamborghinis? A friendly reminder, even with discounts, the total will not drop below 100 million. The manager genuinely feared that Chen Mo might bankrupt himself with such extravagant purchases. After all, the prices were exorbitant. Yet at that moment, Chen Mo simply nodded. I want these, you heard me correctly. He was not a reckless spendthrift. These vehicles would appreciate in value, potentially by several times, even dozens of times. Once acquired, even if he grew tired of driving them himself, he could sell them for a substantial profit. What's not to like? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the manager summoned a group of staff with an attitude that was more respectful than that reserved for his own father. Hastily arranging the paperwork for Chen Mo and offering tea and refreshments, they might as well have knelt to serve him. With the purchase of all 5 cars finalized, the manager promptly contacted Lamborghini's headquarters, securing a dedicated 24/7 VIP service for Chen Mo and presenting him with the highest tier VIP card. In less than a few minutes, all 5 luxury vehicles were ready for collection. The magnificent cars lined up in front of the parking garage, exuding an aura of power that turned heads of every passerby. With so many cars, Chen Mo could not drive them all himself. Already in one vehicle, he could only drive one, leaving 4 others, which gave him a bit of a headache. The manager inquired, "Mr. Chen, would you like us to assist in delivering them to your home?" Chen Mo replied, "No need to trouble you. I'll call a few friends for help." He immediately dialed Wang Tai, who worked in the provincial capital. "Mr. Chen, is there something you need?" "Bank President Wang, I've purchased several cars here in the provincial capital, but I can't drive them all back. I was hoping you could lend a hand." "Sure. I'll send 2 drivers over to assist you." 2 might not be enough. How about 3? 3 still won't suffice. Just how many cars did you buy?" 5 Lamborghini supercars. You should send 5 drivers." Wang Tai nearly dropped to his knees right then and there. 5 Lamborghini supercars. Was he buying cars or holding a wholesale event? It is noteworthy that in the year 2000, in Jiangxi province, there were fewer than 10 individuals who owned Lamborghinis. After finishing the call, Chen Mo relaxed in the store with a cup of tea. As the store's super VIP, the manager thoughtfully summoned the most charming, beautiful, and well-proportioned saleswoman to accompany Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan in their conversation. At that moment, a pair of individuals entered the store, dressed head to toe in designer labels. They walked in with an air of arrogance, exuding an overwhelming sense of superiority. A saleswoman promptly approached them with enthusiasm. "How may I assist you today?" The woman replied, "What do you think? We're here to look at cars." This pair consisted of siblings, the brother named Chen Shuai and the sister named Chen Chen. Chen Chen cast a disdainful glance at the saleswoman, clearly unimpressed. The saleswoman, realizing her misfortune in encountering such customers, could only endure and ask, "What type of car are you interested in?" Chen Shuai turned to his sister. "What do you think, sister?" "Brother, I want a Lamborghini supercar." Chen Shuai nodded. "All right. Did you hear that? My sister wants a supercar. Take us to see one." Their demeanor completely relegated the saleswoman to the status of a servant. However, the quality of Lamborghini sales staff was impeccable, and they did not stoop to their level, warmly guiding the siblings to the supercar section. As the Chen siblings walked toward the supercar area, they caught a glimpse of Chen Mo and the others. "Hey, sister, isn't that the poorest guy in our village?" "Chen Mo?" Chen Shuai inquired. "Indeed, that is him. Is he here to buy a supercar?" Chen Chen responded in disbelief. What supercar could he possibly buy? His family is so impoverished they might as well be begging on the streets. He is probably just here to test drive. Chen Shuai scoffed. At that moment, Chen Shuai suddenly noticed Gong Ziyuan, and his eyes lit up. Beautiful, stunningly breathtaking, an angelic face with a devilish figure, both innocent and alluring. Chen Shuai was instantly captivated by Gong Ziyuan. If he could win her over, he would willingly sacrifice years of his life. He straightened his back and walked over with an air of superiority. "Well, if it isn't Chen Mo, are you here to work part-time selling cars?" Gong Ziyuan furrowed her brow at Chen Shuai and asked, "Mo, who is this?" Chen Mo glanced at Chen Shuai, who wore a smug expression, and clarified. They were both from Chen family village, and technically, Chen Shuai was his cousin. Chen Shuai's father had operated a factory in the city years ago, making a considerable fortune, and Chen Shuai was regarded as the wealthiest person in their village. After amassing wealth, the Chen family had become quite arrogant, looking down on the villagers. They did not hesitate to belittle even Chen Mo's parents, all because of their affluence. However, Chen Mo was well aware that in his previous life, the factory owned by Chen Shuai's family would not withstand the onslaught of the internet wave and would go bankrupt within 3 years. Tragically, Chen Shuai, misled by others, sold off all his family assets to speculate on so-called rare metals, ultimately losing everything. "I'm not here for a part-time job. I'm here to buy a car." Chen Mo replied coldly. "Buy a car?" Chen Shuai burst into laughter, his face full of disdain. "You're in a mere 1,000 a month, and you come to a Lamborghini dealership to buy a car? Scram! Don't even mention that you're from our village. I'd be embarrassed to admit it." With that, Chen Shuai ignored Chen Mo and pulled out a business card, proudly presenting it to Gong Zhen. "Miss, hello. My name is Chen Shuai. The Jiangbei leather factory is owned by my family. Chen Shuai wore a smug expression. The Jiangbei leather factory was no small enterprise, with annual profits exceeding 5 million. Meanwhile, the average monthly wage for the villagers in Chun family village barely reached 500. Growing up in such an environment, it was no wonder he looked down on others. Gong Ziyuan found his arrogance amusing and looked up at Chen Shuai, playfully saying, "Hello, I'm Gong Ziyuan, Chen Mo's personal secretary and driver." Chen Shuai was left astounded. How could this impoverished Chen Mo manage to secure such a stunning personal secretary and driver? Was there no justice in the world? Moreover, the closeness between the two made it seem like their relationship was anything but proper. Chen Shuai, considering himself the son of the esteemed factory owner, felt his self-worth diminish in an instant. Determined to make a move, Chen Shuai proposed, "Miss Gong, I happen to be in need of a personal secretary. Would you be willing to come work for me?" Chen Mo found the situation amusing. The son of a nearly bankrupt factory owner was audaciously attempting to woo away the secretary of the wealthiest man in Jiangbei. How entertaining. Gong Ziyuan turned her beautiful eyes toward Chen Mo and said with a smile, "Boss, someone wants to poach me. Don't you have anything to say?" Chen Mo shrugged helplessly. "You haven't sold yourself to me. If you want to leave, what can I do?" Chen Shuai stood tall, believing Gong Ziyuan was questioning his worth, and confidently stated, 30,000. If you agree to work for me, I'll pay you 30,000 a month. Chen Shuai believed his offer was quite generous. 30,000 a month. In the year 2000, that amount was already comparable to the salary of a vice president in a small company. Forget about Gong Ziyuan. Even the now promoted Chen Mo likely didn't earn that much. Chen Shuai was brimming with confidence, envisioning a scenario where he could simply beckon Gong Ziyuan, and she would eagerly leap into his arms. However, upon hearing Chen Shuai's offer, Gong Ziyuan burst into laughter. Chen Mo couldn't help but chuckle as well. "My apologies. I failed to contain my laughter," Gong Ziyuan exclaimed, her laughter akin to a melodic pig squeal. Her monthly allowance far exceeded that amount. Not to mention, Chen Mo had been paying Gong Ziyuan a monthly salary of 500,000. This is indeed the result of Gong Ziyuan's relentless bargaining. Furthermore, Gong Ziyuan's family assets amount to a staggering 3 billion. So, do you, Chen Shuai, believe that with a mere monthly salary of 30,000, you can entice Gong Ziyuan? Is that not a jest? However, at this moment, Chen Shuai remains oblivious to the laughter surrounding him. He feels utterly perplexed. What is there to find amusing? What are you laughing at? Allow me to inform you. Not only can I offer you a monthly salary of 30,000, but I can also allow you to drive a Lamborghini. Chen Shuai brandished a platinum card from Jiangbei Bank, boasting, "There's 5 million in here that my father specifically entrusted me to use for purchasing a car." Gong Ziyuan erupted into even louder laughter, tears streaming down her face. 5 million? In this store that can only buy the most basic model of a Lamborghini. How dare you flaunt that? Handsome, you should really leave with your meager finances. You cannot hope to woo my secretary. Chen Mo interjected helplessly. What does a pauper like you have to do with this? I'm conversing with Miss Gong. Chen Shuai retorted disdainfully. Just then, 2 cars came to a halt at the entrance. Wang Tai, accompanied by 5 chauffeurs, strode in with great fervor. Upon entering, Wang Tai's eyes lit up upon spotting Chen Mo, and he approached with a demeanor full of respect and courtesy. "Mr. Chen, it has been a while." Chen, noticing the interaction, quickly tugged at Chen Shuai's sleeve. "Brother, isn't that President Wang Tai from the provincial bank? Our father had him over for dinner once, remember?" Chen Shuai certainly recalled Wang Tai. That dinner had been particularly awkward, as Wang Tai had barely uttered 2 sentences before leaving without touching a single dish, leaving their family in an uncomfortable silence. Is he addressing Chen Mo as Mr. Chen? Chen Shuai froze momentarily, then shook his head vigorously. How could he be referring to that pauper Chen Mo? He must have spotted me while passing by and is merely coming to greet me. With this thought, Chen Shuai straightened his posture and extended his hand eagerly. "Ah, President Wang, it's been too long." Chapter 78. The king of marketing Chen Shuai pronounced President Wang with exaggerated volume, eager for Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan to hear. However, to his utmost embarrassment, Wang Tai brushed past him without so much as a glance, instead approaching Chen Mo with a broad smile, respectfully stating, "Mr. Chen, I have brought the personnel." Chen Mo nodded nonchalantly. "The 5 cars I purchased are parked at the entrance. Please have them delivered to the Gong family's villa." With that, Chen Mo strode confidently ahead, while Wang Tai and the 5 chauffeurs followed closely, attending to him with utmost deference. Left behind, Chen Shuai and his sister stood frozen, their faces a mask of disbelief, especially upon witnessing the 5 supercars, valued at a total of 100 million, that Chen Mo had just acquired. They felt as though they had stepped into a fantastical tale, utterly stunned. Chen Mo himself drove the top-tier Lamborghini, and the exhilarating experience of driving such an expensive vehicle could only be described with one word: bliss. Such high-end sports cars were rare even in 2021, let alone in the year 2000. Yet, even the most uninformed observer could tell from its stunning design and the rumble of its engine that this car was exceedingly expensive. Once on the road, it turned heads at a staggering rate of 100, especially among the youth. Many gazed in envy, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment with their blurry cameras. This feeling of being admired only intensified Chen Mo's joy, for in his previous life, he had always been the one watching from the outside. Truly, this supercar is leagues above my previous vehicle. Gong Ziyuan exclaimed from the passenger seat, marveling at the experience. Choose any car you fancy. We have 5 in total, 1 for each day of the workweek. Chen Mo chuckled. Not a chance. This car is far too ostentatious. I prefer to drive my modest Mercedes, Gong Ziyuan replied. Then you shall drive mine. After all, I enjoy driving, especially while enjoying the ride, Chen Mo remarked, casting a knowing glance at Gong Ziyuan. That's a convoluted statement. How can you drive while also driving? Gong Ziyuan laughed. You'll soon grasp the meaning of my words. Chen Mo replied with a mischievous smile. The following day, Chen Mo drove Gong Ziyuan to the economic hub of the country, known as the Magic City. The splendor of the Magic City was far beyond that of any city in Jianhai province, even in the year 2000. It was already shaping up to be the future epicenter of the Eastern economy. After approximately 4.5 hours of driving, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan arrived at the high-tech industrial park in the heart of the Magic City. Brother Mo, what brings us here? Gong Ziyuan inquired, puzzled. I can leave the real estate to my uncle, but let us not forget, our company consists solely of the 2 of us. I must find a capable assistant to help manage it. Chen Mo smiled. The individual I seek is currently engaged in attracting investment in this industrial park. He is none other than the future marketing prodigy, the king of promotion, Shi Yuzhu, who rose to prominence through the marketing of health products. In the future, Shi Yuzhu would become one of the wealthiest individuals in the mainland, thanks to his ventures in conceptual health products and online gaming. Chen Mo viewed him as the ideal partner to help expand their horizons. Moreover, at this moment, Shi Yuzhu found himself at the nadir of his career. Due to the butterfly effect brought about by Chen Mo's rebirth, Shi Yuzhu had recently faced near bankruptcy from a failed investment in a building, accruing debts of 2.5 billion renminbi, and was currently at a loss as to how to proceed. When Gong Ziyuan learned that Chen Mo intended to recruit such an individual, she could hardly believe her ears. Brother Mo, do you truly think such a once successful entrepreneur would willingly work for you? She asked. That depends on whether my persona as the White Dragon King holds any weight in his eyes, Chen Mo replied, taking a deep breath as he entered a technologically advanced building. Even Chen Mo was uncertain whether he could persuade a titan like Shi Yuzhu to work for him. Soon, he arrived at a modest office on the 15th floor. The office was quite bare, housing only 2 staff members, including the receptionist and Shi Yuzhu himself. Feigning interest in investment, Chen Mo was warmly welcomed by Shi Yuzhu. How much does Mr. Chen wish to invest? Shi Yuzhu eagerly inquired after some pleasantries. As he was in dire need of funds, without investment, he could barely afford the rent for this office. With a smile, Chen Mo cut to the chase. Actually, I'm not here to invest. I would like to invite Mr. Shi to join my company. Shi Yuzhu's expression darkened as he stood up, stating, I apologize, Mr. Chen, but while I am in desperate need of money, I have not yet fallen to the point of working for someone else. After all, Shi Yuzhu had experienced success in entrepreneurship just 2 years prior. Had it not been for his overreach and the failure of the building investment, he would have long since secured a position on the list of wealthy individuals in Daxia. Mr. Shi, you may not be aware of my identity, Chen Mo confidently stated. I don't care about your identity. If you're not here to invest, I see no reason for us to continue this conversation, Shi Yuzhu retorted coldly. I am Chen Mo, the reincarnation of the White Dragon King, capable of perceiving the future and destiny. I have come to you because, in my previous life, you show me kindness. In this life, I wish to bestow upon you a lifetime of glory and wealth. Chen Mo declared with a smile. The White Dragon King? Kindness? Pray tell, how you benefited from me? Shi Yuzhu scoffed, his expression one of derision. In my previous life, I fell from grace due to my transgressions and was cast down to the mortal realm, suffering grave injuries. It was you who, by sheer effort, pushed me into the river, allowing me to reclaim my life, Chen Mo asserted sincerely. Oh, is that so? Well then, if you wish to repay your debt, help me settle that too. 5 billion. And we shall be even, shall we, Lord White Dragon? Shi Yuzhu taunted. Certainly, as long as you are willing to assist me. I can help you repay the 5 billion. Chen Mo stood up, locking eyes with Shi Yuzhu. You are worth that amount. Shi Yuzhu narrowed his eyes, gazing at Chen Mo with uncertainty. Every word that escaped this man's lips felt like mere bravado. Yet inexplicably, Shi Yuzhu found himself compelled to believe. I can boast as well, Shi Yuzhu replied in a low voice, though it lacked his previous confidence. Chen Mo opened his phone, revealing his bank balance to Shi Yuzhu. 265 billion. Shi Yuzhu stared at the small screen, the staggering figure causing his breath to quicken. Even during his peak, he had never encountered such wealth. Chapter 79. I shall propel you to the pinnacle of the world. 265 billion. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers, Shi Yuzhu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Despite having achieved entrepreneurial success in the past, his most glorious year had merely yielded an annual revenue of 1 billion. And that was just revenue. The tangible cash flow of 265 billion was in an entirely different league. As a former magnate recognized by top leaders, Shi Yuzhu had genuinely witnessed grand spectacles, yet the sight of such a terrifying figure rendered him parched and utterly astonished. If Mr. Shi still harbors doubts, we can verify the funds at a nearby bank, Chen Mo suggested. Shi Yuzhu shook his head. No need, I trust that Mr. Chen would not jest with me regarding such matters. Are you willing to join me? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. I. Shi Yuzhu hesitated before asking, Mr. Chen, may I inquire about your background? Chen Mo smiled broadly. Are you not aware that a mysterious retail investor known as White Dragon has recently captivated the futures and stock markets? He has not only amassed 5 billion in profits from international nickel futures, but also accurately predicted the downfall of Tayangshan Heavy Industries. Could it be that you are the Dragon Master? Shi Yuzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Mo. Indeed, I am White Dragon. To be precise, just 2 months ago, I was nothing but a penniless worker. One day, a white dragon appeared in my dreams, declaring that I was its reincarnation and imparting to me the wisdom of the I Ching. Since then, I have soared to incredible heights, becoming the wealthiest individual in Jiangbei in just 2 months, commanding an asset portfolio exceeding 6 billion. Chen Mo's gaze bore into Shi Yuzhu's, his voice imbued with an almost magical magnetism. Mr. Shi, I will be candid with you. If you venture into entrepreneurship, you will undoubtedly succeed. Yet your limits will confine you to merely one of the wealthiest individuals in Daxia. But I, the White Dragon King, shall soon amass tens of trillions in assets, becoming a global figure that all shall revere. Moreover, I aim to establish a colossal commercial empire that encompasses everything from homes and vehicles to daily necessities. My ambition is to ensure that from the moment one is born, no one can escape my products and services. If you choose to ally with me, your future accomplishments will extend far beyond the borders of Daxia. You will break through into the world, transcending the East, and become a lord within my vast empire. A world-class magnate above all others. Each word struck Shi Yuzhu like a bolt of lightning, reverberating within him. He swallowed hard, his body trembling. Chen Mo's words were irresistibly enticing. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Shi Yuzhu responded, Mr. Chen, your ability to distort the present reality is indeed formidable. Just now, I almost acquiesced to your proposition. Distorting the present reality is, in simpler terms, the ability to persuade others to believe in oneself and to act upon it. The most adept practitioner of this skill was none other than Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple. Chen Mo chuckled. I speak only the truth. Well, if your prowess stems from the White Dragon King, then prove it to me. If you can demonstrate your capacity to foresee the future, I have no reason not to follow you, Shi Yuzhu asserted. Chen Mo felt a surge of admiration. Despite revealing his wealth and Dragon Master identity, Shi Yuzhu remained obstinately skeptical. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mo produced a sheet of paper and began to write with flourish, Sky Ecology. Opening price, 12.32. 10.32 price, 13.25. 11.25 price, 11.10. 15.23, limit up. Little Bear Electronics. Opening price, 20014. 9.54 price, 19556. 10.30 price, 18422. 13.36, limit up. Tiandi Liquor Industry, Rongxing Technology, Jinyu Company. Chen Mo meticulously documented 10 stocks he predicted would hit their limit the following day, specifying opening prices, midpoint prices, lowest prices, and limit up times, all with precise timing down to the minute. Mr. Shi, I have come to repay a debt from a past life, granting you a lifetime of glory and wealth. This is a small gift from me, derived from my mastery of the I Ching. 10 stocks poised to limit up tomorrow, with all relevant details recorded for you. Chen Mo smiled as he slid the paper toward Shi Yuju, then departed with Gong Ziyuan. Shi Yuju stared blankly at the paper, feeling a surge of absurdity within him. Perhaps the stock market's trajectory could be vaguely anticipated, but to predict stock prices down to the minute, including the lowest price time and limit up point, how could that be possible? Even with insider information, or, as a market maker, one could not attain such precise data. Furthermore, among those 10 stocks, 3 were monopolistic state-owned enterprises. Even with 40 billion, one could not manipulate their stock prices. If what was written on this paper were true, then without a doubt, Chen Mo's claims held validity. Shi Yuju calculated that if he borrowed money, liquidated his assets, and invested in the stocks as per Chen Mo's predictions, he could earn 5 to 6 million in just one day. Could he truly be the White Dragon King? Was he genuinely here to repay a debt? Shi Yuju shook his head vigorously, self-deprecatingly laughing. Absolutely impossible. How could anyone in this world predict stock prices? Yet, despite his words, a sense of inexplicable anticipation filled his heart. That very night, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Early the next morning, he awoke to check the stock software, anxiously watching the market. At 9:30 a.m., the A-share market opened, and the day's trends began to unfold. Shi Yuju took a deep breath and began to verify the opening prices of the 10 stocks listed on Chen Mo's paper. Sky Ecology opening price, $12.32. Little Bear Electronics opening price, $20014. Tiandi Liquor Industry, Rongxing Technology, Jinyu Company. After reviewing the opening prices, Shi Yuju gasped in astonishment. All of them hit the mark. The opening price at 9:15 and 9:25 was not the same as the previous day's closing price. In this scenario, Chen Mo's predictions were entirely accurate. A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Shi Yuju, drenched in sweat, fixed his gaze on the market. Sky Ecology, 10.32 price, 13.25. 11.25 price, 11.10. At 15.23, the stocks hit the limit up. Little Bear Electronics. At 9.54, the price was 19,556. At 10.30, it dropped to 18,422. At 13.36, limit up. Tiandi Liquor, Rongxing Technology, and Jinyu Corporation. Every piece of data, every time point, was flawlessly accurate. Not a single digit amiss. Boom! Shi Yuju, as if struck by lightning, stared wide-eyed in shock at the computer screen, oblivious to the paper that had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the ground. Chapter 80. You are suited for the health product industry. Everything he said was indeed true. After a considerable pause, Shi Yuju found it difficult to quell the shock within him. Having the ability to predict the future, Chen Mo's aspiration to become the world's richest man was no mere boast. With this thought, Shi Yuju hesitated no longer and hurriedly called Chen Mo. Soon, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan returned to Shi Yuju's office. Mr. Shi, did you purchase the 10 stocks I gave you yesterday? Chen Mo teased with a smile. Shi Yuju scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Mr. Chen, I have come to believe your words. Now, I have 2 questions. First, which industry do you intend to pursue next? Second, in your opinion, which industry am I suited for? These 2 inquiries cut straight to the heart of the matter. They assessed Chen Mo's business acumen and the alignment of their philosophies. In response to Shi Yuju's questions, Chen Mo confidently declared, I will be focusing on the internet industry next. The year 2000 was indeed a pivotal moment, not a glorious peak for the internet's development, but rather the darkest hour when the internet bubble burst. Following the collapse of the internet bubble, the Nasdaq index plummeted from its historic high of 5,048 in 2001, 114 by 2002, with 2/3 of the entire stock market's value evaporating. Numerous renowned companies experienced catastrophic declines in market value, and many went out of business, leaving a multitude of programmers unemployed and forced to change careers. Fewer than half of the internet companies managed to survive. Yet, in such circumstances, Chen Mo was unequivocal about choosing the internet. That was because he foresaw that the next 20 years would witness miraculous advancements in the internet sector. Shi Yuju's eyes brightened as he gazed earnestly at Chen Mo. But the internet bubble has completely burst both domestically and internationally, and so many companies have closed down. Many Western capitalists predict that the next 20 years will be the bleakest for the internet industry. Why, Mr. Chen, would you choose to enter this field? Chen Mo chuckled lightly. At the dawn of a new day, darkness often obscures our vision. The internet industry is currently at its nadir, and soon it shall undergo a rebirth. As Chen Mo spoke, he gestured towards the bustling streets of the magical city outside the building, his tone imbued with an almost enchanting fervor. In 20 years, I want everyone here to utilize my company's internet products for dining, shopping, hailing rides, and even settling bills. I aim to establish a glorious era for the internet, standing atop the pinnacle of this world. Shi Yuzhu remained silent for several minutes, then took a deep breath and asked, "What about the answer to my second question?" Chen Mo grinned. "What are you suited for?" I had already contemplated this before coming here. He slid a thick business proposal across the table to Shi Yuzhu. "A business plan for a health product company. You want me to venture into health products? But I have no prior experience in this field, nor do I understand the RD." Shi Yuzhu exclaimed in astonishment. "You are mistaken. In health products, RD is not crucial. Even if your product is subpar, as long as it doesn't harm anyone, it suffices. What truly matters is marketing and hype," Chen Mo asserted, tapping a finger on the table with an air of audacity. "If you can identify the pain points of different consumer demographics, you've already achieved more than half of your success. Open my proposal and take a look." As Shi Yuzhu began to peruse the proposal, he was met with concepts such as brain platinum, youthful health products, and this year, no gift for the new year. Only brain platinum for honoring parents. Upon reading the first page, it was as if a door to a new world had swung open for Shi Yuzhu. The brilliance of these concepts was astounding. Binding health products with the notions of filial piety and wellness is an exceptional market strategy. Shi Yuzhu marveled, waving the proposal in excitement. "Kidney treasure, good for you and me." Life number 7, nourishing the brain for better exam results. Golden wine for oral liquid. With each page, Shi Yuzhu's heart raced, and his admiration for Chen Mo deepened. Eventually, Shi Yuzhu carefully placed the proposal on the table, exhaling deeply and saying, "Mr. Chen, I am in awe. Today I am utterly impressed." Chen Mo was not at all surprised. If Shi Yuzhu had not been impressed, it would have been remarkable. This proposal encompassed nearly every successful health product strategy for the next 20 years, including products that Shi Yuzhu himself would later develop. With a calm smile, Chen Mo said nothing further. Shi Yuzhu took a deep breath, as if finally resolved, stood up, and respectfully extended his hand to Chen Mo, declaring, "I am willing to serve Mr. Chen to the best of my abilities." Chen Mo laughed heartily, shaking Shi Yuzhu's hand. "Here's to a fruitful partnership." After confirming their collaboration, Chen Mo and Shi Yuzhu signed a labor contract. Shi Yuzhu would serve as the marketing director for Chen Mo's company, while also taking on some management roles temporarily. Additionally, Chen Mo provided Shi Yuzhu with 500 million in funding to settle debts and establish the health product company. In the previous life, this sum had come from a large institution, which later profited greatly from Shi Yuzhu. In this life, that investing institution became Chen Mo personally. With everything settled, the three of them dined at a luxurious restaurant in a magical city. During the meal, Shi Yuzhu and Chen Mo exchanged numerous thoughts, primarily engaging in stimulating discussions about business philosophies. To Shi Yuzhu's astonishment, despite Chen Mo being in his 20s and a first-time entrepreneur, he possessed an incredibly profound understanding of future business strategies and trends. Some of the concepts were so intricate that Shi Yuzhu struggled to comprehend them. By the end of the meal, Shi Yuzhu had amended his address for Chen Mo. He no longer referred to him as Mr. Chen or Director Chen, but rather as Master Long. Later, in the car, Gong Ziyuan remarked, "Mo, go. How is it that you possess such an extraordinary intellect? I can understand every word of your conversation, yet when they're strung together, I grasp not a single sentence. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants." Chen Mo replied with a smile. Standing on the shoulders of giants. Gong Zin gazed at Chen Mo with admiration, each word he spoke resonating with profound depth. As night fell, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape, Gong Ziyuan mused, "The magical city is truly prosperous. In the next 20 years, it will become one of the economic centers of the East and the world." Chen Mo asserted with confidence, "And at that time, I, Chen Mo, shall stand at the pinnacle of the Great Xia, ensuring that all the people of Great Xia know my name." After a pause, Chen Mo turned gently to Gong Ziyuan and asked, "Will you join me in ascending to the heights of the magical city, the Great Xia, and the world?" Gong Ziyuan gazed at Chen Mo with sparkling eyes, her smile radiant as 100 flowers blooming. "I am willing." Chapter 81. A word from you is worth 10 years of labor. That very night, upon returning to Jiangbei, Chen Mo received a phone call. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Several leaders from the provincial capital will be visiting Jiangbei tomorrow. They have always held Master Long in high regard and would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you are available?" Wang Tai spoke with great respect. "Sure, where are we dining?" "At the newly opened Golden Tiger by Zhongqian." "Sounds good." Gong Ziyuan turned her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "So, you're meeting at Golden Tiger for dinner tomorrow?" Chen Montauk nodded. "Yes. It's a few leaders from the provincial capital. I suspect there are several big shots from the banking and tax sectors. I must take the opportunity to meet them." "That's wonderful. I was hesitant to tell you, but Do you remember our high school classmate Lin Bin? He just called me this morning, saying their SA class reunion at Golden Tiger tomorrow at noon. Since you have a dinner engagement there anyway, why not make an appearance? A class reunion? Why wasn't I informed? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. You know Lin Bin all too well. He has always been keen on ingratiating himself with the wealthy. The classmates he invited are all from well-off families, and in his eyes, you're just a lowly worker earning 1,000 a month, so naturally, he wouldn't invite you. I also heard that during your previous dealings with Chu Tian, Lin Bin made a fortune and is now a millionaire. Gong Ziyuan remarked with a hint of disdain. So, I thought it would be good for you to show up and let our classmates know you've done well for yourself. Gong Ziyuan, though young, did not possess the nonchalance of Chen Mo, who had lived 2 lives. She wished for her classmates to acknowledge Chen Mo's current success, while also indulging her own vanity. There's no need. We're not from the same circle. Why force it? Chen Mo chuckled, shaking his head. His current status was far beyond what his high school classmates could fathom. Even if he attended, there would be no common ground for conversation, especially since they hadn't been in touch for years. Come on, Mo, I beg you. Gong Ziyuan pleaded, shaking his arm in a playful manner. These people might not even cross paths with us in the future. Does it really matter if they know how we're doing? Chen Mo continued to shake his head. Aren't you worried Lin Bin might try to woo me? He has been pursuing me for years. Gong Ziyuan pouted. Not at all. He can't compete with me. Chen Mo replied confidently. Gong Ziyuan rolled her eyes dramatically. How about this? If you agree to accompany me, I'll give you a kiss. Gong Ziyuan proposed. All right, but I get to choose where, Chen Mo replied earnestly. Gong Ziyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch Chen Mo, and said, fine. You decide. Chen Mo patted Gong Ziyuan on the shoulder, smiling, little girl, if you broaden your horizons, you'll surely achieve great things in the future. The following day, at 10:30 a.m. at the Golden Tiger Hotel, this establishment, a high-end chain recently opened by Zheng Qian, boasted a renowned chef who had cooked for state banquets, making it an exclusive venue. Chen Mo's Lamborghini discreetly parked at the back of the hotel. Just as he stepped out, he received a call from Wang Tai. Mr. Chen, we'll arrive around 11 a.m. in the Chen Wan Hua Kai private room. Just come whenever you're ready. Perfect timing. I have some business to attend on the 2nd floor. I'll head up once you arrive, Chen Mo replied with a smile. All right. I'll text you when I arrive, Wang Tai confirmed. After hanging up, Chen Mo and Gong Ziyuan entered the hotel lobby. Observing Zheng Qian's new hotel, Chen Mo, with over 20 years of aesthetic evolution, found it lacking, despite its lavishness by the standards of 2000. I should open a few high-end influencer hotels and promote the kind of shared accommodations that socialites enjoy. That would surely be profitable, Chen Mo mused. Ziyuan, at that moment, a woman approached, her face lighting up with surprise. Gong Ziyuan also beamed as she rushed forward, taking the woman's hand and bouncing joyfully. Wang Tongtong, it's been ages. You look so beautiful. Wang Tongtong, Gong Ziyuan's former deskmate, was charming, wearing glasses and possessing a lovely figure, making her an 8 out of 10 beauty. Yet, when it came to beauty, who could outshine the illustrious Gong Ziyuan? Wow, years have passed, and you've blossomed even more. Let me see if your figure has changed. Wang Tongtong teased as she playfully poked at Gong Ziyuan, and the 2 women laughed and played together. Gong Ziyuan was quite low-key. She had never disclosed her lineage as the daughter of Gong Ming during high school, so everyone believed she hailed from a middle-class family. Even Wang Tongtong, her close friend, was unaware of her wealth. And who might this be? Wang Tongtong asked, glancing curiously at Chen Mo Tongjia. You don't recognize an old classmate? It's me, Chen Mo, the one who sat in the corner of the classroom. Chen Mo extended his hand with a warm smile. Wang Tongtong was taken aback. Chen Mo? The Chen Mo back then is completely different from the man before me. The man before her exuded confidence, grace, and maturity, possessing an aura of authority. In stark contrast, the Chen Mo of yore had been introverted, timid, and slightly malnourished. However, Wang Tongtong didn't dwell on it for long. After shaking Chen Mo's hand, she turned to Gong Ziyuan and said, Ziyuan, do you know Lin Bin from our class? He is quite impressive now. Apparently, he has received Master Long's personal tutelage and made a fortune of 10 million during the last boom in Tianshun heavy industries. Many of our classmates are eager to extract some stock market tips from him. Gong Ziyuan was taken aback. When did Chen Mo become Lin Bin's disciple? Chen Montauk smirked. It was unexpected that Lin Bin had managed to deceive even Wang Tongtong. He recalled that 2 months from this point in his previous life, Lin Bin would marry an unremarkable rich girl. Afterward, leveraging his father-in-law's connections, he would engage in the children's clothing business and amass considerable wealth. However, tragedy would soon befall him, as a fire would claim the lives of his wife and child. Following that, Lin Bin would shamelessly exploit his family's demise to extort a substantial sum from the property management, while simultaneously crafting a persona online, engaging in live streaming and manipulation of female fans, even hosting fan meetings at his wife and child's gravesite. In essence, Lin Bin was a complete scoundrel. As they approached the Chun Nuan Huakai private room, they could hear a young man within, speaking assertively and gesticulating grandly. Master Long's stock trading techniques are invaluable. Even a mere glimpse can ensure a lifetime of prosperity, effortlessly earning millions. I have only grasped a fraction of Master Long's wisdom, yet within the industry, I am already revered as the Little Dragon King. Were it not for the fact that you are my classmates, I would never divulge such sacred teachings. At that moment, Wang Tongtong pushed the door open and smiled. Look who's here. Lin Bin turned, and his expression froze. Gong Ziyuan, in a sleek black fitted dress, was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Bin flicked his hair back, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Gong Ziyuan. Our illustrious school beauty has arrived. Gome, I've saved a seat for you right next to me. Gong Ziyuan immediately shook her head. No need, I'm fine sitting here. This dismissal irked Lin Bin immensely. Back in school, Gong Ziyuan had always been aloof with him, but now, despite his newfound wealth, she remained equally indifferent. Ziyuan, you might not know, but I'm now under Master Long's guidance. Thanks to his advice during the last Tianshun heavy industries boom, I earned over 10 million. Lin Bin boasted proudly. In the year 2000, being a millionaire was equivalent to being a billionaire in 2021. Indeed, that's an authentic wealthy individual. Wherever he goes, he is met with admiration, murmured Gong Ziyuan. Lin Bin looked at Gong Ziyuan with confusion. I mean, congratulations on finding such an impressive master, she replied, her tone still cold, even tinged with mockery. This left Lin Bin feeling quite embarrassed. Ever since he became a disciple of the Dragon Master, his classmates had greeted him with smiles and respect. Yet, Gong Ziyuan maintained an attitude that resembled that of a spectator observing a jester. Clearing his throat, Lin Bin declared, let us do this, since Ziyuan has also arrived. I shall impart to everyone the essential stock market mantras taught to me by the Dragon Master. This is in honor of Ziyuan. All ears perked up as everyone listened intently, with some even taking out notebooks to jot down notes. They had never shown such seriousness even during the college entrance examinations. Chen Mo stifled a laugh, arms crossed, watching Lin Bin. Listen well. The Dragon Master's stock market mantras. First, when others are greedy, I am fearful. Second, when others are fearful, I increase my holdings. Third, when others suffer minor losses, I face bankruptcy. A single wise word from you is worth 10 years of labor. Chen Mo could no longer contain himself and interrupted Lin Bin. What nonsense are you spouting? This will tarnish your reputation. Chapter 82. The Dragon Master's personal guidance. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the room as everyone turned their wide eyes toward the entrance where Chen Mo stood. Lin Bin, furious and humiliated, exclaimed, Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak here? It's Chen Mo, the poorest in our class. A classmate chimed in. Chen Mo? Oh, I remember him now. Lin Bin sneered. Isn't he the one who wore the same school uniform for 3 years and wouldn't toss out shoes with exposed toes? What's wrong? Did you hear I became rich under the Dragon Master and came to seek my guidance? I'll tell you, with your impoverished mindset, you'll never grasp the techniques taught by the Dragon Master. Chen Mo replied, Of course, I wouldn't understand. For those aren't even the words of the Dragon Master. How could I comprehend? What are you saying? Lin Bin's expression darkened. Are you implying that I am lying? Just as Chen Mo was about to expose Lin Bin's deceit, the restaurant owner, Zhang Qian, arrived. A month prior, Zhang Qian and Chen Mo were of similar standing. But after a month, the disparity between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Knowing Chen Mo was dining there, Zhang Qian felt compelled to curry favor. He entered with 2 bottles of Romani Conti, wearing a respectful smile. Hello, everyone. Thanks to the Dragon Master's care, I also profited significantly from the recent surge in Tianshan heavy industry stock. I brought 2 bottles of wine for everyone, and today's meal is on the house. If you need anything, just let me know. After speaking, Zhang Qian bowed and exited respectfully. Zhang Qian assumed these individuals recognized Chen Mo as the Dragon Master. Hence he refrained from addressing him by name. However, the crowd had a different interpretation. Wow, Bingge, you really have some clout. It's impressive that the owner of Jin, Qianhu, personally delivered wine to you. Indeed, Bingge, you're not just doing well, you're thriving. Initially bewildered, Lin Bin suddenly grasped the situation upon hearing that Zhang Qian came to deliver wine due to the Dragon Master. He waved his hand, grinning with pride. It's all thanks to the Dragon Master. Gong Ziyuan's eyes twinkled mischievously as she said, Bingge, we don't quite understand those mantras you mentioned. Could you recommend a stock for us? Let us, your old classmates, share in your fortune. Lin Bin relished Gong Ziyuan's words, dismissing Chen Mo entirely. He straightened his collar and proclaimed, "Everyone listen closely. This stock is one that my master has always favored. Wulu milk powder. This stock is bound to soar when the market opens tomorrow, with several consecutive limit-ups not being a dream." A flurry of whispers erupted among the classmates, their faces alight with excitement, clearly convinced by Lin Bin's words. After all, with the Dragon Master's reputation backing him, and Lin Bin having made a fortune of 10 million in the previous market surge, even Wang Tongtong silently noted down the stock, planning to purchase it at the market's opening. Meanwhile, Chen Mo was utterly speechless. Wulu milk powder. Why recommend this stock when there are countless better options? In his previous life, Wulu milk powder's performance had indeed been stellar, but due to severe quality issues, it faced investigations and a year-long suspension, ultimately leading to a catastrophic plunge in stock price and bankruptcy. Many investors had tragically taken to the rooftops over this stock, and now Lin Bin was recommending it? What an absurdity! Wulu milk powder has severe issues and is on the verge of collapse. Anyone who buys it will be in dire straits. Chen Mo remarked to Wang Tongtong, "If you truly intend to profit from stocks, invest in some Matai shares and hold them long-term. A price increase several-fold is not out of the question." Chen Mo added, "Matai's stock price has more than doubled over the past decade. My statement about it increasing several-fold is an understatement." Wang Tongtong looked at Chen Mo puzzled. "You understand stocks? Tong Jia, trust Chen Mo, and you will surely reap great rewards." Gong Ziyuan urged, gripping Wang Tongtong's hand. However, Lin Bin overheard this exchange and burst into laughter. "Am I hearing things? You think Wulu will collapse? That's one of the top 10 dairy companies in the Great Xi'an nation, thriving with performance." In front of everyone, Lin Bin shook his head disdainfully. "Chen Mo, you're just a wage worker earning over 1,000 a month. What do you know about stocks? I've made over 10 million in the last 2 months from trading stocks. What about you? Do you even have a million?" With that, Lin Bin stood up and declared loudly, "Everyone, I assure you that the Dragon Master has already communicated with the higher-ups at Wulu and is privy to inside information. A substantial financing round is imminent, and the stock price will skyrocket. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's obscure Matai, which no one has heard of, wants you to hold it long-term? Isn't that leading you astray? I'll make this clear. Invest in Wulu, and you will surely become wealthy within a year. Achieving financial freedom will not be a dream. Don't miss out on the opportunity to get rich and later blame me, your old classmate, for not bringing you along." Lin Bin's words left his classmates exchanging glances. But soon, someone spoke up. "Bin Gu is a disciple of the Dragon Master and a rising star in the stock market. His recommendations cannot be wrong. Chen Mo should just give up. He is probably not even familiar with how stock mechanisms work." "Exactly. Just because you're poor doesn't mean you have to drag us down with you." It was market opening time, and many exclaimed, "I'm going all in on Wulu." "Me too. Trust in Bin Gu. We'll make a fortune. Wulu, Wulu. Let us go." Everyone picked up their phones, contacting their brokers to purchase Wulu stocks. In the midst of it all, only Wang Tongtong remained hesitant. Gong Ziyuan, recognizing the folly of her classmates, turned to Chen Mo and said, "Mo, go. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here. Let us leave and avoid these people in the future." To Gong Ziyuan, it was utterly ridiculous that a fraud claiming to be a disciple of the Dragon Master could deceive them so easily, while the real Dragon Master, standing before them, was offering them guidance yet was not believed. Just then, Wang Tongtong's phone buzzed, and a news alert made her scream, "Oh my goodness, Wulu is in trouble. Quick! Look, Chapter 83. Wang Tailai offers a toast." Wang Tongtong's words captivated everyone's attention. Lin Bin, with an air of pride, declared, "Has a foreign institution invested in Wulu? Huh! I told you. Long sure has insider information." The majority of the students present erupted in joyous cheers, exclaiming, "Ha! Just as we fully invested, such good news arrives. Oh, we are about to soar. This time, we will make a fortune. Thank you, Brother Bin, for leading us to wealth." Wang Tongtong vehemently shook her head, saying no. The news states that Wulu's products have significant quality issues that will severely impact infant health, and the relevant personnel have already been criminally detained. The stocks have also been suspended. Upon uttering this, Wang Tongtong gazed at Chen Mo with disbelief. This news had just been released. Yet Chen Mo appeared to be already informed. In truth, Chen Mo was merely aware of the situation, but had not anticipated the timing would align so perfectly. Lin Bin was taken aback, rushing to snatch Wang Tongtong's phone, scrutinizing the news repeatedly, his complexion turning a shade of ashen despair. "This cannot be happening. I invested my earned 10 million, along with an additional 3 million I borrowed. It's false. It must be fake news. No one understands stocks better than I do." Lin Bin bellowed in a frenzy. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. All the students were stunned. The atmosphere thick with tension, making it difficult for them to breathe. I just had my mother withdraw all our funds to go all in on Wooloo stocks. I invested all my savings from 8 years. I used the money for my son's medical treatment. How could this happen? The students, who were just moments ago exuberantly cheering for their all-in investment, now wore expressions of utter despair. Everyone hurriedly called their brokerage firms, hoping to find a way out. But the responses only deepened their hopelessness. Their funds were completely locked in. The reopening of Wooloo's stocks seemed indefinitely postponed, and given the circumstances, even if they did resume trading, the stock price would plummet to worthless levels. Thud! Those with weaker constitutions fainted on the spot, quickly whisked away by ambulances. Others were in excruciating distress. At that moment, the door to the private room creaked open as Wang Tai entered, accompanied by a group of prominent figures from Jiangbei, bearing wine glasses to offer a toast. Mr. Chen, we just arrived. The leaders from the provincial capital are seated, and I brought along my old buddies from Jiangbei to meet you and your friends and to raise a glass in your honor, Wang Tai said with a smile. Upon hearing this, a group of well-off local students turned to look at these figures, their eyes wide with shock. My goodness, this is President Wang Tai from the provincial branch, and ISNT, that Mr. Sure from Qianxing Financial. My dad took me to dinner with him last month. Director Zhang, what brings you here? Are these big shots here to toast Chen Mo? Wang Tai downed his drink in one gulp and motioned for his associates to come in, pointing at Chen Mo. Gentlemen, this is Mr. Chen, the rising stock market legend. Long Shi, and our newly appointed financial authority in Jiangbei. Long Shi, greetings. The group of dignitaries respectfully acknowledged, subsequently downing their drinks in unison. After the toast, all took their leave. Inside the private room, every student stared wide-eyed, fixated on Chen Mo, the stock market legend, Long Shi, the financial authority of Jiangbei. Chen Mo, are you truly the stock market legend, Long Shi? A student asked cautiously. Chen Mo nodded, replying nonchalantly, yes. Boom. At that moment, all faces turned pale. Regret washed over them like a tide. They finally realized they had been duped by Lin Bin. Wang Tong swallowed hard, trembling as she inquired, so? Does this mean you are the newly minted richest person in Jiangbei? Worth 5 billion? Gong Ziyuan, standing proudly, declared 5 billion is merely a thing of the past. During the last surge of Tianshan heavy industry, Brother Mo made another fortune. Considering the investments he has made, his net worth has already reached 60 billion. Gasp! The sound of collective inhalation filled the room. 60 billion? What does that even signify? Even when pooling all their family fortunes together, they could barely match a fraction of Chen Mo's wealth. At that moment, they finally understood why Wang Tai and so many dignitaries from Jiangbei held Chen Mo in such high regard. Meanwhile, Lin Bin looked utterly despondent, his eyes wide, mouth agape, pallor setting in as he stared at Chen Mo, wanting to speak but unable to utter a word, producing only strange sounds like a duck caught by the throat. Gong Ziyuan was elated. Her purpose for being there was to showcase her impressive boyfriend, especially since these individuals had initially looked down on Chen Mo. Witnessing him now put them in their place filled her with joy. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. If you wish for anything to eat or drink, simply approach Boss Zhang Qian, Chen Mo stated calmly. At that moment, everyone finally realized Zhang Qian's delivery of drinks had nothing to do with Lin Bin's influence. Wait, Lin Bin suddenly called out to Chen Mo, now filled with rage as he shouted. You knew Wooloo would crash. Why didn't you stop us? Did you deliberately provoke us to buy Wooloo to watch us all go bankrupt? Chen Mo was taken aback. How could he be blamed for this? I clearly warned you before. Anyone who buys Wooloo stocks will be in for a rude awakening. It was your disbelief that led to this. And you even claimed it was insider information from Long Shi. Have you forgotten? Chen Mo chuckled. Lin Bin was at a loss for words, hesitating, his expression shifting dramatically as he clenched his fists, glaring at Chen Mo. Fine, let's consider it my mistake. But you bear some responsibility too. Chen Mo, we are classmates. And because of you, we are close to bankruptcy. You cannot turn a blind eye. Lin Bin's words resonated with the rest of the students present. Yes, only Chen Mo can save us now. And just a moment ago, he was fully aware that Wooloo would crash, yet he did nothing to stop us. He clearly intends for us to go bankrupt. Chen Mo, you must lend us money to bail us out. After all, you are the richest man. And this amount is merely a trifle for you. Chen Mo, with your 60 billion, even if you gave each of us 1 billion, you'd still have over 30 billion left. You were right next to me. Why didn't you stop me? Now all my assets are tied up in Wooloo. It's all your fault. You owe me. Led by Lin Bin, all the students who had gambled on Wooloo surrounded Chen Mo, their faces twisted in anger, as if they were ready to swallow him whole. Chapter 84. Fooling the Big Shots. You are shameless. Gong Ziyuan was astounded by the audacity of this group. Chen Mo merely smiled. When I was in high school, you were all wealthy, yet you never shared a dime with me. Now that you know I'm rich, you think you can come and claim my money? Ha! Yes, I am wealthy, but even if I squander every penny on dogs, I would give you a single cent. Everyone's expressions darkened. They knew this was wrong. However, blinded by desperation, they could only cling to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, do you not value our friendship as classmates? We are on the brink of bankruptcy. If you just contributed less than 1/60th of your wealth, you could save 30 families. Lin Bin reprimanded sternly. I refrain from reporting you to the authorities solely out of respect for our shared status as classmates. With that, Chen Mo grasped Gong Ziyuan's hand and prepared to leave. You shall not depart. Lin Bin interjected, positioning himself firmly before Chen Mo. What is the matter? Do you still wish to resort to open robbery? Chen Mo responded with a hint of amusement. This is not robbery. It is a loan. Chen Mo, if you could lend us the money to navigate this crisis, everything would be negotiable. Otherwise, you shall not exit through that door today. Lin Bin declared menacingly. Though the other classmates remained silent, they silently positioned themselves behind Lin Bin, obstructing Chen Mo's escape. You are truly beyond redemption. Chen Mo lamented, shaking his head as he picked up his phone and unhesitatingly dialed a number. In less than half a minute, Zhang Qian burst in, accompanied by over 100 security personnel. Who dares to impede my path? I shall break your legs. Chen Mo scoffed, turning on his heel and walking away, casting not a single glance at the classmates whose faces were painted with embarrassment and regret. As they ascended the stairs, Gongzhen, feeling guilty, apologized. Mo, I'm so sorry. It was my fault for bringing you here. Chen Mo chuckled. No worries, just avoid associating with such individuals in the future. There is no need to subject yourself to unhappiness. Gong Ziyuan nodded. Then I shall endeavor to introduce you to some affluent friends in the future. Suddenly, Chen Mo recalled a famous saying and exclaimed, I care not whether my friends are rich or poor, for none can rival my wealth. Gong Ziyuan rolled her eyes in response. I feel an overwhelming urge to hit you, yet your words leave me utterly speechless. Upon reaching the upper floor, Wang Tai emerged to greet the two, wearing a mysterious smile. Mo, the leader who just entered has quite a significant background. Cultivating a good relationship with him would greatly benefit your company. Chen Mo was taken aback. Who? Wang Tai smiled enigmatically. You shall find out upon entering. As Chen Mo stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man laughing heartily, engaging in animated conversation with numerous prominent figures present. Chen Mo felt a sense of familiarity and suddenly recalled Xiong Jiwen, the head of the finance department of Jianghai province. This was a figure frequently seen on television, commanding the financial lifeblood of Jianghai province and influencing the fate of major financial companies. Wang Tai chimed in, Director Xiong, this is the Chen Mo I often mention, Mr. Chun, who is also my benefactor. Mr. Chun, allow me to introduce you to Director Xiong Jiwen. Greetings, Director, Chen Mo offered, his eyes briefly reflecting an odd expression. Ah, young Chun, nice to meet you, Xiong Jiwen replied politely, shaking Chen Mo's hand before turning his attention elsewhere. It was clear that in Xiong Jiwen's eyes, Chen Mo, the so-called richest man in Jiangbei, was merely an inconsequential figure. In truth, Xiong Jiwen wished to regard Chen Mo with greater esteem. But the latter's youth and the peculiar title of White Dragon King rendered him incredulous regarding Chen Mo's capabilities. He suspected that Chen Mo had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, becoming a nouveau riche, who might soon find himself impoverished once more. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him. However, Xiong Jiwen, possessing a shrewd nature, chose not to expose this belief. Noticing Xiong Jiwen's apparent indifference towards Chen Mo, Wang Tai whispered in disappointment, Mr. Chun, I apologize. It seems this visit may have been in vain. Chen Mo disregarded Wang Tai's words, focusing intently on Xiong Jiwen's hands, murmuring, how peculiar that it should manifest this way. Xiong Jiwen frowned. What do you find peculiar? At that moment, all present fell silent. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to Chen Mo. Director Xiong, would you mind if I examine your hand? Chen Mo inquired. Xiong Jiwen turned his hand over for Chen Mo to inspect. After a thorough examination, Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeper. Director, have you been experiencing excessive fatigue, heat, night sweats, dizziness, and tinnitus lately? Indeed, Xiong Jiwen replied, astonished. And have you found it difficult to open your eyes after afternoon naps, feeling as if you were still asleep? Your body weighed down as if by some unseen force? Exactly. How did you know? Can you read pulses? What ailment do I have? In his previous life, Chen Mo had read Xiong Jiwen's autobiography, in which Xiong Jiwen detailed his struggles with severe kidney deficiency at that age, manifesting as fatigue, heat, night sweats, dizziness, and even experiencing sleep paralysis. Chen Mo asserted gravely, "This is not an ailment. It is the manifestation of malevolent energy." Malevolent energy? What is that? Ziyuan queried, perplexed. Chen Mo, adopting a sage-like demeanor, explained, "What constitutes malevolence? It encompasses the ominous, the impure, the sinister, and the inauspicious. What constitutes energy? It is the life force that circulates within the body. As recorded in the Bioposi: encountering malevolent energy causes weariness and frost, when in harmony with the sun. It flourishes and blooms. Malevolent energy is the product of evil spirits and energy. To put it simply, it can be understood as ominous and corrupt energy. I have observed a profound presence of malevolent energy in your hand, indicating that it has considerably infiltrated your internal organs." Wang Tai was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chen Mo was attempting to read Ziyuan's fortune. Ziyuan, however, appeared less than pleased as he remarked, "You claim I possess malevolent energy? Then tell me, from whence does it originate?" Chen Mo pointed to Ziyuan's briefcase. "May I inspect this bag?" Ziyuan, puzzled but compliant, allowed Chen Mo to examine it. Soon, Chen Mo held up Ziyuan's house keys, stating, "The source of the malevolent energy lies within this keychain." "The keys?" Ziyuan scoffed, bewildered by the absurdity. His symptoms of fatigue, heat, night sweats, dizziness, and tinnitus were clearly physical ailments. How could they possibly relate to a set of keys? Ziyuan's expression darkened. He had come to this gathering out of respect for Wang Tai and had shown enough courtesy by not exposing Chen Mo as a charlatan. Now, Chen Mo was shamelessly employing the same deceptive tactics on him. This infuriated Ziyuan. The onlookers scrutinized the keychain, but found nothing amiss. However, Chen Mo confidently asserted, "Indeed, is this keychain. More precisely, it is your residence." "Huh, young Chen, you certainly have a flair for humor. You must have had a bit too much to drink." Ziyuan narrowed his eyes, his tone turning cold. Wang Tai hesitated before saying, "Director Ziyuan, Mr. Chen does possess such abilities. I believe you should heed his words." Had Wang Tai not witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of Chen Mo with his own eyes, he would never have dared to speak so boldly. Chen Mo pressed further, "Director Ziyuan, has anyone died in your house?" "Absolutely not," Ziyuan retorted impatiently. "I just purchased the house and it was renovated last month. It's brand new. How can anyone have died there?" "That is strange," Chen Mo feigned a frown, "for I distinctly sense that the source of malevolent energy emanates from your house. Director Ziyuan, might you allow me to visit and investigate?" "No need. My house is perfectly fine, and I will not be troubled." Ziyuan's patience waned entirely. He found Chen Mo's serious demeanor utterly ridiculous. Yet Chen Mo remained undeterred, insisting, "Director Ziyuan, please permit me to take a look. I am concerned." "Enough." Ziyuan erupted in anger. "I personally selected this house, which I just renovated a month ago, and only my family resides there. What is your ulterior motive in claiming someone has died in my home? Do not presume that because you possess a modicum of wealth, everyone will heed your nonsense. Let me tell you, in this vast Jianhai province, I have encountered many who are wealthier than you. Wang Tai, you have truly disappointed me." With that, Ziyuan slammed his hand on the table and stormed out, infuriated. "What nonsense! This feudal superstition has been laid upon me." Chen Mo, however, pursued him, forcibly shoving a hastily drawn talisman, one that even he could not comprehend, into Ziyuan's hands. "See, whether you believe me or not, I implore you to take this home. Otherwise, misfortune may befall you or your family." Ziyuan was utterly speechless, but unable to resist Chen Mo's insistence, reluctantly stuffed it into his pocket before driving home. Wang Tai hurried after them, his face a mask of terror. "Mr. Chen, is what you just said true? Will something really happen to Ziyuan?" Chen Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk. The Dragon King speaks no falsehoods. Chapter 85. Mother comes to Jiangbei. In Ziyuan's autobiography, he not only mentioned his kidney deficiency, but also forewarned of a potential food poisoning incident affecting his entire family in the coming days, the source of which remained elusive. These two revelations compelled Chen Mo to employ the notion of malevolent energy to sway Ziyuan. However, these were not the crux of the matter. The focal point was Ziyuan's newly purchased abode. A dreadful truth lingered within those walls. A corpse had indeed met its end there. What was more alarming was that the body had been embedded within the very walls of the living room. In a previous life, the discovery of this corpse had sent shockwaves through the media, igniting a frenzy of sensational reports and spawning various chilling legends online. Ultimately, it was revealed that the deceased was a worker who had been tasked with renovations for Ziyuan, and the murderer was merely a colleague. driven by a petty motive of unpaid debts. This series of events bore no connection, all mere coincidences. Yet, under Chen Mo's persuasive influence, it transformed into a narrative of malevolent energy infiltrating the body, an idea that became impossible to dismiss. This tactic was, in fact, a cunning ploy Chen Mo had learned from an oracle in Xinjia village. This stratagem was known as Chulong. The oracle would first gather pertinent information about the target and then weave a tale, interspersing this information to ensnare the target in deception. Should Chulong fail, Chen Mo had another ace up his sleeve, a more brutal method taught by the oracle known as Chusha. This approach was straightforward and ruthless. Directly confront the target, proclaiming, "Your brow is dark. Today, bloodshed may be imminent. If you wish to avert disaster, heed my words." For those who would not fall for Chulong, this declaration would surely be met with skepticism. At that juncture, one could dispatch henchmen to ensure the target sustained injuries, even to the point of convincing them they were indeed in peril. Of course, Chen Mo would resort to this only as a last resort. He did not anticipate needing such measures with Xiong Jiwen. Securing Xiong Jiwen's trust would significantly ease Chen Mo's path forward in Zhanghai province. The following morning, Shi Yuzhu called. "Mr. Chen, I have registered the health supplement company and settled the debts, but I may require additional funds for advertising and marketing. Feel free to request whatever you need. Our health supplement company must prioritize advertising. One cannot hesitate to spend, for without investment, one cannot reap rewards. Products like Brain Platinum and Kidney Treasure require astronomical sums in advertising from the outset. Yet the results are astonishing. In the year 2000, when the internet was still in its infancy and television reigned as the primary source of entertainment, the effectiveness of advertisements was remarkable. Once matters with Shi Yuzhu were arranged, Chen Mo hurriedly drove to Jiangbei train station. Soon, a weary yet unpretentious rural woman emerged, burdened with bags. Chen Mo rushed to greet her, assisting with her load. "Mom, didn't I tell you I lack for nothing? Why bring so much?" "Oh, it's not much, just your favorite snacks," Jiang Yin replied with a smile. "How is Dad's leg?" "Yes, better. The doctor said he just needs some more rest to fully recover. But the treatment was so expensive, costing over 500,000 yuan. Sigh. Mom, why worry? I have plenty of money now. Haven't I sent you over 5 million yuan? You can spend it freely. Why do you even hesitate to buy new clothes?" Chen Mo refrained from stating that he was now the wealthiest man in Jiangbei. Xinjia village was a quintessential example of impoverished rural resentment. The envious would flock to borrow money, and should one refuse, they would besmirch your character behind your back. Human nature reveals its darkness in the face of even a hint of profit. Saving for your future wife. Your father and I can hardly spend that much. No, we're going shopping for clothes right now. After all these years, you've only one outfit. How disgraceful. If the neighbors see this, they say, I'm unfilial. Jiang Yin had intended to decline, yet upon hearing the last remark, she relented. Fine, but let us agree. No extravagant purchases. We need to buy a few outfits for your father, a pair of shoes, and a couple of sets for your sister. Who is about to start kindergarten? She needs decent clothes. I've planned it all out. Once she is of age, I'll send her to a prestigious school in the provincial capital for the best education. Chen Mo looked at his mother's frugality with a mix of amusement and sorrow. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Wanda Plaza, the most upscale establishment in all of Jiangbei, and the only place in the year 2000 to feature luxury brands like LV and Gucci. However, upon seeing the opulent decor, Jiang Yin refused to enter. This isn't a place for someone like me. What if I dirty it? She insisted on going to a roadside stall, but Chen Mo firmly pulled her inside. If it gets dirty, I'll pay for it. Mom, you've worked hard to raise me. From now on, I'll take care of you. This was undeniably a realm for the affluent. The crowd was bedecked in finery. The lavish surroundings made even the simplest garment cost 600 to 700 yuan, with items reaching into the thousands or even tens of thousands. Jiang Yin perused the store, finding herself enamored with every piece, but upon seeing the price tags, her face paled, and she quickly grabbed Chen Mo to escape, eliciting laughter from the sales staff. Mom, which piece caught your eye? Just buy it. Today's expenses are on me. Chen Mo chuckled. What are you talking about? Those prices are outrageous. Are they gilded or silver-plated? That coat I just saw costs 888 yuan. Your father doesn't even earn enough in a year to buy one. Let's go to the roadside stall on East Street instead. You could buy several outfits for just 100 yuan. In exasperation, Chen Mo replied, Mom, I'm dating someone from a well-off family. What if things progress? Are you going to meet them in roadside stall clothes? Aren't you worried about jeopardizing your son's marriage prospects? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Son, you're dating again? Which girl is it? What is her character like? Is she well endowed? I'll tell you after we finish shopping, Chen Mo promised. All right, let us go. When it came to her son's lifelong matters, Jiang Yin was more than willing to part with money. Why don't you sit on that bench for a moment? I need to use the restroom. After Chen Mo spoke, he hummed a tune as he headed to the restroom. Ah, this boy has only just begun to earn money and already thinks he's above it all. Jiang Yin chuckled, her eyes filled with affection as she turned toward the bench. Suddenly, a dog darted out, colliding unceremoniously with Jiang Yin. The speed of the canine was too great, and both man and beast tumbled to the ground. The dog, having struck the bench, yelped in pain, tucking its tail between its legs. Fei, a lavishly dressed woman, rushed over, exclaiming, "Who's this filthy peasant daring to harm my child?" The woman shouted angrily, raising her hand to strike Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin harbored an overwhelming sense of inferiority in such a place. Upon encountering someone adorned in opulent attire, exuding an imposing demeanor, she dared not retaliate. Even with her waist twisted in discomfort, she merely shielded her face, repeatedly offering apologies. Chapter 86. Your dog is worth more than your mother. The cacophony swiftly drew the attention of numerous staff members nearby, all donning expressions of amusement. Everyone was aware that it was the dog's owner's fault. However, that owner, evidently affluent and influential, felt emboldened to bully a country bumpkin. Judging by Jiang Yan's attire, it was clear she was merely there to broaden her horizons. Should she dare to fight back, it would spell disaster. Blind old hag, can't you see? My son is running here, and you don't even know to give way? If anything happens to my son, you will regret it. The woman, while striking Jiang Yin, pointed a finger and unleashed a torrent of profanities. Look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. Is this place even fit for you? How dare you bump into my son? Tired of living? I tell you, kneel down and apologize to my son immediately, or this matter will not end well. The elderly lady, paralyzed with fear, lowered her head in anxiety. Too terrified to speak, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Mo, having just finished his business, contemplated what kind of clothing to buy for his mother, something both appropriate and elegant, when he suddenly noticed the commotion, accompanied by the sounds of barking and insults. Frowning, he pushed through the crowd and was met with the sight of his mother in a disheveled state, sitting on the ground, her clothes and hair in disarray. Her head bowed as she shielded her face, clearly in a state of shock. What on earth is happening? Chen Mo suppressed his rising anger and hurriedly inquired. Who are you? The woman, clutching her dog, scoffed coldly. This is my mother. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes as he quietly asked, Why are you hitting my mother? Those familiar with Chen Mo knew this was a clear indication of his true fury. Yet the surrounding onlookers held a different opinion. They believed Chen Mo to be cowardly. His mother was being struck, and yet he spoke so submissively, clearly a sign of poverty and lack of confidence. The woman shared this sentiment, her arrogance swelling as she retorted, Your mother bumped into my son. Now, how will you compensate? I did not bump into him. Jiang Yin trembled. He suddenly dashed out and collided with me. I even twisted my waist. What? You old hag still have the audacity to argue? Who told you to be so blind? Besides, is this place meant for someone like you? The woman barked. Chen Mo coldly interjected, So, it was your dog that knocked my mother over? And what if it was? You dare touch me? The woman shouted. Believe it or not. One phone call, and I'll make you unable to survive in Jiangbei. Realizing Chen Mo's genuine anger was ignited, Jiang Yin quickly grasped his arm, whispering, Son, it's fine. Let's just let it go. Chen Mo looked at his mother, feeling helpless. She feared causing trouble. Even if she was in the right, she would swallow her pride. This was a result of being accustomed to poverty, having been stripped of her dignity. Chen Mo supported his mother, offering reassurance, Mom, from now on, we will be the ones to bully others, not the other way around. The woman erupted in laughter, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke in the world. Chen Mo coolly queried, In your eyes, is my mother worth less than your dog? Do you believe I won't eliminate your dog right now? The woman immediately became furious. If you dare harm my dog, I'll make sure to do the same to your mother. I have money. I have done several Jiangzhou banquets and can't afford to compensate millions. No matter how precious your mother is, she is not worth more than my dog. The Jiangzhou banquet is a renowned chain restaurant in Jiangbei. Son, let's go. Mom is truly fine. Jiang Yin, now frightened, desperately pulled Chen Mo to leave. They could not afford to compensate for such an expensive dog. Want to leave? Not without my son kneeling to apologize. The woman shouted. The dog in her arms began barking fiercely at Chen Mo, embodying the essence of a bully. The surrounding spectators looked upon Chen Mo with disdain, believing he would not dare retaliate, not against such a wealthy woman. Chen Mo's expression darkened. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and executed a powerful kick to the woman's solar plexus. Bang! The force of the kick sent both woman and dog flying, crashing to the ground. The woman spitting blood. The dog, frightened, tucked its tail and fled, disappearing into the crowd. Everyone stood in shock. They never expected Chen Mo would actually strike, and with such force that it caused her to bleed. The woman, now disheveled, wailed on the ground, "Son, my son, you're finished, I tell you. You are finished. Where's your father? Come quickly, our son has been beaten, and I've been made to bleed." Jiang Yin was now in panic. She urgently tugged at Chen Mo to flee. "Son, let us run. That dog is far too valuable. We can't afford it. Don't even think about leaving." The woman recklessly blocked Chen Mo and Jiang Yin's path. "Rest assured, I will not leave until I see who your husband is," Chen Mo retorted coldly. Soon, a man in his 40s approached, dressed in a custom high-end suit with a crocodile leather belt, clearly a wealthy individual. Many staff members gasped upon seeing this man. Isn't that the owner of Jiangzhou Banquet? The one from the high-end hotel chain? My goodness, that SA company worth 10 billion. 10 billion? The mother and son duo are finished. They had made the owner's wife bleed and frightened away her dog. How could they possibly escape unscathed? Without money or power, one should retreat for peace. And now look, you've avenged your mother, but thrown yourself into the fire. The once arrogant woman, who had demanded an apology, would soon find herself kneeling instead. Before the man reached them, his furious voice already rang out. "Which scoundrel dares to strike my wife?" The crowd parted, allowing the middle-aged man to rush in and assist the woman, who, in her anger, pushed him away, shouting, "What good are you? Your son has been chased away, and I've been made to bleed. Do you even realize that? Hurry and find someone to deal with him." The man, enraged by her words, raised his voice. "Who struck her?" Chen Mo stepped forward, calmly stating, "I did." Upon recognizing Chen Mo, the middle-aged man was taken aback, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen?" Chapter 87. In 1 minute, I will bring Jiangzhou Banquet to its knees. "Mr. Chen?" The once arrogant woman was rendered speechless, as were the nearby onlookers, all wearing bewildered expressions. How could the son of this rural woman be treated with such respect by the wealthy woman's husband? "Dear, are you mistaken? He is merely a poor, country bumpkin." The woman protested. "Shut your foul mouth." Chen Mo recognized the man before him. Zhou Tao, the CEO of Jiangzhou Banquet, during the wealthy elite conference. He had sat in the second row and was considered a local magnate in Jiangbei. Zhou Tao was now sweating profusely, his body trembling. He knows his wife all too well, especially recently. After attending the billionaire conference and meeting numerous influential figures, his group successfully went public, cashing out nearly 1.5 billion. She has become exceedingly arrogant, disregarding everyone. In Jiangbei, even if his wife provoked Gong Ming, he would dare to speak out. But the person before him is Chen Mo, the wealthiest man in Jiangbei, a financial mogul, a legendary figure in the stock market. Even if Chen Mo were to harm his wife, he wouldn't dare to reproach him. This is a man whom even Song Siming and Wang Tai must respectfully address as Mr. Chen. "Mr. Chen, I am deeply sorry. I apologize," so Tao hastily said. "You are magnanimous. My wife is simply a madwoman. Please do not hold her actions against her." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately erupted in fury, screaming, "Zhou Tao, you scoundrel! He has beaten me until I bled, and he even chased our son away, and you still apologize to him? Are you even a man?" With a resounding slap, Zhou Tao struck her face, his rage boiling over. "Shut your mouth. I can't bear this any longer. Life has become unbearable. You dare to strike me for a worthless rural man. I want nothing to do with this anymore." The woman collapsed onto the ground, wailing and throwing a fit. "He is Mr. Chen, the decision-maker," Zhou Tao bellowed. At these words, the woman's expression changed drastically. Zhou Tao's success in going public and cashing out was entirely reliant on the connections he made at the billionaire conference. Yet the man before him is the one who calls the shots among those influential figures. The woman awkwardly stood up, no longer daring to act out, and quickly said, "Mr. Chen, I apologize, I was wrong. I will kneel and apologize to my mother." Chen Mo spoke calmly. "I heard this woman demanding Jiang Yin to kneel and apologize to that dog." The woman's face turned ashen, and she turned to Zhou Tao with dissatisfaction. "Husband, she has already apologized. What more does he want?" Zhou Tao's expression darkened. After all, he is a well-known figure in Jiangbei, the owner of a publicly listed company. Even if Chen Mo is the wealthiest man in Jiangbei, having his wife publicly kneel to apologize to a rural woman is far too humiliating. "Mr. Chen, my wife has already apologized. I believe we can let this matter rest. I will arrange a separate gathering to invite you for drinks and apologize again. How does that sound?" Zhou Tao forced a smile. "I said kneel and apologize to my mother." Chen Mo remained resolute. "Son, let it go. She has already apologized, Jiang Yin hastily tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve. Mr. Chen, let us leave a line for future encounters. Zhou Tao could no longer contain his frustration and retorted. Are you teaching me how to conduct myself? Chen Mo coldly gazed at Zhou Tao. If I hadn't arrived in time today, my mother would have been forced to kneel before your dog of son. Let me offer you a choice. Either your wife kneels to apologize, or I will destroy your company. You have 1 minute to decide. If you do not choose within that time, I will assume you have chosen the latter. The countdown begins. Husband. The woman pouted, shaking Zhou Tao's arm. Zhou Tao took a deep breath. Mr. Chen, as I said, I can invite you for drinks to apologize privately. However, she is my wife. I kindly ask you to show me some respect. Zhou Tao did not believe Chen Mo had such power. After all, his company was valued at 2 billion. Although it paled in comparison to Chen Mo's wealth, it was not something that could be easily destroyed. Chen Mo sent a text message. 30 seconds. A countdown echoed from Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, we are both businessmen. There is no need to act like adversaries, is there? Zhou Tao gritted his teeth. 20 seconds. Chen Mo lit a cigarette, nonchalantly smoking, without even glancing at Zhou Tao. That is his mother, the one who raised him with her life. A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them and face their wrath. Family is Chen Mo's greatest Achilles heel. Once touched, he would lose all reason and seek revenge. 10 seconds left. I'm looking forward to seeing how you will ruin my husband. The woman sneered. A company valued at 2 billion cannot just be destroyed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Nothing happened. You're just full of hot air. The woman rolled her eyes at Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, we must take our leave now. Next time, I will definitely arrange a private gathering to apologize. Zhou Tao finished speaking and was about to drag the woman away when his phone rang. Upon seeing the number, Zhou Tao's expression changed dramatically. It was his largest supplier. Boss Liu calling. Without Boss Liu's favorable supply, the profits of Jiangzhou Banquet would shrink by at least 2/3. Just as Zhou Tao answered the call. Before he could even greet, he heard Boss Liu's furious voice. Zhou, do you have a death wish daring to provoke Longsure? Our partnership is terminated. Beep, beep, beep. Before Zhou Tao could react, his phone rang incessantly. Hello, boss, it's bad. The health, industry, and fire departments have simultaneously arrived, demanding that all 78 branches of Jiangzhou Banquet cease operations for rectification. Mr. Zhou, things are dire. A mysterious consortium has maliciously shorted the company's stock. They have ample funds and are willing to incur losses to drive our stock price to the floor. They are deliberately targeting us. And preliminary estimates indicate losses have already reached 2.5 billion. If this continues, we fear panic selling from shareholders will crash the market. What? The barrage of calls and reports from his secretary left Zhou Tao utterly panicked. At that moment, Zhou Tao's father called. Xiao Tao, what have you and that spendthrift wife of yours entangled yourselves with? The provincial bank has frozen the Zhou family's accounts, citing issues. It will take a month to unfreeze them. For a large enterprise like Jiangzhou Banquet, insufficient liquidity could lead to bankruptcy within 3 days. A month. And the grass on the grave would grow 2 meters high. Chapter 88, Trouble Approaches. Zhou Tao gazed at the young man before him, who was now smoking with his back turned, and at that moment, he appeared to Zhou Tao as a devil from hell, capable of effortlessly destroying him. The relentless ringing of the phone shattered Zhou Tao's composure. He stumbled before Chen Mo, fell to his knees, eyes pleading. I agree. I agree to everything. Please, Mr. Chen, spare me. With that, he kicked his wife to the ground, pressing her head to the floor as he bowed to Jiang Yin. Apologize, you wretched woman. Immediately apologize to Andy. Zhou Tao's wife was utterly terrified. She had never seen her husband so enraged. Her head was bloodied from the impact. I am sorry. I was wrong. Chen Mo flicked the ash from his cigarette, sneering. It would have been better to do this sooner. In Zhou Tao's hopeful gaze, Chen Mo took out his phone and made a call, simply saying, enough. Moments later, Zhou Tao received another call, reporting that the health, industry, and tax departments had rescinded their rectification notices, and a mysterious consortium had ceased their attack on the company's stock. In a short span, the company had incurred losses of nearly 300 million, not accounting for partners who terminated their cooperation with Jiangzhou Banquet. When everything was tallied, Jiangzhou Banquet's losses exceeded 500 million. Zhou Tao's back was drenched in cold sweat as he stared in terror at the man before him. At that moment, he realized that the gap between them was not merely a matter of a few billion in wealth. Boss Zhou, as the White Dragon King, I have a message for you. With a wife like this, how can one worry about wealth being squandered? With that, Chen Mo took his mother and departed. Zhou Tao's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately hardening as he gritted his teeth and glared at his wife, declaring, let us go. We're getting a divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin remained utterly befuddled. She could not fathom why a mere text message sent by Chen Mo could instigate such fear in Zhou Tao. What had transpired with their son? Jiang Yin cautiously inquired. Once you leave Chun family village with our family, I will disclose everything to you. For now, all you need to know is that our son has ventured into business and is earning money. He is no longer the same old worker. Chen Mo replied with a smile. Oh, I see. Jiang Yin responded, somewhat understanding. Regardless, she was content to know her son had achieved success. The rest seemed inconsequential. Mom, from today onwards, I'm going to transform you into a spendthrift. Spend lavishly. Enjoy life to the fullest. Your sole objective for the rest of your days is to thoroughly squander your son's wealth. Chen Mo proclaimed with authority. Why squander? Isn't saving money and living well sufficient? Jiang Yin retorted, exasperated. If you don't spend, wouldn't that be a waste of your son's earning talent? Chen Mo chuckled. What nonsense. Jiang Yin shot him a glare. Subsequently, Chen Mo took Jiang Yin on a shopping spree, purchasing every piece of clothing that caught her eye. In no time, they accumulated a mountain of bags. Terrified, Jiang Yin hesitated to enter any more stores, fearing that merely glancing at something would lead Chen Mo to buy the entire establishment. After shopping, Chen Mo insisted on treating Jiang Yin to an extravagant beauty spa and arranged for a stylist to give her a professional makeover, complimenting her luxurious attire and accessories. When they exited the Wanda Plaza, Jiang Yin had transformed from a rural woman into a sophisticated lady. However, as she gazed at the heap of purchases, her heart ached. In such a brief time, they had spent over 100,000. That was the equivalent of a decade's savings for an ordinary family. Mom, when my sister starts kindergarten, I will buy a luxury apartment for you in the provincial capital, and you can come stay with me. Chen Mo declared confidently. From now on, I'll be the one earning for the family. After saying this, Chen Mo produced a card and handed it to Jiang Yin, saying, this contains 5 million. Use it, and when it runs out, just ask for more. Jiang Yin stared at Chen Mo wide-eyed. Son, what exactly is your business? We can't engage in illegal activities. Chen Mo chuckled. Mom, my business is entirely legal. You needn't worry. Please persuade Dad to come live in the city. I'll explain everything then. All right. Once the land distribution in the village is completed, I'll have your father and sister come to join you. Jiang Yin replied, filled with gratitude. Land distribution? Chen Mo suddenly recalled a significant matter. In his previous life, the land allocated to his father had been brazenly seized by relatives. After his father's demise, the villagers even had the audacity to take everything of value from their home. Most infuriatingly, oil reserves were later discovered underground in Chun family village, leading to substantial compensation for those who owned land, except for Chen Mo's family, who received nothing. This incident had caused his mother prolonged distress and was one of the factors that contributed to her untimely demise. This vendetta he vowed to avenge. Chen Mo silently resolved. After visiting Chen Mo, Jiang Yin returned home. After a long day, Chen Mo was about to rest when his phone suddenly buzzed. He answered it promptly and soon heard Gong Ming's anxious voice. Chen Mo, it's bad. The financial department is here demanding the company cease operations for an inspection. Chen Mo hurried over, and upon arriving at the Gong real estate company, he found several law enforcement vehicles already parked outside. Representatives from the financial department, the securities commission, and the tax bureau were present. Over 30 uniformed individuals crowded the company's front desk, gesticulating aggressively. At the forefront were 2 middle-aged men. One was short and portly, while the other was tall and lean, resembling a monkey. The short, stout man, dressed in the financial department's uniform, was namely Dongsheng, while the lanky one, clad in tax bureau attire, was Zhao Pengfei. The two had been partners for many years, specializing in tackling economic crimes. Their target today was clear: Gong real estate. At that moment, Gong Ming was attempting to appease the situation, incessantly offering explanations. After a while, he even pulled out a box of golden cigarettes to present to the 2 men, producing a lighter to offer them a smoke. Gentlemen, don't just stand there. Have a seat and take a break. Gong Ming smiled. I'll arrange for a few of you to enjoy a fine meal at Soma Tower later. Get lost. Li Dongsheng snapped, throwing the cigarette to the ground. Enough of this charade. I'm on a mission. Zhao Pengfei sneered. Gong Ming, we received reports that your company is involved in tax evasion, stock manipulation, embezzlement, and a series of economic crimes. Bring your boss out immediately, or we will seal your company. Chen Mo stepped forward and quietly asked, Uncle Gong, what is going on? Haven't you contacted Song Siming? This is led by the provincial financial department. Song Siming's influence seems ineffective here. Gong Ming replied helplessly. This is definitely a setup against us. Chen Mo nodded and stepped forward, asserting, I am Chen Mo, the owner of Gong Real Estate. What business do you have with us? Li Dongsheng's eyes lit up as he responded. You're the boss? Fine, present your stockbroker's license. Chen Mo nodded to Gong Ming, who swiftly retrieved the document. Li Dongsheng took it, glanced over it, and his expression shifted slightly. It was indeed a legitimate stockbroker's license. His voice turned serious now. Let us see the financial department as permit. Chen Mo instructed Gong Ming to present the financial department's permit as well. Anything else? Li Dongsheng's expression darkened further. Wasn't it stated that there were none? These are all my credentials. Feel free to examine them. Chen Mo calmly handed over all the documents. Gentlemen, this is simply a misunderstanding. Our company is one of the top 10 enterprises in Jiangbei, and we could never engage in such acts. Gong Ming chimed in with a smile. This must be the result of malicious reporting. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Who said the misunderstanding is resolved? Zhao Pengfei pushed Gong Ming aside. Hand over the documents for inspection. With no choice, Gong Ming had to comply. But to everyone's shock, Zhao Pengfei tore the documents to shreds right before their eyes, throwing the remnants at Gong Ming's face. These documents are fake. Seal the company. Take them away. Chapter 89. Xiong Ziyuan was enraged. With Zhao Pengfei's command, over 30 staff members surged forward, brandishing seals and handcuffs. Gong Ming was left dumbfounded. Wasn't this a forced conviction? Meanwhile, Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. Is this really amusing? Whether it's amusing or not, you'll find out when you come with us. Li Dongsheng ordered cuff him. Wait, Gong Ming tried to explain, but was seized by Zhao Pengfei. You're an accomplice. You're coming with us too. Soon, Chen Mo, Gong Ming, and several senior executives from Gong Real Estate were all taken away. Chen Mo's phone was confiscated by Li Dongsheng and the others, searching for any potential evidence of wrongdoing. As the vehicle traveled partway, Chen Mo's phone rang again. Li Dongsheng picked it up to answer. On the other end was a respectful and apologetic voice. Hello, Lord Long Wang, this is Xiong. Li Dongsheng snapped. I don't care if you're a bear or a dog. Chen Mo is suspected of economic crimes and has been arrested. The other party's voice immediately turned somber. Which department are you from? Why would it matter which department I'm from? Go get your head checked at the hospital. Believing this criminal is the White Dragon King? Fool. Li Dongsheng cursed angrily before hanging up. Approximately an hour later, in a dim room at the provincial financial department. This is the place where the financial department specifically interrogates economic criminals. Handcuffed, Chen Mo sat on a chair, facing a small table illuminated by a glaring lamp. Li Dongsheng and Zhao Pengfei occupied the seats before him, questioning Chen Mo relentlessly. Name, gender, place of origin? Where did you acquire the funds to maliciously manipulate the stocks of Tianjin Heavy Industries a few days ago? And how long have you been practicing as a fortune teller? Whom have you deceived? And how much have you swindled from them? Their rapid-fire inquiries were punctuated by flashes of light from the lamp directed at Chen Mo's face, aiming to intimidate him into yielding incriminating evidence. However, Chen Mo merely kept his eyes closed, unwilling to utter a word. Even if he told the truth, they would likely disbelieve him and perhaps fabricate charges, so silence seemed the wiser choice. Bang! Li Dongsheng slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, Do you think that by remaining silent, we cannot take action against you? Confession brings leniency, while resistance leads to harsher penalties. Your attitude only worsens your situation. Zhao Pengfei adopted a softer tone, attempting to persuade him. Chen Mo, you should just confess. The financial department oversees all economic-related sectors in the Great Xia. Uncovering your background is exceedingly simple. We are already aware of your crimes. We are merely offering you a chance to confess for a potential reduction in punishment. This is merely an economic crime, not a criminal offense. If you cooperate, you will only incur a fine and a few days of detention. However, if you refuse to cooperate, once your accomplices do, it will no longer be just a matter of days. One played the role of the heavy, while the other took on the softer approach, hoping to swiftly resolve the matter with Chen Mo to mitigate the repercussions of their earlier actions. Chen Mo lifted his head, gazing at the two with a faint smile, and retorted, Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. To provoke the Dragon King is to face ruin. What did you say, you bastard? Li Dongsheng exploded in anger. Do you believe I won't punish you for your insolence? Just then, a knock resounded at the door, followed by the entrance of a staff member. What is it? Li asked. Director Li, someone is outside seeking to intercede on Chen Mo's behalf. Get rid of them. But it's Song Siming, the top leader of Jiangbei. At this revelation, Li Dongsheng straightened in his seat, while Zhao Pengfei's expression turned serious. Politely informed Song Siming that he should not interfere in Chen Mo's affairs. Despite their astonishment, they brushed it off, thinking that, after all, this was the provincial capital, and Song Siming's influence could not extend as far. Moments later, the staff member rushed back in, breathless. What now? Li asked. More people have come to plead for Chen Mo. Li Dongsheng furrowed his brow. Who are they? Wang Tai from the provincial branch, Zheng Qian, the owner of Jiangbei Qinhu Catering Group, and Shi Yuzhu, chairman of Modu Giant Health Products Company. As the staff member continued, the calm demeanor of Li Dongsheng and Zhao Pengfei began to crumble, their expressions darkening. If only one or two of Jiangbei's prominent figures had shown up, they could manage. But with dozens arriving at once, how could they withstand such pressure? Moreover, Wang Tai was a heavyweight favored by their superior, Xiong Jiwen, who was rumored to want him as the next president of the main bank. Shi Yuzhu, once a significant figure, was also from Modu, well connected within its circles. With all these influential figures converging, it was impossible for them to suppress the situation. They've also brought lawyers, demanding an explanation from us. Boss, what should we do? A subordinate anxiously inquired. If we don't provide those people with an answer today, it could end badly. What do we have to fear? We are following the rules. We haven't resorted to violence. Zhao Pengfei feigned calmness, scolding his subordinate. At the same time, he shot an accusatory glance at Li Dongsheng, the instigator. Li Dongsheng's brow was furrowed in worry. Damn Chu Xiangdong. Wasn't it said that Chen Mo was just a rural upstart? What rural upstart could possibly know so many bigwigs? Let me go now, and there is still a chance to rectify this, Chen Mo mocked, eyeing Li Dongsheng and Zhao Pengfei with amusement. Humph. Do not think that knowing a few people will grant you safe passage. You maliciously manipulated stock prices, and according to the law, you must be convicted. No one can save you. Zhao Pengfei slammed the table, shouting at Chen Mo, confess. How did you maliciously manipulate stock prices? How did you deceive people through fortune-telling? Confident of his status, Zhao Pengfei believed that once Chen Mo accepted his guilt, these influential figures would be powerless against him. Chen Mo replied calmly. You know well whether my actions in the stock market were legal. Just then, one of Zhao Pengfei's subordinates rushed in, panic-stricken. Not good. Xiong Jiwen just called. He said that anyone who dares to harm Chen Mo will face dire consequences. Xiong Jiwen? Which Xiong Jiwen? Zhao Pengfei asked, furrowing his brow. What? Xiong Jiwen? Li Dongsheng suddenly tensed, exclaiming, Yes, it's Director Xiong. Zhao Pengfei was momentarily stunned. Which Director Xiong? Li Dongsheng's face turned ashen. It's my superior, Xiong Jiwen, the head of the provincial financial department. What? Zhao Pengfei gasped in shock. Xiong Jiwen was not only the head of the provincial financial department, but also one of the top 20 figures in Zhanghai province. His brother, Xiong Zhiwu, was the foremost tax authority in the province, and his father, Xiong Baohua, was a warlord in the provincial military region. Offending Xiong Jiwen essentially meant a bleak future. How could this be? It's impossible. Li Dongsheng trembled as he stared at Chen Mo. How could a rural upstart know Director Xiong? Just then, the door was violently kicked open, and a group of people stormed in. Upon seeing the leader, both Li Dongsheng and Zhao Pengfei felt a surge of panic and hurriedly stood up. The leader was none other than Xiong Jiwen, who had even brought along Zhao Pengfei's superior. Director, they exclaimed in unison, rushing to greet him. Get out of the way. Xiong Jiwen pushed past them and approached Chen Mo, grasping his hand. Your Excellency, the Dragon King, I apologize for the previous offenses. Thank you for your kindness and for saving my family. Could you possibly come to my home today to help me identify the source of the bad luck? He produced the tattered napkin adorned with incomprehensible symbols that Chen Mo had given him. This ragged napkin had been beautifully framed by Xiong Jiwen. Not long ago, after Chen Mo had predicted danger for their family, they had inexplicably suffered from food poisoning and hospitalization without any clear source of contamination. Following that, a series of unfortunate events ensued. His father nearly choked to death. His wife had been plagued by nightmares of a ghost shadowing her, causing her several sleepless nights. And then his son, while on his way to school, was kicked by a horse and broke 3 ribs, narrowly avoiding a ruptured spleen, according to the doctor. In his desperation, Xiong Jiwen had turned to Chen Mo for help. He quickly informed Xiong Baohua, who was known for his superstitious beliefs, and immediately accepted Chen Mo's words as truth, chastising Xiong Jiwen for his lack of understanding. After taking the tattered napkin, Xiong Baohua insisted that it emanated a strange energy that brought him immense comfort, a notion that even Chen Mo had not anticipated. Director Xiong, I must apologize. The documents issued by your financial department are all forgeries, Chen Mo stated calmly. I am currently implicated in economic crimes and cannot dare to assist you. You bastard. At these words, Xiong Jiwen spun around and slapped Li Dongsheng across the face. Who gave you the audacity to act in such a manner? Xiong Jiwen seethed, his fury palpable. If you fail to provide me with an explanation today, I shall demand one right here. The 2 individuals instantly descended into despair.